In Sichuan Province's Liang City, a breach in the protective barrier allowed a beast tide to storm in, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of citizens. Now, after being pursued by the 8th-tier powerhouse Gale Sword, Li Chong, the matter has finally reached a conclusion. A press conference will be held tonight at 9 o'clock. Lu Yang, an outstanding graduate of Shanghai's Supernatural Abilities University, broke through to the 5th tier just yesterday and decided to join the Ashes Guild today. After 4 years, the beautiful country has once again seen the emergence of an S-class supernatural awakener with wind element powers. Houston's Supernatural Abilities University has already made an early offer and recruited the individual. Su Lichuan finished reading the trending news articles one by one, put down his phone, and raised his hand to rub his temples. His head throbbed. The newly emerged memories in his mind, combined with the news he just read, made him realize one clear fact. He'd transmigrated. This place was Blue Planet, where civilization and technological development were similar to his previous life. But this world had 2 additional features. The first was fierce beasts, bloodthirsty monsters rampaging everywhere. The second was supernatural abilities, humanity's fundamental weapon to counter the fierce beasts. Just because I drank a little too much during the graduate school farewell party and then went to sleep, I ended up transmigrating to another world? Who do I even complain to about this? And fine, if I transmigrated, at least give me a better starting point? Su Lichuan felt utterly speechless. According to the memories, his predecessor was also named Su Lichuan, a senior student at Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Aside from a somewhat good appearance, everything else about him was as ordinary as could be. Even his awakened ability turned out to be a mere E-class, weak electricity. He raised his right hand and softly snapped his fingers. Immediately, a few faint blue and white electric arcs danced at his fingertips. If this were in his previous life, such an ability would be jaw-dropping. But here on Blue Planet, this was far too common. Because in this world, everyone awakens a supernatural ability at the age of 16, becoming an awakener. The abilities could range from controlling wind or fire, transforming into animals, to healing others. Supernatural abilities also had varying levels of strength. By Blue Planet standards, they were divided into 9 levels, ranging from SSS down to F. Most people could only awaken D or E-class abilities. Achieving C-class or B-class was already impressive. As for A-class, those were geniuses. As for S-class, SS-class, and SSS-class, those were exceedingly rare, with perhaps one appearing in several years or even decades. 2 years ago, during the awakening ceremony, Su Lichuan's predecessor had predictably awakened an E-class ability, weak electricity. Supernatural abilities were further categorized into elemental, enhancement, mental, recovery, natural, and special classes. His weak electricity fell under the lightning branch of the natural class. While the lightning type was generally a decent category among supernatural abilities, its E-class ranking left it underwhelming in terms of power. The tiny arcs now dancing on his fingertips were barely on par with a civilian-grade stun baton, possibly even weaker. Did I transmigrate just to serve as a human-shaped stun gun? I, too, want to shatter mountains with a single punch and become a true powerhouse. Su Lichuan extinguished the arcs and propped his chin up with one hand, staring into the distance. He sat in a brightly lit classroom during break time. Around him, classmates chatted in small groups. At the front of the room, the blackboard displayed a conspicuous countdown. 1 day. The college entrance exams were scheduled for tomorrow. In the Grand Xiar Empire, the annual college entrance exams on June 7th granted students admission to supernatural universities for further cultivation. In this world, given the prevalence of fierce beasts, supernatural beings held an exalted status, commanding respect and enjoying numerous privileges. To put it simply, supernatural beings were the elite class. However, those who simply awakened supernatural abilities were just awakeners, not yet true supernatural beings. Only after a period of cultivation could they gain mastery over their powers and combat fierce beasts. Supernatural beings were ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with each tier subdivided into lower, middle, and upper levels. Breaking into even the lowest Tier 1 lower level typically took ordinary awakeners 4 to 5 years of hard training. But if one successfully enrolled in a supernatural university, having mentors provide guidance would significantly accelerate progress. It was precisely for this reason that the college entrance exams were so. The reasoning was simple, but with Su Lichuan's E-class ability, landing a spot in a supernatural university was almost impossible. Don't all transmigrators get some sort of special perks? Where's my system? Come out and save the day. As soon as his inner grumble ended, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Deep Blue system activating. Activation successful. Starter pack being issued. Successful issuance. Would you like to claim it now? Su Lichuan froze, his mouth agape. A system? It really exists? The shock lasted only a second before utter joy surged in its place. He knew exactly what having a system meant. This was his chance to turn things around, the ace up his sleeve to defy fate. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Su Lichuan didn't immediately claim the reward. Instead, he asked in his mind, "What's in the newbie gift pack?" 200 ability points, plus the S-rank ability, Divine Thunder of Zixiao. S-rank ability? Su Lichuan's eyes instantly lit up, and his breathing became rapid. He didn't know much about ability points yet, but he certainly knew about S-rank abilities. Those were exceedingly rare powers, almost unheard of in all of Blue Star. Just like the news report earlier, it mentioned that the beautiful country, which is on par with the Great Xia country in terms of strength, had only just produced an S-rank awakened ability user after 4 whole years. In contrast, Great Xia hadn't seen an S-rank awakened ability user in 2 or 3 years. Anyone who awakened such an ability and didn't perish prematurely was almost guaranteed to grow into a towering figure, guarding a territory. System. If I claim the newbie gift pack, I'll get an S-rank ability? Still unsure, Su Lichuan asked for confirmation once again. Yes. Receiving a definite answer, his eyes gleamed brighter. An S-rank ability. His chance to rise had finally come. Lichuan, stop zoning out. Old Chun is here. A low voice from his deskmate pulled him back to reality. Su Lichuan snapped out of his thoughts and realized the class had already started. Up on the podium stood a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chun Fan. Suppressing his excitement, Su Lichuan decided to wait until he got home to claim the gift pack. It wouldn't be safe to claim it here in the classroom. He pushed aside his thoughts and began paying close attention to the lesson. Chun Fan stood at the front, his voice grave. 12 years of hard study have led to this moment. The college entrance exam is imminent. Everyone, keep your minds steady. For those taking the liberal arts exam, go home tonight and double-check your stationery. Don't make any careless mistakes. For those taking the martial arts exam, prepare your combat gear and weapons. As Su Lichuan listened, fragments of information about the college entrance exam floated to the forefront of his mind. In this world, the Great Xia country's universities were categorized into 2 types. One type focused on cultural knowledge, liberal arts universities. The other type cultivated extraordinary combat strength, universities for ability users. The corresponding exams were divided into the liberal arts exam and the martial arts exam. The liberal arts exam was straightforward. Students sat in classrooms and answered questions. But the martial arts exam was entirely different. Candidates wore combat gear, carried weapons, and entered a designated location where they fought brutal battles against feral beasts. The final scores were determined by the number and types of beasts slain. Students were free to choose between these 2 exams. If one's strength was insufficient or if they awakened a useless ability, they could opt for the liberal arts exam and live an ordinary life. But even though Su Lichuan's predecessor had only awakened an E-rank ability, they still chose the martial arts exam. On this point, Su Lichuan fully agreed. After all, the martial arts exam still offered a shred of opportunity. If someone didn't even dare take the martial arts route, they would truly be destined to live as an ordinary person. I'll say it one last time. There are fatal risks in the martial arts exam. To anyone whose ability ranks below D level, I strongly advise against registering for the martial arts path. You all have until 9 p.m. tonight to change your exam choice if you wish. Come find me anytime if you want to alter it. That's it for today. Class dismissed. Before leaving, Chun Fan emphasized his warning once more, pausing to glance at Su Lichuan as he spoke. Su Lichuan rubbed his nose. He fully understood the homeroom teacher's concern. Among the students in Class 5 who registered for the martial arts exam, he was the only one with an E-rank ability. Judging by past records of the martial arts exams, most of those who died during the tests were students with abilities ranked below D. Clearly, the teacher was worried about him. But in this world, without strength, one couldn't stand tall. Cities in the Great Xia country were heavily fortified to prevent beast hordes from breaching. High-voltage electric nets, firearms teams, and squads of ability users all were in place. Even so, these defenses weren't foolproof. Occasionally, a city would be overrun by beast tides, resulting in thousands or even tens of thousands of civilian deaths. Su Lichuan didn't want to face such a situation someday, only to find himself utterly powerless to fight back. Even with just an E-rank ability, I need to take the martial arts exam. Let alone the fact that I'm about to acquire an extremely rare S-rank ability. Su Lichuan's eyes turned resolute as he began packing his bag. Lichuan, are you really not changing your exam preference? A boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle sitting in the row ahead turned back to ask. No, Su Lichuan answered, shaking his head. The boy's name was Zhang Hao, his close friend, and like him, he had awakened an E-rank ability. The difference was that Zhang Hao had given up on the martial arts path right after awakening, dedicating himself entirely to cultural studies to prepare for the liberal arts exam. You're a brave one. Zhang Hao gave him a thumbs up. Out of the 6 or 7 E-rank ability users in Class 5, you're the only one daring enough to register for the martial arts exam. What's the matter? Thinking of joining me? Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. No way, man. I'm aiming for a liberal arts university. For peaceful years with the girls. Zhang Hao grinned. As for defending the homeland, I'll leave that to extraordinary individuals like you, master ability user. Get lost. Su Lichuan rolled his eyes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the classroom. When Su Lichuan was in his teens, both his parents perished in a beast tide. All they left him was an apartment and just over 1,000,000 yuan in compensation. So when he got home, the house was as quiet as ever, just him all alone. Thankfully, having been an orphan before his reincarnation, he was long accustomed to such solitude. Besides, he had something far more important to focus on now. Starter pack, here I come. Su Lichuan stared at the blue virtual frame hovering in his mind and raised his hand to claim the reward.
Starter pack distributed.
200 ability points credited. Distributing S-class ability. Zixiao Divine Lightning. Progress. 10%, 20%, 30%. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted within his body, as if a wild and unyielding power had suddenly broken free. The next second, arcs of blue-violet lightning began to dance across his entire body, blindingly bright and crackling with intensity. His whole form transformed into what resembled an electrified orb of lightning. Sizzle, crackle, the lightning multiplied, spreading outward ferociously from him as the epicenter, instantly engulfing the entire living room. The sofa, the television, the coffee table, anything touched by the lightning shattered upon contact. The thunderbolts, laced with searing flames, burst through the windows with explosive force, sending shards of glass spraying everywhere. Mom! That big brother's house across the way is on fire. Quick! Call the fire department. Isn't that the Su kids' place? The commotion was so loud that it quickly alarmed the residents of the building, with many of them hastily dialing emergency services. But Su Lichuan, still in the room, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he was causing outside. All he felt was an intense heat surging within him, as layers upon layers of power rapidly accumulated and surged upward. 50%, 60%, 70%. The transformation continued. As if influenced by the manifestation of his ability, the once clear afternoon sky, around 3 or 4 o'clock, grew dark and heavy, like night had suddenly fallen. There was no rain, but ominous thunder rolled in continuous waves. Through the thick cloud cover, streaks of violet lightning zigzagged, slithering like dragon-like creatures and intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Why did it suddenly get so dark outside? This thunderstorm feels suffocating. I can barely breathe. Third Corps of Jiang City. Move into high alert immediately. The freakish weather phenomenon caused panic across Jiang City. People began to suspect the imminence of a lightning-controlling beast attack. Meanwhile, the garrison stationed in Jiang City swiftly mobilized and prepared for action, transitioning into high combat readiness. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. Inside the room, Su Lichuan's ability transformation reached a critical juncture. Sizzle. At that moment, the sky outside flashed vividly as a bolt of violet lightning struck directly through the shattered window, forcefully embedding itself into Su Lichuan's body like a raging dragon. The electrifying phenomenon subsided in an instant as the dark clouds scattered, leaving behind a luminous, sunny sky. Within the room, Su Lichuan's ability transformation was complete. Finally, the evolution was complete. The swirling blue-purple lightning that enveloped Su Lichuan gradually receded into his body, dissipating like a tide pulling back. It took him a moment before he took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils flickered with a sharp flash of violet light. It worked. Ability transformation has succeeded. He could vividly sense the pulsating energy coursing through his entire being. Without thinking, Su Lichuan raised his right hand. With a single thought, arcs of violet lightning wrapped around his fingers, crackling fiercely. This lightning no longer resembled the blue-white bolts from before. It was darker in hue, denser in aura, carrying an ancient and domineering force. Merely glancing at it was enough to make one feel a chill down their spine. This is the power of the S-class ability, Zixiao Divine Lightning. Su Lichuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his heart alight with certainty. If this thunder hit something or someone, it wouldn't just be shocking. It would utterly obliterate them. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed in slight frustration. The commotion was a bit much, wasn't it? He dismissed the lightning, studying the chaotic ruin of his living room, and couldn't help but scratch his head. The place looked like it had been bombed. Debris was everywhere. Craters from the lightning scorched the walls and floor. On some scattered fragments, flames were still flickering, smoldering and emitting wisps of smoke. Good thing I reacted quickly and forcibly suppressed the power just now. Otherwise, the destruction wouldn't have been limited to just this living room. Su Lichuan shuddered at the thought. Zixiao Divine Lightning, derived from Eastern mythology, was one of the 10 primordial divine lightnings with monstrous destructive power, rumored to have the capability to destroy immortals and slay gods. With his current strength as an awakened, there was no way he could manifest its full potential. But even so, if he had lost control just then, a random surge could have pierced right through the entire floor, and possibly even brought down the whole building. Su Lichuan himself, protected by the divine lightning, would have been fine. But the consequences for the other residents of the building. Disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. Harms others. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the purple firmament divine thunder desperately just now, preventing a major disaster. Looks like I underestimated the power of the purple firmament divine thunder. If I'd known it was this loud, I should have just gone straight to the outskirts to claim the starter pack. Although he said this aloud, Su Lichuan felt quite satisfied in his heart. The stronger the superpower, the greater the advantage it would bring in the future. By the way, there are 200 ability points in the starter pack. What exactly are those for? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a system notification sounded. Ability points can be earned by killing ferocious beasts. Spending ability points allows upgrading levels and skills. The system panel can show the quantity of ability points and upgrade options. Su Lichuan immediately understood. This so-called ability point was essentially the same as experience points in online games. Leveling up by fighting monsters, simple but effective. A corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he pulled up the system panel. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 121 Vitality, plus. Mentality, 140 Hz, plus. Skills, Spearmanship, Beginner plus. Flash Lightning Break, Beginner plus. Ability points, 200. The panel was straightforward. The plus signs were clearly marked, so it was easy to see which stats could be upgraded and which couldn't. Physique and mentality were the two fundamental attributes for any awakened individual. Su Lichuan's values weren't bad. After all, most awakened people typically had physique and mentality stats hovering around 100. But I've been practicing spearmanship for 5 or 6 years, and it's still at the beginner level? That's just absurd. He couldn't help but complain silently. Aside from abilities, humans relied on weapons during combat. While most people chose swords or blades, he had opted for a spear. He'd started training with it in his early teens, and yet it was still stuck at the beginner level. For context, skill proficiency was divided into 6 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfected. Beginner was essentially entry level. As for Flash Lightning Break, it was a spear-based combat technique. After awakening a weak electric ability at the age of 16, he'd spent 300,000 dasha credits to purchase the skill. Even after nearly 2.5 years of practice, it remained at the beginner level, which was understandable. Su Lichuan stared at the 200 ability points on the system panel and began planning. These points can either increase attributes or improve skills. Where should I invest them first? Tomorrow was the annual college entrance exam. This pool of 200 ability points had to be used in the most critical areas to maximize his combat power. Physique and mentality were the foundational attributes. Improving these would enhance his combat techniques and ability control, making him stronger overall. With that settled, he decided to focus first on boosting his foundational attributes. Su Lichuan remained silent for a moment, then split the 200 ability points in half and allocated them evenly between physique and mentality. Deep Blue, add the points for me. He pressed the plus signs on the system panel. In the next moment, A surge of vitality erupted within him, rushing like a wild river. Simultaneously, his mind suddenly cleared, and his thoughts became more organized. Not only that, but his mastery over the purple firmament divine thunder improved alongside the enhancements. Abilities were intrinsically tied to physique and mentality. A boost in these foundational attributes naturally elevated the power of his abilities as well. Su Lichuan clenched his fist, feeling the torrent of energy coursing through him. He then tried summoning the purple firmament divine thunder, satisfaction spreading across his face. He glanced down at the system panel once more.
Physique, 141 vitality, plus.
Mentality, 160 Hz, plus. Both foundational attributes had increased by 20 points. This meant that one ability point could be converted into approximately 0.2 vitality or 0.2 Hz of mentality. The conversion rate wasn't particularly high, but the good thing was that there were no side effects. The increase was solid and immediate. It was a pity the starter pack only included 200 ability points, or else he could have pushed further. Still, this was enough for now. With his current capabilities, getting into an ability user's university wouldn't be an issue. From the moment he'd received the S-tier ability Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, Su Lichuan was already among the top contenders for the entrance exam in Jiangnan Province. Now, with the boost in foundational attributes, he ranked among the very elite of the candidates. He was among the elite, not the absolute top. That was because Jiangnan Province had a population exceeding 80 million. Over 700,000 students were taking the martial science entrance exam. More people meant more talent, some of whom were absolute monsters. Though none of these individuals had S-tier abilities, those with A-tier abilities were still not easy to deal with. Combined with their battle experience and advanced combat techniques, they were formidable opponents in their own right. Some students from affluent families could afford renowned tutors and learn rare combat techniques. They could even hire bodyguards to escort them into wilderness zones, where they could gain first-hand combat experience by fighting ferocious beasts. These were advantages that Su Lichuan, an orphan, simply couldn't compete with. But he, with an S-class superpower, that was something no one else could compete with. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Before Su Lichuan could even react, with a loud boom, the door was violently kicked open and flew inward. A group of people dressed in orange fire-resistant uniforms rushed in, wielding water guns in their hands. However, once inside, they froze on the spot. There was no fire in the room, only a living human standing there. Hello? Su Lichuan blinked and was the first to speak. He quickly explained that he had awakened a lightning-based superpower and the fire had already been suppressed by him. The firefighters swiftly checked the room, ensuring there were no hidden dangers, and left after making sure everything was safe. Before leaving, they even repaired his door. The team captain handed Su Lichuan a business card, mentioning that his lightning ability was highly suitable for handling fires and explosions in facilities with electronic equipment. He added that once Su Lichuan graduated from university, he could head straight to the Jiangxing Fire Department, where a job would be arranged for him. To regular people, the fire department was a valued government-backed institution. With water-type and fire-type superpowered individuals working there, firefighting became less risky, making it a respectable profession. But to Su Lichuan as he was now, the job held little appeal. Casually tossing the business card into his bedside drawer, Su Lichuan picked up the long gun leaning against the wall and stepped out of the door. Xiao Chuan, is everything all right with that fire earlier? All good, Uncle Yang. It's already under control. Good to hear. Are you heading to the martial arts hall? Yeah, going to get some practice in. You're so dedicated. Tomorrow's the college entrance exam and you're still training. Unlike that lazy son of mine. Mingyue community had been Su Lichuan's home for all 18 years of his life. The neighbors around him were all familiar. With his mild and polite demeanor, he was well liked by the elderly residents below his building. Seeing him heading down with a long gun strapped to his back, several came over to inquire about the situation. Su Lichuan responded to each of them. Afterward, he left the community with his long gun, taking the bus, then transferring to the subway, until he arrived at a towering modern high-rise. The building stood over 40 meters tall, its silver-white exterior gleaming brightly, giving it a grand and imposing air. Its vast footprint made it appear like a giant beast crouched on the ground from a distance. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall resembled such a colossal beast, lying in wait by the roadside, impossible to miss. On the side of the building, for large characters, Thunder Martial Arts Hall, were inscribed in a flowing and vigorous script, gleaming under the sunlight. For an awakened individual to ascend to the level of a superpowered being, innate talent alone was insufficient. They needed to train their bodies and their minds to enhance the power of their abilities. Private training rooms weren't accessible to everyone. As a result, martial arts halls offering facilities and training became a necessity. The most renowned martial arts halls in the Great Xia country were only two: the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Both halls had branches in cities across the nation, including remote places like Jiangcheng. Of course, Jiangcheng also boasted dozens of private martial arts halls, but the only one to offer free access to high school students was the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. This is why Su Lichuan always trained here. Today, he came to test his strength, to see how much had increased since acquiring the Purple Thunder of Heaven, along with his enhanced base attributes. Outside the martial arts hall, besides Su Lichuan, there were quite a few other awakened individuals carrying weapons, and even some superpowered individuals. Standing at the entrance, Su Lichuan thought of Luo Heng, the founder of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He was a 9th-rank superpowered being, and an S-class lightning user to boot. Su Lichuan couldn't help but wonder if one day, he might be able to establish his own martial arts hall. With that thought, he stepped inside. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall had 6 floors, each with an impressively large footprint. The second and third floors were specifically open for free use by high school students. Familiar with the place, Su Lichuan went straight up to the 3rd floor. It was Wednesday, so students in 10th and 11th grades were still in school, and most 12th graders were at home preparing for the college entrance exams. The typically bustling 3rd floor was much quieter today, with only about a dozen people scattered around the hall. Yet the moment he stepped inside, his eyes caught a familiar figure. It was a girl, about 1.7 meters tall, with a cold and striking appearance. She wasn't carrying any weapons and was dressed casually. Her long, slender legs stood out, accentuated by blue denim shorts that made her pale skin almost dazzlingly bright. Around her stood several other young people dressed fashionably. "Qi Jie, you came to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall too?" Su Lichuan greeted her with a smile. The girl's name was Tang Qi, his younger aunt's daughter. She, too, was in her final year of high school, only a few months older than him. Su Lichuan's parents had passed away long ago, and his aunt's family often looked after him. Occasionally, Tang Qi accompanied them over. The two weren't especially close, nor distant for that matter. In simpler terms, they weren't particularly familiar with each other. Su Lichuan had been introverted and reserved, and the stark contrast in their family backgrounds left little in common for them to talk about. 2 years ago, Tang Qi had awakened a B-class ability, while Su Lichuan had only awakened an E-class ability. Being in the same space, the two naturally had little to talk about. Tang Qi certainly hadn't expected to run into him here. She paused for a moment before nodding slightly. "Yeah, just accompanying a friend." Su Lichuan immediately understood. Her aunt's family was well off, so Tang Qi usually went to the Grizzly Martial Arts Center, a premium dojo that cost over 100,000 a year in membership fees. She rarely came to Thunder Martial Arts. "All right then, Qi Jie, you all take your time. I'll head to the training room now." Without saying much more, Su Lichuan simply greeted her before walking away. As soon as he left, the cute girl standing next to Tang Qi, dressed in a sundress, leaned over curiously. She was tall as well, with bright eyes filled with curiosity. "Qi, who's that? He's quite handsome." Tang Qi glanced at Su Lichuan's retreating figure and furrowed her brows slightly. "My cousin, Su Lichuan. Same grade as us, senior year. He's taking the martial sciences entrance exam tomorrow." The more she looked, the more she felt there was something off. Her cousin seemed different from how he used to be, but exactly how he had changed, she couldn't put her finger on it at the moment. In the past, even if they bumped into each other, he would never have taken the initiative to greet her. This time, however, he was the one who initiated. The young man standing nearby in a casual white outfit laughed. "Why are you so curious about this? Xiaoya, don't tell me you're smitten and thinking of getting a boyfriend." Xiaoya, showing no embarrassment at all, admitted directly. "So what if I am? Look at that face. So long as his abilities aren't too weak, it'd be pretty impressive to take him out, don't you think?" But as soon as Tang Qi brought up Su Lichuan, her tone carried slight disappointment. "Then my cousin might disappoint you. He only awakened an E-level ability." The moment these words left her mouth, the curiosity in Xiaoya's eyes instantly diminished. E-level? What a pity. The people in their circle already had a standard. With similar family backgrounds, they naturally clicked well in personality, and most had awakened B or C-level abilities. Judging from Su Lichuan's attire, he didn't seem very well off. Yet to top it off, he had awakened the weakest E-level ability. No matter how attractive his face was, all interest in him instantly faded. A young man wearing an earring chuckled beside them. An E-level dares to take the martial sciences exam? Quite bold. Tang Chi, however, didn't laugh and instead sighed softly. What's the use of being bold? The risks are too high. I'd rather he not go. In the martial sciences exams, it was always the ability users below D-level who had the highest mortality rates. If Su Lichuan had been D-level, she wouldn't have been so worried. But being E-level, going to the exam was almost no different from courting death. From her perspective, those with E-level abilities should focus on academic exams instead. After graduation, they would find a company to work at, live a stable life, and avoid battling vicious beasts. At least then, there wouldn't be life-threatening dangers, and her mother wouldn't have to worry about him every day. Alright, let's drop the topic. Didn't we come to Thunder Martial Arts just to have a look? Someone cut in to change the subject. True, I've spent all 3 years of high school at Grizzly Martial Arts. This is actually my first time at Thunder. And strolling around before the entrance exams for a bit of relaxation isn't a bad idea. The group stopped discussing and casually began exploring again. Meanwhile, Su Lichuan wasn't remotely aware that he'd already become the subject of their chatter. At the moment, he had entered a single-person training room, about 20 square meters in size. This was one of the private training rooms provided by Thunder Martial Arts. In the past, reservations were required, but now with fewer people around, he was able to use one directly. Let's see how strong I truly am without any ability augmentation. Su Lichuan removed the long spear from his back and firmly gripped it. Vicious beasts had thick hides and tough flesh, so ordinary weapons were ineffective against them. This was why ability users wielded specially crafted weapons. In Su Lichuan's hands was a spear manufactured by the Hongyuan Corporation's Black Obsidian series. The spear shaft was nearly 1.9 meters long, with a spearhead of over 20 centimeters, making the weapon a total of 2.1 meters in length. The entire spear was crafted from F-grade alloy, giving it a dark, subdued, and imposing appearance. Su Lichuan gave the spear a light shake, and the barrel emitted a low, metallic hum. But as soon as he did, he sensed something unusual. The spear feels lighter. In the very next second, he realized the reason. No, it's me.
I've gotten stronger.
However, there wasn't time to dwell on it. The martial sciences entrance exam was imminent, and at this stage, swapping weapons was no longer feasible. Abilities were categorized by grade, and so were alloys, ranging from SSS-grade to F-grade across 9 levels. The higher the grade, the rarer the material, making it tougher, sharper, and deadlier to beasts, but correspondingly, also exponentially more expensive. The Black Obsidian series by Hongyuan allowed customization of alloy materials and weapon weight. However, martial sciences exams only permitted F-grade weapons and armor, so he ultimately chose F-grade alloys. For weight, he settled on 50 kilograms. Even at that, this single Black Obsidian spear had cost him nearly 200,000. The phrase rich scholars, poor warriors couldn't have been truer. In pursuit of exercise the body, train supernatural abilities, and add expenses like buying combat suits, weaponry, and combat techniques, he had spent quite a fortune over the past several years. Some of it came from the financial support forcibly provided by his aunt's family, while the rest was from the savings and compensation left behind by his parents. Now, he had less than 50,000 left at hand, far from enough to afford heavier weaponry. But this is sufficient. It's just a slight compromise in power. Su Lichuan's gaze sharpened as he began warming up. The spear was a weapon he'd been practicing with since he was 12. Nearly 6 years now. His mastery of moves like thrusting, stabbing, smashing, slicing, pointing, and jabbing had long become second nature. Before long, the training room was filled with the flashing shadows of the spear. The black spear danced like a phantom in his hands, exuding powerful energy with every turn. It didn't take long for all the muscles in his body to be fully activated, his blood and energy surging in tandem. In the next moment, he gripped the spear tightly and lunged forward with all his strength, targeting the circular bullseye on the wall ahead. Clang! A sharp, ear-splitting collision resounded. Seizing the momentum of his fierce thrust, the spearhead smashed into the bullseye with explosive force. The circular bullseye, made of metal, was pushed inward dramatically by a single strike, forming an exaggerated, frightening dent. When Su Lichuan withdrew the spear, the bullseye gradually returned to its original shape. The intelligence screen nearby immediately displayed a number. 321 cal.
321 cal.
Just with my raw physical strength. That's more than double my previous output. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up. Cal was the unit used to measure attack intensity. 1 calorie was roughly equivalent to the energy released by a black spider firecracker going off. For most awakened individuals, their physical attacks would max out at around 100 calories. Previously, Su Lichuan's pure physical attack had only exceeded 140 calories by a slight margin. Back then, even when he used his supernatural abilities, the enhancement wasn't significant. But that's not the case anymore. With a thought, Su Lichuan unleashed the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder instantly. Crackling arcs of electricity erupted violently, and purple lightning wrapped around him like a shroud, transforming him into a manifestation of thunder and lightning. He extended a finger, and a bolt of purple lightning shot directly toward the bullseye. This time, the target, made of memory metal, was thrust deeply inward by the strike and took a full 7 to 8 seconds before it rebounded. The screen promptly displayed another astounding number. 3012 cal. 3000 cal. That's nearly 10 times stronger than my physical strength. Su Lichuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. To put it in perspective, the average attack intensity of a first-stage supernatural being was around 1,000 calories. At 3,000 calories, he was already approaching the level of a first-stage mid-tier supernatural being. This truly deserves its S-rank classification. What terrifying power! Su Lichuan couldn't help but marvel. From what he recalled, supernatural beings above the awakened level were classified into 9 stages, each divided into lower tier, mid-tier, and upper tier. Yet here he was, still an awakened individual already capable of delivering an attack close to a first-stage mid-tier supernatural being, thanks to his S-ranked ability, the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder. No wonder high-level awakened individuals are fiercely sought after by every nation. The gap between ranks is enormous. But this is not my limit yet. Taking a deep breath, Su Lichuan directed the lightning from the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder onto his black radiant spear. Lightning swift strike break. Electric light flashed across the training room, the spear transforming into a violet-black dragon as it charged violently toward the wall. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the air, causing the entire training room to tremble. When the lightning dissipated, the bullseye on the wall had been completely pierced through. The center had melted into a metallic crater, damaged beyond repair. Even more terrifying, cracks spread out from the bullseye like a spiderweb, ripping through the entire wall. From within the fissures, the inner network of electrical cables could be seen sparking and crackling. These memory metals were connected to the cables, designed precisely to gauge attack intensity. Now, the setup was evidently destroyed beyond recovery. Su Lichuan turned to look at the intelligence screen on his right. Sure enough, there was no data displayed on it. This is just a beginner-level training room, and its memory metals can only withstand attacks from first-stage upper-tier supernatural beings at most. Now that it's been destroyed, this means my attack has exceeded that threshold. In other words, with that strike, I've already reached the level of a first-stage upper-tier supernatural being. This combat technique is truly formidable. Lightning Swift Strike Break was the only combat technique Su Lichuan had mastered so far. Moreover, this technique allowed him to seamlessly merge his lightning-based abilities with his spear techniques. For most supernatural beings, their combat techniques were closely tied to their unique abilities. My peak attack has already matched a first-stage upper tier. Tomorrow's combat test for the entrance exam should be no problem. With a confident smirk tugging at his lips, Su Lichuan rested the black radiance spear on his shoulder and exited the training room. At the Thunderclap Martial Pavilion, dedicated maintenance staff were always on standby. Any damaged equipment would be repaired promptly, without requiring compensation from the user. After all, those capable of overwhelming and breaking the equipment were precisely the kind of people the Martial Pavilion sought the most. People. After looking around, I still think our Furious Bear Martial Hall is better. The training room here at Thunder Martial Hall is small, and the testing equipment isn't new. Obviously, did you really think the annual membership fee of 100,000 Xia coins is for nothing? Speaking of which, after wandering around for so long, it's getting a bit boring. Boring? How about going to the combat room for a match? Tang Chi and her group were walking down the corridor of Thunder Martial Hall. They had come here intending to relax a bit before their college entrance exams. Inside the Martial Hall, after just a lap around, they already felt it was dull. At that moment, someone brought up the idea of visiting the combat room, and the group instantly perked up, their eyes lighting with excitement. Right then, boom! A deafening crash ruptured the air, even causing the floor to lightly tremble. What a strong energy fluctuation. This has reached the level of an esper. The boy wearing earrings turned pale and spoke immediately. He had awakened a C-level psychic ability, which made him exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations. I remember this floor being specifically reserved for high school students. Xiaoya, dressed in a flowing dress, frowned in confusion. Aren't those few freaks from Jiangcheng who already reached the Esper level, training at the Furious Bear Martial Hall? Why would they come over to Thunder Martial Hall? Jiangcheng, located in a remote area of Jiangnan province, wasn't known for its strong educational background. But even among high school students, there were always one or two anomalies who somehow managed to break through from Awakener to Esper. Is it one of those monsters, coming here to train? Or could there be a new Esper-level high schooler? Let's go check it out. The group's curiosity was piqued, and they briskly turned towards the direction of the vibrations emanating from the training rooms. As they rounded a corner, they suddenly came face to face with a young man carrying a long black spear on his back. It was Su Lichuan. Tang Chi froze for a moment, surprised to encounter him there, but quickly composed herself and asked, "Heading home? Yeah, training's done. I want to go back early and prepare a bit more. All right, good luck on your martial arts entrance exam tomorrow, and stay safe." Tang Chi said this casually, but deep down, she felt that Su Lichuan, with his mere E-level Esper ability, was being a bit overconfident by even attending the martial arts entrance exam. Still, regardless of her thoughts, he was her younger cousin, so she offered a bit of encouragement as a matter of course. "Thanks, Sister Chi. You too." Su Lichuan smiled before brushing past them. Tang Chi and her group didn't pause and continued toward the source of the energy fluctuation. This floor only had 8 training rooms, so it didn't take long before they found the one Su Lichuan had just used. But when they stepped inside and saw the wall inside the training room, which was cracked like a spiderweb, they were all stunned. Even the usually calm Tang Chi found her mouth slightly agape. My God! Even memory metal has been shattered. How much force would that take? The young man in the white casual suit was visibly shocked. I can still feel that raging energy from the remnants. The boy with earrings looked grim, his tone also growing serious. The person who hit this, even if they're not a second-tier Esper, is definitely at the peak of first tier. Peak of first tier? Maybe even second tier? Do we have such a high school student here in Jiangcheng? Xiaoya's face was full of disbelief. Tang Chi shook her head. It's probably not a high schooler. Maybe an Esper accidentally wandered onto the 3rd floor and casually tested their strength in the training room. That's possible. The force of this attack doesn't seem like something a high schooler could produce. A first-tier peak level is already frightening enough. Even the talents from provincial capital cities might not reach this level. It's impossible for Jiangcheng to have someone like this. As the group discussed, they finally let out a sigh of relief. The existing Espers among Jiangcheng's high school candidates were already suffocatingly overwhelming. If another second-tier candidate had appeared, then people like them, who had poured endless resources into training but couldn't even scratch the threshold of Esper status, might as well bang their heads against a wall and be done with it. Wait a second. I think only Su Lichuan walked past us earlier. Xiaoya blinked, suddenly struck by an outrageous idea. You don't think maybe he's the one who delivered that attack? Could he secretly be a super genius, hiding his strength until the entrance exams to astonish everyone? You've been reading too many web novels. The earringed boy rolled his eyes directly. Even if you're hiding your strength, you've got to have a foundation to do so. An E-level Awakener would be lucky to get an attack power of 300 joules. Besides, the hallway here leads outside on both ends. That strong Esper likely left through the other side, which is why we didn't bump into them. Esper rankings measure potential for growth, not raw power at the moment. E-level abilities are capped right from the start. Su Lichuan, it was impossible to possess such skill. Indeed, Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But Tang Chi, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but recall that upright and imposing figure from earlier. For the first time, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Was Su Lichuan truly overestimating himself by taking the martial arts college entrance exam? The liberal arts college entrance exams in Jiangcheng were held in the school buildings of various high schools. The martial arts college entrance exam, however, was a completely different story. The exam venue for martial arts was set at the military district near the outskirts of the city. Students first had to gather at the city's sports stadium, where they would board buses to be transported to the military district. The meeting time was 8 a.m. The next morning, Su Lichuan got out of bed early and geared up. On his back, he carried the black obsidian spear, an F-level weapon measuring 2.1 meters in length. He was dressed in a black F-level battle suit and wore black combat boots. Both the suit and boots were crafted from the hides of ferocious beasts. They were incredibly durable, not easily damaged in combat and capable of absorbing a certain amount of harm. Martial arts college entrance exam. Here I come. Su Lichuan's eyes grew sharp. He opened the door decisively and strode out, every step steady and determined. Jiangcheng, Jinqiu Residential Community. This was a famous villa district in the city. Tang Chi had just finished breakfast, put on her gear, and was about to leave when a sophisticated woman, who bore a striking resemblance to her, called out to her. Xiao Qi, you're in the same exam venue as Xiao Chuan, right? Mom, didn't I already tell you? There's only one exam venue for martial arts in Jiangqing. Of course, he and I will be in the same place. Tang Chi responded while checking her equipment. She had awakened a B-level special ability, Shadow Panther. When the ability was activated, her strength, flexibility, and reflexes were significantly enhanced. Thus, she had chosen a dagger as her weapon, lightweight and agile. Her battle suit was also tailored to be close-fitting and lightweight for mobility. The sophisticated woman still looked uneasy and continued to advise. If you run into Xiao Chuan in the testing grounds, lend him a hand if you can. Your cousin only has an E-level ability, and the martial arts entrance exam is far too dangerous for him. You also need to be careful. It's fine if your score isn't perfect. Just don't push yourself recklessly against high-level beasts. Tang Chi wanted to point out that the exam map was enormous and the chances of encountering someone familiar were slim to none. But seeing the worry in her mother's eyes, she nodded and said, I understand. After ensuring that her equipment was in order, she got into the sedan waiting at the door and headed to the city sports stadium. Jiangqing had 3 high schools in total. Combined, the senior class students added up to roughly 3,000. Excluding those taking the liberal arts exams, over 1,400 students were expected to take the martial arts college entrance exam. To transport all these examinees to the testing site, over 40 buses had been arranged. The buses were organized by school and class and were neatly parked outside the city sports stadium. When students arrived, they simply boarded the designated bus according to their school and class. Son, I just want you to be safe during this martial arts exam, no matter the score. Dad, I know. Daughter, make sure to protect yourself in the exam. The students arriving at the stadium were either accompanied by their parents or came on their own. For those with family members accompanying them, their parents' parting words before boarding were invariably focused on staying safe. When Su Lichuan reached the stadium, he saw this scene from afar. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. In his past life, he had been an orphan and naturally longed for the care and concern of parents. Unfortunately, even after traveling to this life, he was still alone. Taking a deep breath, he quickly suppressed the emotions welling up inside him. After locating the bus for senior year class 5 of Jiangqing No. 2 High School among the row of vehicles, he walked over and stepped inside. Whoa, is that Su Lichuan? I never realized before, but he actually looks really handsome in a battle suit. Yeah. How come he never gave off this vibe before? Wow, he looks amazing. Su Lichuan had always been introverted and inconspicuous within class 5. Even when he skipped class, the only ones who seemed to notice would be his close friend Zhang Hao and their homeroom teacher. Objectively, his physical traits weren't bad. He was 1.86 meters tall and quite good-looking. But because he used to slouch and avoid eye contact, his presence had always been minimal. Now, he seemed like a completely different person. His gaze was no longer evasive but clear and resolute. His posture was upright and straight. Paired with his sleek black battle suit and the menacingly long black obsidian spear strapped to his back, his aura had transformed entirely. Sharp, decisive, and carrying an undeniable air of intimidation. Several girls in the bus couldn't help but glance his way, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Even the homeroom teacher, Chun Fan, who was seated in the front and responsible for taking attendance, paused for a moment when he caught sight of Su Lichuan. But he quickly recovered, marking Su Lichuan's name in the attendance sheet. Time ticked by, and Chun Fan's roster was almost fully checked. When the last Class 5 student for the martial arts exam boarded the bus, Chun Fan stood up and announced, Class 5 students are all present. Let's move out. The college entrance exam for martial arts. In the Xia Kingdom, the annual college entrance examination was a major event. To ensure that students could rest properly, measures to control nighttime noise were implemented as early as a month prior. In some upscale residential areas, decisive actions were taken by hiring special soundwave ability users. Every night at 9 p.m., they would act immediately, blocking all external noise from reaching inside. On the day of the college entrance examination, security measures were taken to an almost extreme level. There was direct traffic control on the roads, and armed soldiers along with ability user squads patrolled crucial intersections to prevent any incidents. Due to these provisions, the convoy of over 40 buses carrying students for the martial arts college entrance exam journeyed without a hitch, quickly arriving at the outskirts of a military district. The buses came to a stop in an open area, and students began stepping off one by one. Surrounding the open area, soldiers stood every 3 meters, holding guns in their hands and standing rigidly upright. Their expressions were ice-cold, and it was clear to anyone that anyone daring to breach security would only be met with bullets. Ahead of the open area, a temporary platform had been erected. Behind the platform was a zone enclosed with barbed wire. Within the enclosure lay the ruins of a desolate town, so vast that its end couldn't be seen. Every so often, dark shadows of ferocious beasts flickered among the ruins, and one could faintly hear their low grunts and roars. Phew, so that's the testing site. Damn. I think I just spotted a horned rhinoceros. A horned rhino? No way. Isn't this year's test a bit too brutal? This military district ruin was originally named Weiyuan Town, which had once been a small town under Jiangcheng. Decades ago, it was directly overrun by a beast tide and turned into ruins. Later, the army reclaimed the area, but the place was already devastated, and it wasn't considered worthwhile to rebuild. Ultimately, it was repurposed as a training ground. Every year on June 7th, this location was also used as a testing site for the martial arts college entrance exam. Of course, the ferocious beasts inside weren't allowed to roam like they would during regular training exercises. Instead, their presence was carefully managed by those responsible for creating the exam questions for Jiangnan Province's martial arts exam. The distribution of ferocious beasts was identical across all test sites in Jiangnan Province to ensure fairness. The types and strength of the ferocious beasts directly determined the difficulty level of the exam. Generally speaking, the outskirts of the ruined town wouldn't house overly powerful beasts, common species like shadowcats or iron-furred boars at most. However, in past exams, there were still instances where dangerous creatures like horned rhinos or blade-armed tigers had shown up. This suggested that the difficulty level of this year's exam was higher than usual, and the risk of fatalities was significantly greater. As a result, when many people saw the horned rhinoceros through the barbed wire, their faces immediately turned pale, and their hearts sank. What's a horned rhino anyway? If you're scared of these little critters, even if you miraculously get admitted to an ability academy, you'll never amount to anything. Suddenly, a commanding voice overshadowed all other chatter. The speaker was a young man dressed in a light cyan combat uniform, holding a long sword. His demeanor resembled that of an ancient swordsman. The aura he exuded was similarly sharp and decisive, and his hawk-like gaze seemed to weigh heavily on everyone around him. Several students instinctively felt indignant and were about to refute him. However, upon realizing who he was, they hesitated and closed their mouths, begrudgingly staying silent. This scene piqued Su Litsuan's curiosity. Turning to a tall boy carrying a sword and shield beside him, he asked, "Who's that guy? Why is he acting so cocky?" The tall boy, named Lu Jie, had awakened a C-rank enhancement ability called Gigantification. When activated, his body could grow over twice its size, with a proportional boost to his physical strength. Apart from his close friend Zhang Hao, Su Litsuan had the closest relationship with Lu Jie in Class 5. Who else could it be? That's Zhou Mingyang from First High School, also known as the Light Breeze Sword. Lu Jie nodded in the direction of the young man. So it's him. Su Litsuan immediately understood. Jiangcheng First High School was the most prestigious school in the city. Not only did genuine ability users attend classes there, but they were also regularly trained through live combat exercises with beasts. The students it produced were nothing short of formidable. The top 10 candidates in Jiangcheng's martial arts college entrance exam almost always came from this school. And Zhou Mingyang was considered one of First High's most outstanding students. He had awakened a B-rank elemental wind ability called Agile Gale. When activated, it allowed him to conjure wind blades, reduce air resistance, and move as well as strike faster. This ability was considered top-tier even within all of Jiangcheng. What was more critical was that Zhou Mingyang was one of the rare individuals in Jiangcheng who had already broken through the threshold of the awakening stage. At Jiangcheng First High, leading the group to the exam was none other than the school's principal. Among the students, one conspicuous figure stood out, Zhou Mingyang. He was not only a powerful ability user but also a prominent favorite for this year's title as Jiangcheng's martial arts exam champion. Before the exam even began, he had already earned the nickname Light Breeze Sword. Most candidates avoided him altogether, as they didn't dare approach. Great! Practicing swordsmanship requires that kind of determination. The principal observed the scene with a look of satisfaction on his face. Before long, all the students from the 40-plus buses had disembarked and assembled in the open area, organizing themselves according to school and class. Lined up neatly in their formations, In front of each class, the homeroom teacher stood watch, surveying them closely. At that moment, a middle-aged military officer stepped onto the stage. He wore a military uniform, was tall and imposing, and bore a long scar down the right side of his face. His very presence was intimidating. With just one sweeping glance, the students, who had been quietly whispering, immediately fell silent. If Zhou Mingyang's gaze merely carried a sense of authority, then this officer's stare was that of a predator locking onto its prey, chilling enough to strike fear into one's heart. At least a level 2 or higher ability user. Su Lichuan assessed silently from the ranks. I am Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of this year's Jiangqing Martial Arts University entrance examination. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate the rules. This year's exam officially begins at 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. The examination site is the ruined town behind me. As in previous years, the town is divided into the outer perimeter, the middle zone, and the core area. The outer perimeter is populated with non-ranked ferocious beasts, while the middle zone contains peak non-ranked beasts and level 1 beasts. The core area is entirely comprised of level 1 beasts or higher, and deep within the innermost part of the core area, you'll find high-rank level 1 beasts and even level 2 beasts. Wang Haiyang's voice was not loud, but it traveled clearly to every student's ears. He didn't use a microphone, but his words carried perfectly across the entire open space. After listening, Su Lichuan's lips curled faintly into a subtle smile. Outer perimeter, middle zone, core area, and the innermost region is just like a test broken into levels of difficulty, isn't it? The further in, the more challenging it becomes. That innermost area is like the last big math problem on a test paper, meant only for the top students who can aim for it. In the past, he would have only dared to hunt beasts in the outer perimeter. But now, things were different. He was confident he could venture into the core area, and perhaps even take a shot at the innermost region. Defeating different types and levels of ferocious beasts will earn you different scores. The higher the level and strength of the beast, the greater the score upon defeating it. However, weigh your abilities wisely and choose the area that suits you. Don't recklessly charge ahead. Alright, now for resource distribution. As Wang Haiyang finished speaking, several squads of soldiers emerged from the side. Not far away, a large truck rumbled over and came to a stop. The truck's doors opened, revealing rows of neatly arranged black tactical backpacks. The soldiers began distributing them, each student receiving one. Inside each backpack were 3 items. The first was a smartwatch which would track the number and types of defeated ferocious beasts and record the corresponding scores. The watch also included a map of the ruined town, marking the user's location. The second was 3 compressed energy bars, designed for quick replenishment of stamina. The third was a safety sphere, a silver metallic orb. Once activated, it created a high-voltage electric grid around the user, keeping ordinary beasts at bay. However, using the safety sphere also signified an early end to the exam. Su Lichuan strapped the smartwatch onto his wrist, tucked the energy bars into his backpack, and slung it over his shoulders. The safety sphere, on the other hand, was hooked onto his waist, ready to activate at a moment's notice in case of emergency, for survival was paramount. Most of the other students followed suit. But even with the safety sphere, it didn't guarantee absolute protection. In the chaos of a beast attack, life and death often came down to split seconds. A delay could mean no chance to activate the sphere at all. Each backpack contains 1 smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and 1 safety sphere. Please check your items, and if anything is missing, come up to the stage immediately to receive replacements. After Wang Haiyang issued these instructions, he stepped off the stage. It was now 8:40 a.m., with over 20 minutes remaining until the exam officially began. Once the chief commander left, the tension on the field eased slightly. Students began looking for teammates. Is there a team in need of a tank? I'm a D-rank enhancement ability user, good for both defense and offense. This year's difficulty level is too high. There's no way to go solo. I'm a C-rank mental ability user and can interrupt a beast's thoughts. Any team need me? Our team needs high burst damage. Any D-rank or above offense ability users, come join us. Though the martial arts entrance exam hadn't started yet, the atmosphere on the field was already taut with urgency. Teaming up wasn't prohibited. Of course, when beasts were defeated as a team, the points earned had to be equally divided among the members, making it far less efficient than solo combat. As such, most participants still preferred to enter the exam site on their own. However, the earlier encounter with the horned rhinoceros had already hinted at the heightened difficulty of this exam. Students who initially didn't plan on teaming up began reconsidering and looking for teammates. Su Lichuan, you're not in a team yet, are you? Why don't you join us? We still need a support damage dealer, and your lightning-based ability would be the perfect fit. From Class 5's group, a tall, slender girl dressed in a silver-white bodysuit approached Su Lichuan. Her features were strikingly beautiful, and her smile was warm and gentle. For an ordinary student, being approached by her would, such an active invitation from a girl like her would probably thrill most people. But Su Lichuan merely twitched his eyebrow. The girl's name was Lin Qing Yuan, the class representative of Class 5. She was gentle by nature and often cared for others. Coupled with her beauty and great figure, she held high prestige in the class. Previously, when she learned that Su Lichuan had lost both his parents, she had silently helped him on several occasions during class activities and studies. The original owner of this body was introverted and sensitive, and he quickly noticed that she treated him differently from others. He even thought that she might be interested in him. But the Su Lichuan who had transmigrated into this body knew clearly that Lin Qing Yuan only acted out of the goodness of her heart and purely wanted to help someone in need. Her reason for inviting him to team up now was also based on that. But timing mattered. The martial arts college entrance exam was a test where one's entire future could be decided in an instant. No one wanted a weak link in their team during such a critical juncture. By inviting him to her team in front of the others, Lin Qing Yuan would surely make her teammates feel uncomfortable. Su Lichuan glanced behind him. As expected, the moment Lin Qing Yuan spoke, the faces of the people around her darkened. Class rep, I plan to enter the examination hall solo. You go ahead and form your team without me. Su Lichuan declined directly with a shake of his head. He could see as well that Lin Qing Yuan was just too naive and far too kind-hearted. Judging by her personality, her family must have shielded her well from the harsher realities of life to allow such a disposition to flourish. Is that so? All right then. Be careful once you're in the examination hall. Lin Qing Yuan wanted to persuade him further, but upon seeing the determination in Su Lichuan's eyes, she knew it was futile to continue. She sighed, looking somewhat disappointed, then turned and left. At the very least, that kid knows his place. Lin Qing Yuan's teammates also heaved a collective sigh of relief. Lin Qing Yuan was their team leader, so they couldn't directly object to her decision. However, if she had actually brought Su Lichuan, whose abilities were rated only at the E level, into their team, their overall score would undoubtedly take a hit. Lin the Beauty personally invited you to join her team, and you turned her down? I gotta hand it to you, Chuan, you've got guts. As soon as Lin Qing Yuan walked away, Lu Jie sidled up, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Get lost. You know better than anyone that the class rep is just like that. She likes helping people. Su Lichuan rolled his eyes. So you do know, huh? And here I thought you actually believed she secretly liked you. Lu Jie teased, pretending to look astonished. But are you seriously planning to go into the examination hall all by yourself? This year's martial arts college entrance exam isn't going to be easy. With your E-level ability, going solo is going to be rough. How about this? You call me Big Brother, and maybe, just maybe, I'll consider carrying you. Lu Jie flipped his hair arrogantly, looking utterly smug. In the past, Lu Jie had been just like Su Lichuan, a quiet type. But ever since he awakened his C-level ability, the guy had become increasingly full of himself. Though his words could be grating, Su Lichuan knew this was Lu Jie's way of showing concern. A true friend through and through. Of course, there was no need to concede with words. Heh, what a joke. Me? Need you to carry me? Su Lichuan snorted and deliberately assumed an air of mystery. Let me be frank. I'm no longer the old me. The me standing before you now is leagues ahead of what I used to be. This time, I'm aiming for the top scorer in Jiangnan province. If you're willing to call me Dad, I might just consider dragging you into the province's top 100. Saying this, he mimicked Lu Jie's earlier gesture, flipping his hair with mock haughtiness. This was just how friendships between guys worked. No one wanted to be outdone verbally, and they were constantly trying to one-up each other, even in jest. Jiangnan province's top scorer? Wow, you're really full of it. Lu Jie's eyes widened. How did I not know you enjoyed boasting so much? If Zhang Hao were here, he'd be laughing his head off at you. Tisk tsk. It's tough being the one who tells the truth these days. Su Lichuan shook his head, sighing dramatically. As the friendly banter continued, time flew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 9 o'clock. Swish! The gates were pulled wide open by soldiers, revealing the entrance to the ruined town. Wang Haiyang stood atop the podium and announced loudly, "The 2037 Martial Arts College entrance exam for Zhongqing is now officially underway. Examinees, enter the testing field." As his words fell, over 1,400 examinees sprang into action. The Martial Arts College entrance exam has begun. This is my chance to shine at last. My goal is to get into Jiangnan Abilities University. Clad in combat armor and wielding weapons, the students, a mix of nerves and eagerness, surged into the ruined town like a tidal wave. Su Lichuan wasted no more time. He unslung his spear and strode into the crowd, charging in alongside the others. The ruins of the town gaped open like a giant maw, swallowing every student whole. Outside, the once bustling field quickly emptied. Activate the cameras and start the drones for live streaming. Prepare to broadcast the exam. In the Great Xia Kingdom, strength and martial prowess were held in high regard, and the annual Martial Arts College entrance exam was deemed significant enough to merit a public live broadcast. Education officials, school principals, and class supervisors alike. Everyone was watching, and many schools even organized their freshman and sophomore students to watch together. As soon as the candidates entered the venue, tens of thousands of cameras hidden throughout the ruins of the small town immediately activated. At the same time, more than 50 military drones took to the sky, specifically tasked with tracking the already famous star candidates. Soon, various images were projected above the open field. Principals, homeroom teachers, and officials from the Education Bureau began to file into the audience seats, whispering among themselves as they prepared to spectate this high-stakes college entrance exam battle. Although the ruins of the small town were just a village under Jiang City, the area was massive. When over 1,400 candidates entered, the entrance area felt a bit crowded, but once they dispersed inside, it was like a droplet merging into the ocean. Hardly any sign of activity could be seen. Even the ferocious beasts weren't foolish. With so many candidates pouring in, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they hid and waited for the right moment to strike. As a result, the various squads and single participants all began advancing deeper into the ruins. The moment Zhou Mingyang, the breeze sword from First High School, stepped into the exam grounds, he immediately activated his special ability. Manipulating the gusts of wind to reduce air resistance, he dashed off like a cheetah. Su Lichuan also chose a direction, gripping his spear tightly as he moved forward. At the same time, he activated the smartwatch on his wrist. Soon, a blue virtual screen was projected in front of him, with black text quickly appearing. Candidates, please authenticate your identity via smartwatch. The technological advancements on Blue Star far exceeded those of Su Lichuan's past life, and such virtual projection technology was long since perfected. Unfazed, Su Lichuan extended his left thumb and pressed it against the screen. Fingerprints scanning. Verification successful. Candidate identified as Su Lichuan, Jiang City Second High School, Grade 3, Class 5. Exam ID 2037214789. His identity information immediately appeared on the screen. In the upper right corner, 2 additional small boxes popped up. The first displayed his score. Name, Su Lichuan. School, Jiang City Second High School, Grade 3, Class 5. Score 0. The second box showed the real-time rankings for Jiang City's Martial Arts College entrance exam. First place, Zhou Mingyang 7 points. Second place, Li Yuan 5 points. Third place, Zhao Hu 4 points. 874th place, Su Lichuan 0 points. As expected of First High, their moves are impressively quick. Su Lichuan glanced at the rankings, shaking his head slightly before opening the map. The virtual screen soon displayed a detailed map of the ruins of the small town. The map was irregularly circular, with its zones marked in different colors. The outermost area was green, the middle section yellow, the core red, and the innermost region was a deeper crimson. The white dot representing Su Lichuan hung around the edge of the map. The core is still a long way off from the outskirts. I'll head straight there, he muttered to himself. He adjusted his course and made his way toward the red zone. He hadn't gone far when a ferocious beast blocked his path. The beast was about the size of a leopard, its fur as black as ink, with vertical pupils that gleamed in a faint orange hue. At first glance, it seemed elegant in its own way, but the fangs in its mouth and the blood-stained claws on its paws made it undeniably menacing. A shadow panther. Su Lichuan identified the beast at once. These creatures were commonplace in the wilderness, but common didn't mean easy to deal with. Agile, lethal with their claws, and possessing incredible bite force, they had caused more than a few candidates to fail in previous martial arts exams. Roar! The shadow panther locked its gaze onto Su Lichuan, growling lowly as it crouched close to the ground. With a forceful push of its limbs, it lunged straight at him, its speed heightened by the scent of fresh blood. Normally, first-time awakeners encountering ferocious beasts would panic and lose their composure. But Su Lichuan stood firm, his expression steady and unaffected. The shadow panther closed the distance in mere moments, leaping when it was just 3 meters away. Its razor-sharp claws swiped toward his head with lethal intent. Had the strike connected, his skull would have surely been shattered. The panther's eyes gleamed with anticipation, its face almost smug, as though it could already see the outcome. Yet, in the next instant, a dark shadow streaked through the air. The obsidian spear pierced through the beast's throat, suspending it mid-air. Blood sprayed out in an arc. Target eliminated. 1 low-tier ferocious beast, Shadow Panther. Ability points +3. Ferocious beasts weren't just terrifying because of their savagery. They radiated an oppressive aura so intense that ordinary people would often freeze up from a single glance. First-time awakeners battling such creatures were often overwhelmed and unable to bring out even a fraction of their strength. Some froze entirely, unsure of how to even begin fighting back. Because of this, families with the means would hire professional awakener bodyguards to accompany their children into the wilderness for training before the martial arts exam. Su Lichuan, however, hadn't had such a luxury. Once, he worried about whether his legs might give out or if he'd fail to react when faced with a ferocious beast in real combat. His hands trembled. But when he actually encountered the shadow cat, he found that he didn't react at all. Not only did he not panic, but his breathing also remained steady. He could even accurately calculate the trajectory of the shadow cat's pounce and pin it dead with a single shot. I've heard that many people require several battles to adjust when facing fierce beasts for the first time. Judging from my performance, it seems I'm naturally immune to their menacing aura. Su Lichuan abruptly yanked back his right hand, using the momentum to pull the obsidian spear out of the shadow cat's neck. Thud! The corpse hit the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. This creature must have never seen a long spear before. To jump at me like this is just asking for death. Shadow cats were notoriously fast, with speeds reaching up to 17 meters per second. Facing such a predator, escaping was often not an option, and many had been hunted down to their deaths. Hence its reputation as a rookie killer. Typically, without using his awakened powers, Su Lichuan's physical capabilities alone would make it nearly impossible to take out such a beast in one blow, especially given his lack of real combat experience. But the shadow cat had made the most foolish choice, leaping to strike with its claws. If it had encountered an awakened fighter wielding a longsword or broadsword, the move might have succeeded. However, Su Lichuan's weapon of choice was the 2.1-meter-long obsidian spear. With length comes strength. The shadow cat hadn't come close to reaching him before its throat was skewered. Almost forgot. Killing fierce beasts earns me ability points. Seeing the newly added 3 ability points on his system interface, Su Lichuan's eyes lit up. This meant that the more he hunted, the stronger he could become. And this fight was just the beginning. The points are still too few. I need to get to the central zone as soon as possible. Like awakened individuals, fierce beasts were also classified into 9 tiers. Beasts below the first tier were called sub-tier beasts, roughly equivalent in strength to newly awakened humans. Since Su Lichuan had little experience fighting fierce beasts, his initial plan was to practice on the outskirts. But given his weak sensitivity to the presence of beasts, staying on the periphery wouldn't yield much benefit. He gripped the obsidian spear and rushed straight toward the central area of the ruined town. Compared to Zhou Mingyang, who possessed wind-based powers, Su Lichuan's speed wasn't the fastest. But as he traveled, he continuously hunted fierce beasts. Killed 1 sub-tier ironhide boar, ability points +5. Killed 1 sub-tier shadow cat, ability points +3. Killed 1 sub-tier unicorn rhino, ability points +6. During battles, Su Lichuan refrained from using his awakened powers. For one, he wanted to hone his spear techniques while gaining combat experience. If he used the S-class, Divine Thunder of Zixiao, on these sub-tier beasts, he could defeat them in one strike, but he wouldn't gain any practical skill development. More importantly, the rarer an ability, the higher its energy consumption. With his original E-class power, weak electricity, he could fight at full power for over 3 hours. But with his current S-class power, Divine Thunder of Zixiao, he'd likely last less than an hour. The martial science exam was a grueling 12-hour event. If he exhausted his powers in the early stages, he'd have no way to defend himself when he encountered mid-tier or even high-tier beasts in the central zone. So for now, he held back, saving his awakened powers for the central zone. Even more significantly, after each battle, Su Lichuan could feel himself growing stronger. Fight after fight, His combat awareness and spear skills improved at a rapid pace. Especially his spear techniques, they became increasingly fluid, until he eventually felt as though he could wield the weapon instinctively. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Could it be that my spear technique has broken through without me realizing it? On the worn-down path, a fierce beast's corpse lay at Su Lichuan's feet. It was a unicorn rhino, its body the size of a small car, with a sharp horn jutting from its head, thick limbs, and dark brown skin. Even in death, its ferocious aura was palpable and oppressive. The unicorn rhino was one of the last beasts any examinee wanted to encounter. Its body was riddled with bowl-sized wounds, but the fatal injury was on its head. The spearhead of his obsidian weapon had penetrated through its eye socket, violently churning through its brain, completely destroying its neural functions. The unicorn rhino was dead beyond doubt. Schluck! As Su Lichuan withdrew his spear, blood and white brain matter splattered out. The sight alone would have made an ordinary person vomit on the spot. But Su Lichuan remained calm, immediately opening his system interface. Name: Su Lichuan. Level: Awakener. Ability: Divine Thunder of Zixiao, S.
Physique, 141 vitality, plus.
Mental Strength: 160 Hz, plus. Skills: Spear Technique, Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash Strike, Beginner plus. Ability Points: 213. Just as I thought, my spear technique has advanced to the intermediate level. Su Lichuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, though a sigh soon followed. This just proves that actual combat is by far the fastest way to enhance one's strength. After 6 years of practicing spear techniques, his earlier training had only beginner. Yet, after only a few dozen battles with ferocious beasts, his marksmanship had already been elevated to intermediate level. Although this improvement was partly an explosive breakthrough from accumulated practice, it was evidence enough. Real combat is the ultimate whetstone. If intermediate marksmanship already feels this natural, what would it feel like to ascend further? The martial arts college entrance exam had been underway for more than 3 hours. Along the way, although Su Lichuan hadn't actively sought out any ferocious beasts, he still encountered over 40 creatures. Among them were weaker ones like the shadow cat, as well as stronger ones like the blade-armed tiger and the one-horned rhinoceros. Every time he killed one, he earned ability points. He hadn't paid much attention to it earlier, but now that he checked, he realized he had accumulated 213 ability points, enough to upgrade one of his skills. 213 points is just the start. Once I enter the central zone and use the purple sky divine thunder to slay beasts, the ability points will only increase faster. Since that's the case, Su Lichuan thought for a moment but couldn't resist the urge bubbling in his heart. He decisively clicked the plus sign next to his marksmanship skill. Instantly, countless marksmanship techniques surged into Su Lichuan's mind like a tidal wave. This wasn't the kind of memory you forget after a glance. Rather, it felt as though he had genuinely practiced marksmanship for decades. Every move, every technique had been engraved into his very bones. The moment the marksmanship infusion was complete, Su Lichuan thrust his weapon suddenly. The next second, his black radiant spear stabbed forward 4 times in rapid succession within a single second, quick as black lightning, both fierce and dangerous. On the old, crumbling street, the F-grade alloy black radiant spear in his hands moved like a black dragon, shockingly agile. With a sharp hiss, he abruptly recoiled his spear. The spearhead transitioned from extreme motion to extreme stillness so rapidly that the intense friction with the air produced visible heat waves. With just this marksmanship alone, I can slay first-rank ferocious beasts. Originally, Su Lichuan thought marksmanship couldn't compare to physique or mental strength, the 2 fundamental attributes. But now that the Deep Blue system had elevated his marksmanship to advanced level, he realized he'd been wrong. Once his marksmanship leveled up, his attack speed more than doubled, and he fully mastered an arsenal of spear techniques. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, he could find a strategy to deal with them. To put it simply, even if the physique of a first-rank ferocious beast was several times stronger than his own, encountering this mastery of marksmanship would mean being whittled down to death. Su Lichuan glanced at his system panel. Raising his marksmanship to advanced level had cost him 200 ability points, leaving just 13 points remaining in his account. If only I had more points, I'd love to see just how formidable master-level marksmanship would be. He shook his head, then opened the map. On the map, the white dot representing his current location was already at the edge of the green outer zone, not far from the yellow central zone. In another half an hour, I should be able to reach the central area. That zone is teeming with peak-level non-ranked beasts and first-rank ferocious beasts. When that time comes, Farming ability points will be much faster. The abandoned small town, formerly known as Weiyuan Town, though built decades ago, had a layout similar to modern cities, with its own suburban and urban zones. Currently, Su Luchuan was in a residential district in the outskirts. But this place had long been ravaged by ferocious beasts and eroded by time, leaving it utterly dilapidated. Most of the 6-story apartment buildings had crumbled. The ones still standing were heavily weathered, and the stone-paved roads below were overrun with wild grass, giving the area a desolate and forsaken look. Su Luchuan stowed the black radiant spear and was just about to turn and leave when several figures appeared at the end of the road. There were 5 of them, 3 women and 2 men. Leading the group was a tall girl clad in silver-white battle gear. It was none other than Lin Qingyuan, the class leader of Class 5, who had invited Su Luchuan to join her team before entering the examination.
Su Luchuan.
Lin Qingyuan spotted him as well and froze for a moment before approaching him briskly, delight flashing across her face. The silver-white battle gear hugged her figure, accentuating her curves, while her long legs appeared especially striking. Class leader. Earlier, along the way, Su Luchuan had encountered other examinees, but they were either from different schools or different classes. This was the first time he'd run into a classmate, so a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you on your own? Lin Qingyuan glanced around and, noticing no one else, curiously asked. The 4 teammates behind her also seemed a bit surprised upon seeing Su Luchuan by himself. Logically speaking, A-level awakened had little chance of survival after the first 1 or 2 hours of the martial arts college entrance exam. Yet here it was, nearly noon. More than 3 hours had passed since the exam began, and not only had Su Luchuan survived, but he'd also made it this far. Being alone is more convenient. Facing Lin Qingyuan's question, Su Luchuan didn't hide anything and nodded directly. Impressive. Lin Qingyuan's eyes lit up, giving him a thumbs up. We only managed to get this far because of Xiao Qiao's help. She gestured to a petite girl in her team, who shyly nodded her head. The girl, her name was Xiao Qiao, and her awakened ability was a D-rank auxiliary power called Rapid Move, which could moderately enhance the movement speed of both herself and her teammates. It was precisely because of her that Lin Qingyuan's team had managed to get this far. I got lucky. The ferocious beasts I encountered along the way weren't too strong, Su Lichuan said, glancing at Lin Qingyuan before continuing. It was rare for Su Lichuan to say this much. After all, in this treacherous place filled with ferocious beasts, running into a beautiful woman naturally lifted the spirits. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Qingyuan, Su Lichuan took his leave. Squad leader, time's tight. I'll be heading off now. We'll catch up after the exam, he said. Go ahead, and I wish you the best of luck on the high school martial arts exam, Lin Qingyuan replied. She understood how precious every second was during this exam and didn't hold him back. As she watched Su Lichuan walk away, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She hadn't expected him to make it this far. It seemed Su Lichuan's decision to enroll in the martial arts exam wasn't without careful thought. Having lost his parents at a young age, Su Lichuan was a figure of sympathy in her eyes. If he were to lose his life during the martial arts exam, it would be even more tragic. Now, seeing him alive and well, Lin Qingyuan sighed with relief. Captain, come quickly. This uni-horned rhino looks like it just died recently, a teammate exclaimed, pulling Lin Qingyuan's attention back to the present. A few other members were already gathered around the corpse of the uni-horned rhino, discussing it animatedly. The blood on the wounds hasn't dried yet, so it must have died just minutes ago. There are multiple injuries, but the fatal wound is on its head. The shape of this wound looks like it was caused by a long-handled weapon, maybe a spear. Lin Qingyuan's team had seen this uni-horned rhino earlier, but they hadn't paid much attention, assuming it had been killed by another team of examinees. Now that they were closer, they realized the rhino had died very recently, and the wounds on its body indeed resembled stab marks from a spear. Don't tell me you're trying to say Su Lichuan killed this rhino? A boy asked, frowning skeptically. Uni-horned rhinos were notoriously difficult to deal with. It would take all 5 of them together to dare face one head-on. The idea that an E-rank awakened individual could kill a uni-horned rhino by himself was simply too absurd for him to believe. Wouldn't we know for sure if we checked the leaderboard rankings? Another boy suggested, quickly pulling up his smart wristwatch to access the list. In no time, he found Su Lichuan's name. 46th rank. Su Lichuan, 256 points. Jiangcheng Second High School, ***. Su Lichuan, 46th rank? The boy was stunned and rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he froze for a moment before bursting out in shock. 46th rank? What? You found Su Lichuan's ranking? The rest of the team immediately gathered around. When they saw the name and rank displayed on the virtual screen, each one of them was left speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. Even Lin Qingyuan couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. At that moment, a single thought rang through all their minds. What the heck? How can an E-rank awakened individual be this powerful? Zhou Mingyang is ranked first with 412 points. Looks like he's been dominating the central exam area. His wind step ability certainly makes travel quicker. Even in a provincial martial arts exam, he wouldn't be weak. You have to admit, Principal Lu's school really is something. Almost all the top 10 are from your school. Beyond the ruined town, in an open field, 10 giant projection screens stood tall. Each screen displayed live footage taken by military drones, showcasing the current top 10 scorers in the martial arts exam. Underneath these 10 main projection screens were thousands of smaller ones, each broadcasting footage captured by fixed cameras within the ruins. These smaller feeds would only be enlarged onto the primary screens when necessary. Beside the projections, a ranking list was displayed in detail. It included the name, score, and rank of each examinee. The viewing stands, built temporarily for the event, were seated with officials from the Education Bureau, along with principals and teachers from various schools. They watched the rankings while commenting on the students. Among them, one middle-aged man with short hair and a suit drew particular attention. He was Lu Hang, the principal of Jiangxing First High School. Out of the top 10 on the martial arts leaderboard, all but one, who hailed from Third High School, were students of First High School. Zhou Mingyang is the pride of Jiangxing. This time, he should be able to break into the top 100 of Jiangnan Province's martial arts exams, said Zhang Wanshan, a short and stout middle-aged man sitting in the front row. He was the director of Jiangxing's Education Bureau. Our city hasn't had anyone make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province for many years now, Lu Hang, seated next to him, said with a hint of emotion. Sigh. Jiangnan Province is densely populated, being one of the most populous regions in the Great Xia Nation. The province administratively encompasses 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangxing happens to be located in the northernmost, most remote corner of Jiangnan Province. Being in such a remote area, Jiangxing suffers from scarce resources and has long ranked at the bottom of the province's 24 prefecture-level cities in terms of economic development. The education budget allocated annually from the provincial capital, Ning'an City, is pitifully small. As a result, Jiangxing has consistently underperformed in the National Martial Arts College entrance examination. Jiangxing's best performance in history was about 7 or 8 years ago. That year, someone awakened an A-class ability and managed to barely enter the top 100 in Jiangnan Province. However, in subsequent years, even with the occasional emergence of A-class ability users, Jiangxing failed to break into the top 100 again. Until this year, with the appearance of Zhou Mingyang, hope was rekindled for everyone. I've always been quite satisfied with the education in your number 1 high school, said Zhang Wanshan, the director of the Education Bureau, nodding slightly. The number 3 high school is also doing well. At least this year someone from there made it into the top 10. After saying this, he turned to look in the direction of number 2 high school, his tone cooling slightly. As for number 2 high school, it's a bit lacking. The best result they managed was only 18th place. Jiangxing number 1 high school is the strongest school in the city. Comparatively, number 2 and number 3 high schools are far behind. In past years, the top 10 rankings of the Martial Arts College entrance examination were almost entirely dominated by number 1 high school, leaving no room for the other 2 schools to compete. This year, we do have a few outstanding students, said the principal of number 3 high school, his face lighting up with a smile he could barely suppress. On the other hand, Zhao Yao, the principal of number 2 high school, could hardly maintain composure. In previous years, number 2 high school had always held an advantage over number 3 high school. This year, however, it seemed the roles were reversed. Zhao Yao lowered his head, flipping through the ranking results, but the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Within the top 50, number 2 high school students occupied only 8 slots. His eyes swept over a few familiar names: Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Ju, all students from the elite rocket class. But as his gaze landed on the name, Su Lichuan, he froze. That name was one he had never encountered before. In the martial arts college entrance examination, results directly correlate with the education funding each school receives. Hence, Zhao Yao had a solid impression of all the top-tier students in his school. But Su Lichuan, this was the first time he'd seen such a name. Probably a student from one of the parallel classes. I'll ask the class teachers later and find out. Zhao Yao thought to himself, not overly concerned. Given the large student population of number 2 high school, it wasn't unusual for an otherwise inconspicuous student to suddenly make a breakthrough. Unlike Zhao Yao, Chun Fan, sitting in the back row as the homeroom teacher for Class 5 of Grade 12 at number 2 high school, was completely stunned. He knew Su Lichuan all too well. The student was an E-class ability user. How could he possibly make it into the top 50? And now, within all of Class 5, the highest-ranking student turned out to be Su Lichuan. Something was fundamentally wrong. Could he have been hiding his true strength all this time? No, that doesn't make sense. No matter how well you hide it, E-class is still E-class. How could such a jump lead to an S-class level all of a sudden? Then how exactly did he score so high? No matter how much Chun Fan racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. The martial arts college entrance examination is a live battle against fierce beasts, conducted with real weapons. There's no possibility of cheating. Yet the main screen outside only displayed the top 10 from the exam rankings. The rest were monitored by thousands of fixed cameras, dense and countless, making it impossible to clearly observe everything. Chun Fan wanted to find footage of Su Lichuan's performance, but it was practically impossible. With no visuals available and no clue about how Su Lichuan managed such an impressive score, Chun Fan felt as if a cat were scratching incessantly at his chest. The sensation was almost unbearable. Inside a ruined town, Su Lichuan sprinted for 30 uninterrupted minutes before finally reaching the central area. Roar! A woo! This place was vastly different from the outer periphery. The number of fierce beasts had significantly increased. Walking along the street, Su Lichuan could hear the roars and howls from far away. The very air seemed tinged with the smell of blood, enough to weigh heavily on anyone's nerves. Crunch! With a long spear in hand and a nutrition bar clenched between his teeth, he accidentally stepped on an old, broken plastic bucket at the side of the road. That plastic bucket, battered by decades of wind and rain, was as fragile as a piece of brittle noodle. The force of his footsteps instantly turned it into scattered debris. As he walked, Su Lichuan keenly observed his surroundings. This ruined town was once called Weiyuan Town, with a population of approximately 100,000. When fierce beasts broke through their defensive line, many people couldn't evacuate in time. As a result, around 50 to 60,000 lives were lost, devoured by the beasts. From the outskirts of the suburbs, the devastation wasn't as apparent. However, stepping into what used to be the urban district, the sight of absolute desolation could no longer be hidden. Cars that hadn't been driven away lay abandoned on the roadsides, reduced to rusting junk. Darkened, dried bloodstains were still visible on the ground. Here and there, scattered human skeletons that had not fully decayed lay strewn among the ruins, silent reminders of the brutality and carnage of the past. The urban area, being the most populated, was also the most tragically victimized by the beasts. The wreckage of the cityscape was even more severe than in the suburbs. Looking out across the ruins, it was difficult to find a single building that had remained completely intact. Su Lichuan's gaze swept further across the wasteland. The road lay ahead, and Lu understood in his heart that the Great Xia Kingdom had designed the martial arts section of the college entrance exam as a real battle. It wasn't just to test strength but also to let awakened ones personally witness the ferocity of savage beasts early on. The Great Xia Kingdom sheltered ordinary people intensely. Except for a few unlucky individuals, many people might go their entire lives without seeing a real savage beast. But for those with abilities, the earlier they saw blood, the earlier they understood the brutality of these creatures, the better. Just as he was pondering, a low growl suddenly came from the rubble. A savage beast charged out. It resembled a tiger but was much larger. Its fur was a mix of yellow and green, and on its forearms, there were two blade-like bone spikes that gleamed coldly, almost metallic. Behind it trailed a whip-like tail that lightly swept the ground. A Tier 1 savage beast, arm-blade tiger. Su Lichuan squinted his eyes. He had seen this type of beast before. It was fairly common. Judging whether it had reached a tier was simple. Just look at the length of its forearm bone blades. Below 20 centimeters meant it hadn't reached a tier. Exceeding 20 centimeters meant it had. The one in front of him had bone blades over 20 centimeters long, clearly a Tier 1 lower rank. Compared to the non-tier arm-blade tigers he'd encountered before, this one emitted a much stronger aura, with its eyes filled with cruelty and bloodlust. Not bad. Just stepped into the mid-zone and already encountered a Tier 1. Su Lichuan drained the remaining liquid from his energy bar in one gulp, feeling a renewed fullness in his stomach. The corners of his lips curled up. perfect for testing the gun on you. With that, he casually tossed the empty energy bar aside. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with his black radiant spear dragging behind him. The long spear scraped along the cracked concrete road, producing a sharp, ear-piercing noise accompanied by sparks flying all around. The arm-blade tiger, already possessing a bit of intelligence, grew furious upon seeing a seemingly weak human daring to attack first. Roar! It leapt out abruptly, its massive body barreling forward like an out-of-control tank, heading straight for Su Luchuan. The sheer size of the beast was enough to send chills down the spines of most examinees. But Su Luchuan remained calm. He swung his right arm, lifting the black radiant spear that had been dragging on the ground, and with a swift motion, he thrust it forward. His high vitality made his body far stronger than most examinees. Now that his spear technique had reached an advanced level, his thrusting speed had increased significantly. In almost an instant, a shadow darted across. The arm-blade tiger had no time to react as its abdomen was pierced, leaving a blood-gushing wound the size of a bowl. The injury was deep. Its thick hide and fur were fully penetrated, and the fresh spray of blood revealed even the writhing innards within. Howl! An ordinary creature would have collapsed from such a blow. But the arm-blade tiger merely let out a pain-filled roar, its ferocity further provoked. It charged at Su Luchuan with even greater madness. No wonder it's a Tier 1 savage beast. Its resilience is remarkable. Su Luchuan hadn't expected to kill it with just one strike. He adjusted his grip on the spear and met the charging tiger head-on. With advanced spear techniques, the black radiant spear in his hands seemed like a dancing black dragon. Each thrust left a new bloody crater on the tiger. Due to the spear's length advantage, the arm-blade tiger couldn't even touch Su Luchuan, let alone launch an effective counterattack. In less than a minute, this Tier 1 arm-blade tiger, deadly enough to decimate 99% of the examinees, collapsed. Riddled with wounds, it crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Luchuan stood in place, unscathed, his clothes spotless, without even a hint of blood. Such was the cruelty of the long spear. If your strength wasn't sufficient, you couldn't even graze your opponent and would simply be skewered to death. Killed one Tier 1 arm-blade tiger. Ability points +10. A system notification sounded. Killing a Tier 1 savage beast yields ability points that are nearly double what you get for a non-tier beast. Su Luchuan's eyes lit up, clarity dawning in his mind. This means I can't waste time. I need to hunt more beasts and gather ability points. He slung the black radiant spear back onto his shoulder without hesitation and dashed toward the area where the savage beast roars were densest in the distance. In the ruined town, the beast's strength varied, and so did their activity zones. There was the outer perimeter, the mid-zone, the core, and the innermost core. Most examinees roamed only the outer perimeter. Those who dared to venture into the mid-zone were considered bold enough. The core zone was even more perilous. Jiang City's top-tier students from the elite rocket class had to think twice before stepping in. As for the innermost core, where Tier 2 beasts ruled, no one in Jiang City had the courage to set foot there. That territory was reserved for the prodigies from provincial capital cities. Su Luchuan possessed the S-class Purple Lightning Divine Thunder, which qualified him to explore that zone. But he knew his ability didn't last long, so he planned to stay in the mid-zone first. When the last 2 hours of the exam arrived, he'd then enter the core zone. Of course, the true wilderness didn't adhere to such neatly divided zones. In the wild, you couldn't always choose where to go. You might be walking when suddenly a high-tier beast appeared, ending your life right there and then. Su Luchuan was well aware that the current martial arts college entrance exam was his only chance to earn a significant amount of ability points. Therefore, after killing the arm-blade tiger, he immediately began searching for more ferocious beasts. Once he found one, he would rely entirely on his robust physique and advanced shooting skills, completely forgoing the use of his abilities to take down the creature. Search for beasts. Kill. Then search again. Kill again. The ability points kept climbing. As he killed more and more, Su Luchuan began to identify a pattern. The amount of ability points he earned was more closely linked to the strength of the beasts. For example, take the shadow cat and the one-horned rhino, 2 types of ferocious beasts. Though they were of the same tier, a one-horned rhino was as strong as 3 or 4 shadow cats combined. Thus, killing a peak-tier, unranked one-horned rhino yielded about as many ability points as killing a lower-ranked, first-tier shadow cat. However, this detail didn't really matter to Su Luchuan at the moment. In the end, it all boiled down to one word: kill. And so, he scarcely stopped. He was either locked in combat with ferocious beasts or on the move to find the next one. As he continued to kill, the number of ability points on his system panel skyrocketed, and his martial arts college entrance exam score rose just as rapidly. But Su Luchuan himself remained unaware of all this. Meanwhile, outside the examination grounds, chaos had already erupted. The martial arts college entrance exam lasted a total of 12 hours. During this period, the principals and homeroom teachers of all schools were required to stay on site throughout the exam. Even the director of the Education Bureau had arrived, so no one dared to leave halfway through. After all, the exam results had direct implications for the allocation of educational funding to each school in the second half of the year. Naturally, the principals and teachers paid close attention. Of course, given the lengthy duration of the exam, the military division had prepared lunch and dinner for everyone. It was now a little past 1 p.m., more than 4 hours since the exam had started. By this point, most examinees inside the testing grounds had begun eating their first energy bar. Outside the testing venue, principals and teachers alike had just finished their lunch from the military cafeteria and were making their way toward the spectator stands. First High School is as dominant as ever, nearly monopolizing the top 10 rankings. They get the highest education funding and have the best student pool in Jiang City. It's not surprising. True. That said, I think we at Second High School did pretty well this year, breaking into the top 50 with 8 students. We'd usually be satisfied with 5 or 6. Yeah, but Third High School is even more aggressive this year. They managed to break into the top 10 and made us all look bad. In the teacher delegation from Jiang City's Second High School, several members walked and discussed amongst themselves. They weren't surprised that First High School dominated the upper rankings, given their solid foundation. The conversation inevitably circled around the performance of their own school compared to that of Third High School. By the way, teacher son, what's going on with that Su Luchuan from your class? How come we've never heard of such a figure in your class before? Suddenly, someone brought up Su Luchuan, drawing everyone's attention to a middle-aged man in a black suit among the group. This man was Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class in Second High School. Su Luchuan isn't from my class. I was going to ask you the same thing. What class is he in anyway? Sun Yang looked utterly baffled. Not in your class? Who else other than the rocket class could have such an exceptional performance? The surrounding teachers were also stunned, pressing for more details about which class Su Luchuan belonged to. After all, every high school would reorganize its classes after students awaken their abilities, grouping the most talented and capable students into elite, fast-track rocket classes. Second High School had always consolidated its most promising and skilled students into its rocket class. It was rare for anyone outside this class to make it into the top 100. If it did happen, it was a remarkable exception. Toward the back of the group, the homeroom teacher of Class 4, Lei Jun, sidled up to Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, and spoke first with a smug expression. Old Chen, how's your class performing this time around? Before Chen Fan could respond, Lei Jun continued. Our class is doing all right. We've got someone in the top 100. Most of the top-performing students in Second High School were in the rocket class, so for a standard class to place someone in the top 100 was already something to brag about. Well, that's pretty decent, Chen Fan replied with a glance, his tone calm and detached. Lei Jun was the homeroom teacher of Class 4. A few years ago, some personal disputes had created friction between them, and the two had been at odds ever since, regularly competing openly and covertly. Not bad at all. Lei Jun grew even more pleased with himself, seeing Chen Fan's lukewarm reaction. But when it comes to the high school martial arts exam bonuses this year, I'm afraid I might edge you out slightly. The bonuses for homeroom teachers were directly tied to their students' martial arts exam performance. If a class managed to place a student in Jiang City's top 100 rankings, the homeroom teacher could count on a bonus of over 10,000 yuan. In a small city like this, where a homeroom teacher's monthly salary barely reached 6,000 yuan, a bonus of over 10,000 was a substantial sum. Lei Jun assumed that, despite his outward composure, Chen Fan must feel jealousy brewing inside. But then Chen Fan spoke again. Well, really? Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Our class did all right. Someone made it into the top 50. The top 50? Lei Jun froze for a moment before letting out a derisive laugh. Old Chen, don't kid me. Those are results only the rocket classes could achieve. How could anyone from a parallel class make it to that rank? Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening in realization. Wait a minute. Could it be that Su Luchuan is from your class? Compared to Lei Jun's shock, Chen Fan remained composed, merely nodding lightly. Lei Jun's face stiffened as he pressed on. Then why didn't you say just now when someone asked which class Su Luchuan belongs to? Chun Fan's face was calm as still water. Did they? Maybe I didn't hear it. This response nearly made Li Jun erupt in anger. What do you mean by didn't hear it? It was clearly deliberate silence. He had just thought he had the upper hand in their exchange, only to realize Chun Fan had been waiting for this moment all along. But Chun Fan, as though unaffected, added another jab. Su Lichuan may have only made it into the top 50, which is just okay. Meanwhile, the highest-ranking student in the rocket class reached 18th place. Li Jun's face darkened upon hearing this. Top 50 and that's just okay? That's at least 20,000 in prize money. Not to mention, how could a parallel class compare to the rocket class? The latter was composed of the school's strongest students. Suppressing his frustration, Li Jun almost lost his composure on the spot. It seems like Teacher Chun has really taught a standout student this time. Li Jun took deep breaths, managing to suppress his emotions, and forced out a congratulatory remark. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to Li Chuan's hard work. It has little to do with me. Though modest in words, Chun Fan was laughing internally. Usually, it was Li Jun overshadowing him. But this time, he could finally savor a moment of triumph. The thought alone filled his heart with glee. Upon hearing the news about Su Lichuan from Class 5, other teachers nearby gathered to offer congratulations. So it's from Teacher Chen's class, huh? Teacher Chun really knows how to teach. Out of all the parallel classes, only your class managed to break into the top 50. By mid-year, Teacher Chun could hold a lecture to share his teaching experiences. Even the rocket class's homeroom teacher, Sun Yang, offered Chun Fan a rare smile. After all, the rocket class had already claimed all the standout students. The fact that a parallel class produced a top 50 student was testament to Chun Fan's capabilities. After exchanging some pleasantries, the teachers returned to their seats in the audience area. Once seated, Chun Fan quickly looked up at the virtual screen in mid-air, searching for Su Lichuan's ranking. Soon he spotted it. Rank 32. Su Lichuan, 328 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. Chun Fan stared blankly. Rank 32? Wasn't he rank 46 earlier when I last checked? How did his ranking jump up when I was just out for a meal? He's climbed more than 10 places? Su Lichuan's name, which had been farther down, now appeared in an entirely new spot. Moments later, the leaderboard refreshed with a new entry. Rank 25. Su Lichuan, 372 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. Chun Fan froze in place, eyes wide in surprise. What's going on? How did his ranking suddenly increase by this much? This year's Jiangcheng Martial Arts High Exam had over 1,400 participants. A certain degree of rank fluctuation was normal. But such a sudden leap of more than 10 places typically only occurred with students clustered in lower score tiers. The higher the rank, the tougher the competition. Within the top 50, even moving up a place or two was challenging. Yet, Su Lichuan had managed to leap from 32nd to 25th, an exceedingly rare feat. Other teachers from Second High quickly noticed this development and broke into an uproar. Su Lichuan's moved up. He's now ranked 25th. 25th? Are you serious? We just went out for a meal. And now the rankings have shifted this much? He's really from a parallel class? That's just insane. By now, the Second High leaderboard showed 9 students in the top 50. Among them, besides ranks 18 and 22, the highest position was Su Lichuan's 25th place. At the front of the audience section, Second High's principal, Zhao Yao, narrowed his eyes slightly. Being a grade C mental ability user, though just at the first tier, Zhao Yao had a phenomenal memory. The leaderboard's changes were clear in his mind. He had noticed Su Lichuan's score jumps the moment they happened. And yet, even with that prior observation, he found the outcome astonishing. The scoring system for the Martial Arts High Exam was clear. Killing an advanced non-tiered beast earned 6 to 8 points. Killing a low-tiered beast of the first rank earned between 14 to 16 points. The interval for the smart wristband to register a kill was approximately 4 seconds. Su Lichuan's score suddenly surged by 44 points. This meant that he might have killed 5 pinnacle-level non-ranked ferocious beasts within 4 seconds, or 3 first-tier lower-ranked beasts. Either way, it demonstrated his formidable strength. At this level, even if he can't match the strongest batch like Zhou Mingyang, he can definitely make it into the top 10. Zhao Yao's heart sank, still finding it somewhat unbelievable. When did our school have such a powerful student? It wasn't just him. The other 2 principals and the Bureau of Education director also noticed. Principal Zhao, it seems your school has cultivated an excellent talent this time. This Su Lichuan must have been holding back earlier. Now that he's showing his true strength, his ranking has soared. Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan nodded in agreement. The principal of number 1 high school, Lu Hang, chimed in as well. This student likely has the strength to make it into the top 10. Zhang Wenshan then asked, by the way, what ability did he awaken? Why haven't I heard of him before? Logically, a candidate with such strength shouldn't be entirely unknown. Zhao Yao glanced at Chun Fan and immediately called him over. As soon as Chun Fan sat down beside them, he became visibly reserved. In front of these superpowered principals and directors, an ordinary class teacher like him clearly felt constrained. Speaking honestly, he said, Principal, Director, as far as I know, Su Lichuan awakened only an E-level ability. Weak electric current. E-level ability? Zhao Yao furrowed his brows, clearly skeptical. Mr. Chun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? No mistake, Chun Fan replied with a bitter smile. Before the college entrance martial arts exam, I even advised him not to attempt it. In truth, even he had always doubted whether the initial awakening registration was wrong. An E-level ability making it this far, it was simply too abnormal. This kid really has some skill, Director Zhang Wenshan muttered, his brows furrowing as if deep in thought. It's a pity he's not yet in the top 10, so we can't see his combat footage. The live streaming system for the martial arts college entrance exam was a program uniformly set by the province, untouchable by outsiders. To locate Su Lichuan among thousands of fixed cameras was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Let's wait a bit, Zhang Wenshan said, restraining his curiosity. With his strength, he should break into the top 10 soon enough. As the bureau director, Zhang Wenshan had that much patience. That's all we can do. Zhao Yao, the principal of number 2 high school, nodded. He then stopped Chun Fan, who was about to return to his seat. Mr. Chun, why not sit here with us? Hearing this, Chun Fan's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Not everyone got the opportunity to sit beside the bureau director and school principals. As time passed, the rankings in the martial arts exam continued to change. But among the long list of names, there was one that steadily climbed higher.
Rang 25, Su Lichuan. Rang 21, Su Lichuan. Rang 16, Su Lichuan.
Rank 12, Su Lichuan.
Rang 9, Su Lichuan.
In less than an hour, Su Lichuan had forcefully entered the top 10. He made it. Su Lichuan really broke into the top 10. Class teacher Chun Fan was so excited his voice trembled. As the homeroom teacher of an average class, he never imagined that one of his students could become a top 10 contender in Jiangxing. Finally, in the top 10, Principal Zhao Yao of number 2 high school also let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, being overshadowed by number 3 high school all the time wouldn't do wonders for his reputation as principal. Now, we can finally see what enabled him to climb into the top 10. Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan gazed upward, looking expectant. Before long, the live feed for the 9th-ranked candidate switched, and the camera transitioned to a new scene. On the screen appeared a tall young man. He was clad in black battle gear, his expression cold and stern, his gaze steady. In his hand, he held a black spear nearly 2 meters long. The spearhead was sharp and deadly. Its shaft bore fresh bloodstains, exuding an air of ruthlessness. At the young man's feet lay several lifeless, ferocious beasts. Not far away, another beast cowered, too terrified to approach. A black uniform, a spear, and ferocious beasts. Combined, these elements created a scene that radiated a pressure-filled killing intent. The next second, the young man moved. His spear shot forward like a flash of lightning. In an instant, the beast didn't even have time to react before it was pierced through by the spear and killed on the spot. Fast. That strike was unbelievably fast. Like lightning. He's as fast as a wind-type superpower user. But isn't his ability supposed to be electric elemental? Watching the projection of the black-clad figure effortlessly killing the Shadow Panther, the teachers in the audience were all stunned.
Fast, präzise, ruthless.
That was everyone's first impression of Su Lichuan. Class teacher Chun Fan was even more wide-eyed. The school occasionally arranged combat practice. In class, he had a pretty good understanding of most of the students' abilities. But in practical combat sessions, Su Lichuan at best ranked as average. There was no way he should be at this level. This kid. He hid this from me for so long. With shooting skills like this, why not show them earlier? Did he have to wait until the college entrance exams to reveal it? But with that kind of marksmanship, even with an E-grade ability, he can still get a pretty decent score. Chun Fan nodded knowingly, realization dawning on him. Looking at it now, advising Su Lichuan not to take the martial arts entrance exams had indeed been unnecessary. His physique is strong and his marksmanship is lethal. Zhao Yao, the principal of second high school, exhaled deeply but shook his head. Such a pity. Yeah, such a shame. Zhang Wenshan echoed, his face equally filled with regret. A robust physique paired with exceptional weapon skills could indeed give an edge at the Awakener stage. But the higher the level went, the less noticeable these advantages became. At the end of the day, abilities were everything for a specialist. If only he had a C-grade ability combined with those skills, he would absolutely take first place in Jiang City. But it's just an E-grade ability, Zhang Wenshan lamented again. Unlike the principal and director's sense of regret, Chun Fan remained more upbeat. As long as Su Litsuan could maintain a top 10 rank until the college entrance exam concluded, he'd still be able to attend a decent university for ability users. Even if Su Litsuan stopped slaying ferocious beasts afterward and only managed to stay in this current position, he'd still make it to college, albeit to a university of a slightly lower tier. Compared to his earlier expectations that Su Litsuan might fail the exam or even lose his life during the test, this outcome was leagues better. Successfully killed 1 Tier 1 Shadow Cat. Ability points +9. In the ruins of a small town, Su Litsuan had just slain a shadow cat when the notification chimed in his mind. His mood instantly lifted. The ferocious beasts in the central region were even more abundant than he'd anticipated. In just over an hour since he entered, he had already killed over 20 Tier 1 low-ranked beasts, alongside a dozen or so peak-stage feral beasts that hadn't yet advanced to Tier 1. The ability points on his system interface had already climbed to 312. Not bad. As expected, the central region is much more efficient.
Su Likun not dead, Satifit.
Just then, a shrill noise from a propeller echoed from afar. A drone appeared in the sky, hovering about tens of meters above his head.
A tracking camera drone?
I've already made it into the top 10. Su Litsuan opened his smartwatch and checked. Sure enough, his ranking had changed. Rank 9 * Su Litsuan, 607 points. Second high school, Jiang City. So I really made it into the top 10. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. The appearance of the drone meant the outside world would now see his battles in real time. Even his ability, the S-rank Heavenly Violet Thunder, could no longer be kept a secret. After all, such a high-grade ability was far too conspicuous. It would be impossible to keep pretending it was a weak E-grade ability. But honestly, Su Litsuan wasn't planning on hiding it anyway. The martial arts entrance exams were, from the start, about displaying strength and potential. The higher one's score, the more options one had. Deliberately concealing one's ability and losing points in the process. That would be the real stupidity. His eyes darkened as he opened his system interface. Name * Su Litsuan. Level * Awakener. Ability * Heavenly Violet Thunder. S. Physique * 141 Blood Vitality. Plus. Mental Strength * 160 Hz. Plus. Skills * Marksmanship. Advanced. Lightning Gale Strike. Beginner Plus. Ability points * 312. Over 300 ability points now, and I still can't level up?
Su Likun Frauen.
By logic, there were only two possibilities. 1. Advancing from Awakener to Ability Specialist required an enormous amount of ability points, so much that even 300 wasn't enough. 2. The upgrade had a specific prerequisite, and unless that condition was met, the system itself couldn't push him forward. The answer came to him quickly. To transition from an Awakener to an Ability Specialist, you first need to learn an ability cultivation method. Looks like I'm stuck at this stage for now. Ability cultivation methods were the foundation for advancing from Awakener to Specialist. But even the most basic methods cost millions of yuan. With Su Litsuan's current financial situation, buying one was out of the question. Originally, he had hoped that having the system would let him bypass this hurdle. But now it seemed that was overly optimistic. Still, his current combat strength wasn't far off from that of a true specialist. So be it. Once the college exams are over and I enroll in a university for ability users, I can study cultivation techniques there and officially become a specialist. Su Litsuan quickly shelved the thought. For now, the most pressing issue was how to allocate the 312 ability points at his disposal. As of now, the only things I can improve are my base attributes and combat skills. Since I don't need to rely on skills just yet, I'll focus on base attributes first. Without much deliberation, he poured all the points into enhancing his physique and mental strength.
Astérisque physique. Astérisque plus 200 points.
Mental strength * plus 112 points.
Astérisque physique. Astérisque 141 * 18. Astérisque.
1 vitality. Spirit, 160-182 Hz. As his attribute rose, Su Luchuan immediately felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. His mind became unprecedentedly clear. The exhaustion built up from his incessant travels and back-to-back battles was swept away in an instant. Awesome! He let out a hearty laugh, raised his hand, and whipped out the black radiant spear. The spear twirled in a flourish, sharp and dazzling. His attacks were quicker now, and the force behind them was more formidable. With this physique, combined with advanced spear techniques, I don't even need to rely on my superpower. Facing a first-rank mid-tier beast in the core region, I could easily take it down. At this moment, Su Luchuan was brimming with confidence in his abilities. The beasts in the core region are stronger, and there are far more of them. Now that I've gotten stronger, there's no need to linger in the middle zone. I'm heading straight for the core region. He gave the spear a firm shake, flinging off the blood that stained its shaft, leaving it spotless. Then he strapped the long spear onto his back, looked at the map for direction, and bolted straight toward the core region. With his strengthened physique, his speed had noticeably increased yet again. In fact, he was now slightly faster than Zhou Mingyang, who relied on wind elemental powers for speed. Behind him, a hovering camera drone trailed after him like an inseparable shadow. Central zone of the ruined town. A first-rank lower-tier Shadowcat had just had its throat slashed by a dagger. Blood spurted out immediately, and the cat keeled over heavily on the ground. Only then did Tang Chi's figure slowly emerge from behind. She gripped a dagger in her hand, her body cloaked in an energy armor shaped like a violet-black cat, complete with a pair of feline ears atop her head. Though unintentional, the aura she exuded was strikingly agile. This was the B-grade enhancement power Shadowcat. Once activated, her sprinting speed, reflexes, and attack strength were all significantly amplified. It was this very B-grade power that allowed her, an awakened being, to take down a first-rank beast all on her own. Of course, she'd also trained in superpower techniques. Though there was still a gap between her and truly ascending into a super being, her foundation was solid, giving her body superior fitness. But even so, she could only handle first-rank lower-tier beasts. Coming face-to-face with a first-rank mid-tier beast, she didn't dare. So, she stayed obediently in the middle zone, too cautious to venture into the core region. To conserve her powers, Tang Chi promptly deactivated her Shadowcat state after slaying the beast. The energy armor dissipated, and her cat-like pupils returned to their normal state. She glanced at her smartwatch and immediately frowned. 12th place, Tang Chi, 567 points. Jiangqing First High School. Dropped a rank. Her instinct drove her to scroll upward and see who had knocked her down. And then, at 9th place, she spotted a familiar name. Su Luchuan, Second High School, 607 points. 9th place.
Tang Ki Fro.
Took her a long moment to snap back to reality. That tall, spear-wielding figure immediately surfaced in her mind. So it really was you who caused that commotion yesterday, Cousin Luchuan. She had briefly suspected that the name was just a coincidence. But the same name from Second High School? That would be too much of a fluke. Add to that her prior suspicion during their encounter at Thunderbolt Martial Arts Gym. She was practically certain now. The Su Luchuan on the leaderboard had to be her cousin. Still, you only have an E-grade superpower. How did you manage all of this? A curious gleam sparkled in Tang Chi's enchanting eyes. Seems my cousin isn't as straightforward as he seems on the surface. Whoa, is Brother Chuan really this badass? Had I known, I should have just called him Dad from the start and stuck by him. In the outskirts of the ruined town, Lu Jie, his body enlarged to twice its normal size, stared regretfully at the ranking displayed on the projection. Compared to doing well on the martial arts entrance exam, calling someone Dad was a small price to pay. Su Luchuan has made it into the top 10. He's insane. He's now the highest-ranking student from our school. In Lin Qingyuan's squad, several people had been monitoring Su Luchuan's standings. From the moment he broke into 46th place, they hadn't taken their eyes off his rank. Now, seeing him charge into the top 10, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How on earth did this guy accomplish it? Su Luchuan's already in the top 10. We need to step it up too and aim for the top 300. Lin Qingyuan stared at the leaderboard, her face full of earnest determination. Even though she had no idea what methods Su Luchuan had employed to ascend the ranks, she and her team were not like him. Simply making it into the top 300 would already suffice and be a huge achievement for them. Before Su Luchuan had broken into the top 10, His presence had been far less pronounced. But now that he'd made his way up, nearly everyone in the testing arena took note of him. As for those who knew him, their reactions varied significantly. None of this, however, reached Su Liuchuan's ears. At this moment, he was sprinting full speed toward the core region. Was as calm as still water, without even a hint of panic. Just in time, he muttered under his breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he gripped the black obsidian spear tightly and took a steady step forward. His movements were fluid, decisive, and radiated unwavering confidence. As the 5 blade-armed tigers lunged at him simultaneously, their massive, muscular frames casting shadow after shadow, their sharp bone blades shimmered under the faint light breaking through the ruins. Clang! The first tiger's bone blade came slicing down like a guillotine, aiming straight for his head. With a flick of his wrist, the spear met it with precision. The clang reverberated powerfully, sparks flying upon impact. The creature's overwhelming force pushed the spear aside marginally, grazing past him. But his movements were lightning quick. With a half-spin, his spear swept horizontally, slicing through the air like a crescent moon. The razor-sharp blade at the spear's tip caught the side of the tiger's neck. Blood spattered through the air as a low, guttural growl escaped the beast's throat. Staggered to the ground, lifeless, one down. But there was no time for celebration. The next 2 creatures had already leaped closer, their synchronized attacks razor-focused and meticulously coordinated. 2 bladed limbs aiming opposite directions, one for his waist, another trying to sever his spear arm. He ducked, twisting his body mid-motion, his feet pivoting with practiced ease. The spear spun like a deadly whirlwind, extending his range while creating a defensive shield around him. The sharp tip pierced through one tiger's eye socket before retracting with a sickening squelch, leaving the beast to collapse heavily beside him. The other tiger hesitated for just a fraction of a second, giving him the narrow opening he needed. He lunged forward, his spear plunging deep into the beast's abdomen, breaking through its tough, leathery hide. 3 down. Sweat glistened on his skin, but his breathing remained steady. The remaining 2 tigers in the front, undeterred by their fallen companions, roared furiously. Meanwhile, the other 4 circling behind him crept closer. Their gleaming eyes carried feral instincts, their low growls resonating through the square. By now, the massive blade-armed Tiger King had stood, finally making its presence known. Its frame loomed like a mountain, far more imposing than the others. Though it hadn't attacked yet, its crimson, predator-like pupils locked firmly on him, calculating every move as if testing him. Come on, then. A wild grin spread across Su Liuchuan's face as boundless fighting spirit swirled within him. His entire body seemed to ignite with raw power, undeniably showing the dominance of a predator choosing to stay within enemy territory. The battlefield had locked them together. Today, either he would fall, or the blade-armed Tiger King throne would be stained red. No change at all. The next second, the 2-meter-long black radiance pike was swung upwards. The weapon spun wildly, leaving behind a trail of black shadows, like a massive windmill spinning at high speed, exuding a murderous aura. At this moment, the blade-armed tigers finally sensed that something was wrong. But it was too late. Too late. The 5 unsuspecting blade-armed tigers crashed directly into the high-speed spinning black radiance pike. Asterisk squelch. Squelch. Asterisk. The pike head, like a meat grinder, instantly churned their heads into a mess of blood and flesh. With tremendous impact, one of these fierce beasts was knocked over on the spot. However, it wasn't completely dead yet. Lying on the ground, it was still breathing faintly. Just relying on physical strength alone isn't quite enough. Su Liuchuan shook his head. The whirlwind attack from earlier was merely a display of his physical strength, not a true combat technique. If he had combined his bodily strength with his powers, those vicious beasts would have all been dead from just that one strike. But this is enough. Just need to finish them off. He charged forward once more. The remaining 4 blade-armed tigers tried to block his advance, but he dodged each attempt with agility. The black radiance pike rotated again, slashing through the air like the scythe of death, claiming the lives of the heavily wounded blade-armed tigers one after another. Roar! At this moment, the mid-tier Phase 1 blade-armed Tiger King, which had been crouching in the middle, finally realized the danger. It got up and placed itself protectively in front of the remaining 4 blade-armed tigers. Perfect. I'll finish you all off together. The black radiance pike was yanked out of the corpse with a violent pull. Su Liuchuan faced 5 blade-armed tigers alone, standing his ground with unwavering determination. His eyes were cold, his killing intent palpable, There wasn't the slightest hint of retreat. Roar! The Tiger King was furious. It charged forward with the other 4 blade-armed tigers, heading straight for him. Su Litsuan gripped his pike tightly, meeting them head-on. Though blade-armed tigers were fierce beasts, they weren't completely mindless. This group, in particular, had fought side by side for years, forming a seasoned pack that had taken down countless formidable beasts. In an urban setting, they'd be capable of annihilating an elite squad of over 100 soldiers. But now, Su Litsuan moved like a shadow, weaving between them with incredible agility. The blade-armed tigers couldn't even touch him, and each time he struck, his pike aimed straight for a vital point. Either they died instantly or they suffered grave injuries. In less than 2 minutes, all 5 blade-armed tigers lay lifeless under his pike. Mid-tier Phase 1 beasts are just that. Couldn't even force out my powers, Su Litsuan remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at the lifeless blade-armed Tiger King at his feet. Thanks to the system, his physical capabilities had improved significantly. Yet he wasn't exactly sure how strong he truly was. The reason he dared to charge into a pack of blade-armed tigers was because he had the Purple Sky Divine Thunder as his safety net. Unfortunately, this group of beasts didn't even qualify to make him rely on his powers. Su Litsuan lowered his gaze toward the system's interface. This round had earned him a total of 106 energy points. A huge haul. His eyes sparkled with excitement. At this rate, by the end of the martial arts entrance exam, he had no idea how many energy points he could accumulate. But now's not the time to think about that. Time to keep farming energy points. He wiped the blood off the pike, slung the Black Radiance pike back onto his shoulder, and immediately set off for the next location. On the day of the entrance exam, all high schools in Jiang City organized live broadcasts of the martial arts entrance exam for their first and second-year students. Firstly, this was to show them how bloody and brutal the martial arts exam could be. Secondly, it was to familiarize them with the habits and behaviors of various beasts. At this moment, a virtual screen was displayed over the sports field of Jiang City's second high school, just like at the military district. Around the field, first and second-year students had been watching for quite some time. In past years, the top 10 spots in Jiang City's martial arts entrance exam had almost always been taken by students from first high school. As a result, most conversations revolved around students from other schools. But this year was different. Someone from second high school had broken into the top 10.
Su Li-kun.
When Su Litsuan's name appeared on the big screen with a 9th place ranking, the faculty and students of second high school erupted with excitement. Especially the clip of him taking down a shadow panther with a single pike strike. It had everyone's blood boiling. Damn, that was epic. I'd never heard much about Senior Su before, but starting today, he's my idol. Senior is so tall and built. He's ridiculously cool. Unlike the sighs of regret from the directors and principals at the military district, the students of second high school were genuinely thrilled and overjoyed for him. Many had already started seeing him as their role model. But then what came next? Su Litsuan, who had been on the move for over half an hour, hadn't made many moves. This left the students in the viewing stands a bit disappointed, especially when his ranking dropped to 10th place. Many grew even more anxious, wishing they could jump into the scene themselves to snatch back the lost positions. Sigh, I guess our second high still falls short. We finally got someone into the top 10, but now it seems like he's running out of steam. As much as I hate to admit it, Senior Su seems to be struggling. Forget it. I'll just go watch Zhou Mingyang, the top-ranked Gentle Breeze swordsman. People are like that. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. It had been difficult enough for second high school to produce a student ranked in the top 10, and everyone hoped he'd keep climbing higher. But in the face of Su Lichuan's subsequent performances, many started making snide comments. A number of students even switched to watching the live streams of other star contestants. Look, Senior Su has found a group of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, someone let out a cry, and all attention was drawn back to the screen. On the screen stood Su Lichuan atop a bus. Surrounding him below was a pack of massive razor-claw tigers, their sharp blades gleaming in the dim light. It's over. Senior Su has encountered a beast pack, and it's a pack of razor-claw tigers. This spells serious trouble. Why isn't he running? If he doesn't go now, it'll be too late. They've already surrounded him. He can't escape. Why hasn't he activated the safety orb yet? This is way too dangerous. The students who had felt disappointment now grew anxious. No matter what, Su was their senior, a part of their school. As 5 razorclaw tigers attacked simultaneously, leaping towards Su, who still hadn't activated his safety orb, several girls let out frightened gasps, covering their eyes in panic. But the next second, the horrifying scene they imagined, Su being mauled and devoured, did not unfold. Instead, Su Lichuan swung his pitch-black black flare spear with a mighty force, smashing it into the beasts. Incredible! The 5 razor-claw tigers were sent flying. Holy! What power! The audience was utterly taken aback. Wait, a spear can be used like that? That's insane strength. If a normal person swung like that, forget injuring a razor-claw tiger. They'd probably be crushed under its sheer size. It seems Senior Su has awakened a physical strengthening ability. Otherwise, it's impossible to exhibit such power. In just seconds, the dissatisfaction moments ago vanished completely. Su Lichuan's figure shifted, transforming into a shadow streaking through the pack of razor-claw tigers with his black flare spear in hand. He moved as fast as a flash of lightning, weaving between the beasts and relentlessly striking them down one after the other. The black flare spear was soon drenched in the razor-claw tiger's blood, taking on a striking crimson hue. Yet no one found the sight unsettling. On the contrary, it was exhilarating to watch. Brutal. Yet, I love it. Awesome. So much more satisfying than those light and floaty sword techniques. Every strike lands hard. This spearwork is absolutely dominant. Since ferocious beasts were humanity's sworn enemies, no one felt pity for the slaughtered razor-claw tigers. They only felt a gratifying sense of justice. Su's imposing, tall figure seemed to grow even more formidable with every decisive blow of his spear, each one brimming with a furious intensity that weighed heavily on anyone watching. Oddly enough, the violence wasn't gory. It brought an inexplicable rush of adrenaline. The group of 16 and 17-year-old teens watched, their faces flushed, their blood boiling. So thrilling. This is insane. Absolutely insane. As expected of Senior Su. He's amazing. Watching this makes me want to grab a spear and try it myself. When the razor-claw tiger king fell, the students in the audience felt as though they just gorged on a feast. Completely satisfied, they couldn't stop showering him with praise. At that moment, Su Lichuan's ranking suddenly shot up, propelling him straight to 6th place. Rank 6, Su Lichuan, 796 points, Jiangcheng 2nd High School. What the heck just happened? How did Senior jump straight to 6th place? Weren't his points at 634 just a moment ago? How did they go up by almost 160? Even if he took down 4 or 5 first-tier ferocious beasts, it shouldn't have been worth that much. Everyone was stunned, unable to wrap their heads around how his score had skyrocketed. Holy crap, I just realized Senior isn't in the central zone anymore. He's entered the core zone. Another shout broke the chatter, and the group immediately lowered their heads to check the virtual map. Sure enough, Su Lichuan's location had shifted into the red-marked core zone. No wonder. Those razor-claw tigers from earlier. The size of the tigers was all wrong. They weren't peak non-rank beasts. They were first-tier ferocious beasts. So, what you're saying is, everything Senior just killed were first-tier beasts? That's insane. Killing first-tier beasts as if they were nothing but weeds. The students finally caught on. They had initially assumed Su Lichuan was still in the central zone and was merely encountering peak non-rank or first-tier ferocious beasts. But no one imagined that he had already pushed into the core zone, the most challenging and treacherous area. In the earlier battle, Su Lichuan had squared off against lower-tier and mid-tier first-tier ferocious beasts. It wasn't that the students didn't realize this sooner. The intensity of the battle made it impossible to discern the details in time. At last, they understood why Su Lichuan had stayed out of the spotlight up until now. He had been hurtling straight toward the core zone without a single pause. Even Zhou Mingyang, the gentle breeze swordsman ranked first, might struggle to outmaneuver a pack of beasts like this. But look at Senior Su. Absolutely unstoppable. Kill them all in one go. Everyone couldn't help comparing Su Lichuan with Zhou Mingyang. But this comparison only made him seem even more frightening. Even someone as prominent as Zhou Mingyang couldn't seem capable of such ruthless dominance over a pack of ferocious beasts. Facing 10-blade arm tigers alone, and one of them is a mid-tier rank 1? This level of combat power is probably stronger than Zhou Mingyang, isn't it? Who exactly trained Su Lichuan from number 2 high school to be such an abnormal talent? In the military district spectator stands, the teachers and principals had already locked their attention on Su Lichuan. At first, they all thought this kid might barely hold out for a while but would surely have to retreat in the end. After all, since the start of the competition, no candidate had dared to charge directly into the core area of the beast pack. However, Su Lichuan's performance afterward left everyone utterly dumbstruck. He didn't hold out nor did he retreat. Instead, he utterly crushed everything in his path, killing with precision and decisiveness. Class 5's homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, was so excited his face turned red. If the student performed well, the homeroom teacher would share in the glory. Su Lizuan is actually this strong. Even the normally composed Zhao Yao, principal of number 2 high school, couldn't help widening his eyes. His gun strikes are both fast and ruthless, like lightning. This is advanced-level marksmanship, without a doubt. Zhang Wenshan, director of the Education Bureau, stared at Su Lizuan's gun skills, growing more and more elated as he watched. He knew well that, for ordinary people, mastering a weapon skill to the intermediate level often took decades. Reaching the advanced level, without spending most of one's life, it was nearly impossible. But Su Lizuan was only 18 years old. Such talent was simply terrifying. However, thinking of Su Lizuan's abilities, Zhang Wenshan could only let out a heavy sigh. What a pity! Such a pity! With the strength Su Lizuan was currently exhibiting, he had already surpassed Zhou Mingyang. If only his awakened ability was better, he might have even broken the long-standing record in Jiangqing and made it into the top 50 in Jiangnan province. But, unfortunately, the ability he awakened was only grade E. It was as if his potential was directly capped. Advanced-level marksmanship? No wonder he's so fierce. Su Lizuan is only 18 years old and has already mastered advanced-level marksmanship? That's an unbelievable comprehension ability. Even among the geniuses in the provincial capital, I doubt many could achieve this. Hearing Zhang Wenshan sigh, the other teachers came back to their senses, all with astonishment plastered on their faces. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It seems like the first place in Jiangqing this year will go to number 2 high school. That earlier battle made it clear to everyone. Su Lizuan had already overshadowed Zhou Mingyang. Taking first place was only a matter of time. Even though Lu Hang, the principal of number 1 high school, felt disheartened, he still managed to force a smile and congratulate Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao, however, remained calm, his tone polite as well. Principal Lu, you're too kind. The exams aren't over yet, so it's hard to say how it'll end. Number 1 high school was the best school in Jiangqing, with the most abundant resources, and it recruited the most talented students. Every year after ability awakenings, many outstanding candidates from number 2 high school were poached by number 1 high school. So it was impossible for Zhao Yao not to harbor some resentment toward number 1 high school. But number 1 high had always been overwhelmingly superior, leaving number 2 high with no chance to rise. Now that number 2 high finally had an edge over its rival, Zhao Yao maintained his composure. But, no matter what, Su Lizuan's strength is undeniable. Zhang Wenshan took a deep breath and nodded. If Jiangqing can have 2 people rank in the top 100 of Jiangnan province, that would already be quite remarkable. As he spoke, he looked back at Zhao Yao. This time, your number 2 high school performed outstandingly, cultivating a student like Su Lizuan. After the college entrance exams, I will propose to the city to reward your school. Thank you, Director Zhang. A bright smile spread across Zhao Yao's face upon hearing this. As someone who became a principal through his ability rather than raw strength, he no longer expected further advancement in terms of power. His focus now was on career advancement. A commendation this time wouldn't just mean more resources for number 2 high school, it would also benefit Zhao Yao personally. Climbing another step, even entering the Education Bureau, wouldn't be out of the question. Su Lizuan, you've truly given me a delightful surprise. Zhao Yao thought, filled with emotion. He had never imagined that number 2 high could have its day in the sun. In the period that followed, things proceeded exactly as Zhang Wenshan had guessed. Su Lizuan's score shot up as if propelled by a rocket. In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang, taking the first-place spot decisively. By this point, it was already 3 p.m. In other words, the martial arts college entrance exams would end in 6 more hours. Within the core area of the ruined small town, a dilapidated residential complex, more than 10 fierce beasts had split into 2 groups and were fighting each other, treating the opposition as prey. On one side was a single-horned rhinoceros, on the other side was a blade-armed tiger. If the numbers were equal, the single-horned rhinos could easily crush their way through. But now there were 8 blade-armed tigers and only 4 single-horned rhinos. Though the disparity in strength wasn't huge, the tigers had a slight upper hand. As a result, they'd been fighting for half the day, tearing bloody wounds into each other, but none of them had gone down. Ferocious beasts are naturally savage. They don't stop fighting unless there's bloodshed or until every last one is dead. But suddenly, one of the blade-armed tigers stopped. Its nose twitched as it let out a low growl towards the residential complex's main gate. That growl seemed to act as a signal. The other tigers and single-horned rhinos immediately paused, all turning their heads simultaneously to look at the gate. Their beastly eyes gleamed with malice, bodies taut and ready to pounce at any moment. Before long, a tall young man strode into the area at a steady pace. He was dressed in black battle attire, with combat boots on his feet, his figure lean yet imposing. His eyes were sharp and clear, exuding a primal, lone wolf-like intensity. Resting casually on his shoulder was a thick, black spear. Its blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. 12 beasts. Not bad. Su Lichuan took a glance and nodded in satisfaction. This was the largest group he had encountered in the past hour. He gave the bottom of the spear's shaft a light tap with his right hand, and the black obsidian spear leapt into his grip, steady as could be. Just as he was about to charge into the fray, his eyebrows knit together suddenly. He halted, turning his gaze towards his right. In the shadows of a dilapidated building on that side, someone was hiding. "Come out. I saw you," he said. "Figures, it really is the top scorer, sharp senses you've got there." A boy with a youthful appearance, carrying a long sword on his back, stepped out of the shadows. "Zhou Mingyang." Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. The boy who emerged was none other than Zhou Mingyang, the lightweight blade of the wind. He possessed B-class wind element abilities. Unlike the elegant, polished demeanor he had outside the examination grounds, Zhou now looked a bit disheveled. His hair was messy, and his battle attire was stained with dark red blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his own or that of a beast. Then again, most participants within the examination arena looked just as roughed up. Su Lichuan himself wasn't an exception, though as he wielded a long spear, he had less blood splattered on him. "How'd you recognize me?" Su Lichuan asked, puzzled. He didn't think this prominent star student would know he was from second high school. There are only a handful of people daring enough to enter the core zone, and we're all familiar faces by now. Zhou Mingyang responded with a smile. Suddenly seeing a stranger, it couldn't be anyone else but you, the top scorer. Fair enough.
Su Lichuan nodded.
The rules for the martial sciences high examination were clear. Candidates were forbidden from attacking each other. If caught, they would be immediately disqualified and permanently banned from taking the examination again. Moreover, both of them had tracking drones circling overhead, so Zhou Mingyang couldn't possibly attempt an ambush. With that assurance, Su Lichuan gripped his spear firmly and began walking toward the group of beasts. "Wait, are you planning to take them on alone?" Zhou Mingyang was taken aback and quickly reached out to stop him. "What? Are you trying to fight me for them?" Su Lichuan shot him a cold glare. To him, the beasts weren't just points for the exam. They were also a source of precious ability enhancements. These prey were his, and there was no way he'd share them. Under Su Lichuan's gaze, Zhou Mingyang felt a shiver run down his spine, as though he was being stared down by a fearsome beast king. Goosebumps spread across his skin. What terrifying pressure. Alarmed, Zhou Mingyang hurried to explain. "There are 2 mid-tier level 1 beasts in there. You won't manage on your own. If we team up, we might stand a chance." So, this wasn't just one group of beasts. Rather, it was 2 separate packs that had clashed with each other. Within the packs was a mid-tier level 1 leader. Su Lichuan had already been eyeing it. He had been lying in wait, hoping for the 2 sides to fight each other to exhaustion before making his move. But now, while the beasts were indeed injured, none had died yet. The fight had only made them even more feral and frenzied. Charging in now would be no different from courting death. "There's no need. I can handle it alone." After realizing that Zhou Mingyang wasn't here to steal his prey, but to propose a collaboration, Su Lichuan eased somewhat. He patted Zhou on the shoulder, then immediately dashed into the fray with his spear. "Wait!" Zhou Mingyang tried to persuade him further, but it was too late. The man had already plunged into the midst of the beasts, leaving him no choice but to let it go. "Fine. Since you're so confident, I'll see just how strong you really are." He gripped his sword tightly and stood off to the side, his eyes locked on Su Lichuan. If things took a bad turn, he was prepared to leap into action. But in the very next moment, Zhou Mingyang was utterly stunned. The instant Su Lichuan entered the beast pack, it was as though he'd become an entirely different person. The black spear moved as swiftly as a shadow, each strike drawing blood, each thrust claiming the life of a ferocious beast. In less than 3 minutes of the 12 savage beasts in the area, 8 had already fallen, leaving only the final 4 still struggling to survive. Zhou Mingyang stood completely stunned. 2 hours ago, he hadn't even known such a person existed. Yet in the blink of an eye, this man had emerged suddenly like a comet, shooting straight to the forefront. Not only had he swiftly ascended into the top 10, but just over 10 minutes ago, he'd outright stolen Zhou Mingyang's first-place position. Faced with such a ruthless individual, Zhou Mingyang was naturally curious. He had even considered whether this person possessed some kind of absurdly powerful A-grade ability. But as of now, it was evident this individual hadn't relied on any flashy abilities at all. Just a single black spear had been enough to suppress the feral beasts so completely they couldn't lift their heads. Zhou Mingyang gulped, his throat feeling dry. Could he have a physical enhancement type ability? I just didn't pick up on it. As he stood rooted in place, speculating, Su Lichuan had already finished his final strike. The last beast, the blade-clawed Tiger King, collapsed heavily to the ground. A string of notifications echoed in Su Lichuan's mind. Killed 1 Tier 1 lower rank Unicorn Rhinoceros. Ability points plus 12. Killed 1 Tier 1 lower rank Blade-clawed Tiger. Ability points plus 10. Killed 1 Tier 1 middle rank Blade-clawed Tiger. Ability points plus 15. Listening to the notifications, Su Lichuan felt incredibly pleased. The sensation of growing continuously stronger was undeniably addicting. However, he knew well that once the martial high school entrance exam concluded, the opportunities for such growth would diminish. Thus, he had to take advantage of the present and kill as many as possible. Coming back to his senses, Su Lichuan nodded briefly in greeting to Zhou Mingyang before turning and walking away. By the time Zhou Mingyang realized what had just happened, Su Lichuan was already 8 or 9 meters ahead. Su Lichuan, is your ability a physical enhancement type? Zhou Mingyang shouted after him in haste. No, it's a lightning-type ability. Su Lichuan's voice trailed from afar, his figure already vanishing from sight. Lightning-type? Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded on the spot. That fighting style just now, what part of it looked like it belonged to a lightning type? Even if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to brush me off like that. What an unpleasant personality, Zhou Mingyang muttered in frustration. And that look he gave me earlier, as if I'd rob him of his prey? This kind of beast herd. Aside from a maniac like you, who else can kill like this? Besides, there are so many beasts in the core zone. What's he worried about not having enough to kill? I've waited around here for more than 10 minutes. If we're talking about taking someone's prey, wouldn't it be him taking mine? Grumbling under his breath, Zhou Mingyang finally left the area. While he complained aloud, inwardly, he was very aware that Su Lichuan was undeniably stronger than him. Who knows where that monster even came from? He doesn't even seem like an ability user, yet killing Tier 1 feral beasts is like chopping vegetables for him. Cursing inwardly a few more times, Zhou Mingyang refocused and went looking for more beasts. He might not compare to Su Lichuan, but he wasn't about to lose his second-place position. And so, he continued navigating the core zone, seeking out feral beasts he could reasonably handle. The first 2 hours went relatively smoothly. From time to time, he'd encounter a lone Tier 1 middle-rank beast or a small group of 3 or 4. But as the third hour approached, the beasts along his path noticeably decreased. By the fourth hour, he had wandered the core zone for half a day without spotting a single feral beast. What's going on? Where have all the beasts gone? Zhou Mingyang was nearly losing his mind. Lifting his foot, he kicked a fist-sized piece of rubble by the roadside, sending it soaring through the air. Blessed with considerable strength, the rock flew a significant distance, smacking into a rusty metal billboard with a resounding clang. Ordinarily, Zhou Mingyang would never have done something so likely to attract feral beasts. But now, he was practically praying one would come to him of its own accord. Just as no beasts appeared, however, 3 figures walked onto the scene. 2 men and 1 woman made their way over, waving at him from a distance. Hey Mingyang, why are you guys sticking together? Zhou Mingyang frowned as the trio approached. These 3 were, like him, students of the rocket class at First High School and Tier 1 lower rank ability users. They knew each other and could be considered old acquaintances. Aside from Zhou Mingyang, these 3 occupied 3 of the top 5 positions on the martial arts ranking board. You'd have to ask Su Lichuan about that. The bald boy on the right shrugged helplessly. Su Lichuan has nearly killed off all the beasts in the core zone. Since we couldn't find any, we had no choice but to team up, the girl in the middle said softly with a tone of resignation. She was petite but carried a massive blade strapped to her back. A striking contrast. We've been circling this area for over half an hour. We heard some commotion here and thought it might have been a beast. But when we came to check, it turned out to be you. The long-haired boy on the left added, shaking his head. Su Lichuan has killed off all the beasts? What? How is that even possible? Zhou Mingyang immediately furrowed his brows, utterly unconvinced. For the martial arts college entrance exam, the core area must have been stocked with at least 300 to 400 beasts. So many ferocious beasts, all wiped out in just a few hours? Absolutely impossible. You obviously haven't checked the rankings in a while, the bald-headed boy said with a helpless smile as he activated his smartwatch. The next moment, a holographic leaderboard projection appeared in midair. First place, Su Lichuan, 3,435 points, Jiangcheng Second High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, Jiangcheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangcheng First High School. Tage 3,435 points? Zhou Mingyang stared at Su Lichuan's over-the-top score, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Now you understand why we said he wiped out all the beasts, right? The bald-headed boy shut off the projection and gave a bitter smile. Killing a low-tier level 1 beast gives you 14 to 16 points. A mid-tier level 1 beast gives you 20 to 22 points. With 35 points, even if you subtract the 700 or so points he got from the middle region, there's still over 2,500 points from the core area. In other words, Su Lichuan must have killed nearly 200 beasts in the core area alone. And if you add the ones the rest of us killed, how many could possibly be left in the core area? Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded as he listened. After entering the exam field, his only thought was to kill as many beasts as possible to gain more points. But it had never crossed his mind that the beasts could actually be hunted to extinction. Damn it! No wonder Su Lichuan was so worried about others stealing his prey earlier. Turns out he saw this coming all along. Recalling his earlier conversation with Su Lichuan, Zhou Mingyang now felt an inexplicable bitterness in his chest. 3,435 points. That's insane. This score is enough to secure a spot in the top 10 of Jiangnan province. Top 10. When was the last time Jiangcheng produced a result like this? He's smashed the record. Su Lichuan has broken Jiangcheng's all-time record. Inside the exam field, Zhou Mingyang was still in shock. Outside, the principal and teachers were all beaming with joy. 3,435 points. Enough to place Su Lichuan firmly in the top 10 of Jiangnan province. And this score was also the highest ever achieved in Jiangcheng's history. Who would have thought he could achieve this with just a single spear? Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangcheng Second High School, was so thrilled his face turned red, and even his voice quivered. What did it mean to rank in Jiangnan province's top 10? It meant being a prodigy that elite colleges for superhumans across the nation would compete to recruit. Truly, a hidden gem from the mountains. Su Lichuan is Jiangcheng's pride. Zhang Wenshan, the director of education, couldn't stop grinning. By this point, he no longer cared whether Su Lichuan's ability was rated as E-level. With such outstanding results, even if he were F-level, top schools would still vie to recruit him. But this kid is ruthless. In just 3 or 4 hours, he almost wiped out all the beasts in the core area. At this rate, he's bound to become a pure battle maniac in the future. Zhang Wenshan clearly understood how many beasts were released into the core area. Yet, before he could finish what he was saying, his smile grew even wider. Because the core area had a total of 450 low-tier level 1 beasts, and there were piles of beast corpses everywhere, not to mention 40 mid-tier level 1 beasts were among them. Even accounting for the beasts killed by infighting or by Zhou Mingyang's group of 4, Su Lichuan had single-handedly taken down nearly half the core area's beasts. And this all happened within just 3 or 4 hours, a testament to his unprecedented ruthlessness and strength. Su Lichuan's parents died in a beast tide when he was a child. That's probably why he harbors such deep hatred for vicious beasts. Homeroom teacher Chen Fan added. I see. Zhang Wenshan's face turned grim after hearing this, and he said coldly, Humph. One day, we humans will eradicate all these beasts. That day will come, Principal Zhao Yao said with equal coldness, thinking of the savagery of the beasts. Oh, you've met Su Lichuan? Tell us quickly, what's his latent ability? Inside the exam field, the moment a few people heard Zhou Mingyang mention that he had come across Su Lichuan, their interest was immediately piqued. I'm not entirely sure about his ability, but his physical strength is astonishing. His blood energy level must be at least 180 points or more. Zhou Mingyang shook his head and gave his assessment. 180 points of blood energy? The bald-headed boy gasped audibly. No wonder he's so extraordinary. For an ordinary awakened individual, blood energy was typically around 100 points. For entry-level superhumans like them, it barely hovered around 130 points. 180 points already placed Su Lichuan far above their league. With such a robust body, he's likely a strength enhancement type superhuman. The long-haired boy commented, trying to mask his envy with an indifferent tone. though his words still carried a hint of sourness. Using strength enhancements to reach this level of blood energy isn't exactly unheard of. No, Su Lichuan is still just a newly awakened individual. Zhou Mingyang shook his head once more. He didn't deny what the long-haired boy said because he himself felt that Su Lichuan was most likely a strength-type awakener. An awakener? The petite girl holding a giant blade, Meng Di, widened her eyes in disbelief. So you're saying that all of us ability users are still no match for an awakener? As soon as she finished the sentence, an awkward silence fell over the group. After a long moment, Zhou Mingyang finally gave a helpless smile and said, Meng Di, you really know how to hit the nail on the head. Meng Di stuck out her tongue playfully. I'm just shocked, that's all. Her adorable expression, combined with the massive blade she wielded, created a stark and almost ridiculous contrast. But Zhou Mingyang and the others were long accustomed to it. Su Lichuan, what a monster. He's only in the awakener stage and is already this strong. The bald young man had a complicated expression on his face. After furrowing his brows for a moment, he asked, So what do we do next? There's still an hour and a half left until the exam ends. All the fierce beasts in the core zone have been hunted down. Should we head back to the central zone? The martial arts exam was all about time and efficiency. Everyone wanted to slay as many beasts as possible to score higher points. There was no way they could just sit idle for the remaining hour and a half. If we head to the central zone from here, it'll take at least half an hour. That's a huge waste of time, Zhou Mingyang analyzed after a moment of thought. Besides, most of the beasts in the central zone are peak level but not ranked. The points aren't worth it. We might as well try our luck in the innermost part of the core zone. The innermost area? Hearing this, everyone tensed up. The beasts in the innermost area of the core zone started at upper first tier and even included second-tier beast kings. Such a place was a gamble with their lives, even for ability users like them. Going in alone would be a death sentence. But the four of us together, we might have a shot. The bald youth hesitated for a long time but finally nodded in agreement. The martial arts exam was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to determine one's future. As ability users, their futures wouldn't completely fall apart if they messed up the exam. But no one wanted to waste the chance for admission into a better university. I'm in, Meng Di said cheerfully with a grin. Looking at the situation, this seems to be the best option. The long-haired young man also nodded. All right, no more hesitation. Let's move out right now. Zhou Mingyang decided promptly and led the group into action without delay. In the ruins of a small town, deep in the core zone, Su Lichuan, carrying a long spear on his back, walked alone down the crumbling street. This area was once part of the city, but now, the ground had split wide open, weeds grew recklessly, and everything was left in a state of devastation and desolation. The buildings and shops lining the streets were dilapidated beyond recognition. Yet Su Lichuan paid no attention to his surroundings. His focus was entirely on the system panel before him. Level, Awakener. Ability, Purple Lightning Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 181 Qi and Blood, plus. Mental, 182 Hz, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Strike, Intermediate plus. Ability points, 2,413. 2,413 ability points. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up instantly. This was the cumulative reward he had gained after clearing most of the beasts in the core zone. Gathering this many ability points was already incredibly impressive. Yet, despite this, there was still no plus sign next to his level. And that revealed one thing. He hadn't cultivated a proper ability refinement technique and thus had yet to fully transform into an ability user. But with this, he muttered to himself, the beasts in the core zone are nearly all cleared. If I want to earn more ability points, I'll have to head to the innermost zone. But that place has second-tier beasts. Before I go, I'll need to get even stronger. Without hesitation, Su Lichuan tapped on the plus sign beside the skill, Lightning Gale Strike. Ability points minus 100. Lightning Gale Strike, Intermediate Advanced. Ability points minus 200. Lightning Gale Strike, Advanced Mastery. In an instant, Su Lichuan spent 300 ability points and directly upgraded the battle skill to its maximum level. The skill felt as though it had been practiced thousands of times, becoming second nature to him. With this, I'll be better prepared to face that second-tier beast. Although he had a large reserve of ability points, Su Lichuan hadn't been frivolous with their use. Initially, he had raised his Qi and Blood to 180 points and later focused on enhancing his battle skills. Even so, he believed he had been conservative in his spending. On one hand, ability points were precious. After the martial arts exam concluded, there wouldn't be another opportunity to gather them so efficiently. On the other hand, once he enrolled in an ability user university, these points would have other purposes. Most importantly, with his current strength, he was confident enough to tackle the second-tier beast in the innermost area. For now, he didn't need to spread his resources thin. After completing the upgrades, Su Lichuan ate the last 2 energy bars from his backpack to restore his stamina fully. Then, glancing at his map, he set off for the center of the innermost area. Compared to the entire martial arts exam map, the innermost core area was but a tiny speck, no more than a dot on the grand scale. Yet, in the physical world, it was the size of an entire residential community. This place was called Jin's Garden. In the open space of the complex, the clearing was crowded with dozens of ferocious beasts. Unlike ordinary groups of beasts, these ferocious creatures were of an astonishingly diverse variety. There were shadow panthers, iron-mane boars, and even unicorn rhinos. By nature, feral beasts are vicious creatures that often regard different species as prey. For so many distinct types of beasts to gather in one place, there could only be one explanation. There was a true beast king among them, capable of commanding such a scene. And that beast king lay sprawled at the deepest part of the clearing. It was a giant grizzly bear. But it was nothing like an ordinary grizzly. This bear was massive, terrifyingly so, resembling a tank in size. Its blood-red eyes burned with an intense killing intent. Just lying there, it exuded a presence that sent chills down the spine. At that moment, Zhou Mingyang and his group arrived nearby. They stood on a rooftop, peering downward. When their eyes fell upon that grizzly bear, everyone's expression changed. "It's a bloodthirsty berserk bear," Zhou Mingyang said grimly. Among feral beasts, there was always a hierarchy of strength. Even within the same rank, a shadow panther could never take down a unicorn rhino. This was the inherent dominance of certain species, and the bloodthirsty berserk bear was notoriously troublesome among beasts. Its sheer strength was overwhelming, not to mention its thick fur and hide, as tough as E-grade alloy. Even a missile might struggle to penetrate it. "This is going to be a huge problem," Zhou Mingyang said with a bitter smile. If it had been some other second-tier feral beast, the 4 of them might have managed to hold out for a little while by working together. But against the bloodthirsty berserk bear, they stood no chance at all. One swipe of its paw, and they would all be dead. "Then there's another possibility," the bald young man interjected with a sneer. "We might not even make it to the bear. Those high-rank first-tier beasts down there would swarm us as soon as we step into the area, and the berserk bear wouldn't even have to lift a paw. The 4 of them together could barely handle 3 or 4 high-rank first-tier beasts. Yet, in the clearing below, there were over 30 of them. In other words, whether it was the second-tier bloodthirsty berserk bear or those high-ranking first-tier beasts, they were entirely out of reach for Zhou Mingyang's group. "The gap between the core zone and the ultimate core zone is outrageous," complained the petite girl named Meng Di, puffing her cheeks in frustration. "The strongest thing in the core zone is just a mid-rank first-tier beast. But here in the ultimate core zone, the strongest jumps straight to second tier. Even the ordinary beasts around here are all high-rank first tier. How are we supposed to fight this?" The long-haired young man had heard a rumor some time ago that the person setting the exam questions for this year's martial arts entrance exam was Old Lu. He hadn't believed it at the time. But now, seeing this insane combination of beasts, it was highly likely that this was indeed Old Lu's doing. The long-haired youth gritted his teeth, his expression sour. The Jiangnan province martial arts entrance exam had a different designer every year, and Old Lu was infamous for his ruthlessness. Whenever it was his turn to oversee the exam, the death toll in that year's testing field was significantly higher than usual. The ultimate core zone is always configured with 1 high-rank first-tier beast and 1 second-tier beast. Old Lu just replaced it with the far more troublesome bloodthirsty berserk bear. Zhou Mingyang sighed. "There's no one to blame but ourselves for not being strong enough. The martial arts entrance exam was always about selecting the best of the best. The ultimate core zone was like the final, most challenging question on the test. Only those who could conquer it were deemed truly capable. In Jiang City, Zhou Mingyang was already a recognized genius in everyone's eyes. But when placed in the context of the entire Jiangnan province, he didn't even have the qualifications to attempt this final challenge. Speaking of which, that guy Su Lichuan fought hard for who knows how long and only managed to score a little over 3,000 points. The long-haired young man said with a smirk, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. "And yet, all of that effort doesn't come close to what you'd get from taking down just the second-tier beast and a few dozen high-rank first-tier beasts here." The point values for the beasts in the ultimate core zone were shocking. Killing a single high-rank first-tier beast would earn 100 points. And if someone managed to take down that ultimate second-tier beast, it would grant a straight 4,000 points at once. What humanity needs are strong warriors who can fight, not useless people who specialize in killing weaklings. The long-haired youth clearly bore a grudge against Su Lichuan. Zhou Mingyang frowned but ultimately chose not to respond, because there was no arguing with that statement. The martial arts entrance exam was about raw strength. It wasn't about being a killing machine that could only deal with small fry. Right now, on the planet Blue Star, feral beasts roamed unchecked. But if humanity could eliminate all the 9th-tier beast emperors leading those hordes, the remaining feral beasts wouldn't pose a real threat. On the flip side, no matter how many ordinary beasts were slaughtered, if even one beast emperor remained, everything would be in vain. This was why the martial arts entrance exam assigned such high point values to the ultimate core zone. The moment someone took down a second-tier beast, they would dominate the field, asserting their unparalleled strength. Top scorer of the province, an applicant that simply must be pursued. Yet, Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but mentally add a snide remark. Su Lichuan was utterly useless. Then what did that make the rest of them with scores lower than his? Utterly meaningless? Such thoughts swirled in his head, though he kept them to himself. After all, they had a shared mission to carry out shortly. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's head down in a bit and see if we can lure out a few Tier 1 high-grade beasts. With the Tier 2 bloodthirsty berserk bear guarding the area, they couldn't just charge straight into the compound's courtyard. Zhou Mingyang's plan was straightforward. Bait the beasts out one by one and take down however many they could manage. Of course, there was a chance they couldn't lure out a single one. In that case, they'd have no choice but to retreat back to the central zone. All right, it's go time, people. Man, luring beasts right into the territory guarded by a Tier 2 beast? Isn't that just asking to die? Ha! Even if it's a death wish, it's worth trying first. The group, exchanging taunts, began descending the stairs. But just then, a shadow raced toward them at incredible speed from the distance. Fast as a hunting cheetah, it arrived within seconds at the entrance of Jin's garden estate.
Su Lichuan.
Zhou Mingyang's eyes sharpened. Although they were perched atop the 8th floor, the enhanced vision from being an awakened allowed him to instantly recognize the figure below. Su Lichuan showed up too? Where? Where is he? Humph. I've got to see what makes him so special. Meng Di and the others had never encountered Su Lichuan before. Hearing Zhou Mingyang speak, they immediately turned back mid-step, craning their necks to look downward from the stairwell. After breaking through and becoming an awakened with abilities, not only did their powers strengthen, but their physical prowess improved as well. The distance from the 8th floor was nothing to them, and the figure below was as clear to their eyes as if he were nearby. What they saw was a young man standing at the edge of the compound. Tall and imposing, his face carried rugged, steely features, with eyes as piercing as a hawk's. The black combat attire he wore was mostly stained a dark crimson, evidence of countless bloody battles. On his back, he carried a black spear, its blade dulled and battered, resembling a kitchen cleaver worn out from hacking through bone. Yet it was precisely that spear that gave his otherwise composed and powerful presence a layer of savage ferocity. What a handsome guy! Women were innately drawn to striking figures, and Meng Di's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Su Lichuan. That F-grade spear is beaten up so badly. It's hard to imagine how many beasts he must have killed. The bald young man stared wide-eyed at Su Lichuan's weapon, shock written all over his face. F-grade alloy was exceptionally tough. To wear down a spear like that meant the user had been through one deadly confrontation after another. Standing here in front of a horde of beasts? Is he trying to get himself killed? The long-haired young man let out a cold snort, disdain evident across his face. Roar! Howl! Sure enough, as soon as Su Lichuan appeared, the pack of beasts below erupted into frenzy. Over a dozen Tier 1 high-grade beasts roared and charged toward him, swift and ferocious in their movements. It's over! He's completely triggered the entire horde! Meng Di exclaimed, her voice trembling with fright. How could Su Lichuan act so recklessly? Zhou Mingyang frowned deeply. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it was too late. By the time they reached the ground floor, Su Lichuan would likely already be dead. What other reason could there be? Scoring first place must have gone to his head. Thinking he's invincible, completely out of touch with reality. The long-haired young man sneered, eyes fixed on the chaos below. Still relying on a spear, huh? Too bad. It's not going to save him. Just as he finished speaking, Su Lichuan managed to fend off the first few beasts' onslaught. Yet as more surged toward him, the pressure became unbearable, and before long, he was entirely engulfed by the swarm. Su Luchuan. Could he really be dead already? Watching his figure vanish amidst the ravenous beasts, Zhou Mingyang's face betrayed disbelief. This man had risen like a flash of lightning in mere hours to stand out noticeably. Could he now, just as quickly, have fallen like a fragile meteor? What befuddled Zhou Mingyang most was, what had Su Luchuan been thinking? He had known full well that the core area was teeming with Tier 1 high-grade and Tier 2 beasts, yet he dared to stroll in so brazenly. Now that you mention it, he definitely lied about it. He never even used any lightning-based abilities. Then again, what does it matter? He's about to die anyway, whether he lied or not. Having only met Su Luchuan once, Zhou Mingyang felt indifferent about his survival. He simply thought Su Luchuan's actions were profoundly foolish. But just then, a sudden, intense feeling of foreboding tightened around Zhou Mingyang and the group's hearts. A deep, authoritative voice boomed in their ears. Divine thunder! In the next instant, amid a deafening crack of thunder, a streak of purple lightning shot forth like an unrelenting force. The charred wound spurted blood like a fountain. Roar! It let out a piercing howl. Its massive body swayed a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. Next, Su Lichuan's gaze was cold and sharp as he muttered softly. With a deft step, he vanished like a phantom, darting toward another ferocious beast at lightning speed. At this moment, he didn't appear to be fighting against beasts. It was more like he was performing a grand hunting feast. Every move he made struck with thunderous force, wielding an unstoppable power, as he swiftly and precisely harvested the lives of his foes. Too fast. From a distance, Zhou Mingyang and the others, who were watching the battle, were utterly stunned. They could not even catch Su Lichuan's figure. They could only rely on the smoldering tension in the air and the collapsing beasts to trace his combat trajectory. This was nothing short of a demonstration of the pinnacle of human strength. What kind of monster is this guy? Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard, his voice trembling, his expression increasingly complex. Yet Su Lichuan seemed to be entirely immersed in the rhythm of battle. His movements were precise and fluid. Every strike carried lethal force. In just a few breaths, the once crowded high-grade Tier 1 beasts were nearly annihilated. Indeed, strength is the best language, Su Lichuan said indifferently, lightly flicking his long spear to shake off the blood. The gleaming lightning painted his figure humble yet chillingly commanding. However, it was at this moment that a deafening roar suddenly burst forth. Roar! The bloodthirsty violent bear moved. It had finally lost its patience. Its massive legs suddenly stomped down on the ground, shattering a wide expanse of rocks. Its colossal frame charged toward Su Lichuan with impossible speed. Each of the bear's steps caused the ground to quake. Its momentum was like a mountain, as though it sought to crush everything in its path into dust. Good. You've finally decided to move. Su Lichuan lightly tapped the tip of his toes and leaped into midair, surging to meet it head-on. The clash between man and beast was like the collision of lightning and a violent storm. Lightning and raw power exploded midair, illuminating the entire battlefield. This ends here. Su Lichuan's eyes sharpened. His long spear thrust forward with powerful force. Lightning danced along the spear's blade, cutting through the air and striking directly at the chest of the violent bear. The bloodthirsty violent bear unleashed a furious roar, swiping its massive claws, but where the lightning passed, its movements grew sluggish. In the end, its body froze in place. The next moment, its enormous frame crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the air. Silence fell over the battlefield. It's over. Su Lichuan landed steadily on the ground, his gaze icy as the long spear hung by his side. Purple arcs of lightning flickered around him, resembling a war god returning from a devastating catastrophe. In the distance, the few onlookers finally snapped back to their senses, all with wide eyes and open mouths. They understood clearly in their hearts that, from this moment onward, Su Lichuan's name was destined to shock the entire battlefield. Because this was more than just a display of power, it was an undisputed declaration. The Thunderlord had descended, a trail of blood. Immediately, its massive head was cleanly severed from its body. Its hide, which was as tough as steel, served no protective function in this moment. Splurt. Blood gushed fiercely from its neck, like a fountain uncapped. Even with the formidable vitality of a first-tier high-level beast, capable of enduring some time even if its abdomen was gutted, there was no survival after losing its head. The headless body of the uni-horned rhino crashed heavily into the blood-soaked ground. Roar! The bloodthirsty violent bear, having witnessed its prey slain before its own eyes, erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, it charged straight at Su Luchuan. Though its frame was massive, its speed was anything but sluggish. Moving on all fours, it crossed over 30 meters in the blink of an eye, practically lunging forward like a beast possessed. But swift as it was, Su Luchuan was swifter still. With the divine power of the purple thunder enveloping him, his entire body transformed into a purplish-black streak, darting back and forth through the horde of ferocious beasts. Every thrust of the black radiant spear unleashed purple lightning upon impact, claiming the life of another beast with each strike. Ding. You have slain one first-tier high-level unihorned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Ding. You have slain one first-tier high-level shadow panther. Ability points plus 13. Ding. You have slain one first-tier high-level blade tiger. Ability points plus 14. Ding. The notifications rang incessantly within Su Luchuan's mind. At the same time, the bloodthirsty violent bear's increasingly rabid roars of frustration resonated louder as it failed again and again to reach him. What kind of lightning-based ability is this? It's insanely powerful. On the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and his group were struck dumbfounded. Just the raw burst of this ability alone has left a first-tier high-level beast critically injured and on the brink of death. But Su Luchuan is only an awakener. Even if it's an A-tier ability, it shouldn't have this level of potency, right? The petite girl, Meng Di, gulped with difficulty, utterly stupefied. The oppressive force he exerted was leagues beyond what any ordinary A-tier lightning-based awakener could ever match. Zhou Mingyang and the bald-headed boy beside him exchanged glances, blurting out simultaneously, S-tier. But as soon as they spoke, Zhou Mingyang immediately shook his head. No, that can't be right. If it was truly an S-tier ability, the entire Daxia nation would have been shaken to its core on the day of his awakening. Plus, in this day and age, it's nearly impossible to conceal ability rankings. Awakenings were conducted under national supervision, and every awakened one's data was recorded into a centralized database. If an S-tier ability had indeed emerged, Su Luchuan would have long been taken for elite training under national oversight. There was no way he'd still be attending the resource-strapped Jiangcheng Second High School. Could it be a mutated ability? The bald-headed boy ventured carefully. Zhou Mingyang fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. That's possible. The world was a place of endless oddities. While ability mutations were rare, they were not unheard of. There had been past instances where a D-tier ability forcibly escalated to an A-tier under extraordinary circumstances. Regardless, after today, Su Luchuan will undoubtedly shake up all of Jiangcheng. Zhou Mingyang muttered, gazing down at the black-clad figure wielding the spear, tearing through the horde with an unstoppable ferocity. His expression grew increasingly complicated. Outside the examination field, as Su Luchuan appeared alone in front of the cluster of beasts surrounding the bloodthirsty violent bear, the military district's open clearance erupted with gasps of shock. What's Su Luchuan doing? Why is he charging directly into the beasts? Even Zhou Mingyang and his group stayed in high ground to observe first. Why is he so reckless? Run quick! The Education Bureau chief and the principals, all second-tier ability users, had sharp eyes and could discern the situation at once. They saw clearly that Su Luchuan could handle at most 2 or 3 first-tier high-level beasts at once. But against dozens of them simultaneously, that was a death sentence. Not to mention, among them was the even more terrifying second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear. So when they saw Su Luchuan charging headfirst into the center of the fray with reckless abandon, the bureau chief and the principals collectively panicked. Several teachers from Second High cried out in desperation, urging him to retreat. But Su Luchuan, immersed within the projected footage, could not hear their warnings. In the next moment, he was completely surrounded by the pack of beasts and immediately submerged within the onslaught. Too overconfident. He's brazenly waltzing straight into the heart of danger like this, the bureau chief muttered with a heavy frown on his face. Even if he somehow miraculously survived, such reckless behavior would drastically lower his evaluation. Once the martial arts high examination concluded and the admissions offices of major ability academies saw footage of this, it would undoubtedly impact their assessment. This is the end for him. We finally had a prodigy coming out of our school. And is it all just going to end like this? Zhao Yao, the principal of Second High, blanched, nearly losing his footing from sheer despair. Doesn't Su Luchuan still have his safety orb? Class teacher Chen Fan asked anxiously. In this situation, it's unlikely he'd have time to use it. Even if he did, the high-voltage electric grid emitted by the safety orb can't hold these first-tier high-level beasts off for long. Zhao Yao shook his head, turning toward the chief examiner of this martial arts exam. Commander Wang, please dispatch the nearest ability user squad immediately. Rescue them. To preserve the lives of the examinees as much as possible, in addition to safety spheres, all areas of the examination site had also been equipped with rescue squads composed of ability users. Unlike these examinees who had never truly seen bloodshed, the rescue teams were battle-hardened elites who had seen real combat and worked with impeccable coordination. Although each team member individually was just first tier, when united, they could hold their own even against second-tier feral beasts. However, such elite squads were rare even within the entire military region, and were typically reserved for saving examinees with exceptional potential. Now, the top-ranked Su Lichuan obviously qualified for such treatment. Understood. Commander Wang nodded and immediately activated the communicator to contact the rescue team. Let's just hope he can hold on until the rescue team arrives. Zhao Yao sighed. But at that moment, the projection screen belonging to Su Lichuan suddenly blazed brightly. Centered around him, countless streaks of violet lightning exploded violently. The surrounding feral beasts didn't even have the chance to lunge at him before they were struck. Their bodies charred black as they were blasted away. In the next second, Su Lichuan transformed into what seemed like the god of thunder. His eyes crackled with electricity, violet lightning danced wildly across his body, and with a long spear in hand, he charged directly into the throng of beasts. The second-tier bloodthirsty bear chasing him from behind found itself completely unable to land a hit. It could only watch helplessly as Su Lichuan tore through the horde of feral beasts, harvesting them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield shifted dramatically, reversing the tides in a stunning twist. The director, headmaster, and others were left utterly speechless, their mouths agape. This is the Su Lichuan's lightning-type ability? Headmaster Zhao Yao gasped audibly. By his side, the Education Bureau Director Zhang Wanshan was equally dumbfounded, directly firing off a question. Principal Zhao, are you seriously calling this an E-tier ability? Are you joking with me? In the core area of the ruined town, empowered by the divine violet lightning, Su Lichuan chased the bloodthirsty bear, almost as if he were walking a dog. The bloodthirsty bear quickly realized it couldn't catch up to him and that any further pursuit would just leave it humiliated. So, it stopped altogether, its massive frame taking root in the open square of the community area. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Su Lichuan unblinkingly. Each time Su Lichuan slew a feral beast, the bear's bloodthirsty aura seemed to thicken. On this site, there were 34 first-tier high-grade feral beasts in total. Of the 13 that attacked Su Lichuan initially, all had been scorched black by the divine lightning, grievously injured and on the verge of death. The remaining 21 were also slain in rapid succession by Su Lichuan, who had activated his cell activation state within just under a minute. Crackling, his figure flickering, lightning surging all around him, Su Lichuan carried his spear and suddenly appeared 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty bear. Pretty clever. Realized I'd come straight for you and decided to wait here, Su Lichuan said, his lightning-wreathed eyes carrying an imposing edge. The bloodthirsty bear was already seething with rage. His nostrils flared, huffing loudly. Its chest heaved violently, while its scarlet eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. For a lesser ability user, simply standing there would have caused their legs to tremble in fear. But Su Lichuan's expression remained unchanged. He raised his left hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The surrounding violet lightning immediately converged into a single bolt of dazzling energy. Zzz. The lightning was launched, slamming against the bloodthirsty bear with a deafening crash. The strike was potent enough to kill a first-tier high-grade feral beast instantly, but when it hit the bloodthirsty bear, it merely danced along its surface. Apart from making it look even more savage, it had little tangible effect. As expected of a rare species within the ranks of second-tier beasts, its defense is frighteningly strong. Su Lichuan's gaze darkened. The bloodthirsty bear was nothing like a domesticated pet. Its fur was never groomed properly. Its matted fur was so tightly entangled that it hardened into an armor-like layer. This layer of fur armor was so durable it could rival E-tier alloys. To make matters worse, it wasn't even conductive. No matter how powerful Su Lichuan's violet lightning was, he was still merely an awakened ability user. Crossing 2 major tiers to directly harm a second-tier bloodthirsty bear proved to be a significant challenge. I'll have to break through its defenses first. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the bloodthirsty bear in front of him made its move. Roar! With a guttural roar, the bear's ferocious energy materialized, surging outward in a red mist-like aura. The next instant, its enormous body ballooned outward, veins bulging grotesquely across its bare face, making it look utterly menacing. The ground trembled as shards of rock quivered under the force it unleashed. Then, it bent its powerful hind legs and sprang forward with explosive force, leaving a deep crater in its wake. That towering, ironclad body hurtled toward Su Lichuan like a missile. Holy! It was like an armored tiger tank was smashing straight toward him. Su Lichuan's face. A change of color crossed his face as he swiftly sidestepped to evade.
Boom.
Asterisk. The bloodthirsty berserk bear crashed into the spot where he had been standing just moments before, like a meteor smashing down from the heavens. The already cracked concrete ground could no longer endure the force. It split apart with the bear at its epicenter. Fragments of stone scattered, and a plume of thick dust shot straight into the air. As the dust settled, the ferocious and raging figure of the bloodthirsty berserk bear reappeared before Su Lichuan's eyes. Starting off with berserk mode? Looks like it really wants to kill me as fast as possible, Su Lichuan remarked with a cold chuckle. Rare and higher-tier fierce beasts often possessed abilities similar to human combat techniques, and berserk mode was one of the most common among these abilities. Once activated, a beast in berserk mode would completely lose its already limited intelligence, reduced to mere instincts, focused solely on killing. But the cost was just as severe. In this state, the beast's physical strength would rise dramatically. Under normal circumstances, a beast would only go into berserk mode as a last resort. But for this battle to have just started and the bloodthirsty berserk bear immediately go berserk, it was obvious that Su Lichuan's earlier walk-the-dog tactics had driven it insane with fury. Not dumb. Whether it's in berserk mode or not, it has no intention of fighting me head-on, Su Lichuan muttered to himself. His vitality was already high, reaching 180 points. Coupled with cellular activation, his strength had surged even further, making it overwhelming for ordinary beasts. Yet, he had no plans to face the bloodthirsty berserk bear in a direct clash. He stood only 1.86 meters tall, while the bloodthirsty berserk bear loomed over 6 meters high. To compare brute strength would be suicidal. The safest approach would still be relying on speed, he resolved. In the next moment, a flash of electrical light streaked through the air. Su Lichuan's figure, gripping his spear tightly, flickered and disappeared from sight. The bloodthirsty berserk bear instinctively sensed that something was off. But before it could react, its left leg had already been struck. Slash! A massive gash laced with purple electric arcs erupted on its left leg. Blood spurted out like a fountain, shooting fiercely from a ruptured artery. Roar! Roaring in pain, the bloodthirsty berserk bear slammed a fist toward the figure at its feet. But its enormous size worked against it. Su Lichuan was far too agile. With the power of the purple heavens' divine thunder coursing through his cells, his speed was truly astonishing. By the time the bear's fist came down, Su Lichuan had already darted to its right leg. The black obsidian spear, sharper than lightning, cut directly through its defenses. Su Lichuan swung the spear in a fluid motion, creating another long gash along its right leg. At this point, the bloodthirsty berserk bear hadn't even managed to catch his shadow. Roar! With both legs injured in quick succession, the bloodthirsty berserk bear became utterly enraged. It raised its massive claws and began blindly smashing the ground in a fit of madness. But Su Lichuan had already retreated to a safe distance.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The rampaging bear, moving like a runaway demolition machine, crushed numerous other beast corpses nearby into pulp. At that moment, Su Lichuan pushed the purple heavens' divine thunder to its limits. Countless streaks of violet lightning burst out from his body, relentlessly pounding the bloodthirsty berserk bear. The bear, already incapable of catching him, now moved even slower due to its injured legs. Yet, even in its berserk state, its instincts still lingered. It realized that the lightning alone wasn't enough to instantly kill it, so it crouched in place defensively, taking a guarded stance. Sizzle.
Boom.
For more than half a minute, Su Lichuan bombarded it with the relentless purple heavens' divine thunder. The bloodthirsty berserk bear's once gray-white fur had been charred black all over. That should be enough, Su Lichuan muttered. In a flash, his figure appeared directly in front of the bloodthirsty berserk bear, less than 3 meters away. At this distance, all it would take was one step forward for the bear to reach him. But just as it tried to lift its leg and lunge, it suddenly realized its legs felt completely numb. It couldn't move at all. Even worse, its arms had grown so heavy that it could barely lift them. Did you think you could endure half a minute of my purple heavens' divine thunder and walk away unscathed? Su Lichuan said coldly, his gaze piercing. The bear's thick hide and its fur provided some level of defense. But its wounded legs had allowed the lightning to seep into its body through the open gashes, paralyzing its nerves completely. And this was precisely the outcome Su Lichuan had been aiming for. Unable to move? That makes you a perfect target, he declared. As his words fell, he tightened his grip on the long spear and launched his counterattack. The 50-kilogram black obsidian spear whirled ferociously in his hands. Its tip, entwined with crackling lightning, stabbed out continuously. Squish! Squish! Su Lichuan, enveloped in violet lightning, appeared as though wrapped in a blazing storm of electric light. His movements were fast enough to leave only afterimages. In just 3 or 4 seconds, dozens of large, bowl-sized wounds had appeared all over the bloodthirsty berserk bear's body. Lightning bounced within these open gashes, compounding the damage further. For an ordinary fierce beast, such injuries would have spelled certain death long ago. Yet this 6-meter-tall second-tier bloodthirsty berserk bear, with its rough skin and thick hide, stubbornly held on. At that precise moment, its 2 arms unexpectedly regained sensation. The bloodthirsty berserk bear's face twisted into a grimace of triumph just as a sinister grin appeared on its face, ready to counterattack. But in the very next second, Su Lichuan leapt up fiercely, aligning himself directly with its chest. His gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. Immediately after, a deep and commanding voice erupted beside its ear. Lightning gale break! The roar of thunder boomed. From the black long spear in Su's grasp, a terrifying aura powerful enough to make its heart tremble burst forth. Purple energy, trembling in fear of thunder and lightning, exploded violently. The bloodthirsty berserk bear instinctively raised its arms to block, but it was still a fraction of a second too slow. Boom! Lightning pierced directly through its chest. The ferocious impact sent the massive bear flying backward. Rumble! It crashed into the shattered remains of the central stone platform, carving a deep trench over 10 meters long in the ground before finally coming to a heavy halt. Taking a closer look at its left chest, a scorched black hole had been blasted open. The heart that should have been there was utterly obliterated by the thunderous strike, leaving only remaining traces of purple lightning crackling faintly. The bloodthirsty berserk bear's vitality rapidly declined. Even its gaze began to waver. It struggled vainly to rise, its body trembling and swaying, unable to steady itself. In the next second, with a heavy thud, it collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. This beast, capable of demolishing an entire small town, had perished just like that. Ding! You have killed a Tier 2 lower-ranked bloodthirsty berserk bear. Ability points plus 24. Hearing the system notification, Su Lichuan finally allowed himself a moment to exhale, gripping the black spear firmly. It's finally over. The prior battle had pushed his current abilities to their absolute limits. Although the confrontation lasted less than 2 minutes, its intensity was overwhelming. Su had maintained his focus constantly, and despite boasting substantial stats of 180 in both energy and spirit, even he found it draining. Fortunately, the outcome wasn't bad at all. Even if the combination strike earlier hadn't finished off the bloodthirsty berserk bear, Su Lichuan still had contingency measures in place. He could always expend more ability points to directly enhance his base attributes. In other words, from the outset, the system's panel showcasing over 2,000 ability points had already signed this bear's death warrant. Exiting his state of cellular activation, the flicker of lightning in Su Lichuan's eyes receded, and he withdrew the purple divine thunder enveloping his body. As expected, the fiercest beasts in the core area have the highest scores. Last year, the highest score in Jiangnan province seemed to be only a little over 8,000 points, right? So that means I've already secured the provincial champion title in advance. A first-tier upper-level beast was worth only 100 points, but a second-tier beast was worth a full 4,000 points. All 34 first-tier upper-level beasts in the core area, plus that second-tier lower-level bloodthirsty berserker bear, had all been slain by Su Lichuan. With that wave alone, he directly earned 7,400 points. Add in the more than 3,000 points he already had, and it was no surprise that his total score broke 10,000. But in the rankings, he was still nearly 10 times higher than the second-place contestant. An absurd and outrageous gap. There's still more than an hour left until the martial arts college entrance exam ends, and the beasts in both the core area and the most core area have already been killed by me. Su Lichuan glanced at the bloodthirsty berserker bear in the distance, which was already thoroughly dead, and did not linger any longer. He slung the black radiance spear, which was already close to being scrapped, onto his back, turned around and hurried toward the central area. If he could kill a little more, he could score a little more. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and the others on the rooftop were still immersed in what had just happened, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The bloodthirsty berserker bear just died like that? Zhou Mingyang swallowed with difficulty. From the start of the fight to being stabbed to death with one spear, it had taken less than 2 minutes in total. But that was a second-tier beast with terrifying vitality. An ordinary elite ability user would need to tangle with it for over half an hour just to kill it. That's too terrifying. It's really too terrifying. The bald boy stared at the score on his smartwatch, his voice changing. Su Lichuan has already surpassed 10,000 points. More than 10,000 points? Zhou Mingyang's eyes went wide as he blurted out. I remember last year's top scorer in Jiangnan province only had a little over 8,000 points, right? With more than 10,000 points, could he really be going for the provincial top scorer? Provincial top scorer? Everyone nearby sucked in a sharp breath. At that moment, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out. Look, Su Lichuan has left. Seeing the direction Su Lichuan had gone, the others quickly realized what was happening. He seems to be heading to the central area. The central area? As expected of a provincial top scorer. He even killed a tier 2 ferocious beast, and he's still not resting, charging straight into the central area, the bald boy said in amazement. Zhou Mingyang also snapped back to his senses, slapped his thigh, and his expression changed. Damn it! I don't care whether Su Lichuan is the provincial top scorer or not. But if we still don't head to the central area now, we probably won't get a single point in this last little over an hour. Exactly. At his speed, could he clear out all the ferocious beasts in the central area? Let's go. Stop dawdling, hurry up and charge. They no longer had time to think and rushed downstairs with their weapons in hand. Zhou Mingyang no longer needed to stay with the team. He immediately activated his wind-type ability and shot off the fastest, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the open space outside the exam venue, the principals and teachers from various schools were shocked by Su Lichuan's terrifying ability, while also staring intently at the changes within the field, their breathing tense. The Tier 2 bloodthirsty berserk bear was a ferocious beast even they, as principals at their peak, would not have wanted to face head-on. But now, this ferocious beast had been treated by Su Lichuan as prey and was brutally toyed with to death. He first easily dodged the bloodthirsty bear's pounce, then blew out both of its legs with 2 shots. After that, lightning powers kept hammering down, directly shocking the bloodthirsty bear so hard it could not move. The spear thrust out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, it was driven into grievous injury. The final thunderous battle technique pierced through its heart and killed it on the spot. The movements were crisp and decisive, almost all in one seamless flow. When the bloodthirsty bear crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, the entire venue fell silent. No one had expected that the second-tier bloodthirsty bear, one that even the prodigies of the provincial capital found troublesome, would be killed like this. It was only after the leaderboard refreshed and Su Lichuan's score surged to 10,000 points that the director and a group of principals and teachers still had not recovered from their shock. 10,000 points. A record. He really broke the record. A teacher from number 2 high school was the first to react, so excited that he practically shouted himself hoarse. That shout jolted everyone awake. The next second, the stands erupted instantly. 10,000 points. He didn't just break the Jiangqing record. He broke the Jiangnan province record too. A genius. This is a real genius. Jiangqing is lucky. This year's provincial top scorer could really end up here. The principals and teachers from all 3 schools were so excited they no longer cared about appearances, and cheered outright. If this had been before, Su Lichuan being a student of number 2 high school would inevitably have left the other 2 high schools a little sour. But now it was different. This student, who is very likely to become the top scorer in the province, now represents not just Jiangqing Second High School, but all of Jiangqing. Nice. Beautiful job. Principal Zhao Yao also couldn't help but stand up, punching the air in excitement. He, who had always been composed, had already lost his composure countless times today. But this surprise was simply too big to care about appearances. This score is already on the preliminary line for the provincial top scorer. At the very least, he can break into the top 3 in Jiangnan province. You have to know, Jiangqing Second High School has been around for over 100 years, and its best historical result was only 64th place in Jiangnan province. Yet now, what every previous principal had failed to achieve had actually been brought about by him. How could he not be excited? Not be proud? Such a great student. Why wasn't he assigned to our rocket class back then? In the second high school stands, the rocket class homeroom teacher was both excited and regretful, his heart aching with envy. If Su Lichuan had been snatched into his class back then, all the glory right now would have been his. Good, good, good. Su Lichuan, you really did it. Class 5 homeroom teacher Chen Fan stared at the score on the field, feeling as though he were dreaming. His student was actually capable of competing for the provincial top scorer. He Hun pinched himself, and the pain made him gasp, only then confirming that everything before his eyes was real. The next second, he trembled with excitement. Holy crap! Class 5 actually has someone this ruthless? Too insane. Who would have thought? Anyway, I didn't. 10,000 points. I only got 102 points. Damn. That gap is just way too absurd. By the later stages of the martial arts college entrance examination, many candidates who had been eliminated after activating their safety spheres early had also gradually returned to the open grounds. When they saw the terrifying score that Su Lichuan had racked up, they were all dumbfounded. 10,000 points. Senior really did it. That's insane. With that score, a top-tier powers university is basically guaranteed, right? More than that. Now those top schools are probably fighting over Senior Su. From today on, Senior Su Lichuan is my idol. On the playground of number 2 high school, the freshmen, sophomores, and teachers were all stunned as well. The exam venue instantly erupted into an uproar. Most of the students regarded Su Lichuan as an idol and role model, each of them so excited their faces were flushed red. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the time quickly reached exactly 9 o'clock. At that moment, all the students still inside the Ruins Town examination venue received a red warning pop-up on their smartwatches at the same time. Immediately after, a synthetic voice sounded. Attention! The Zhongqing 2037 Martial Arts College Entrance Examination has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer earn points. Candidates are requested to return as soon as possible. Attention! The Zhongqing 2037 Martial Arts College Entrance Examination has ended. Killing ferocious beasts will no longer earn points. Candidates are requested to return as soon as possible. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row before stopping. The candidates in the examination venue reacted differently. Some felt regret, others sighed with emotion, and all of them began walking back. The Martial Arts College Entrance Examination is over. Su Lichuan pulled the spear out of the beast's corpse, a hint of regret on his face. What a pity. There won't be another chance to farm ability points this satisfyingly ever again. After saying that, he slung the spear over his shoulder and walked toward the exit. The Martial Arts College entrance exam was over, and what awaited him was a brand new path. When the time reached 9 o'clock, the rankings were finally settled. First place, Su Lichuan, 11,124 points, Zhongqing number 2 High School. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,233 points, Zhongqing number 1 High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1,045 points, Zhongqing number 1 High School. Su Lichuan's score left the second-place contestant behind by nearly 10 times. Zhou Mingyang, who had originally been the most favored, could only come in second. As the exam ended, the candidates emerged one after another from the ruined town. While talking about their experiences in the exam, they all steered the conversation towards Su Lichuan. Over 10,000 points? That's way too brutal. I'm in the same class as Su Lichuan. If I said he only has an E-rank ability, would you believe me? E-rank ability? Who are you kidding? Could an E-rank ability crush a B-rank Zhou Mingyang like that? Anyone who said Su Lichuan only had an E-rank ability was met with disbelief. Time slowly passed, and most of the students in the open area had returned. Those who still hadn't come out were the students who had gone deeper into the ruined town. Of course, that included Su Lichuan. However, the students who had already come out did not immediately board the buses to leave. Instead, they all stood where they were and waited. They all wanted to see what the guy who had racked up more than 10,000 points looked like. While waiting for him, everyone wasn't idle either and started guessing where Su Lichuan would rank in the end. Last year, the highest score in our Jiangnan province was only over 8,000. With his score of more than 10,000, he's definitely the provincial top scorer. Not necessarily. Who knows if another freak like him might pop up in some other city. True, but no matter what, he'll definitely make the top 3 in the province. Top 3 in Jiangnan province? This really brings honor to our Zhongqing. Yeah, our Zhongqing has finally produced a real genius. Among the dozens of prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan province, Zhongqing had always ranked near the bottom economically. Every year during the martial arts college entrance exam, Zhongqing's name in the provincial rankings was always one of the last to appear. But this year was completely different. With more than 10,000 points, Su Lichuan already had the qualifications to vie for the provincial top scorer. Even if he didn't end up taking first place, he would at least be in the top 3 in the province. By then, the entire Jiangqing would become famous because of him. Precisely because of this, Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Education Bureau, as well as the principals and teachers from every school, were all incredibly excited. They had left the stands early and were waiting at the exam exit for him to come out. In the open area, many candidates also grew excited, their faces full of pride. Some students from Class 5 of Number 2 High School had even started boasting about how familiar they used to be with Su Lichuan. In particular, Lu Jie, who had already been on good terms with Su Lichuan, was practically floating with pride. Chi-Chi, Su Lichuan really is your cousin, right? Among the students from Number 1 High School, Xiaoya, who had originally shown little interest in Su Lichuan at Thunder Martial Hall, now had her eyes shining and couldn't help asking Tang Qi, "My dear, you've already asked 3 times. Tang Qi rolled her eyes. "I can't say I'm 100% sure either, but it's most likely him." "Then I believe you." Xiaoya hurriedly nodded, then wrapped her arm around Tang Qi's and shook it coquettishly. "Good sister, give me your cousin's contact info, will you? Weren't you not interested yesterday?" Tang Qi looked at Xiaoya's pleading expression and couldn't help teasing her. Xiaoya immediately replied, "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is different. Yesterday he was just an E-rank awakened ability user. Today he's Jiangqing's number 1. His status has changed, so of course the treatment should change too." Tang Qi frowned at that, and only one thought remained in her mind. This face changing is way too fast. Just as she was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted from afar, "Su Lichuan is out of the exam grounds." The instant that shout rang out, the entire open area fell silent. Tang Qi, Xiaoya, and everyone else nearby all subconsciously looked toward the exit of the ruins town. Very quickly, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. It was Su Lichuan. He was wearing a black combat suit stained with blood, his face calm and his expression steady. On his back was also slung a black spear over 2 meters long. That spear had already been battered nearly to pieces, like evidence of a bloody path he had carved all the way out. "Su Lichuan, welcome back." Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau was the first to start applauding. Then, the principals and teachers from each school followed suit. But the ones truly making the scene lively were the students.
Su Lichuan, congratin.
This entire batch of candidates lit up because of you. Among candidates of the same year, if the score difference were only 100 or 200 points, people might still be unconvinced. But a gap of more than 10,000 points is not just a small difference. It is a total crushing defeat. What's more, Su Lichuan now represents not just himself, but the entire Jiangqing. So the cheers, applause, and shouts of praise came in wave after wave. There were even bold girls who confessed their feelings on the spot. Su Lichuan stood amid the crowd, ears buzzing, unable to hear what they were saying, feeling a little dazed. He never expected that, after the college entrance examination, there would actually be such a grand reception. Not far away, Zhou Mingyang had just walked out of the exam hall and, seeing this scene, showed a hint of envy in his eyes. However, he also knew in his heart that even if he took first place, he would never enjoy this kind of treatment. After all, he couldn't produce a gap of more than 10,000 points. It took well over a minute before the cheering slowly died down. Only then did Commander Wang begin arranging the evacuation, having all the candidates board the buses and be sent to the city first. As for Su Lichuan, the principal directly arranged for him to ride home in a dedicated car. The students from Class 5, who had originally wanted to ride with him, could only watch him leave in disappointment. Inside the car, the scenery outside the window sped backward. The person driving was not a chauffeur, but Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Usually, the principal had a dedicated driver whenever he went out. This time, however, he drove personally, with a smile on his face the whole time, not showing the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. "Su Lichuan, have you decided which Yineng school you want to go to?" Zhao Yao asked while driving. "I haven't thought about it yet." Su Lichuan shook his head. He was telling the truth. After crossing over here, all he had wanted was to improve his strength and score as many points as possible. He had never even considered which supernatural university to apply to. "With your scores, you can get into any university in the country," Zhao Yao said, growing more and more excited. "Including the 3 top-tier supernatural universities. You know which 3 I mean, right?" Su Lichuan nodded. The martial spirit in Daxia Nation was very strong, and the martial arts college entrance exam was live-streamed. Every year, The thousands of supernatural universities across the country would also hold a university league to rank themselves. Among those thousands of schools, 3 had remained in the top 3 for years. They were Qingjing Supernatural University, Modu Supernatural University, and Jincheng Supernatural University. All 3 schools had been founded for more than 200 years, with deep foundations and abundant resources. The lowest-level mentors on campus were all 6th-tier supernatural users. They stood above all other supernatural universities in the country and were known as the 3 top-tier universities. They were also where countless examinees desperately wanted to get into. Zhao Yao's tone was filled with emotion. The 3 top-tier universities, that's the place every student wants to go. But for you, they're already within arm's reach. No, I should say, they'll be fighting over you. Fighting over me? Su Lichuan turned to look at him, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Yao laughed. With your scores, you already qualify for special recruitment. Once the national rankings come out, the national top 10 universities will all offer you conditions and invite you to their schools. If that's not fighting over you, then what is? He said it with complete certainty. Special recruitment was originally a dire only the top 3 in the province could enjoy. But Su Lichuan's situation was clearly far beyond that. Principal Zhao Yao directly skipped over the other 7 top 10 universities and reminded him with a solemn face. After you go back, first make sure you thoroughly understand the information on the 3 top-tier universities. Don't wait until the special recruitment day and still be completely clueless. Also, don't get dazzled by the conditions those schools offer. The most important thing is to choose one that suits you. You have to know, among the 3 top-tier universities, it doesn't make much difference which one you enter. Your prospects won't be low either way.
Su Lichuan nodded.
I understand. Thank you, Principal. The martial arts college entrance exam was already over, and next, it was indeed time to seriously think about which school to go to. From the military district back to the city, the car ride took more than an hour. By the time Su Lichuan arrived home, it was already 11:23 p.m. He was so exhausted that he didn't even have the energy to wash up. He simply took off the battle suit stained with the smell of blood and collapsed straight onto the bed, falling into a dead sleep not long after. He didn't wake until after 9 a.m. the next day. Phew! I actually slept for more than 10 hours straight. He glanced at the time on his phone, then immediately got out of bed and rushed into the bathroom. Whoosh! Hot water poured continuously from the showerhead, cascading over his naked body and washing away all the fatigue and sweat. So comfortable. 12 consecutive hours of fighting had left his whole body drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Once the hot water hit him, he felt refreshed all over. While showering, he opened the system interface. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, Awakener. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 183 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 185 Hers, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Ability points, 2534. Aside from his results, the biggest gain from this martial arts college entrance exam was the ability points. With 2,534 ability points, he would have enough to use for a while after entering an ability university. Su Lichuan knew very well how important ability points were. If he went to an ordinary wilderness zone, he simply wouldn't be able to accumulate so many in such a short time. The only reason he was able to get this many was thanks to the martial arts college entrance exam. I wonder if there will still be any competitions involving killing ferocious beasts after I get into an ability university. If there are, I'll definitely be the first to sign up. Thinking of this, Su Lichuan felt much more cheerful. He hummed a tune as he finished showering, returned to his bedroom, turned on the computer, and began looking up information on the 3 top-tier universities. These 3 schools were all long-established prestigious institutions with histories spanning several hundred years, and they had cultivated countless powerful figures for Great Xia. The more he read, the more shocked Su Lichuan became. The current 9th-rank guardian of the nation actually graduated from Qingjing Ability University. Top-tier ability cultivation methods are mostly monopolized by the top universities. You never know until you look, and once you do, it's startling. The more he researched, the more he understood that nearly half of the famous high-level ability users in the country came from the 3 top-tier universities. That proportion was terrifying. You have to know, there weren't only these 3 schools in the country, there were thousands of ability universities. Not to mention that many people studied abroad first and only returned after graduating. And yet, even if all those schools were counted, the number of strong experts they produced was only about the same as that of the 3 top-tier universities. This was enough to show how deep the foundations of these 3 schools were. And the most crucial thing was still the ability cultivation methods. For an esper to advance, the esper cultivation method is the foundation. Different techniques can differ frighteningly, and the gap in training speed is even greater. For example, with the worst basic esper cultivation method, many awakeners have to train for 3 or 4 years before they can barely become esper users. But if they use a top-tier esper cultivation method, they can make the leap in less than half a year. And the information Su Lichuan found showed that most of the top-tier esper cultivation methods in Daxia country were actually hidden in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder people online always say those 3 top universities are incredibly domineering and refuse to make their techniques public. Su Lichuan understood it now, but still didn't take it too seriously. Top-tier esper cultivation methods were precious to begin with. Trying to force the schools to hand them over through public opinion was simply unrealistic. Ding dong. Just as he was about to keep searching for information, the doorbell suddenly rang. So early in the morning. Could it be my aunt? With some confusion, Su Lichuan got up, walked out of the bedroom, and opened the door. Outside stood 2 beauties, one older and one younger. The older one was in her 30s, dressed luxuriously with delicate features. The younger one was about Su Lichuan's age, tall and slim, and looked very much like the beautiful older woman, only with a colder aura. They were his aunt Su Qingwan and his cousin Tang Qi. Su Lichuan greeted them with a smile and led them into the living room. But as soon as they stepped inside, the scene became a little awkward. The night before yesterday, when his esper powers evolved out of control, the entire living room looked as if it had been swept by a great fire. The floor and walls were charred black, and the sofa, coffee table, and other furniture had all been burned to ashes. There wasn't even a place to sit. Xiaochuan, did your house catch fire? His aunt Su Qingwan immediately panicked when she saw it, and hurriedly grabbed him to look him over from head to toe. When did this happen? Are you hurt? It was just a small accident. Nothing serious. Su Lichuan looked at her, and his tone softened as well. After his parents passed away, the only person who could give him a sense of family like this was his aunt. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Only then did Su Qingwan breathe a sigh of relief. Then she explained why she had come. I mainly came this time to ask how you did on yesterday's martial arts college entrance exam. Did Sister Qi not tell you? Su Lichuan was a little surprised. I still think it'd be better for you to tell my mom yourself, Tang Qi said with a smile from the side, clearly deliberately keeping them in suspense. So that's how it is.
Su Lichuan nodded.
Then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. He took the 2 of them downstairs and went to the Morning Light Shop, cafe next to the residential complex, which he often visited. It was only 10 in the morning, and there weren't many people in the shop. Su Lichuan found a seat by the window and ordered 3 hot coffees. Not long after, the waitress brought over the 3 steaming cups of coffee. Please enjoy. The waitress smiled and walked away. Su Qingwan picked up her coffee cup and looked at Su Lichuan with a smile. Now you can tell me, right? Your sister made such a mystery out of it. Wasn't it just because she was afraid I'd beat you like I did when you were little? Don't worry. I'm not that fierce. Since you started high school, when have I really hit you? Besides, you wanted to take the martial arts college entrance exam, and I agreed to it, didn't I? Even if you did poorly this time, I won't hit you. Su Lichuan felt a little awkward hearing that and raised a hand to rub his nose. His aunt, Su Qingwan, was usually gentle and spoke softly, but once his grades slipped, that was a completely different story. When he was little, if he did poorly on his final exams, what awaited him was a bamboo shoot stir-fried with meat. And yet he had no way to resist. After all, the year his parents died, he was only 11, and his aunt was his officially appointed legal guardian. Mom, don't worry. Cousin won't let you down this time. Seeing that her mother had misunderstood, Tang Qi quickly spoke up. Oh? So Xiaochuan did pretty well on this exam. Su Qingwan's eyes lit up at once. How many points? Did he get 100? A score of 100 was the nationally recognized minimum passing line. Only by exceeding that score would one have a chance to enter an ability university. Yes, he got 100. Su Lichuan nodded with a smile. And not just 100, it was 10,000. 10,000 points. The number was so shocking that Su Qingwan froze on the spot, taking a long moment to recover. She knew quite a bit about the martial arts college entrance exam. Over the years, the highest score ever in Jiangxing was only a little over 1,000 points. Even the top scorer in all of Jiangnan province had only ever reached 8,000 or 9,000 points at most. So when she heard 10,000 points, her first reaction was disbelief. She frowned. Xiaochuan, don't joke around. Tell me the truth. How many points did you actually get? Mom, Li Chuan isn't joking. Tang Chi handed over the phone. He really got 10,000 points. No, to be exact, 11,124 points. The official Jiangcheng news account has already reported it. On the phone screen was a news article posted not long ago. The headline was striking, 10,000 points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangcheng Second High School. In the accompanying photo, Su Lichuan was seen holding a long spear and killing a Tier 2 bloodthirsty bear. It's Xiao Chuan. Su Qingwan recognized him at a glance and hurriedly looked down to read the article. She had always been gentle and rarely showed much emotional fluctuation. But the further she read this news piece, the brighter her eyes became, and a layer of excited redness gradually spread across her face. 10,000 points. First place in Jiangcheng. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Qingwan was so excited it was as if she had won the lottery. She stared at the phone over and over, unable to bear putting it down, while continuously muttering, Xiao Chuan has finally made something of himself. At first, everyone was still talking about it, and all they said was things like, our Su family has finally made something of itself, and, from now on, the family will finally have someone to carry it on. It took quite a while before Su Qingwan's emotions gradually settled down. Xiao Chuan, with these scores of yours, when the day comes to fill out your college preferences, won't you be able to directly choose from the top 10 universities in the country? Her eyes lit up, her face full of surprise. Yesterday, the principal told me I already qualify for special admission, so I don't need to fill out preferences. I just have to wait for the universities to come make me an offer, Su Lichuan said with a smile. Tang Chi nodded along as well. Mom, with cousin Lichuan's results, he's basically a top provincial exam contender. Even if he doesn't end up first, a top 3 ranking in Jiangnan province is practically guaranteed. With that ranking, the 3 top universities will all be fighting to special admit him. There's no way he'd need to go through the college preference route. The 3 top universities? Special admission? Good, good, good. Su Qingwan said, good 3 times in a row. The smile on her face almost impossible to suppress. Xiao Chuan, you really have given your aunt such a huge surprise this time. After a pause, she immediately asked, when are the martial arts college entrance exam rankings announced again? The exact time isn't certain, but at the latest it'll be 5 days from now, Su Lichuan replied after thinking it over. The nationwide martial arts college entrance exam results would be released at the same time. Before that, each province still had to carefully review the exam videos to prevent cheating. There was a lot to do and the process was cumbersome, but at the latest, the results would definitely be out within 5 days before June 13th. Great! Once the results are announced, Aunt will treat you to a big meal. Su Qingwan smiled so widely that she could barely close her mouth, then asked the question on her mind. But Xiao Chuan, weren't you only an E-rank ability user? How did you score so high? Everyone knew that the rarer an ability was, the stronger it usually was. Although there were people who made a name for themselves with low-ranked abilities, those cases were far too few and far between. And the scenes she had seen, lightning bursting apart, hordes of first-tier high-level ferocious beasts falling one after another. Such power simply did not seem like something an E-rank, weak electricity, ability could do. Not to mention, Su Lichuan was still only an awakener. He didn't even count as an ability user yet. Tang Chi also looked over with curiosity. Su Lichuan had long since prepared his explanation and said with a smile, the afternoon before yesterday, I was exercising in the living room when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found that my abilities seemed to have become quite a bit stronger. So that's why you went to Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall afterward to test your ability. Tang Chi immediately understood. Su Qingwan nodded as well. It did thunder that afternoon before yesterday. You weren't injured by the lightning, and instead you turned misfortune into a blessing. Your ability mutated. That's really some luck. In a few days, go to the Martial Hall and test again to see what level you're actually at now. Judging from the power you described in your article, it should be at least B rank or above.
Su Lichuan nodded.
Although ability mutation was rare, it wasn't unheard of. He had already thought of using that as his excuse. Besides, that bolt of lightning the afternoon before yesterday had been seen by many people, so it matched up perfectly. Alright, whatever happens, you 2 siblings. One ranked 12th in Jiangcheng, the other ranked 1st in Jiangcheng, have both done really well, Su Qingwan said with a smile. Come on, let's go to the market and buy groceries. Auntie will make you a good lunch. Su Lichuan also smiled and walked out alongside Tang Chi, following beside Su Qingwan. June 11th, 9 p.m. Modu Abilities University, Admissions Office. The 3rd and 4th tier ability users, who were usually rare to see, were now filling the entire office. A group of people sat around a large round table, at least 30 or 40 of them, each with tense expressions, as if waiting for some important news. Before long, a slightly overweight middle-aged man hurried in. He lifted the mechanical tablet in his hand and said directly, "The National Martial Arts ranking is out. Everyone, get ready." The rankings for the National Martial Arts College entrance exam had always been kept secret before the official announcement. But that was only for ordinary people. For top-tier universities like theirs, getting the rankings a day in advance was no difficult task. It's finally out. This year's rankings seem to have taken a bit long. About right. Last year it was only a day earlier than this year. The atmosphere in the admissions office instantly grew tense. These few days were the busiest time of the entire year. The admissions office had to determine different special recruitment strategies based on the strength of the top 3 candidates in each province. Those with strong ability and great potential had to be fought for with more resources. Those of average strength and lower potential could be won over with less effort. Not only Magic Capital 艺能大学, Qingjing 艺能大学, and Jincheng 艺能大学 do the same as well. According to the old rules, let's first look at the provincial top scorers. The middle-aged man in front inserted the mechanical disc into the projector. With a hum, the rankings of candidates from more than 30 provincial-level administrative regions across the country were immediately projected. The first one, Qingjing City. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, and the projection immediately switched to the list for Qingjing City, the capital of the Great Xia Nation. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on the top spot. First place, Zhou Yi Qingjing Middle School. 9,343 points. Eva, bring up Zhou Yi's information. As soon as the words fell, a clear electronic voice sounded. Okay, director. The next second, a holographic image appeared in the center of the round table. The image showed Zhou Yi fighting in the martial arts entrance exam. Zhou Yi, 18 years old, awakened the enhancement type A rank ability bronze body, level, upper first tier. His father is a 4th tier ability user. The information network of top universities was very powerful, and Magic Capital Yinengdaxue was no exception. As Zhou Yi fought, his profile was being read out beside every admissions teacher's ear. Bronze body? Pretty good even among A rank abilities. Looks decent. He uses his ability quite skillfully. The teachers discussed in low voices. Not long after, the video finished playing. The middle-aged man at the front made the decision immediately. Zhou Yi is to be designated as an A+ special recruitment quota. Teacher Wang Jian, please make the trip. All right. A teacher stood up and nodded. As soon as the meeting ended, he immediately set off for Qingjing City. The second one, Hunan Province. Time flew by, and each province's top scorer was assessed one after another, with the special recruitment levels decided along the way. There were A+, A, and A-. However, for someone capable of becoming a provincial top scorer, even at their worst they would not be too far behind. Soon it was Jiangnan Province's turn. The 13th provincial-level administrative region, Jiangnan Province. As soon as the middle-aged man's voice fell, the projected rankings also switched to Jiangnan Province. Last year Jiangnan Province produced an A+ special recruitment quota. I wonder how it'll be this year. It should still be A+. Jiangnan Province is one of the major population provinces of Great Xia, and its top scorers in previous years have all been very strong. So, including the director of the admissions office, all the teachers looked toward the top of the list. First place, Su Lichuan, Jiangcheng Second High School, 11,124 points. Over 10,000 points? Jiangnan Province is this fierce this year. Jiangcheng? Isn't that not the provincial capital? The teachers were first shocked, then all froze. Jiangcheng? Isn't the capital of Jiangnan Province Ning'an City? Where did Jiangcheng come from? A lot of people had never even heard of this place. Su Lichuan, 18 years old, awakened a natural element E-rank ability, a level awakened one. His parents, 7 years ago. Once the information came out, everyone present was even more baffled. What the heck? E-rank ability, and he's awakened? And that can still make him the provincial top scorer. Before, Jiangnan Province's top scorer usually came from Ning'an City, or those wealthy cities nearby. That's normal too. Poor support literature, rich support martial arts. With a solid family foundation, it's easier for a child to stand out. But now it was different. Jiangnan Province's top scorer this time not only wasn't from any of the familiar cities the teachers knew, he wasn't even really an ability user, just an awakened. And his ability rank was only E rank, the second lowest. Who would believe that? In an instant, everyone was stunned. As the exact information reached the ears of several teachers, their first reaction was disbelief. An awakened can also take the provincial top spot? Isn't that a mistake? Could it be that the information was entered wrong and got assigned to someone with the same name? Possibly. For the martial arts college entrance exam, every candidate's results undergo strict review by the National Education Bureau. No one doubted that the score itself was fake. They only suspected that the information had been assigned to the wrong person. But the intelligence system of Magic City Esper University had always been strong, so logically it should not make such a rookie mistake. Eva's information is correct. A dissatisfied voice rang out, and a dumb-looking little orb of light immediately appeared in the room. Clear anger hung on the orb. It was the artificial intelligence Eva, responsible for information collection and management at Magic City Esper University. I'm the highest level AI, and I would never make such a low-level mistake. There may have been a problem with Su Lichuan's information when it was first entered into the database. A slightly chubby, middle-aged man waved his hand, calming the atmosphere. Wouldn't we know by watching his college entrance exam video? Eva, open Su Lichuan's exam video. Understood, Director. Only then did Eva's anger subside. The next second, Su Lichuan's figure was projected above the center of the round table. As soon as the footage began, he was seen charging into the core area and colliding head-on with a large pack of first-tier high-grade fierce beasts and second-tier fierce beasts. He actually uses a spear. That's rare. One teacher stared at the spear on his back, his eyes lighting up. Among the top scorers from more than 10 provinces ahead of him, almost all used swords or sabers. This was the first time they'd seen a spear. A spear is much harder to use than a saber or sword. Another teacher nodded as well. But they hadn't forgotten the main point and still needed to confirm Su Lichuan's ability and level first. His ability hadn't been shown yet, so it was still impossible to tell, but his level was easy to judge. The most obvious difference between awakeners and ability users is their aura. The Su Lichuan in the video had a very powerful presence, but after careful inspection, the teacher's presence still couldn't find the characteristics that an ability user should have. So, Su Lichuan is really an awakener? After repeated confirmation, all the teachers were stunned. An awakener took the provincial champion. What did that even mean? In the past few decades, something like this had simply never happened. Very soon, the battle in the holographic footage began. When Su Lichuan's purple firmament divine thunder erupted and continuously blasted those first-tier high-ranking ferocious beasts to death, all the teachers were dumbfounded. This is impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
This is definitely not an E-rank ability. This power is at least A-rank. How could it possibly be an E-rank weak lightning ability? What exactly did the person in charge of registration do? How could they get this wrong? The seasoned admissions teachers immediately realized something was wrong. The director at the front narrowed his eyes and issued a direct order. Iva, analyze Su Lichuan's ability rank. An ability rank was originally something that had to be accurately determined through professional instruments. But with a high-level artificial intelligence, it could also be roughly analyzed. Su Lichuan's ability belongs to the natural element lightning system. Since elemental information in the air cannot be collected, it can only be judged based on the video footage. There is a 4% probability of B rank, a 10% probability of A rank, an 83% probability of S rank, a 1% probability of SS rank, and a 0% probability of SSS rank. Iva quickly gave the result. After hearing this, the director's pupils shrank sharply. An S rank probability, 83%. Iva is a high-level artificial intelligence, and its judgment is basically never wrong. With an 83% probability, it was almost certain that Su Lichuan was S rank. S rank? All the teachers present drew in a sharp breath. They knew exactly what kind of weight S rank carried. As long as they grew up, they would become top-tier combat power. And in Great Xia, there hadn't been an S-rank ability awakener for 3 or 4 years. At that moment, Su Lichuan in the footage fired another shot, directly and brutally taking down the Tier 2 bloodthirsty berserk bear. Suspected S-rank ability, plus this combat ability. Su Lichuan, this provincial top scorer, truly deserves the title. The director of the admissions office let out a long breath and said in a grave tone, Su Lichuan will be designated for the S+ special recruitment quota. Bring him in at all costs. The S+ special recruitment quota. Hasn't this special recruitment tier been untouched for many years? For S+ special recruitment, it looks like we won't be able to get away without bringing out something real. Director Zhang, I went to Jiangnan province for special recruitment last year. Let me go again this time. Director, I want to go to Jiangnan for special recruitment too. As soon as several teachers heard that this time was S plus special recruitment, they immediately couldn't sit still. Anyone targeted by recruitment at this level was basically confirmed to have S-rank ability. Who wouldn't want to snatch up such a promising talent? But Zhang Chaoyang, the director of the admissions office up front, shook his head and directly suppressed everyone's scramble. No need to fight over it. I'll go personally this time. As soon as he said that, the office fell quiet for a moment. Although some teachers felt unwilling to accept it, they could only concede. Zhang Chaoyang was a 5th-tier psychic-type Esper, and he had personally recruited quite a few promising talents into the Modu Esper University. This kind of matter was indeed safest in his hands. Looking at the tall figure in the holographic projection, he said in a low voice, S-rank ability, Su Luchuan, don't let me down. June 12th, the 5th day after the martial arts college entrance examination ended. Luchuan, don't worry. At the latest today the results will be out. On the phone, the principal's voice sounded very steady, but the urging in his tone could not be hidden. I know, principal. I'm not in a hurry. Su Luchuan replied while walking through the neighborhood. Good, not in a hurry is good. I'm just afraid you young people are impatient and restless. The word sounded nice, but the speed at which he hung up was anything but slow. Su Luchuan put away his phone and couldn't help but smile. Each one of them tells me not to rush, but in reality they're even more anxious than I am. Over the past few days he had already received several phone calls. His homeroom teacher, the principal, and even the director of the education bureau had all taken turns asking. They all told him to wait patiently, but what they really meant was the same thing. The results should come out as soon as possible. That was only normal. Jiangqing needed a turnaround too much. It's already the 5th day. It should be announced by now, right? Just as he thought of this, his phone rang. As soon as the text alert sounded, he immediately took out his phone to check it. The screen read, Candidate Su Lichuan from Jiangcheng Second High School. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance exam rankings have been released. Please check them promptly. There was also a link below. It's out. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately tapped it open. The next second, an entire ranking list of candidates across the province popped up directly. He didn't look further down. His eyes locked onto the top spot at first glance. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Lichuan, Jiangqing Second High School. Total score, 11,124 points. Seeing these words, Su Lichuan broke into a grin, and his fists clenched tight. First place, Jiangnan Province top scorer. I've made it. At this moment, even he could hardly suppress the joy in his heart. That same day, at the Education Bureau in Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province, the bureau chief and a group of teachers had long been waiting in front of the computer, staring unblinkingly at the screen. A cake and champagne had already been prepared on the table, waiting to be opened the moment the results came out. This year, Lei Zhou from Ning'an No. 1 High School performed pretty well. He scored over 9,200 points, so he's very likely to be the provincial top scorer. Yeah, that should be about right, but it's hard to say. I heard a few strong students also came out of the neighboring city. It's down to luck. A few people in the office were murmuring to each other. In their view, Lei Zhou from Ning'an No. 1 High School, with an A-rank ability and mid-tier first-rank strength, had practically already stuffed the provincial top scorer into his pocket. Just then, the teacher staring at the computer suddenly shouted, "The results are out." He hurriedly clicked open the rankings, but his face instantly changed. What's wrong? The bureau chief frowned and leaned over. When he looked, the first place wasn't Lei Zhou, whom they were familiar with at all, but a completely unfamiliar name. Top scorer in Jiangnan Province, Su Lichuan, Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Total score, 11,124 points. The bureau chief's eyes widened at once. What? The provincial top scorer is from Jiangqing. This scene wasn't just happening in the Ning'an City Education Bureau. Almost at the same time, the education bureaus of other prefecture-level cities across Jiangnan Province were also thrown into an uproar. But compared with the official shock, the news workers reacted even faster. As soon as the news broke, people immediately rushed to follow the scent. After all, Jiangnan Province is one of the major population provinces of the Great Xia, with as many as 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities beneath it. The provincial capital, Ning'an City, and the surrounding cities had already been keeping an eye on this ranking, waiting to be the first to break the news. Large cities like Ning'an City had always been the most lively places in Jiangnan Province. That was where the most awakened ones and the most geniuses were. But Jiangcheng was the complete opposite. Located at the far north of Jiangnan province, it was extremely remote, with scarce resources and pitifully few geniuses. In previous years, Jiangnan province's top scorer almost always came from Ning'an City or a few nearby major cities. But this year, everything was different. The provincial top scorer was unexpectedly not from those famous big cities, but from a Jiangcheng that many people had never even heard of. That instantly maximized the news value. As soon as the news came out, the reporters immediately rushed to dig up Su Lichuan's background. But after looking into it, everyone was stunned. E-rank ability, awakened, hadn't officially advanced yet. As soon as these words were laid out, they immediately stirred up all their excitement. Isn't this a ready-made hot topic? So, these people worked at lightning speed, and within minutes they had churned out one long article after another. An absolute dark horse. The Jiangcheng student who took the provincial top score. Shocking. The provincial top scorer is actually an awakened. Who says an E-rank ability can't win the provincial top spot? The headlines got more and more exaggerated, clearly designed to hook readers. As soon as the articles went online, they drew a flood of clicks, especially from netizens in Jiangnan province. The comments section blew up very quickly. Aren't provincial top scorers usually high-level first-tier ability users? An awakened can get first place too. An E-rank ability can still be the provincial top scorer? If that's true, I'll eat shit on the spot. Stop bragging, upstairs. I'm going to look up his martial arts college entrance exam video right now. What there was most of in the comments was disbelief. And that made sense. In previous years, every Jiangnan province top scorer was a high-level first-tier ability user. At the very least, their ability rank was A rank and many were B rank. Now, all of a sudden, an awakened with an E rank ability had emerged as the provincial top scorer. Who would believe that so easily? Some people even started stirring things up directly in the comments, claiming there was something shady about this year's martial arts college entrance exam. Some said Su Lichuan was the useless son of some big shot, forcibly pushed into the position of provincial top scorer. If cheating in the martial arts college entrance exam really got out, the consequences would be serious. The controversy quickly intensified, and many people even went straight to the official Jiangxing account to leave comments, demanding an explanation for everyone. Just when the situation was getting increasingly chaotic, the official Jiangxing account didn't panic. It directly released Su Lichuan's martial arts college entrance exam video. Those who had already been waiting to launch into a rant were instantly dumbfounded. In the video, Su Lichuan, the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan province, was indeed just an awakened. Damn. He pierced the skull of a Tier 1 horned rhinoceros with one spear thrust? That kind of strength is even fiercer than a Tier 1 esper. Looks like a strength-boosting enhancement type ability, but he's clearly just an awakened. How can that buff be this outrageous? Holy crap. It's not an enhancement type at all. It's lightning. With power like that, you're telling me this is an E-rank ability? For traffic, the media really will make up anything. The video ran for a full 12 hours, capturing every single moment of Su Lichuan in the exam grounds in crystal clear detail. As soon as the video went up, the doubting voices immediately dropped by more than half. In their place came a wave of amazement. Everyone was stunned by his spear technique, and by that absurdly overpowered lightning ability. Online, the topic of Su Lichuan completely exploded, and in Jiangcheng itself, the place was just as uproarious. The martial arts college entrance exam was already a major event that drew national attention, but in the past Jiangcheng's results were always too poor. At its best, it barely managed to place in the top 100 in Jiangnan province, which was embarrassing to even mention, so locals never paid it much mind. But this time was different. Jiangcheng produced a provincial top scorer. Once the news spread, everyone in Jiangcheng was thrilled. Quite a few people directly posted about it online, and some who had originally known Su Lichuan immediately started presenting themselves as old acquaintances, claiming everywhere that they were very close to him. Jiangcheng's local media could hardly sit still either, and came in groups to Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, hoping to interview the principal. In fact, long before Su Lichuan racked up over 10,000 points, the principal had already predicted that this day would come. So when he put on his suit and faced a pile of microphones, he didn't panic at all and answered everything with complete composure. Besides the principal, Su Lichuan's homeroom teacher and several subject teachers also gave interviews. This time, the usually stern homeroom teacher couldn't stop smiling. Whenever Su Lichuan came up, she praised him nonstop. Not only Jiangcheng Second High School, the top officials of the Municipal Education Bureau and the city government were also interviewed one after another. Su Lichuan is the pride of us people in Jiangcheng. The reason he was able to achieve such results lies in his own hard work. Of course, it also owes much to the nurturing of the school and the Education Bureau. As usual, Zhang Wanshan, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau, first said a few polite words, then publicly announced that Su Lichuan would be rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash, plus a method for training Esper abilities. Just as the Education Bureau had finished expressing its stance, the city government followed suit, directly giving Su Lichuan 1 million yuan in cash, and additionally rewarding Jiangcheng with a luxury villa residence. It was only natural for each province's top scorer to receive a hefty reward. Although Jiangcheng was far inferior to a provincial capital like Ning'an City, it could still afford several million. More importantly, the buzz Su Lichuan brought to Jiangcheng this time was worth far more than those rewards. Su Lichuan had no idea about the excitement happening outside. After answering congratulatory calls one after another from his aunt, the principal and the bureau chief, he headed straight to the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Although he had the system, he never relaxed on basic training. In the training room, the black glory spear was wielded by him like a black shadow. The spear shaft was already close to being worn out, yet in his hands it was still astonishingly fast, with sharp whistling sounds of wind slicing through the air constantly ringing out. That spear, weighing 50 kilograms, felt almost weightless in his hands. Every movement was textbook perfect, steady to a terrifying degree. Ring, ring, ring. A sudden phone call interrupted the training. Su Lichuan frowned, put away the spear, and picked up his phone. The caller was Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangcheng Second High School. Didn't the principal just call earlier? Why is he calling again? Given his current status as the provincial top scorer, trouble was bound to keep coming. But he already disliked being disturbed by others, especially during training, so he had long since set his phone to whitelist mode. He hadn't expected the principal to keep calling several times in a row. He also knew that if Zhao Yao didn't have something urgent, he wouldn't be calling him so anxiously. So he pressed answer. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Yao's excited voice came through immediately. Su Lichuan, hurry and come to the school. The admissions teachers from the 3 top universities have already arrived. So fast. Su Lichuan was somewhat surprised. Among the 3 top-tier Awakened Power universities, Qingjing Awakened Power University is in the northern part of Great Xia, while Jincheng Awakened Power University is in the central region, and neither is close to Jiangnan province. Only Modu Awakened Power University is a little closer to this area. By his estimate, these admissions teachers should not have arrived until tomorrow at the earliest. He hadn't expected them to be here already. On Zhao Yao's end, he was anxious beyond measure. Forget all that for now. Where are you right now? I'll arrange a car to pick you up immediately. I'm at Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. All right, wait there. The car will be there soon. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing No. 2 High School, Zhao Yao had originally been in the middle of an interview, but upon hearing that the admissions teachers from the 3 top-tier universities had come together, he immediately stopped the interview and called Su Lichuan at the first possible moment. After that, he personally led the 3 teachers to the school's VIP reception room and handed each of them a cup of hot tea. Please sit for a moment, teachers. Su Lichuan will be here in just over 10 minutes. Although Zhao Yao was a second-tier awakened one and the principal of a high school, making him somewhat influential in Jiangcheng, he kept his attitude very humble now, not daring to act the slightest bit arrogant. He knew very well that all 3 of them were people he absolutely could not afford to offend. Even the slightest bit of aura from those high-level awakened ones made his heart tighten. No problem, Principal Zhao. Go ahead and get busy. We don't mind waiting a little while. Zhang Chaoyang, director of the admissions office at Modu Awakened Power University, waved his hand with a smile, speaking very politely. After Zhao Yao left, he turned to look at the other 2 and smiled. Looks like the 3 of us haven't gathered together like this in a long time, has it? Besides him, there was 1 man and 1 woman in the room. The woman was Su Yun, director of the admissions office at Qingjing Awakened Power University. She had a plump figure and was quite beautiful as well. The man was Wu Yuan, director of the admissions office at Jincheng Awakened Power University. He wore a gray robe and had long hair, looking somewhat gloomy. Like Zhang Chaoyang, they were all admissions directors at their respective schools. Back then, before they had taken this position, they had met at special recruitment events in various provinces. But after becoming directors, they all got busy and rarely saw each other anymore. Unexpectedly, this time they ended up gathered together again because of Su Lichuan. Su Yun didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Teacher Zhang, let's skip the pleasantries. We all know why we're here today. Let me be clear first. Su Lichuan, Qingjing University of Superpowers wants him. Her tone was blunt, and her words were fast and forceful. It was obvious she was here to snatch him up. As soon as the three admissions officers met, the atmosphere grew tense. No one minced words. They came straight out and started competing for him. Hey, you say he's yours and he's yours? I'm saying Jingcheng University wants him. Wu Yuan, the admissions officer from Jingcheng University, said coldly as he shot back. Zhang Chaoyang frowned as he watched, raising a hand to rub his temples. Every year when the University League began, the three top universities fought over students like it was war. Especially when it came to special recruitment candidates like the provincial top scorer. Getting into a fight on the spot was perfectly normal, and it wasn't unheard of for things to turn physical. He was long used to this kind of scene. If they were really going to settle it by strength, he wouldn't back down either. But this time was different. Zhang Chaoyang coughed lightly and got straight to the point. The two of you didn't come just for Su Lichuan's identity as the provincial top scorer, did you? You're also here for his ability, right? Obviously. Su Yun rolled her eyes. From the moment she saw Zhang Chaoyang and Wu Yuan, she knew everyone was after the same thing. Su Lichuan's likely S-rank ability. Zhang Chaoyang nodded. In that case, when Su Lichuan gets here, let's test his ability level first, and then talk about admission. How about that? Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged a glance, then both nodded. Okay, let's test your level first. The room fell quiet for a moment. Not long after, the sliding door opened with a whoosh. Principal Zhao Yao walked in, leading a tall young man carrying a gun on his back. The person who arrived was none other than Su Lichuan. As soon as he stepped through the door, 3 pairs of eyes immediately fell on him. He was still wearing the loose training clothes from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, with the old black glory spear strapped to his back. Compared with Zhao Yao, who was dressed in a suit, he looked rather plain, even a little shabby. But his stance was steady, and his back was straight. There was no panic in those black and white eyes of his, only calmness and composure. On the other hand, Zhao Yao, facing the 3 specially recruited teachers, was clearly somewhat restrained. Su Yun glanced at him and gave a slight nod. After the martial arts college entrance exam, most students would relax and take the chance to go wild, not thinking about training at all anymore. But Su Lichuan had clearly just finished training and rushed over. Just that alone was better than many candidates. Moreover, the 3 of them were all 5th-tier spirit-type ability users. Even without using their abilities, they would naturally give off a sense of pressure. Ordinary ability users simply couldn't handle it. That could be seen from Zhao Yao's reaction. But Su Lichuan stood there, his expression unchanged. That showed his will was very steady and not easily suppressed. As fellow 5th-tier ability users, Su Yun could see it, and the other 2 naturally could as well. So from the moment they met, Su Lichuan had already left a good impression on the several admissions teachers. Su Lichuan, let me introduce you. This is teacher Su Yun from Qingjing Ability University, and this is from Modu Ability University. Zhao Yao began introducing the identities of the 3. Su Lichuan quickly identified the teachers, and his attitude was also very polite. Hello, teachers. He could feel that all 3 of them carried a very strong aura of danger. No need to think too much about it. At the very least, they were all 4th-tier ability users. Zhang Chaoyang spoke first, his tone very friendly. Student Su, we've all watched the combat video from your college entrance examination. Your practical combat ability is very strong, and quite stunning. There's just one question. The ability you have now doesn't seem to be the original registered E-rank ability, weak electricity. Can you explain this change? If it's inconvenient, that's fine. We're just curious. Zhao Yao stood nearby, also revealing a curious expression. Su Lichuan had been prepared for this, so he repeated what he had told his aunt before. He said that the day before the college entrance examination, he had been struck by natural lightning, and as a result, his ability had mutated. Mutated after being struck by lightning? Zhang Chaoyang nodded. It's not impossible. Before coming, the 3 teachers had already looked into the matter and knew that Su Lichuan had indeed been struck by lightning the day before the college entrance examination. So they could accept this explanation too. Then, Zhang Chaoyang, standing in the middle, raised his right hand. In the next second, a black instrument full of a high-tech feel appeared in his hand out of thin air. The other 2 teachers weren't surprised at all, apparently already used to it. Student Su, you probably still don't know what your mutated ability is. Do you? I happen to have an ability detector with me. Give it a try. Su Lichuan nodded and walked straight over. He had only ever seen this ability detector once, on the day he awakened at 16. That year, the ability awakening ceremony used a very large machine, about the size of a double-door refrigerator. The small detector in front of him was something Su Lichuan had never touched before, so for a moment he didn't know how to use it. Just release your ability, Zhang Chaoyang reminded him. Su Lichuan nodded, took a deep breath, and directly activated the purple heaven divine thunder. Crackle, snap. In an instant, purple lightning burst around him, violent and blinding, with electric arcs flashing everywhere. Several teachers were shocked on the spot. They could clearly feel that within that thunder lurked an extremely ferocious power, making even them, fifth-tier ability users, unable to help but tense up. At that moment, the detector in front of them also activated, sending out a blue beam that scanned the thunder and Su Lichuan from head to toe. The three specially recruited teachers and Principal Zhao Yao all stared at the device, waiting for the result. Soon, a mechanical electronic voice sounded. Ability detection complete. The ability is Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, rated S-grade. It's actually an S-grade ability. Zhao Yao's eyes widened at once. He had long suspected that Su Lichuan's ability might have mutated, but he never expected it to jump directly from E-grade to S-grade. The other three teachers had some idea already, but when they actually heard the result, their breathing still quickened. The admissions teacher from Jincheng University, Wu Yuan, was the first to speak, his eyes practically shining. Su, as long as you come to our Jincheng Ability University, we'll give you a 4 million scholarship upon enrollment, plus a set of C-grade equipment. During your 4 years in college, all the ability training methods and combat techniques you need will also be provided free of charge. For million scholarship, Zhao Yao was greatly shaken. The city had just awarded 2 million, and now another 4 million was being offered here. They were really throwing money around. Not to mention that set of C-grade equipment which was worth at least tens of millions. As for the ability training method and combat skills, those were things that ability users would find hard to buy even with money. Zhao Yao couldn't help but sigh that geniuses really were worth a fortune. Back when he was at the Ability Users University, just to exchange for one combat skill, he had to work desperately hunting ferocious beasts, and still might not have been able to gather enough. But now they were being given away for free. Is that all you've got? And you still have the nerve to bring it out? Su Yun raised an eyebrow and said, staring at Su Lichuan, "Classmate Su, if you come to our Qingjing Ability Users University, not only will we provide ability training methods and various combat skills, we'll also give you a 6 million enrollment bonus, and all the equipment you need for your 4 years of college will be covered too." Qingjing Ability Users University was in the capital of the Great Xia Nation, so they had more confidence and their offer was even more ruthless, directly raising the terms by a notch. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaoyang also spoke up. "We also have ability training methods and combat skills. What other schools have, our school is no less lacking. We don't give scholarships or equipment, but every academic year, we'll give you one S-grade cultivation resource." S-grade cultivation resource? What is that? Su Lichuan asked, frowning. Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged a glance, and both of their expressions changed. Of course they knew what that was. The so-called S-grade cultivation resources were all treasures that simply couldn't be measured in money. Even a 5th-tier ability user who got one would see their strength greatly improved. And yet, Modu Ability Users University was actually promising one every year. That scale of generosity was terrifying. "You know about dragonkin ferocious beasts, right?" Zhang Xiaoyang asked.
Su Lichuan nodded.
Beasts also have levels of strength. Some are terrifying by nature, and because they resemble the dragon race, they are classified as a branch of dragonkind. They are born at Tier 4 or Tier 5, and after reaching adulthood, they can even climb to Tier 7 or Tier 8. "Good enough to know," Zhang Chaoyang continued. "Among the S-rank resources we mentioned, there is one called Dragon Blood. It is refined from the heart's blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type beast. After drinking it, one's physique will be greatly enhanced, even approaching that of a dragon beast. The S-rank resources we give you every year are roughly at this level." He spoke lightly, but everyone listening felt their hearts tighten. In other words, if Su Lichuan hadn't been rated S+ in the special recruitment assessment, conditions like these would never have been offered. Dragon Blood, S-rank cultivation resources. Zhao Yao felt more shocked the more he heard. He had always thought he had seen big scenes, but only today did he realize that his horizons were still far too narrow. In order to compete for Su Lichuan, the 3 top universities had offered terms one harsher than the last, completely throwing money at him. Su Lichuan was also clearly stunned after hearing all this. S-rank cultivation resources were indeed enticing enough. "All right, it's time for you to make your decision. Among the 3 of our top universities, which one will you choose?" The 3 teachers' gazes all fell on Su Lichuan at once, waiting for him to speak. After a few seconds of silence, Su Lichuan finally said directly, "I choose Modu Ability University." What he valued most was practical combat training. After all, ability points could only be obtained by killing beasts, so whether a school's combat training was strong or not mattered greatly. Over the past few days, he had looked up a great deal of information and discovered that in the collegiate league tournaments focused on practical combat over the past nearly 20 sessions, Modu Ability University had won more than half of the championships. What did that mean? It was already very clear. In terms of practical combat training, Modu Ability University was clearly the strongest of the three. On top of that, with the S-rank resources they offered, choosing it was the safest bet. As expected, it's still Modu Ability University. Su Yun and Wu Yuan almost simultaneously sighed. Faced with S-rank cultivation resources, the conditions their school offered really couldn't compare. But that couldn't really be blamed on them. The school only prepared so many resources for special recruits, and S-rank resources were extremely useful even to high-level espers. How could they possibly be taken out casually to recruit new students? If the school wouldn't approve it, they couldn't offer any better terms. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Your Modu Esper University has snagged a promising talent this time. The tense, rivalry-filled atmosphere of the recruitment battle faded here. The result was already decided, and Su Yun and Wu Yuan could only congratulate Zhang Chaoyang. After that, the two didn't stay long either, leaving with a sigh. They had no hope of taking the top scorer in Jiangnan province, but they still had to keep competing for second and third place. Take care, both of you. Zhang Chaoyang smiled as he saw them off, then turned to look at Su Lichuan. Classmate Lichuan, welcome to Modu Esper University. Our school won't let you down. As he spoke, he directly took out the admission letter he had prepared long ago and handed it over. This is the admission letter. You'll need it when you report to school. And this too, the special recruitment contract. Sign it. Zhang Chaoyang handed over another contract. The contents of the contract were very simple, roughly meaning Su Lichuan could access all the Esper training methods and combat techniques in Modu Esper University's library. In addition, he would receive one S-rank cultivation resource every year. The contract was in duplicate, and both copies had already been stamped with the official seal of Modu Esper University. After confirming there were no problems, Su Lichuan directly signed his name, giving one copy to Zhang Chaoyang and keeping one for himself. Very good, classmate Lichuan. From now on, you're a student of the Magic City University of Powers. After receiving the contract, Zhang Chaoyang also let out a sigh of relief. He had finally secured the S-rank awakened one, so this trip had not been in vain. He casually flipped his hand, and the contract vanished. This sight left Su Lichuan stunned, his eyes lighting up. Teacher Zhang, where did your contract go? You mean this? Zhang Chaoyang smiled and raised his right hand, revealing a delicate ring on his index finger. The next second, the ring flashed faintly, and the contract appeared in his hand out of thin air again. This is a spatial ring, made according to the abilities of space-type power users. It can hold some small items. Zhang Chaoyang explained casually. A spatial ring? Su Lichuan froze on the spot. Wasn't that something that only existed in novels in his previous life? Yet it had actually been made in this world. But on second thought, it didn't seem so strange. Even space-type powers existed, so making a spatial ring didn't seem that outrageous. An idea immediately sprang to mind. When he had the chance later, he would get one too. This kind of thing is just too convenient and too tempting. Zhang Chaoyang seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and said with a smile, the space ring isn't cheap. If you want to buy one, you'll have to work hard. After saying that, he added, also, our school's freshman registration date is September 1st. You can also register early, and the school will arrange accommodation. For special admits like you, we usually encourage early enrollment. Can I register early? Su Lichuan immediately asked. Then does that mean as soon as I enroll, I can check the ability training methods and combat techniques in the library? Of course. Zhang Chaoyang nodded. That's great. Su Lichuan instantly perked up. He had originally thought that he would have to wait until the official start of school before he could get access to the cultivation resources of Magic City Ability University. Now that he could enroll early, he would save quite a bit of time. Teacher Zhang, I'll go to school and register as soon as possible. All right, here's my contact information. When you get to the school, just call. You can just contact me by phone. After leaving his number, Zhang Chaoyang didn't stay any longer. He stood up and left directly. Very quickly, only Su Lichuan and the principal, Zhao Yao, were left in the VIP reception room. Only then did Zhao Yao finally relax. He lifted a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, staring at the admission notice in Su Lichuan's hand, his eyes shining brightly. An admission notice from Magic City Ability University. This is a tremendous honor. Come on. Let's call your homeroom teacher and take a photo together at the entrance. Under Zhao Yao's lead, Su Lichuan held his admission notice and took a group photo with Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers who taught Class 5 at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. In the photo, the teachers were all smiling especially happily. This photo was later placed in the honor room of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, in the most central spot, and became a role model for many later students to imitate and learn from. While taking the group photo, Su Lichuan also received calls from the Municipal Education Bureau and the city government. They mentioned generous rewards, but said he would need to show up in person on the day the awards were presented. Su Lichuan agreed without a second thought. Since they were giving him such a huge benefit, it was only right for him to show his face and, along the way, help promote his hometown. After leaving the school, Su Lichuan went to the city center and bought quite a few gifts. Then he took a taxi to Jinghu Community, where his aunt's family lived. Unlike the old residential area where he lived, Jinghu Community was an upscale villa district. The security guards at the gate watched very closely, and without the owner's approval, outsiders could hardly get in. Fortunately, Su Lichuan had previously registered visitor access, so he entered the community without any trouble. He stood at the villa door and pressed the doorbell. Before long, the gate opened, and his aunt, Su Qingwan, appeared at the entrance. Seeing that it was him, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly pulled him inside. "Xiaochuan, why are you here? Come in quickly. I thought you'd be busy with the provincial rankings right now. I didn't expect you to come over at this time. Old Tang, Xiaochuan is here. Hurry up and make some tea." As she spoke, she led Su Lichuan into the living room. "Oh, Xiaochuan's here." A sturdy man walked out of the study. "Uncle." Su Lichuan greeted him politely. This man was his uncle by marriage, Tang Daolin. "Sit down first. I'll go make you some tea." Tang Daolin smiled and nodded, then turned and called upstairs. "Chi-Chi, your cousin's here." Soon, footsteps sounded upstairs, and Tang Chi came downstairs with long strides.
Siski.
Su Lichuan also greeted her with a smile. "Lichuan, not bad at all, you actually got the provincial top score. I didn't have time to call just now, so it's not too late to congratulate you now, right?" Tang Chi smiled beautifully as she sat down beside Su Qingwan. "Of course not too late." Su Lichuan replied with a smile, then took out the gifts he had bought. "Auntie, this is a face mask for you. Sister Chi, this is skincare products for you. Uncle, this is tea." He handed them over one by one. "You child, you're so thoughtful." Although Su Qingwan said that, just as she was about to take them, she glanced over and found that all of these items were premium brands. Together, they were worth at least 10 to 20,000. Her expression changed, and she immediately glared at him. "Why did you buy something so expensive? You'll still need money for college later. Hurry up and return them all. It won't be too late to buy them for us after you make money in the future." "Auntie, I earned this money myself." Su Lichuan grinned and went straight to the point. "The city is rewarding me with 2 million yuan because I came in first in the province, along with an ability training method and a luxury villa. Those gifts don't mean much to me. Of course, even if there hadn't been these rewards, he should still have bought his aunt's family something valuable. They had helped him a lot over the years, and he had always intended to remember that kindness. Wan Qing, then just accept it." Tang Daolin came over holding a cup of hot tea and casually set it down. "I saw it online too. The city really did issue a reward announcement. Besides the city, quite a few local companies have also publicly said they want to give you equipment and resources." After hearing that, Su Qingwan nodded and stopped refusing. "You can accept the city's reward, but you can't take anything those companies give." Su Lichuan understood that too and nodded in agreement. The municipal government's reward had official backing, so there was no problem accepting it. But private companies were another matter. If he took their gifts, trouble might arise later. "By the way, your uncle-in-law was just saying that the city even gave a set of a... Where is this villa?" Su Qingwan asked curiously. "The city said I can choose any place I want, as long as it's within Jiangcheng, but I haven't decided yet," Su Lichuan said. "Then just choose Jinghu Community. It'll be convenient for visiting each other in the future," Su Qingwan suggested immediately. "Okay." Su Lichuan agreed without hesitation. For him, both his parents were gone and he was on his own. A house was nothing more than a place to sleep. It didn't matter where he lived. Since his aunt wanted him to live nearby, then he would live nearby. Tang Daolin, standing to the side, felt a little bitter when he heard that. That house had been something he bought after struggling for most of his life. But now, Su Luchuan not only doesn't have to spend a single cent, people are even fighting to give it to him. He really is a talent to be reckoned with. Just right, I still have some issues with my training. Once you move in, I can ask you for advice too, Tang Chi said with a smile. She used daggers while Su Luchuan used a spear. The weapons were different, but Su Liuchuan's combat experience in actual battles was clearly stronger, and he could indeed give her pointers. Sure, Su Luchuan nodded, then hesitated a little. But I probably won't be able to stay for too long. Once things here are settled, I'll have to leave. Leave? Where to? Su Qingwan was startled. To report for enrollment in Modu. Su Luchuan took out his admission letter. I've already been admitted to Modu Esper University. Already admitted? But haven't you not filled out your choices yet?
Su Qingwan froze.
The process for filling out college preferences for the martial arts exam only began on the third day after the results were announced. Xiaochuan is the top scorer in the province, so he was admitted through special recruitment. He doesn't have to wait for the preference selection, Uncle Tang Daolin explained. Special recruitment. Su Qingwan suddenly felt a little disappointed. She had originally wanted to use this vacation to take Su Luchuan out for a few days of fun. But she also understood that Modu Esper University was one of the top schools in the country, and Su Luchuan going there early to report must have his reasons. The child really has grown up. Su Qingwan quickly put her feelings aside and smiled instead. Going to Modu Esper University is a good thing. Lunch is on me today. Let's go get a proper meal and celebrate Xiaochuan being the top scorer in the province. Yay! I want lobster. Tang Chi's eyes lit up. Su Luchuan also smiled. The family happily headed out. Over the next few days, Su Luchuan first showed up at an event held by the municipal government and received a cash reward of 2 million yuan. After that, he chose a detached villa in Jinghu Community, a two-story house with a total area of over 400 square meters. All the furniture in the villa was brand new, and he didn't touch the old furnishings that had originally been in the community. In addition, he also treated his two best high school brothers, Zhang Hao and Lu Jie, to a meal. At the table, both brothers were envious beyond words. When they heard that he had been struck by lightning and his ability had actually changed from E rank to S rank, the two of them exclaimed that his luck was ridiculously absurd, and in irritation they ordered a few more large lobsters. However, their results were not bad either. Lu Jie scored 245 points on the martial arts college entrance exam, which was enough to get into an ability university. Zhang Hao took the academic college entrance exam, and his score was also enough to clear the first-tier university cutoff. But compared with Magic City Ability University, there was still a huge gap. In the end, both of them got completely drunk. Just before getting into the taxi, Zhang Hao, half-conscious, muttered, "A Chuan. Once you get into Magic City Ability University, you have to get me an autographed photo of Goddess Zhang." Goddess Zhang's real name was Zhang Chuxian, an ability user at Magic City Ability University. In the past 6 months, she had become famous because of a video of her slaying a ferocious beast. In the video, she was stunningly beautiful, yet her moves were ruthless and fast. The contrast was so striking that fans nicknamed her Goddess Zhang. Zhang Hao was one of her die-hard fans. Su Lichuan naturally agreed without hesitation, and it took him quite some effort to get him settled into the car. By then, the matter in Jiangqing could be considered completely settled. The next day, June 16th, under the watchful eyes of his aunt's family, Su Lichuan dragged his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Magic City. With Xiao Chuan leaving like this, he's probably going to soar to great heights, Tang Daolin said with emotion as he watched the departing high-speed train. Who could have imagined that Su Lichuan, who had been unknown not long ago, would turn around and become the provincial top scholar, and even get admitted to Magic City Ability University. By the way, Chi-Chi, university applications are about to begin too, right? Tang Daolin turned to Tang Chi and said, "Since your cousin Lichuan is going to Magic City Ability University, you should also try to choose a school in the Magic City area. That way, you can look out for each other in the future." Your dad's right. Magic City is developing well, and it's not far from Jiangnan either. It really is a good choice. Dad, Mom, I understand. The straight-line distance from Jiangqing to Magic City is more than 600 kilometers. By high-speed train, it still takes over 3 hours. Before Su Lichuan got on the train, he first called Zhang Chaoyang to let him know he would be arriving that day. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chaoyang was especially enthusiastic and said he would drive personally to the Magdu high-speed rail station to pick him up. Su Lichuan couldn't refuse, so he let him make the arrangements. After getting on, he put away his luggage, found his seat, sat by the window, and closed his eyes to rest. But his mind wasn't idle either. He kept going over the contents of the ability training method. What Jiangqing gave him wasn't just the 2 million bonus and a villa. Most importantly, it was this ability training method. This book was called Abyss C Training Method. Like abilities, training methods were also divided into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the level, the faster the cultivation and the better the results. And Abyss C Training Method was precisely an intermediate training method. It had originally been in the hands of the Jiangqing government. The copy Su Lichuan received was only a duplicate, but the content was the same, and the cultivation effect was no different. This training method didn't contain much. With Su Lichuan's spiritual power of 180 he, it took him just over 2 days to memorize all the content. According to what it said, there was a special kind of energy floating between heaven and earth. Only by absorbing this energy could abilities grow stronger. On the very first day Su Lichuan got the training method, he had already followed its instructions and sensed that energy. At the same time, a plus sign had also appeared after the level on the system panel. But he wasn't in a hurry to use ability points to level up, because Abyss C Training Method made it very clear. When an awakened is transforming into an ability user, it's best to break through using a higher level training method. The higher the level used, the greater the gains after the breakthrough. When he got into Magic City Extraordinary University, he would be able to see top-tier training methods. So of course, he wouldn't use a mid-tier training method to break through first. After registering for admission, the first thing he would do was go to the library to look up extraordinary training methods. Su Lichuan had already made up his mind. But the journey was too boring, and he couldn't train anyway. At first, he just wanted to rest by the window, but once sleepiness hit, he simply laid his head on the table and fell asleep. The high-speed rail from Jiangqing to Magic City would stop at several stations along the way. One of them was Nianan City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. There had originally been empty seats around Su Lichuan, but after the train arrived at Nianan City, they were quickly filled. A few young people boarded, and one of the boys started talking nonstop as soon as he sat down. Before long, Su Lichuan's bit of drowsiness was driven away by the noise, and he could only open his eyes. He was sitting at a 4-seat table with a table in the middle. By then, the seats opposite him, which had originally been empty, were occupied by a boy and a girl. Beside him sat a girl wearing glasses. The one who kept talking endlessly was the boy opposite him. Huangpu Extraordinary University is considered a pretty good school in Magic City. Last year's minimum admission score was 406. I scored 421 this time, which isn't much higher, but it's basically secure. Besides, my older brother also goes to Huangpu Extraordinary University. When we get to Magic City, I can even take you all in for a visit. Huangpu Extraordinary University isn't open to the public on normal days, so getting in this time counts as your good luck. The boy was dressed very fashionably, and he kept talking excitedly, clearly showing off his martial arts college entrance exam results and his connection to Huangpu Extraordinary University. The girl wearing glasses beside Su Lichuan had been listening with a smile the whole time. But the quieter girl sitting next to the boy already looked a little unhappy and hardly responded at all. Lu Qian's patience with Zhang Chong was nearly worn out. As soon as the martial arts college entrance exam ended, she and her best friend both wanted to go to Modu to attend university there. So the two of them bought high-speed rail tickets for today and planned to go there first to take a look in person. Unexpectedly, after getting on the train, they happened to run into Zhang Chong. After learning that they were going to Modu, this guy started bragging nonstop about himself. At first, Lu Qian was still fairly patient and would occasionally smile and chime in. But as time went on, after hearing those same words repeated over and over more than a dozen times, she grew more and more annoyed. Yet out of politeness, she couldn't just tell him to leave. The other man immediately fell silent. As a result of that one outburst, even the person sleeping across from them was awakened. Lu Qian had originally wanted to apologize first, but when she looked up and clearly saw the other person's face, her eyes lit up at once. So handsome. The boy across from her had sharp, defined features, a high-nose bridge, and clean, clear eyes. He carried himself with a crisp, capable air. Compared with the male stars on TV, he was no worse at all. Lu Qian wasn't the kind of girl who would lose her composure just because she saw a handsome guy, but at that moment she still couldn't help but feel a good impression of him. Especially with the person next to her chattering nonstop as contrast, he looked even more pleasing to the eye. "Sorry, I disturbed you," Lu Qian said apologetically. Su Lichuan waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. The girl wearing glasses beside him was much more outgoing than Lu Qian. Seeing that he was about their age, she asked directly, "Hello, I'm Sun Rue. Are you going to Modu too? Yes, my name is Su Lichuan. I'm also going to Modu, Su Lichuan said politely with a nod. What a coincidence, Lu Qian said with a smile. I'm Lu Qian, and I'm planning to go to Modu to see the superpower university there in person. I'm going on a trip, and I'm also going to Huangpu Ability University to see my older brother. The boy next to Lu Qian also leaned over. My name is Zhang Chong. Bro, you're also going to Modu to check out schools, right? Su Lichuan was just about to say that he was there to register, but Zhang Chong didn't give him any chance to speak and kept going. You look about the same age as us, so that must be it. How about this, later I'll take you guys to Huangpu Ability University to have a look. He said it casually, with a touch of self-satisfied smugness. I'm not bragging, but with so many universities in Modu, Huangpu Ability University is pretty well ranked too. After the application period ends, I'm going there as well. Listening to this, Su Lichuan could only feel a bit speechless. In a big city like Modu, aside from the top-tier Modu Ability University, there were indeed a few other decent ability universities. But Huangpu Ability University's admission score was only in the low 400s. It really wasn't that impressive. Of course, for ordinary candidates, it could still barely count as a prestigious school. It was just that, with people he wasn't familiar with, Su Lichuan didn't have much interest in chatting. Lu Qian had a quiet personality, while Sun Rui was a bit livelier, but she was clearly more of a listener than a talker. So the rhythm of the conversation afterward naturally got taken over by Zhang Chong. He kept bragging about his excellent college entrance exam score and said he had connections at Huangpu Ability University, trying to use that as a way to attract Lu Qian. But his methods were too clumsy, and Su Lichuan couldn't help shaking his head as he listened. Lu Qian's expression also grew increasingly unpleasant, to the point that the word disgusted might as well have been written on her face. Still, compared with when she had first gotten on the train, her tolerance had clearly improved quite a bit. After all, sitting beside her now was a rather pleasing young handsome guy. So during that stretch of time, Lu Qian's gaze was almost always fixed on Su Lichuan. Time passed quickly. By a little after noon, the train finally pulled into Modu High-Speed Rail Station. Su Lichuan and the others followed the crowd out. On the way, Zhang Chong even tried to get Lu Qian's contact information, only to be met with a cold rebuff. It wasn't long before the group left the high-speed rail station. Outside, there was a row of taxis parked, along with quite a few private cars picking people up. Zhang Chong spotted a sedan at a glance and immediately perked up. He hurried over to Lu Qian to curry favor. My brother's car has arrived. Come with me. It's just on the way to Huanghai Ability University anyway, so we can take a look. After saying that, he looked at Su Lichuan with feigned apology. However, there aren't enough seats in my brother's car. If you also want to go, you'll have to take a taxi yourself. But don't worry, we'll wait for you at the school gate. Though his words sounded polite, he was really just trying to shove Su Lichuan away. A sedan already had 5 seats, and with the driver, there was more than enough room for 4 people. He said it on purpose, hoping Su Lichuan would take the hint and leave on his own, because he had already noticed that on the ride over, Lu Qian's attention had been almost entirely on Su Lichuan. Anyone could tell Lu Qian was a little interested in Su Lichuan. If he could get this guy to leave, he might still have a chance. But his little scheme didn't drive anyone away. Instead, it first earned him a look from Su Lichuan as if he were an idiot. When did I ever say I was going with you? Lu Qian also caught on, her brows shooting up as her face turned cold. Zhang Chong, your family's car clearly has 4 seats. Are you deliberately targeting people? I really didn't mean it that way. Zhang Chong froze for a moment, then hurried to explain. I just didn't want too many people to make it crowded. Since you put it that way, we can go together. The car my brother's driving can fit us. Seeing that Lu Qian was truly angry, he panicked. He immediately changed his words. Originally, he wanted to push Su Lichuan out, but if Lu Qian left too, it wouldn't mean much. Who do you think would even care to visit Huangpu Ability University? Lu Qian glared and immediately turned to Su Lichuan. Lichuan, if you don't mind, you can take a taxi with us. We already planned it before coming here. We're going to visit a few universities, so let's go together. Huangpu Ability University was indeed pretty good, and ordinary people couldn't even get in. If it were usual, she would have wanted to take a look too. But she had long since had enough of Zhang Chong's shameless flaunting and deliberate jabs at others. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Sun Rui beside her could see it too. Zhang Chong was clearly targeting Su Lichuan. Although she also really wanted to go to Huangpu Ability University, at a time like this, she still stood on Lu Qian's side. She smiled at Su Lichuan and said, "Come with us. More people makes it more lively. You guys." As soon as Zhang Chong heard that, his face flushed red. But Su Lichuan didn't even look at him. He directly said to Lu Qian and Sun Rui, "I'm going to the Modu University town area. Someone's coming to pick me up anyway. I'll go ask whether they can give you a ride too. If it works, we'll go together." Modu University town? Lu Qian froze for a moment. Modu University town was a very famous place in Modu. Not only was it home to the top 3 in the country elite school, Modu Ability University, but the surrounding schools were also among the nation's best, with terrifyingly high admission scores. It was just that all these schools required advance reservations for visits, and the slots had already been booked months ahead. They hadn't managed to get one at all. Even if they went, they still wouldn't be able to get in, so it would just be a wasted trip. Still, even if they couldn't enter the schools, it wouldn't be bad to go look around outside Modu University town. After thinking it over, Lu Qian still nodded. "Okay, then let's go ask first. If that doesn't work, we'll just take a taxi ourselves." When Su Lichuan came out of the subway station, he had already seen Zhang Xiaoyang's car. He took Lu Qian and Sun Rui and walked straight over there. Humph. I don't believe that people who couldn't even get an appointment with Huangpu Ability University can still get into the schools in the Modu University town. Watching the 3 of them leave together, Zhang Chong couldn't help but say sarcastically. But very quickly, he realized that the direction Su Lichuan was walking in was wrong, and his eyes immediately widened. That is, ahead was a Mercedes X100 off-road vehicle. This car was a military off-roader, able to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 1.8 seconds and handle any terrain. Adventurers in the wilderness zone loved this kind of vehicle, and its official price was over 10 million. In Modu, that price was nothing much either. What really drew attention was the huge emblem on the hood and the car door. At the center of the emblem was a sharp blade, surrounded by thorny roses, both domineering and flashy. Almost every person in Modu recognized this emblem. It was the school emblem of Modu Ability University. Although Zhang Chong wasn't a local as a college entrance exam student, of course he recognized it too. In fact, as soon as he came out of the high-speed rail station, he had already noticed this car, but he assumed it was there to pick up some other big shot and never associated it with himself. But he never imagined that the car was actually waiting for Su Lichuan. No way, absolutely impossible. He must have gone to the wrong place. Zhang Chong stared fixedly at Su Lichuan, desperately hoping that he had guessed wrong. But the next second, Su Lichuan took Lu Qian and Sun Rui and got into the car directly, after which the vehicle sped away. Zhang Chong froze on the spot. This car had really come to pick up Su Lichuan. The special vehicle from Magic City Ability University was not usually moved around casually. It was typically only used to pick up important people. In other words, Su Lichuan, dressed in ordinary clothes, was actually a VIP of Magic City Ability University. Holy crap! Even the VIPs are this low-key? After the shock, Zhang Chong couldn't help feeling relieved. Luckily, he hadn't acted too arrogantly just now, or this would have been really hard to smooth over. On the other side, after receiving a nod from Zhang Xiaoyang, the director of admissions, Su Lichuan took the 2 of them and got into the car. Lu Qian and Sun Rui also recognized the emblem of Magic City Ability University. They just never expected that the car coming to pick up Su Lichuan would be of this caliber. By the time they reacted, they were already seated inside. In the driver's seat, Zhang Xiaoyang asked with a smile, "Are these all your friends? We met on the high-speed train. They want to apply to universities in Magic City, so they came here specially to take a look this time." Su Lichuan sat in the front passenger seat and briefly explained, "Since there are a lot of universities in the Magic City University town anyway, I'll just take them over there on the way." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. There are indeed a few pretty good schools over in the university town, but if you want to go in and visit, you need to make an appointment in advance. Have you already arranged that? As soon as he said this, Lu Qian and Sun Rui in the back seat immediately stiffened. The aura of a high-level ability user radiating from Zhang Xiaoyang pressed down on them so heavily that they didn't even dare to breathe. Upon hearing the question, the 2 of them quickly shook their heads. "Do you need to make an appointment just to visit the school?" Su Lichuan frowned slightly. He really hadn't thought of that. "That's my oversight." He immediately apologized. "When we get there later, I'll take a taxi and send you to the place you originally wanted to go." Lu Qian and Sun Rui in the back hurriedly waved their hands. It's fine. We were only planning to walk around outside the school anyway. If you're only walking around outside, that'd be no fun at all." Zhang Xiaoyang laughed, and while waiting at a red light, he directly handed over 2 tickets from the front seat. "These are admission passes for all the schools in Modu University town. Take them." Admission passes? Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up at once. Of course they knew how hard these were to get. The tickets on the official website had long been sold out. Scalpers did have some, but each one cost 20 to 30,000 yuan, and they simply couldn't afford them. These are too valuable. We can't accept them. The two of them refused verbally, but their eyes were clearly reluctant to let them go. Zhang Chaoyang, however, didn't take it seriously and simply opened the glove compartment in the car. Inside, there was a neatly stacked pile of admission passes, at least 100 of them. These were all given to me by other people. I've got no use for them anyway, he said casually. You're friends of Susamekshu, so taking two to have a look doesn't amount to much. He was the director of the admissions office, and every year he received quite a few of these tickets. But students of Magic City Ability University could already enter and leave the university town's various schools freely, so this thing was practically worthless to him. Only a small portion was in the car. There was even more piled up in his office. Since it had been put that way, Lu Qian and Sun Rui couldn't really refuse any further. The two of them thanked him sincerely and finally accepted the tickets. After that, Zhang Chaoyang continued to explain plenty of insider tips about choosing and submitting university applications, which schools might expand enrollment this year, and which schools' admission cutoffs would drop. He explained it all clearly. These kinds of details were completely out of reach for outsiders. Lu Qian and Sun Rui listened with excitement, and they grew even more grateful that they had met Su Lichuan on the way. If it hadn't been for him, how would they have had the chance to come into contact with all this? The off-road vehicle drove all the way into Magic City University Town and finally stopped at the gate of Magic City Ability University. I'm going to park the car. You two wait for me here. Zhang Chaoyang dropped the three of them off and drove off to find a parking spot. Su Lichuan stood where he was and looked up at the top university in the country before him. When he was in Jiangcheng, he had already looked up information and knew that Magic City Ability University had been built in grand style. But now that he was really standing here, he was still shaken. Just the school gate alone was terrifyingly wide, stretching over 100 meters. The neat concrete road below was wide enough for dozens of cars to pass together without feeling crowded. The gate itself was also more than 10 meters tall, making people feel its imposing presence just by looking up. On the gate tower, the 6 bold, flying characters, Magic City Ability University, stood out especially under the sunlight. Su Lichuan's heart stirred. Just the school gate alone was built like this. The inside could only be even more extravagant. No wonder so many examinees were desperately trying to squeeze in here. It wasn't just the quality of the teaching. The place itself was enough to be awe-inspiring. He even started looking forward to what his campus life would be like over the next 4 years. Beside him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were also stunned. The two of them stared at the school gate without blinking for a long time. At that moment, Zhang Chaoyang parked the car and came back, standing nearby with a smile. How is it? Pretty impressive, right? He loved seeing new students react like this. That was exactly why he had specially come in person to pick up Su Lichuan. Our Modu Superpower University covers 40,000 mu, which is about 26 square kilometers. Zhang Chaoyang was about to continue, but before he could finish, the school's imposing aura had already completely overwhelmed the atmosphere. Sounds about right. As soon as Zhang Chaoyang said that, Lu Qian's mouth fell open and her eyes widened in disbelief. 26 square kilometers? Your Modu Superpower University only recruits 1,000 new students a year, and with all 4 grades combined, there are only about 4,000 people, right? With so few people, you live in such a huge place. She knew Modu Superpower University was big, but she never expected it to be this huge. 26 square kilometers was almost half the size of a county town, and such a vast place actually housed only 4,000 plus people. Not to mention this was Shanghai, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. For the school to occupy such a massive piece of land was simply outrageous. It's not that little. Adding teachers and staff together, there are nearly 10,000 people, and the per capita land area is just over 2,600 square meters. Zhang Chaoyang casually added, just over. But as soon as those 2 words came out, Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes almost turned red. More than 2,600 square meters per person? What kind of concept was that? Ordinary universities would be lucky to have even 1% of that. The two of them were stunned all the way as they followed him into Modu Superpower University. By the time they came back to their senses, Su Lichuan had already waved goodbye. I've already spoken to Teacher Zhang. You can look around the school however you like. But once you leave the gate, you won't be able to come back in. The two of you, I'll leave you here. I wish you both get into the university you want to go to in the end. Looking at him, Lu Qian couldn't say she didn't feel something for him. This boy's height and looks were exactly her type. But when she watched Su Lichuan turn and leave with Zhang Chaoyang, Her lips moved, and in the end she still didn't have the nerve to ask for his contact information. She could only lower her head and let out a soft sigh. After all, they were people from different worlds. She was just a girl from an ordinary family. But Su Lichuan was different. He was someone whom Modu Superpower University had personally come to pick up. To her, someone like that was like a passing breeze. Being able to see him once was already pretty good. Wanting to go one step further was simply unrealistic. Xiaoqian, I know who he is. Sun Rui suddenly shouted and directly handed the phone to Lu Qian. I was just saying he looked a little familiar. So he's actually the top scorer in Jiangnan province. Lu Qian was stunned and lowered her head to look at her phone. The screen was full of news about Su Lichuan, along with photos. Only then did she suddenly connect the person in front of her with the provincial top scorer who had caused such a stir across all of Jiangnan province some time ago. So it's him. Only then did she understand why a teacher had personally come to pick him up. No matter how big the buzz online got, when you actually saw the person in real life, you might not recognize them right away. That was almost human instinct, and Lu Qian was no exception. And online, people had been speculating about which university Su Lichuan would end up attending, but there was never any definite answer. Who would have thought that, in the end, he would choose Modu University of Superpowers and had already come to register? Sure enough, we're not from the same world. Now that she knew his identity, Lu Qian actually smiled. She pulled Sun Rui along. Let's go. Since we rarely get inside, let's take our time and look around. With the admissions office director leading the way, Su Lichuan's enrollment procedures were completed very quickly. In less than half an hour, all the paperwork was done. His student ID and dormitory key were also in hand. When he entered the campus gate, Su Lichuan had already been struck once by the grandeur of Modu University of Superpowers entrance. But when he saw his dormitory, he was once again thoroughly shocked. He had seen plenty of dorms in his previous life, all the way through earning his doctorate. He had already transferred to 3 universities and lived in 4 or 5 different kinds of dormitories. He had lived in quadruple rooms, single rooms, and even doctoral 3-bedroom 1-living-room apartments. But a place like Modu Ability University, which directly used villas as dorms, was truly something he had never seen before. The villa before him looked even more luxurious than the one he lived in at Jiangqing. Only now did Su Lichuan finally understand why Modu Ability University could have such an absurdly large campus. Just the villas provided for students probably took up more than half the area. At our school, every student lives in a villa. Of course, the higher the score, the better the villa. Someone like you, top scorer in the province, gets the very best kind with a total area of over 800 square meters. Zhang Chaoyang continued explaining. Still, you don't need to worry about feeling lonely. The villas are assigned to 2 people with 2 floors upstairs and downstairs. You and your roommate each get 1 floor. Hearing this, Su Lichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having been an orphan in both his past and present lives, he had long since had enough of living alone. Having a roommate was of course better. In fact, compared with this empty, huge villa, he preferred the lively 4-person dorms from before. A 2-person dorm was fine too. It was better than living alone. Su Lichuan took out his key, opened the villa door, and dragged his suitcase inside. It already looked impressive from the outside, but inside it was even more luxuriously over the top. The floor was covered with large slabs of marble, polished so cleanly that it reflected people's images. The furniture and decorations in the house were also exquisitely arranged. At a glance, it was clearly not a place ordinary students lived in. The dorms are cleaned every week by housekeeping, so you don't need to worry about hygiene. Zhang Chaoyang followed him in and added casually. If this 800 square meter dormitory were to be cleaned thoroughly, it would take at least a full day. The school recruited these students to cultivate their strength, not to have them waste time on chores like this. All the enrollment procedures have been completed for you. Next, I'll tell you about a few things you must pay attention to at school. Zhang Chaoyang sat down on the sofa, his tone turning serious as well. Go ahead, Su Lichuan said at once, straightening up a little. Shanghai Ability University has 2 of the most important systems, the credit system and the dedicated mentor system. Zhang Chaoyang said slowly, let's talk about credits first. At our school, credits are hard currency. Meals, equipment, natural treasures. All of it has to be bought with them. 1 credit is roughly worth 10,000 daxia coins, and its actual value may be even higher, because a lot of things in the school store simply can't be bought outside. There are quite a few ways to earn credits too. After freshmen enroll, the school issues base credits according to their rating. For example, you're rated S tier, so you can receive 100 credits every year. Of course, your rating isn't fixed forever. After hearing all this, Su Lichuan roughly understood. At Shanghai Ability University, credits were everything. With credits, you could basically exchange for anything. Besides the base credits issued every year, you could also take on school tasks, climb the combat power rankings, and earn them through all kinds of other methods. You can check your personal credit balance on the school's official website, Zhang Chaoyang said, clapping his hands. Eva, come out. Su Lichuan had barely reacted when a round, plump spherical projection appeared in the air ahead, looking a little cute and dazed. This is the artificial intelligence assigned to every dormitory, called Eva, Zhang Chaoyang explained. Its main body is the school's advanced AI, the one in the dorm is only a sub-body. But don't underestimate it just because it's a sub-body. It already meets the standard of level 4 artificial intelligence, and it's perfectly enough to help with daily life. Even a sub-body is already level 4? Su Lichuan was somewhat surprised to hear that. When he first transmigrated, he had thought this world was about the same as his previous one, just with ferocious beasts and abilities added. Only later did he realize that Blue Star's technology was far beyond his previous world. Holographic simulation technology had already been realized, and artificial intelligence had developed tremendously. Level 4 AI could basically converse normally with a real person, with almost no flaws visible. As for the highest level artificial intelligence, it was said to even possess real emotions and be no different from an actual human. But ordinary people simply had no access to these things. Su Lichuan came from an ordinary family and had seen very little of it from birth until now, which was why he had initially felt that Blue Star's technology was roughly on par with his previous worlds. Under Zhang Chaoyang's guidance, Su Lichuan quickly learned how to use Eva, and also checked his credit balance on the school's official website. Sure enough, it was 100 points. That made him unable to help but sigh inwardly that the school really wasn't stingy with its spending. 100 credits is roughly 1 million great xia coins, and that's only the year for S-rank students. For freshmen of other ranks, they can still get at least 20 credits upon enrollment. Yet every year, around 1,000 new students are admitted to Mordu Supernatural University. In other words, just giving freshmen their base credits costs the school 200 million great xia coins a year. As expected of a top university so rich, Su Lichuan thought to himself in admiration. Zhang Chaoyang didn't stop there and went on to talk about the second thing. The second thing to pay attention to is the exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose a mentor for themselves and take them as their exclusive mentor. But the premise is that the other party is willing to take you in. Exclusive mentor? Su Lichuan was a little puzzled. In the classes arranged by the school, don't the mentors always come to teach? Why do we still need to formally take a master? How can the efficiency of a whole class studying together compare to one-on-one teaching? Zhang Chaoyang said with a smile. Besides, the mentors at our school are all high-tier superhumans. Many of them have their own hidden signature combat techniques and supernatural power training methods. Those that aren't too important might be put in the library for students to read. But would anyone hand over truly remarkable secret arts for free? If you want to learn, you still have to become their disciple first. Only then did Su Lichuan understand. Indeed, when it came to powerful combat techniques, which one wasn't the lifelong effort of a superhuman? To expect someone to selflessly teach them directly in class was simply impossible. Only by becoming master and disciple would there be a chance to learn the real skills. Teacher Zhang, is taking a master troublesome? Do I need to prepare anything? Su Lichuan asked immediately. Although he had the system, having one more mentor would definitely make his cultivation path smoother. For others, it's troublesome. For you, it's hardly even an issue, Zhang Chaoyang said with a smile. You just need to go find a Thunder-type mentor you like, pay them a personal visit, and then show them your S-rank ability and your current strength. I dare say no one will refuse you. After saying that, he added, in our Mordu Supernatural University, there are a total of 4 Thunder-type mentors. Among them, I most recommend that you go apprentice yourself to Yang Zhentian, the Dean of the Weapons Academy. 10 minutes later, Su Lichuan saw Zhang Chaoyang off and sat alone on the sofa in the living room, his expression much more relaxed. Good thing there's this admissions counselor. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known there were so many rules in Mordu Supernatural University, he thought to himself. Zhang Chaoyang also said that all of this could be found in the must-read for freshmen section on the school's official forum. But the stuff online wasn't nearly as detailed as what he had explained. Especially the Thunder Element mentor who suited him best. Su Lichuan remembered that in his heart. Eva, help me look up the information on the mentor Yang Zhentian, he said. Okay. In midair, the virtual orb flickered slightly and immediately projected all of Yang Zhentian's information. Yang Zhentian, 52 years old, Dean of the Weaponry School at Modu Ability University, a 7th rank upper-level Esper. He possesses the Thunder Element A-grade ability Windfire True Thunder and is skilled in various weapons such as boxing, broadswords, spears, and longswords. What he excels at most is the spear, which earned him the nickname Thunder Spear. The Zulal also stated that he had once fought the 8th rank ferocious beast earth-shaking demon python in the wilderness zone for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end killed it entirely on his own. When chatting with Zhang Chaoyang just now, Su Lichuan had already learned that Modu Ability University was divided into 5 schools in total. They were the Element School, Weaponry School, Tactics School, Support School, and Logistics School. Each school had a different teaching style and different priorities. The Element School mainly recruited elemental Esper users. Natural type abilities like Thunder and Lightning were also within its scope of recruitment. This school focused on enhancing the power of abilities and training elemental strength to the extreme. The Weaponry School leaned more toward close-quarters combat and specialized in training people to fight hard battles with weapons, combining abilities and weapons. Anyone who graduated from here was a weapon expert. The Tactics School mainly recruited psychic Esper users and focused on cultivating command and combat abilities. Don't let the name fool you. If students truly trained to the extreme here, they were still terrifying. With just a single glance, they could crush the enemy's will and render them combat incapable on the spot. The Support School recruited support-type Esper users. Once they activated their abilities, they could bring powerful boosts to themselves and their teammates, making them indispensable helpers on the battlefield. The final Logistics School mostly accepted special-type Esper users and was mainly responsible for various logistics and production tasks. From the setup of these 5 major schools, it was clear that Modu Ability University existed to cultivate talent in different directions for the Beast War. And those who could serve as deans of the schools were by no means ordinary people. They were all the strongest among the strong. Take Yang Jintian for example. At 7th rank upper level, he had actually been able to kill an 8th rank ferocious beast on his own. Just hearing that record was terrifying enough. After all, high-rank Esper users and low-rank Esper users were on completely different levels. The strength gap between each rank was not small. But once you reach the higher ranks, even a small gap will suddenly widen, becoming worlds apart. The difference between major ranks is even more frightening. High-level ability users like Yang Jintian, who can fight across ranks, are extremely rare even in Great Xia. True, without enough strength, he wouldn't be able to sit in the position of Dean of the Weapons Academy.
Su Lichuan note that
Yang Jintian had an A-rank lightning ability and was at the 7th tier upper level. He also specialized in the spear, earning him the nickname Thunder Spear. Just from that information alone, it was clear this man was very suitable for him to apprentice under right now. There are 4 lightning-type mentors in the school in total. Let's look at the other 3. Su Lichuan had Eva continued displaying the records of the remaining 3. All 3 of these mentors were A-rank ability users, and the lowest of them was at least 7th tier upper level. However, 2 of them were mentors from the Elemental Academy. That meant they only trained their abilities and did not use weapons. Simply put, they were like lightning mages in an online game who only cast ranged skills. The last one was also a mentor from the Weapons Academy, but his strength was only 7th tier lower level. And the weapon he primarily used was a longsword, not a spear. Compared to Yang Jintian, nicknamed Thunder Spear, this one was clearly a cut below. Looks like Yang Jintian, the Dean of the Weapons Academy, really is the best choice to apprentice under. Once I tidy up the room and finish lunch, I'll go give it a try. Su Lichuan turned off the projection and put Eva into standby mode. Then he carried his suitcase and went up to the 2nd floor along the stairs. The villa had 2 floors and he preferred the 2nd floor. The view was more open, and there was an open-air balcony. Since the other roommate hadn't arrived yet, he'd stay on this floor for now. Only after going upstairs did Su Lichuan notice the villa's one and only flaw. There was no elevator, only wooden handrail stairs. But for him, whose chi and blood had reached 181 points, carrying a 20-kilogram suitcase upstairs was nothing at all. Once on the 2nd floor, he quickly found the bedroom. The room was quite large, about 50 square meters. In the center stood a large bed, 2.3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Fresh bedding had already been laid out on the bed. Across from the bed was a desk with a computer on it. Next to the desk was a window, through which he could see the smooth road below. They had just walked over from there. The room is all new. I should have brought less stuff. Su Lichuan's suitcase contained quite a few things. Besides changes of clothes, there were toiletries like toothpaste and a toothbrush. By the time he put everything away and finished tidying up, half an hour had already passed. Eat first, then go find teacher Yang Jintian. He glanced at his phone. It was already 1:30 p.m., just the right time for lunch. But Modu University was different from ordinary universities. There were 4 cafeterias here, and they were open 24 hours a day. Even if you missed mealtime, you could still get something to eat. Su Lichuan took his student ID and the villa key, then left. When he first arrived, he had been talking with Zhang Chaoyang and hadn't really paid attention to his surroundings. This time, he slowed his pace and looked carefully around him. The environment of a top-tier university really was beyond reproach. On both sides of the road were lush green lawns, and flowers were blooming everywhere. A faint floral scent also drifted through the air. Along the road, there were also quite a few pavilions and benches for people to rest on. At this time, it was summer vacation, but there were still quite a few students on campus. Some walked side by side in pairs, while others were alone. Yet none of these students were weak. At the very least, they were first or second-tier ability users. Occasionally, he could also see some students whose aura was only slightly weaker than Zhang Chaoyang's. As expected of a top university, truly full of hidden talents.
Su Lichuan sai in Wali.
During their conversation earlier, he had already learned that Zhang Chaoyang was a 5th-tier lower-rank ability user. Anyone only slightly weaker than him was basically at the 4th tier or above. Modu University of Abilities had 4 cafeterias. Su Lichuan went to the one closest to the dormitories. Before he even reached the entrance, he caught waves of savory meat aroma. After entering the cafeteria, he discovered that in addition to ordinary dishes, it also offered meat made from ferocious beast flesh. Although ferocious beasts had tough hides and savage temperaments, every part of them was a treasure. Their hides were tough and durable, and could even be made into combat uniforms. Of course, here is a revised version in accordance with your requirements, written from a third-person bystander perspective, in plain direct narration, retaining the main plot and conflict, and made as concise as possible. Everything on a ferocious beast was valuable. The beast hide could be made into leather bags, and even the wealthy rushed to buy them. The beast bones, ground into powder, were excellent medicinal material. Eating beast meat for a long time could also strengthen the body. Because of this, many ability users would form teams and venture into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. After killing them, they would drag the beast carcasses back to the city and sell them for a high price. In fact, the ferocious beasts Su Lichuan had killed during the martial arts college entrance exam could also have sold for a lot of money. Unfortunately, those belonged to the military district, so they could not be taken away at all. The dishes made from ferocious beast blood and flesh in the cafeteria were also much more expensive than ordinary meals. Ordinary dishes only cost 0.001 credits, which was just 10 dasha coins for one portion. But the cheapest ferocious beast dishes cost 0.1 credits, equivalent to 1,000 dasha coins. Su Lichuan even saw some dishes priced directly at 10 credits, a full 100,000 dasha coins. Damn! If you don't have enough credits, you can't even afford to eat. Su Lichuan shook his head and, in the end, still bought a portion of beast meat dish worth 0.1 academic credits to try the taste first. It had to be said that the school chef's skills were indeed excellent. The beast flesh, which had originally been very tough, was actually cooked so tender it melted in his mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. More than 10 minutes later, Su Lichuan was full. Although he still felt a little unsatisfied, he still got up and left the cafeteria. Magic City Superpower University not only arranges dormitories for students, but also prepares residences for the teachers who teach there, and the teachers live in villas, much more luxurious than the student dormitories. Anyone who can teach at Magic City Superpower University is at least a 6th-tier superpower user. Outside, which of them wouldn't be an important figure? The dean of the Weapons Academy, Yang Jintian, lived in Villa number 23 in the Faculty Villa district. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Lichuan walked for another 20 minutes before arriving at the Faculty Villa district. The environment here was even better than the student dormitory area. The villa cluster had a mountain at its back, and there was even a sizable artificial lake in the middle. There were arched bridges, flowing water, rockeries, and waterfalls everywhere. They even moved a whole mountain here as a backdrop for the school. This place is way too extravagant. As expected, only top-tier universities have this much money. Su Lichuan secretly grumbled to himself. Following the map at the entrance, he quickly found Villa number 23. This was a villa with a very ancient Great Xia style, and its outer walls were painted in a wood-like color. Several pale blue wind chimes hung under the eaves, giving it a quaint and elegant look. Su Lichuan walked straight to the door, and just as he was about to press the doorbell, a smiling voice suddenly came from behind him. Here to seek a master? He turned around and saw a young man in white standing 5 meters away to his left rear. The man had a refined appearance, short hair, and a smile on his face. But unlike an ordinary person's smile, his carried a bit of swagger, with a hint of reckless nonchalance. Su Lizuan frowned and said nothing. He didn't know this person at all, yet the other party had immediately guessed his purpose, which made him somewhat wary. The young man didn't mind either. Seeing that Su Lizuan remained silent, he continued with a smile. Usually, the people who come looking for Teacher Yang are either his disciples or here to seek him as a master. I've seen most of Teacher Yang's students, and you're not among them. Then you can only be here to apprentice under a master. Of course, I'm also here to apprentice under a master. Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed that the aura on Su Lichuan's body was a little off, and his expression changed. A awakener? But in the next second, he reacted again and raised an eyebrow. A special admissions student? Su Lichuan did not hide it. In fact, even among special admissions students, there was probably only him who had reached the awakener level. It had only just begun to fill out preferences, and Shanghai University of Supernatural Powers hadn't even gongbu the admission list yet. It was not strange that the other party could guess he was a special admission student. In previous years, special admission students were either Tier 1 upper rank or Tier 1 middle rank. I didn't expect there to be a special admission student at the awakener level this year. The young man clicked his tongue in amazement, but he did not look down on Su Lichuan because of it. Being able to become a special admission student at Shanghai University of Supernatural Powers as an awakener meant his strength was definitely not weak. More importantly, someone like that had even more frightening potential. Senior, you are? Seeing that the other man was quite familiar despite their first meeting, and did not seem to have any ill intent, Su Lichuan took the initiative to ask. College of Weapons, second year? No, I should count as a third year now. The young man smiled. Third year student, Tan Mingyang. After speaking, he asked in return, and you?
Su Lichuan, freshman.
I just reported in today. Trying to find a master right after registering? You're quick.
Tang Mingyang smiled.
Most freshmen only start thinking about finding a master after the freshman tournament. If you'd like, I can also keep rewriting the rest in the same style. The freshman tournament? As soon as Su Lichuan heard that, his brows immediately furrowed. Zhang Chaoyang hadn't mentioned this at all just now. Seeing that he was unclear on it, Tan Mingyang explained briefly, it's an old rule at Shanghai Metropolis University of Abilities. After freshmen register, they hold one about 3 or 4 days later. By then, most of the school's teachers will go watch. Freshmen who perform well will be fought over by the various colleges, and some mentors may even take disciples personally. At that, he added, for a special recruit like you, you don't actually have to wait for the freshman tournament. You still have a chance to find a master. He didn't deny Su Lichuan's idea, but what he didn't say was that even for a special recruit, the odds of immediately securing a mentor at the dean level after just entering school were absurdly low, about the same as winning the top lottery prize. Most people who made the trip would only be wasting their time. It was just that most special recruits were top scorers from provinces and cities, and they were all rather proud at heart. Even if he told the truth, they might not listen anyway, so he simply didn't say it. Thank you, Senior. Su Lichuan thanked him, then asked, is Senior Tan also here to ask Teacher Yang to take you as a disciple? Yes. Tan Mingyang nodded, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I've come several times over the past half year, but I still haven't met the standard. I've almost wanted to give up, but I can't bring myself to do it. After saying that, he sighed and shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's go in first. He raised a hand and pressed the villa doorbell. Not long after, the door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a butler's uniform walked out. Welcome, both of you. Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me. The butler smiled politely, his tone equally warm. Su Lichuan was here for the first time and didn't think much of it. But Tan Mingyang was suddenly stunned. It wasn't his first time here, and the butler had always been polite before, but never this warm. Even more absurdly, the butler actually said that Teacher Yang was waiting inside? How was that possible? How could a 7th-rank Esper possibly be that free? Especially someone like Yang Jintian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, who was usually extremely busy. When Tan Mingyang had visited before, he often had to wait in the villa for half an hour or an hour before he could even see the man. But today, Yang Jintian was actually waiting in advance? Something was very off. With doubts in their minds, the two followed the butler into the villa. When they reached the living room, Su Lichuan immediately saw 2 people sitting on the sofa. On the right was a young man, about the same age as Tan Mingyang, with ordinary features that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. but the aura around him was razor-sharp. Just sitting there made people feel oppressed. Beside the young man sat a middle-aged man. He wore a gray combat suit and had a powerfully built body, with what seemed like flashes of lightning in his eyes. Su Lichuan only glanced at him once and immediately felt as if he were being stared at by a top-tier ferocious beast. The hairs all over his body stood on end. Compared with the middle-aged man, the young man beside him seemed to have much less presence. Su Lichuan had already looked up the mentor information through Eva earlier, so he recognized him at once. This middle-aged man was the dean of the Weapons Academy, a 7th-rank upper-tier esper nicknamed the Thunder Spear, Yang Jintian. Dean Yang, they've been brought here, the butler said respectfully. You can go down now. Yang Jintian nodded, dismissed the butler with a wave, then looked directly at Su Lichuan, even bringing a hint of a smile to his face. You must be Su Lichuan, right? Zhang Chaoyang already told me about you in advance. Come, let's go to the training room. After speaking, he stood up and headed for the 2nd floor. Su Lichuan immediately followed him. Tan Mingyang saw this scene clearly, and he stood rooted to the spot, a little dazed. What kind of person was Yang Jintian? The dean of the Weapons Academy, famously strict, the harshest in management with the most rules. The students privately called him Yang the King of Hell. His usual expression was always icy, which matched that nickname perfectly. But just now, he had actually smiled. What's more, he clearly knew Su Lichuan, and even took him straight to the training room. This was obviously to personally assess him. Tan Mingyang's mind was suddenly in a jumble. What on earth is Su Lichuan's background? Could he be the principal's son? He quickly denied it himself. Even if he were the principal's son, he probably wouldn't get this treatment. Unless the principal came in person, that would be about right. Junior brother Mingyang, shall we do things the usual way? The young man left on the sofa said with a smile. Only then did Tan Mingyang come back to his senses. His spirits lifted, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Then I'll have to trouble senior brother Lu. After speaking, the two of them headed together to the combat room on the 1st floor. Except for the disciple recruitment test, any other student who wants to become Yang Jintian's disciple must first prove their real abilities. This senior brother Lu is one of Yang Jintian's many students. As long as someone can beat senior brother Lu, who is using only 1/10 of his strength, they pass the test. But more than half a year has passed, and so far no one has succeeded even once. Meanwhile, Yang Jintian brought Su Lichuan to the training room. The training room was very large, covering over 100 square meters. On the weapon rack beside it were all kinds of weapons, including long spears. That was the weapon Su Lichuan knew best. I've watched your video from the Martial Arts College entrance exam. Your practical combat is indeed strong, and your spear technique has already reached an advanced level. Yang Jintian looked at him and said directly, But before that, I want to first see your S-rank ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. He had already heard from Zhang Chaoyang that a student with an awakened S-rank lightning-type ability had come to the school. Since then, he had been waiting for Su Lichuan to come over. He hadn't expected the other party to keep delaying until today before coming to report in. Su Lichuan did not hesitate at all and directly activated his ability. Crackle, sizzle, thunder boomed, and electric arcs danced wildly. The next second, Purple Sky Divine Thunder erupted from his body and wound around him. Blue-violet lightning rolled endlessly, carrying an ancient and heavy aura that made one's heart tighten. Once the thunder appeared, the entire training room was enveloped by that overwhelming force. This is an S-rank ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian stared fixedly at the blue-violet lightning, shock evident in his eyes. He himself also possessed lightning-type abilities and was a 7th-tier upper-level esper. Even the slightest bolt of thunder he unleashed casually carried tremendously terrifying power. Yet his A-rank ability, Windflame True Thunder, was not even on the same level as this aura. This was not a gap that could be bridged by rank alone, but a suppression at the very source of the ability itself. Yang Jintian took a few deep breaths before forcing down his excitement, his expression turning serious as well. Su Lichuan, I understand why you're here. With your ability and potential, becoming my disciple is certainly not a problem. However, there's one thing I need to make clear first. When I was young and roaming the world, I made friends and also made quite a few enemies. If you take me as your master, once you graduate in the future, you'll also be dragged into these matters. In fact, someone might even come after you directly. After speaking, he stared at Su Lichuan, waiting for his answer. The student is willing. Su Lichuan did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately bowed respectfully and formally became his disciple. Just kidding. Among high-level espers climbing upward, which one hadn't risen through blood and storms? A figure like Yang Jintian, who had fought his way to fame, had no doubt personally slain countless fierce beasts and enemies. If he didn't even dare to shoulder this much risk, then there was no need to talk about the path to becoming a powerhouse. Good, good, good. Yang Jintian said good 3 times in a row, clearly extremely excited. An S-rank Esper Awakener might not even appear once in Great Xia in several years. And with so many different ability types, even if an S-rank did appear, it might not necessarily be a lightning type ability. In the more than 20 years since then, he had taken in more than 30 disciples, some with A-rank lightning abilities, some with B-rank, and even some with C-rank. But for an S-rank lightning type ability user, Su Lichuan was the first. Most of your senior brothers and senior sisters have already graduated. There are only 3 still at the school. The Lu Ming downstairs just now was one of your senior brothers. As for the other 2, I'll introduce them to you when I have time next. After saying that, a faint glimmer flashed across Yang Jintian's right-hand ring, and 2 manuals immediately appeared in his hand, which he handed over. This is the top-tier ability training method, and this is the body-tempering combat technique I created myself. Su Lichuan took the manuals. One was called Extreme Ability Training Method, and the other was Thunderclap Undying Body. Combat techniques come in many types, including movement techniques, saber techniques, and spear techniques. For example, Su Lichuan's Lightning Gale Break was a spear-type combat technique. Body-tempering combat techniques, however, are different from ordinary combat techniques. They are mainly used to strengthen the physique, and they are even rarer in number. There's no need to say much about the ability training method. It's one of the school's only 3 top-tier ability training methods. As for Thunderclap Undying Body, it is a body-tempering combat technique I condensed myself. This is the work of my entire life. After being jointly evaluated by Thunderbolt Martial Hall and Berserk Bear Martial Hall, it was rated S-rank. Yang Jintian spoke slowly, and after Su Lichuan heard this, his heart jolted.
S-rank combat technique.
A 7th-stage ability user is also known as a Grandmaster. At this level, one's understanding of abilities and martial arts is already very deep, and only then are they qualified to create their own ability training method or combat technique. Battle techniques are also divided into levels. Like abilities, they range from F to SSS 9 levels in total. The higher the level, the greater the power, and the harder it is to cultivate. For most 7th-tier Grandmasters, being able to create an A-rank battle technique is already impressive. S-rank, SS-rank, and SSS-rank battle techniques are usually created only by 8th-tier Great Grandmasters or 9th-tier Martial Saints. But Yang Jintian, at only the 7th tier, had done it. What's more, the technique he created was the hardest kind, a body-tempering battle technique that directly touched the mysteries of the human body. This showed that his talent in martial arts was terrifyingly strong. Thunder Immortal Body is only suitable for lightning-type ability users to practice, and it has 13 levels in total. With each level you advance, your physique will transform along with it. But even I have only trained it to the 10th level so far, and the last 3 levels still haven't been verified. However, according to my speculation, once it is fully cultivated to the 13th level, the body will truly be able to achieve eternal indestructibility. Yang Jintian's eyes shone. Within Thunder Immortal Body was all of his understanding of martial arts and lightning-type abilities. If he was ever unable to charge to the peak of Martial Saint in the future, Su Lichuan would be his greatest hope for verifying this cultivation method. In addition, Thunder Immortal Body can only be cultivated after you reach the level of an ability user. During this time, you should first use the Extreme Ability Training Method to improve your strength. Once you level up, I'll help you lay the foundation for Thunder Immortal Body. Yang Jintian paused, then added, also, you need to practice boxing techniques.
Boxing technique.
Su Lichuan was stunned. Of course, once you master Thunder Immortal Body, your body will become much stronger. Added to close combat fighting techniques and lightning-type abilities, your combat power will jump significantly. Besides, weapons are only one means among many. You can't rely on them too much. If one day you really end up fighting a fierce beast and your weapon gets shattered, are you just going to turn around and run? Yang Jintian spoke very directly, even giving a concrete example. Back then, I fought fiercely with the 8th-tier fierce beast, the earth-shaking demon python, for 2 full days. The long spear I had forged from SSS rank alloy couldn't withstand prolonged, high-intensity clashes and was directly Tunthoi. At that time, my lightning-type ability was also nearly exhausted. On the final day, I relied on my body and boxing techniques to kill it. Yang Jintian's tone was very calm, but Su Lichuan could still imagine how perilous that battle must have been. He nodded, understanding. Learning a few more skills would never hurt. I'll teach you spear techniques as well. Once your fist techniques and spear techniques reach a certain level, I'll teach you battle saber and longsword techniques. Yang Jintian continued. Teacher, may I ask what level your skills have all reached? Su Lichuan couldn't help asking. My fist techniques and spear techniques are both at the Grandmaster level. My saber and sword techniques are a little weaker, only at the master level. Yang Jintian said it casually, but Su Lichuan still felt a jolt after hearing it. Skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels. Elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. For ordinary awakened ability users, it takes decades to train a single weapon technique to advanced level. Master level is something many people never reach in their entire lives. Not to mention grandmaster and perfection. Yet Yang Jintian not only had fist techniques and spear techniques at grandmaster level, but all his other weapon techniques were also at master level. I just couldn't improve my fist techniques and spear techniques any further, so I started studying other weapons. You're still very early in the journey? Yang Jintian said with a smile when he saw Su Lichuan looking a little dazed. In college, you just need to focus on training your fist techniques and spear techniques. Your combat skill studies will mainly revolve around these two. Remember, it's better not to spread yourself too thin. Teacher, I understand. Su Lichuan nodded. Although he had a system and could raise weapon proficiency by spending ability points, more weapons were not necessarily better. The key was mastery. His ability points were limited, so specializing in one first was the safest choice. He quickly made up his mind. He would follow his teacher's advice and train fist techniques and spear techniques first. Another list was sent from Tian, with the names of the combat skills Su Lichuan would need to learn next. He just had to go to the library, find the secret manual, and learn according to it. After reading it, Su Lichuan also felt a bit emotional. Having a mentor to guide him really did save a lot of trouble. If he had to rely on himself, there was no way he could have arranged the path so meticulously. More than 10 minutes later, Su Lichuan reaped quite a lot and walked out of the villa. Just as he reached the entrance, he ran into Tan Mingyang, who was also coming out of the villa. Only now, the smile on Tan Mingyang's face was gone, leaving only a bitter expression. It looked like this attempt to become a disciple still hadn't worked out. Su Lichuan didn't ask much either, just greeted him and prepared to leave. Senior Tan, I'll be going now. Wait, how did it go on your side? Did you succeed? Tan Mingyang seemed to be grasping at the last straw and asked hurriedly. Su Lichuan, however, nodded. Really? You succeeded? Tan Mingyang's eyes nearly bulged out. Mentors at the dean level generally would not take on disciples before the freshman competition. And now someone had actually succeeded? Could he really be the principal's son? But he doesn't look like it. Watching Su Lichuan's departing figure, Tan Mingyang's thoughts grew more and more chaotic, and he began to doubt himself. On the other side, Su Lichuan returned to the villa and went straight to the second-floor training room. The configuration of the student villa was pretty much the same on both floors. A training room, bedroom, shower room, home theater, study, and even his favorite open-air balcony. Everything was there. This training room was a little smaller than teacher Yang Jintian's, only about 80 square meters. But it was already enough for regular training. Su Lichuan sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the Ultimate Psychic Ability Training Method to read. Compared with the intermediate-level Yuan High Psychic Ability Training Method, this top-tier cultivation method was obviously much more complicated. Took him a full 4 hours to thoroughly understand the entire book. Then he closed his eyes and followed the method in the book to sense the special energy between heaven and earth. Not long after, large numbers of white light spots appeared within his sensing range. Dense and endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. That was Yuan energy. Only by absorbing it into his body would his psychic ability truly transform. As expected of a top-tier cultivation method, the Yuan energy I can sense is far more than what intermediate methods provide. A glint flashed in Su Lichuan's eyes, and he immediately opened them. Since he could sense Yuan energy, it meant his path of cultivation was correct. Next, there was no need to grind it out slowly. He could just add points and break through directly. Deep blue. He gave a low shout in his heart, and a pale blue system panel immediately appeared in his mind. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, Awakened. Plus. Ability Zixiao, Divine Thunder, S. Physique 186 Qi and Blood. Plus. Spirit 187 Hertz. Plus. Skill Spear Technique, Advanced Plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced Plus. Ability Points 2534. Add points. Su Lichuan did not hesitate at all and directly tapped the plus sign behind the level. The next second, the yuan energy in the surrounding air poured into his body like a flood. And it followed the route of the extreme ability training method, frantically strengthening his ability, physique, and spirit. Only after breaking through a certain threshold did it slowly stop. Level awakened, first-tier, lower-rank ability user. Huff, I broke through. Su Lichuan gently clenched his fist and could clearly feel that the power inside his body was several times stronger than before. More importantly, his ability had also become stronger. Zixiao Divine Thunder. He let out a low shout, and arcs of electricity suddenly crackled. Blue-violet lightning jumped around his body, more powerful than before, and its color was also deeper. Compared with before the promotion, Zixiao Divine Thunder had clearly thickened by a full circle. If I run into that Tier 2 bloodthirsty violent bear again, I won't need to use my spear. Just relying on lightning alone, I'm afraid I could directly strike it to death. Su Lichuan looked at the lightning flickering at his fingertips and nodded in satisfaction. At this point, he had finally taken the first step. Then, he tried out his strength again in the training room. After advancing from an awakened to a superpowered individual, his strength had roughly quadrupled or quintupled. Then, he opened the system panel again. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, first rank lower tier, plus. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 283 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 289 Hz, plus. Skill, Spear Technique, Advanced plus. Su Lichuan advanced to the first rank, and it only cost 300 ability points. The ability points spent were not much, but this time his basic attributes had surged too fiercely, which still exceeded his expectations. If he broke through according to the Abyss C ability training method, his Qi and Blood and Spirit would at most increase by 30 or 40 points. But if he used a top-tier ability training method, both of his basic attributes had increased by nearly 100 points each. That gap was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Su Lichuan could not help but sigh. No wonder superpowered individuals desperately wanted to obtain a higher-level cultivation method. The improvement this thing brought was truly absurd. Fortunately, after obtaining the Abyss C ability training method, he did not rush to level up. Otherwise, if he had broken through casually, the one who would suffer would be himself. There are still plenty of ability points left, but I can't raise my level any further for now, he thought silently. First, he would still need ability points later to learn combat techniques. Second, he also needed to adapt to the power after his recent rank up. Once his body had fully stabilized, he could continue improving. Thinking of this, Su Lichuan opened the manual for Thunder Immortal Body and began reading it carefully. Yang Jintian was a 7th-tier ability user, and his understanding of both martial arts and lightning element abilities ran very deep. He had written all of those insights into this body-tempering combat technique. As soon as Su Lichuan started reading, he quickly became engrossed. As expected of an S-rank combat technique, it truly is exquisite. 2 hours later, he finally closed the book, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Thunderbuddy Undying has a total of 13 levels, and he could only understand the first 3 now. The content after that was too profound for him to fully grasp. But even just the first 3 levels were already enough to broaden his horizons. Ordinary body-tempering combat techniques rely on constantly hardening the body, slowly refining the flesh and blood to make the physical body stronger. But Thunderbuddy Undying was different. It had an extra step. First forge the foundation. The first level required using the blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts to lay the groundwork for the undying body. Then he would use his own lightning-type ability to temper his body. In the end, the strength achieved had a great deal to do with the level of ferocious beast blood used as the foundation in the beginning. If he used the essence blood of a high-tier Thunder-type ferocious beast, the resulting physique would grow stronger and stronger afterward. But if he used the blood of a low-tier ferocious beast, or even an ordinary one, the final results would be much poorer. Blood from Thunder-type ferocious beasts is a bit troublesome, Su Lichuan frowned. On Blue Star, low-tier ferocious beasts only relied on their bodies to fight. But high-tier ferocious beasts were already comparable to ability users, capable of controlling all kinds of absurd powers. For example, that famous Silver Moon Nine-tailed fox had seductive abilities similar to those of a mental-type ability user. If you reacted a little too slowly, you might not even know how you died. Thunder-type ferocious beasts were the same. They were born able to manipulate lightning. And such ferocious beasts were at least 4th tier. With Su Lichuan's current strength, there was no way he could get his hands on that kind of blood. But fortunately, he had a mentor. The teacher had said in the afternoon that once he advanced to an ability user, he should go to him to forge his foundation. Since that's the case, I'll just go find the teacher tomorrow. Early the next morning, after Su Lichuan finished washing up, he went to look for Yang Jintian again. When he heard that Su Lichuan had already advanced, Yang Jintian was stunned for a moment. So soon. He had taught at the Magic City University of Superpowers for over 20 years and had seen many geniuses. But even those geniuses took quite a bit of time to go from awakened to ability user. Yet Su Lichuan had obtained the secret manual yesterday, and it had been less than 24 hours until now, and he had actually succeeded. Maybe it's the result of long accumulation finally breaking out, Su Lichuan said with a smile, his tone very modest. Yang Jintian didn't ask further. He just nodded and said, "All right, since you've already advanced, then today I'll help you lay the foundation for the Thunder Immortal Body." As he spoke, the ring on his hand flickered slightly. The next second, a transparent glass bottle appeared out of thin air in his hand. The bottle had a capacity of about 800 milliliters, and inside it was bright red blood. As the blood gently swayed, faint silver-white lightning could be seen flashing within it. High-level Thunder Element ferocious beasts are inherently rare. The strongest Thunder Element ferocious beast I've killed over the years was this storm bear, Yang Jintian said. He paused, then continued, "There are higher-grade 8th-tier Thunder Element ferocious beast blood in the school's resource library, but that's an SS rank resource and can't be casually used." Yang Jintian frowned, his tone somewhat helpless. Although he was the dean of the Weapon Academy, the school's resources weren't something he could just take whenever he wanted. Every year, the school would grant them a large amount of points specifically for exchanging cultivation resources. But as a 7th-tier upper-rank ability user, his daily cultivation consumed far too much, and the points he had on hand were already almost gone. There simply weren't enough to exchange for SS rank resources. However, the essence blood of a Tier 7 upper-rank storm giant bear was already very rare, and it was more than enough to use as a foundation. He just felt that Su Lichuan was an S-rank awakened ability user, so he instinctively wanted to get him something better. "By the way, I heard from Zhang Chaoyang that you can receive one S-rank resource every year?" Yang Jintian suddenly lit up and asked. "Yeah." Su Lichuan nodded, though he didn't understand why he was asking that. Yang Jintian immediately had an idea. "That's perfect. Your S-rank resource, plus the storm giant bear essence blood I have, might be enough to exchange for that SS rank resource." After saying that, he still asked first, "Lichuan, do you have any other use for that S-rank resource?" "Teacher, do whatever you think is best." Su Lichuan shook his head directly. At a time like this, what was there to hesitate about? The other side was even putting out a top-grade S-rank resource, and the SS rank resource obtained in the end would be used on him as well. If he still didn't agree to that, he'd truly be a fool. "All right, wait here for me. I'll be right back." As soon as Yang Jintian finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. Su Lichuan was deeply shocked when he saw it. That speed was almost no different from teleportation. However, he also understood that this was just the other party moving so fast it created the illusion of instantaneous movement. Not long after, the butler who had opened the door yesterday came upstairs carrying a plate of fruit and said with a smile, "Student Su, the dean will be back in a bit. Have some fruit first." "Thank you, Uncle Fu." Su Lichuan thanked him politely. This Uncle Fu was not only the villa's butler. According to what the teacher had said, he had once fought side by side with Yang Jintian through life and death. He was also very strong, a mid-tier Tier 6 ability user. Naturally, Su Lichuan did not dare be negligent toward someone like that. He waited in the villa for more than half an hour before Yang Jintian finally returned. A flash of lightning later, he appeared in the living room. "Teacher." Su Lichuan immediately stood up. "I got the SS rank resource. Come on, let's go to the training room." Yang Jintian looked somewhat excited and led him quickly upstairs. As soon as he entered the training room, Yang Jintian said, "Changing to SS-grade resources took a bit of effort this time. At first, the resources department wasn't willing to let me trade 2 S-grade resources for an SS-grade one. I had to call the principal before they agreed." As he spoke, he flipped his right hand and took out another glass bottle containing blood essence. But this time, the blood inside the bottle was not the usual color. It was silver white. Inside, arcs of electricity flickered faintly, carrying a wild and violent aura. "This is the SS-grade resource, the blood essence of an 8th-tier lower-ranking thunderstorm tyrant dragon." Yang Jintian looked at the bottle in his hand, his tone tinged with emotion. Dragon-type ferocious beasts were the hardest to deal with. He could kill a 6th-tier lower-ranking earth-shaking demon python across ranks, but he had no confidence in killing any 8th-tier lower-ranking dragon-type ferocious beast. This kind of blood essence was also highly valuable to him. That was precisely why the school had classified it as an SS-grade resource. Su Lichuan watched this scene and silently remembered the favor in his heart. Even a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone such a precious SS-grade resource. When he truly grew strong, he would definitely repay these favors many times over. Take off your outer clothes and sit down cross-legged.
Yang Zhentian instructed.
Su Lichuan did as told, took off his shirt, revealing his sturdy upper body, then sat down cross-legged. The next second, he only felt a chill on his back, followed by a faint sting. The pain wasn't severe, but it seemed to burrow into his bones, making him frown unconsciously. The blood essence of the Thunderstorm Tyrant Dragon doesn't have much effect on a high-tier Esper like me, but for a low-tier Esper like you, it's practically like poison. Even if it just touches your skin, it'll hurt. Yang Zhentian explained as he spread the blood from the bottle over Su Lichuan's back. By now, his eyes were already filled with blue-white lightning, allowing him to clearly see every detail on Su Lichuan's back. His blood vessels and meridians were also clearly revealed, making it easier for him to apply the blood more accurately. More than 10 minutes later, all the blood in the glass bottle had been used up. By then, Su Lichuan's back was completely covered in blood, shining silver white. Next, I'll use the Windfire True Thunder to help lay the foundation for your undying body. To put it bluntly, I'm going to forcibly refine the blood of Thunder-type fierce beasts into your bloodline. Only then can your body grow strong enough to match a fierce beast, or even be harsher than one. But in the end, how much you can absorb depends on you. Yang Zhentian took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Windfire True Thunder!" Crackle, pop. The next second, a scarlet bolt of lightning exploded from his body. That power was far beyond Su Lichuan's Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, by who knew how many times. The thunderclap shook the training room numb, and even the indoor temperature shot up violently. The whole process will take 4 or 5 days. It's definitely going to hurt, so bear with it. Most importantly, don't pass out. If you lose consciousness, the effect of absorbing the essence blood will be much worse. As soon as he finished speaking, all the scarlet lightning surged towards Su Lichuan, engulfing him completely. If even one bolt of lightning went out of control and rebounded, Su Lichuan would be erased on the spot. But as a 7th-rank upper-tier Esper, Yang Zhentian had extremely strong control, so such a thing was impossible. He kept the Windfire True Thunder within the range Su Lichuan could endure, sending it into him little by little from his back. Strands of lightning, wrapped around the essence blood of the Thunderstorm Dragon, continuously coursed through Su Lichuan's body, forcibly transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and even his bones. To Su Lichuan, the process felt like countless ants gnawing at his bones, a pain that pierced straight to the marrow. But he still gritted his teeth and refused to faint, forcing himself to endure it. 5 days later, Villa number 23. Steward Fu, it's already the 5th day, right? Has the teacher still not finished over there? Lu Ming sat on the living room sofa and asked the butler beside him. This was already his 3rd visit in the past few days. But every time he came, Fu Bo would say that Yang Zhentian was still helping Su Lichuan build the foundation for the Thunder Undying Body. Not yet. This time, the Dean is using essence blood from an 8th-rank fierce beast, so the cost is greater and it will take longer as well, Fu Bo replied. Although Yang Zhentian couldn't leave at all times, basic communication was still possible. Because of that, Lu Ming learned what had happened, as well as the fact that Su Lichuan was using essence blood from an 8th-rank fierce beast. Blood essence of the 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus. Lu Ming had actually known about it for a long time. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. After all, he and Su Lichuan were both disciples of Yang Zhentian. But when his foundation for forming the Undying Body was established back then, the blood essence used was only from a 7th-tier lower-grade Thunder-type ferocious beast. However, once he learned that Su Lichuan had awakened an S-rank ability, he felt at ease. An S-rank ability user was indeed worth the teacher putting so much effort into cultivating. The blood essence of an 8th-tier dragon-type ferocious beast, plus an S-rank thunder ability. I really want to see how powerful junior brother Su's Thunder Undying Body will become. The Thunder Undying Body was an S-rank body-tempering combat technique, and its power was not fixed. Its strength depended greatly on the blood essence used when laying the foundation, as well as the thunder ability possessed by the ability user himself. An 8th-tier ferocious beast's blood essence combined with an S-rank ability. Just thinking about that combination was terrifying enough. Roar! At that moment, a dragon-like roar suddenly exploded inside the villa. The sound was majestic and ferocious, and just hearing it made it seem as though a brutal dragon-type ferocious beast had appeared right before one's eyes. Junior brother succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a flash of thunder, he immediately activated his movement combat technique and rushed to the second floor. Just as he reached the training room door, he first felt an extremely powerful oppressive force. That sensation was like being targeted by a top-tier ferocious beast, making even him, a peak third-tier ability user, feel tense in his heart. Then, he saw the source of that pressure. In the center of the training room, Su Lichuan stood straight and still. But unlike their last meeting, when he had been gentle and courteous, he now radiated a fierce and violent aura throughout his body. Originally clear eyes had turned blood red. He was bare-chested, with distinct muscle lines and bulging veins. He looked like a ferocious beast that could pounce at any moment. Even the terrifying blue-purple lightning around him seemed stirred by that savagery, turning chaotic as it flickered and leaped non-stop. The entire training room was lit up by the lightning, flashing bright and dark. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Faced with the scene before him, Yang Jintian, standing in front of Su Lichuan, was so excited that he blurted out, 98%. Lichuan's blood essence absorption rate has actually reached 98%. 98%? That high? Hearing this at the doorway of the training room, Lu Ming's heart gave a sudden jolt. The foundation of Thunderbolt Undying Body must be built by absorbing the blood essence of Thunder Element ferocious beasts. But after all, that was the blood essence of a ferocious beast. Even with the teacher's Wind Flame True Thunder helping suppress it, the absorption efficiency could not possibly be perfect. Generally, reaching 90% was already considered very good. Lu Ming knew that among the more than 20 disciples under the teacher who cultivated Thunderbolt Undying Body, the highest absorption efficiency had only been 92%. He himself had been even worse back then, not even reaching 90%, only 87%. But now, Su Lichuan had directly shot up to 98%, which meant his compatibility with that ferocious beast blood essence was terrifyingly high. Su Lichuan knew nothing about the shock of others. The moment the foundation of Thunderbolt Undying Body was successfully formed, he only felt wave after wave of bloodthirsty, violent emotions explode violently from deep within his heart. There was only one thought left in his mind, to destroy everything before him. At that moment, Yang Jintian's deep voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. Lichuan, wake up! That shout was like a bolt of thunder, instantly scattering all the negative emotions in his heart. Su Lichuan's eyes gradually cleared, though there was still a hint of confusion on his face. Teacher, what happened to me just now? He had never experienced this kind of emotional loss of control before. Yang Zhentian frowned and said in a low voice, it should be the blood essence of the thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus affecting your mind. The thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus is notorious among ferocious beasts for its brutality. You absorbed its blood essence, and your absorption rate even reached 98%. The compatibility is too high, and that instead makes this kind of side effect more likely to appear. When the disciples cultivating Thunderbolt Undying Body in the past were more or less affected by the ferocious beast's bloodline, but someone with such a strong reaction like Su Lichuan was the first. However, you don't need to worry too much, Yang Zhentian added. As long as your emotional fluctuations don't get too intense, this kind of negative emotion generally won't surface. Once your strength improves further, these side effects will slowly disappear as well. He had already verified these situations on himself and on other disciples. Good then. Only then did Su Lichuan finally breathe a sigh of relief. He did not want to become someone who was dominated by his emotions at any moment in the future. Besides, he could clearly feel that his body had undergone a complete transformation. Even if there were some side effects, they were nothing serious. Subconsciously, he opened the system panel. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, first tier lower rank, plus. Ability, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 391 Blood Chi, plus. Spirit, 289 Hers, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Tempering, Thunder Immortal Body, First Layer plus. Ability Points, 2234. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up. His blood chi had directly increased by more than 100 points. For ability users, aside from the massive increase in blood chi when advancing in rank, ordinary training would only raise it by 2 or 3 points. But he had only just experienced a huge surge a few days ago when he broke through, and now it had increased by another 100 points. Of course, blood chi was only one aspect of physical strength. Things like bodily defense and recovery speed could not be fully judged from blood chi alone. But he already had his conclusion in mind. At his current state, even without combat skills or abilities, relying solely on his physical strength, he could probably go head-to-head with a second-tier ferocious beast. And he also discovered that a new body tempering option had appeared on the system panel. It seemed that from now on, he could also directly use ability points to enhance his body tempering intensity. Su Lichuan felt a burst of delight in his heart. At that moment, Lu Ming also walked over from the doorway, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully laying the foundation for the Thunder Immortal Body. From here on, your martial path will be bright and full of promise." Yang Zhentian took the opportunity to introduce him. "This is your senior brother Lu Ming. You met him last time you came." "Hello, senior brother Lu." Su Lichuan put on his shirt and greeted him respectfully. "When I saw you last time, you weren't yet the teacher's student. Now it's different." Lu Ming smiled. "I didn't prepare anything either, so I'll just ask for your student ID and transfer you some credits as a meeting gift." Lu Ming had a gentle temperament, and after speaking he prepared to make the transfer.
Su Lichuan glanced at Yang Zhentian.
Seeing that he did not stop him and even gave a slight nod, Su Lichuan then reported his student ID. Not long after, his phone rang with a notification. There were 200 more credits in his student account. So many? Su Lichuan was stunned. As soon as the text notification popped up, Su Lichuan froze. 200 credits. Converted to Xia currency, that was 2 million. It was only a meeting gift, yet it was so generous? It's only 200 credits. For you, senior brother Lu, that's nothing, Yang Zhentian said with a smile from the side. It's only right for a senior brother to take care of a junior brother. When you have junior brothers and sisters in the future, you'll need to prepare meeting gifts too. I understand, teacher.
Su Lichuan nodded.
The foundation is already set. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for 5 days, so you must be exhausted. Go back and rest first. Yang Zhentian waved his hand, a trace of fatigue also appearing on his face. Come again tomorrow morning and learn boxing and spear techniques from your senior brother Lu. He made it sound easy, but in reality he had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Continuously and precisely controlling his ability for 5 straight days to help Su Lichuan transform his body was no easy task even for him, a 7th-tier ability user. Su Lichuan could tell and didn't ask any further. After respectfully taking his leave, he departed the villa. After stepping outside, he glanced at the date on his phone, June 22nd. This time, shaping his foundation had actually taken nearly 5 days and 5 nights. During those 5 days, he had been enduring inhuman pain, and he had to stay conscious the entire time, not allowing even the slightest lapse. Fortunately, he managed to endure it. In the end, he achieved a 98% blood essence absorption rate, almost a perfect match. The time is still early, so I might as well go to the martial arts hall and test my current physical strength. Thunderstorm Tyrant Dragon Blood Essence, lower tier rank 8, and still an SS-grade resource. With Yang Zhentian's help, most of the blood essence merged into his body and became part of him. That astonishing energy left him without food for 5 days. Not only was he not hungry, he was instead full of energy and felt hot all over. What he wanted to do most right now was see just how much his strength had increased after mastering the Thunderbolt Indestructible Body. Every student dormitory building at Modu Ability University comes with a training room. However, the training rooms were too small and did not have equipment like punch force testers, so they could only be used for routine practice. If he wanted to accurately measure his abilities, combat skills, punching speed, and punch force, he still had to go to the martial arts hall. There were 2 martial arts halls at Modu Ability University, the famous Thunder Martial Hall and Berserk Bear Martial Hall of the Great Xia Nation. When he was in Jiangqing, Su Lichuan often went to the Thunder Martial Hall. This time, he also planned to go there and test himself. But not long after he left, he smelled a faint odor on himself. Only then did he realize that during the forging of the Thunderbolt Indestructible Body, his body had expelled a lot of impurities, all of which had clung to his skin. First go back and take a shower, then head to the martial arts hall. He did not want to go there stinking the whole way, so he immediately turned back toward the dormitory. The closer he got to the dormitory area, the more people there were. By the time he entered the freshman villa district, there were noticeably more people on the road. On the originally quiet road, quite a few male and female freshmen could already be seen. Some were paired up, while others walked in groups of 3 or 5. They were all about the same age, around 18 or 19. Quite a few looked around left and right, as if they had never seen the world before. Some even had their parents accompanying them, dragging suitcases along as they sent them off. These are all freshmen? Only then did Su Lichuan remember that it had already been 6 days since he came to Modu Abilities University to register. The entrance exam preferences for the martial arts track had long been submitted, and the admission letters had already been delivered to the students. However, only top universities like Modu Abilities University would have so many students enrolling early. Those who could get into this place were geniuses, whether in the province or the city. Everyone understood that by arriving a step earlier, they could grab the school's premium resources first. If they really waited until September to come, that would be foolish. Su Lichuan's villa was in student dormitory area 3, number 32. When he reached the entrance, he found that the gate he had closed before leaving was already open. "Looks like my roommate has arrived." With a slight smile, he walked in. Sure enough, there was a boy sitting in the living room, operating the AI Eva in his hand, as if he were looking up information. Hearing someone enter, the boy immediately turned around. When he saw that it was Su Lichuan who had walked in, as soon as Lu Wentao saw Su Lichuan, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa, strode over quickly, and sent out his hand to shake Su Lichuan's, smiling warmly. "You're my roommate, right? Hi, my name is Lu Wentao. Nice to meet you." Lu Wentao was fair and handsome, with slightly darker skin and tousled bangs. When he smiled, he looked very outgoing, giving off the impression at first glance that he was easy to get along with. Su Lichuan. Su Lichuan also smiled and shook his hand back.
Su Lichuan.
"You're the top scorer in Jiangnan province." Hearing that name, Lu Wentao blurted it out immediately. "You know me?" Su Lichuan was a little surprised. After all, this was only their first meeting. "Of course. My nickname is Walking Encyclopedia." Lu Wentao puffed out his chest proudly. "I know the information on most of this year's freshmen. I didn't specifically look you up, but you caused such a huge stir back then that it'd be hard not to remember you. The biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province this year. That's you." As he spoke, he grinned. He had been naturally fond of gathering information, and had long since seen Su Lichuan's profile online, memorizing it along the way. Later, when there was no more news about him online, he stopped paying attention. He hadn't expected this guy to actually get into Modu University of Abilities, and even become his roommate. "By the way, you really came from Jiangcheng, that poor city in Jiangnan province? You weren't living in some other developed city and just took the college entrance exam in Jiangcheng." Once Lu Wentao started talking, he couldn't stop. "And were you really an awakened when you took the exam? Your ability doesn't look like it's only E rank no matter how you look at it." Right after meeting Su Lichuan, he casually threw an arm around his shoulder and fired off one question after another. Su Lichuan not only didn't mind it, he even found it quite comfortable. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. Back in elementary school, he still had companions around him, but by middle school, he had to leave the orphanage and live on his own. At that time, he feared coming home after school the most, because there was always only him in the house, and he could only turn on the TV and pretend someone was keeping him company. After entering high school, being able to live on campus made things a little better, but whenever the weekend came, he was still left alone. He liked liveliness and liked having people to talk to. For that kind of life, he studied desperately and got into college. Chatting and playing games with his roommates was the most relaxing and happiest period of his life. But after 4 years, he would once again have to return to a life alone. So he kept moving upward, went on to graduate school, and moved back into the dormitory with a few more roommates around him. Later, he got into doctoral studies, and the place around him became much livelier, with senior classmates and juniors all quite boisterous too. Then later, he drank a few too many at his doctoral graduation banquet. When he woke up, he had already been transported to this world. Even worse, in this life he was still an orphan. His aunt would occasionally come to see him, but loneliness always stayed by his side. So whether in his past life or this one, Su Lichuan had always disliked desolation and solitude. Now that he had suddenly run into someone like Lu Wentao, who was talkative and easy to get familiar with, he actually found him quite pleasant. So he sat back down on the sofa and started chatting with Lu Wentao. As they talked, Su Lichuan also learned about Lu Wentao's background. He came from Sichuan province, the land known as the Heavenly Kingdom. He had awakened an A-rank psychic type ability, and his strength had already reached mid-tier first rank. For this martial arts college entrance exam, he ranked in the top 20 in Sichuan province. He applied to Magic Capital Ability University, mainly aiming for the Tactical Academy among the 5 major academies. In Lu Wentao's own words, in the future he wanted to lead thousands upon thousands of troops and wipe out every ferocious beast on Blue Star. And when Lu Wentao heard that Su Lichuan had truly only awakened as an awakened at the time of the college entrance exam, he couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly in admiration, "All right, no more talking. I'm going to the martial arts hall in a bit." After a while, Su Lichuan glanced at the time, stood up and said, The martial arts hall? I'm going too. Lu Wentao immediately perked up. I haven't been to the martial arts hall at Magic Capital Ability University yet. Sure. Then after we finish showering, we'll go together. Su Lichuan nodded and turned to head upstairs. More than 10 minutes later, Su Lichuan had changed into clean clothes and looked fresh and neat as he and Lu Wentao walked out of the villa together. By then it was almost 11, and the sun was shining just right. On the road, quite a few freshmen could also be seen moving around. The two of them headed toward the exit of the dormitory area. As always, Su Lichuan walked upright, his eyes fixed only on what lay ahead, his steps steady and firm. Lu Wentao was completely different. He kept looking around, his gaze constantly sweeping over the new students on the road. When he came across a pretty female classmate, he would even glance a few more times, a somewhat lecherous smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah Chuan, look over there. Look, there's a real beauty up ahead." After only a few steps, Lu Wentao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised a hand to pat Su Lichuan. Su Lichuan followed the direction he pointed. More than 10 meters ahead, two girls were walking out of a villa side by side. The two were about the same height, around 1.67 meters. The one on the left was a little shorter and looked decent but was not especially outstanding. But the one on the right was completely different. She had delicate features, refined eyes and brows, rosy lips, and skin so fair it seemed to glow. The whole person gave off a fresh and beautiful vibe. Especially her figure. The white t-shirt she wore outlined a very noticeable curve across her chest. On the lower half, she wore a pair of light blue fitted jeans, making her legs look long and well-proportioned. "How is she? Pretty enough, right?" Lu Wentao said with a smug grin. "She really is pretty." Su Lichuan did not deny it. Whether it was her face or her figure, this girl was far better than those internet celebrities from his previous life who relied on beauty filters to carry their image. "But aren't you supposed to be a know-it-all? Do you know who she is?" Su Lichuan teased Lu Wentao on purpose, not really expecting him to answer. Unexpectedly, Lu Wentao immediately straightened up and said proudly, "Of course I know. Her name is Song Choyun. She's at the first-tier upper level, and she awakened an A-rank natural element light-type ability." "Yo, not bad at all." Su Lichuan was a little surprised. Looks like Lu Wentao's nickname as a know-it-all wasn't entirely self-made. Of course, Song Choyun is from our Sichuan province. Her total score on this year's martial arts college entrance exam was over 9,000, and she directly took first place in Sichuan province, Lu Wentao said excitedly. In fact, even before the martial arts college entrance exam, Song Choyun was already very famous. With her pretty face and outstanding figure, plus her strong ability, she had already gained some fame in Rongqing. On the other side, Song Choyun was walking side by side with a friend when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her A-rank natural element light ability was called Light of Dawn. It could not only enhance destructive power, but also gave her a very keen sense of perception. It was precisely thanks to this perception that she could avoid in advance the dangerous areas where ferocious beasts gathered in the martial arts college entrance exam grounds. But just now, she had suddenly felt a terrifying gaze. It felt as if she had been targeted by a ferocious beast, so oppressive that it made people tense up. Although that gaze held no malice, the pressure it carried was extremely strong, and it came quickly, then vanished just as fast. But Song Choyun still immediately locked onto its source. That gaze came from a slightly taller figure not far ahead. How could a human give off a feeling like a ferocious beast? Song Choyun frowned, unable to figure it out. In the end, she could only treat it as a momentary illusion. But Su Lichuan's tall figure still left a bit of an impression on her heart. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall in Jiangqing was serving a population of several million. But the Thunder Pavilion at Modu Ability University only has to serve more than 10,000 teachers and students. Yet the scale here is actually even larger than the one in Jiangqing. Right across from the Thunder Pavilion is the Bear Pavilion, which is likewise 6 or 7 stories tall and looks like a giant beast lying there. I have to say, Modu Ability University really does an excellent job with these supporting facilities. Su Lichuan sighed and walked into the Thunder Pavilion Misty with Lu Wentao. The first-floor lobby was very spacious, with a front desk in the front and some sofas placed around it. Some people who had just finished training were sitting there drinking beverages, chatting, and taking a break. "Welcome to the Thunder Pavilion. May I ask what the two of you need?" A female attendant in a short skirt took the initiative to come over, smiling warmly. "We'd like to find a training room equipped with a power testing device," Su Lichuan said. "The Thunder Pavilion is only open free of charge to high school students. University students still have to pay a membership fee." The membership fee is the same as the Bear Pavilions, 100,000 great Xia coins per year. However, Modu Ability University pays this fee for its students every year, so using the facilities in the pavilion is free for them. The training rooms are on the 3rd floor. Please follow me, the staff member said with a smile, leading the way ahead. Su Litsuan and Lu Wentao followed behind. The Thunder Pavilion was very polite to every guest. Those who were willing to accept the service could do so, and those who weren't could decline. Since it was his first time here, Su Litsuan wasn't familiar with the layout, so he had her lead the way. Ding dong, 3rd floor. When the elevator doors opened, what appeared before them was a spacious hall. There were many people in the hall. Yes, most of the people in the training room looked strange and bizarre. Some were engulfed in flames. Some were terrifyingly tall, standing at a solid 2 to 3 meters, and some even had their limbs transformed into animal-like forms. It was also very noisy all around. Haha, I finally mastered my C-rank combat skill, Solar Blaze. So what if you've mastered it? You still can't break through my metallized skin. You're all useless. My triple giantization can slap you all into the wall with one swipe. These people were clearly practicing combat skills, and those who knew each other would occasionally trade a few barbs. Seeing this, the staff member explained, "This is the lobby's public training room, and it can accommodate up to 300 people training at once. The entire lobby is cast from C-rank alloy and memory metal, so there's no need to worry about abilities or combat skills damaging it. Of course, if you find it too noisy, you can also go to a private training room." After hearing this, Su Lichuan didn't find it surprising. This kind of public training hall also existed at Jiangxing's Thunder Martial Arts Academy. The advantage of a public training hall was its lively atmosphere. With so many people around training, it was hard for oneself to slack off. Many people with poor self-control would choose a place like this. And once a combat skill was mastered, having the people nearby cheer for you would make you feel a strong sense of accomplishment. The downside was obvious too. Everyone else could see your combat skills and training results. Alright, let's do it here. Su Lichuan had originally wanted to go to a private training room, but thinking about the roommate he still had nearby, he ultimately chose the public training room. Okay, please follow me. The staff led the two of them into the hall. Those who can get into Modu University of Superpower, basically all of them are superhumans. As they walked in, from time to time they could feel powerful fluctuations erupting from other superhumans testing their moves. Damn! Are these people competing to see who can make the biggest commotion? One more exaggerated than the next. Lu Wentao could even feel the floor shaking beneath his feet, and couldn't help but complain. He was a psychic-type superhuman, and wasn't good at creating such a spectacle to begin with. On the contrary, Su Lichuan was drawn to the 5 pillars standing in the center of the hall. The pillars were densely covered with names, each followed by a string of numbers. The top 3 names on each pillar were the largest, and were glowing with golden light, especially eye-catching. This is the Punch Force Challenge leaderboard. There are 5 boards in total, corresponding to superhumans of ranks 1 through 5. The staff member introduced with a smile. Want to give it a try? As long as you make it into the top 3,000, you can get a 50 credit reward. Rewards just for the top 3,000? That easy. Lu Wentao immediately became interested. After all, the entire Modu University of Superpower only had a little over 4,000 students. Just swipe your student ID on the pillar to start the challenge. You can't use superpowers or battle techniques in the Punch Force Challenge, or it counts as a violation. Alright, H1, wait for me here. I'm gonna give it a try. After saying that, Lu Wentao walked straight to the center of the hall. He swiped his student ID across the sensor area of the first pillar. In the next second, a shrill and piercing sound rang throughout the entire hall. Welcome, Lu Wentao, student ID 203701256, to the Punch Power Challenge. Everyone, please cheer for him. As if someone had flipped a switch, this announcement immediately rang out in the hall. Right after that, a series of spotlights shone on Lu Wentao. Everyone in the hall also turned to look over. Oh, someone started the Punch Power Challenge. Haha, only mid-tier first-rank aura. He must be a freshman. There's something exciting to watch. Quite a few upperclassmen smiled as they looked at Lu Wentao standing in the center, as if waiting for a show. Lu Wentao was a little dumbfounded on the spot. He hadn't expected the challenge to cause such a huge commotion as soon as he started it. But by this point, there was no turning back. He could only take a deep breath, pour all his strength into it, and smash his fist hard into the target in front of him. Bang! The target gave a dull thud as the whole target face swayed violently back and forth. Lu Wentao let out a breath and was fairly satisfied with that punch. Getting into the top 3,000 should be easy. But the next second, the announcement sounded again. Punch power, 476 kilograms. Not bad. The first half still sounded okay. But the second half directly stunned everyone. Unfortunately, your punch power ranking is beyond 100,000th place. Beyond 100,000th place? Lu Wentao was completely stunned. Didn't Magic Capital Ability University only have just over 4,000 students? Lu Wentao had actually been wondering if he had seen it wrong. But he quickly realized that this fist power ranking wasn't just counting the students currently enrolled. It also included graduates from previous years. Magic Capital Ability University had been established for over 100 years, enrolling more than 1,000 students each year. After decades and even over a century of accumulation, the total number of students had already exceeded 100,000. Damn. No wonder so many people were looking at me. So they were just waiting to see the joke. Only then did Lu Wentao understand. His face instantly flushed red, and he hurriedly slunk down in embarrassment. Over 100,000th place, I'm dying laughing. I wasn't this low when I first entered the school back then. Look at how red his face is, like a monkey's butt. He's obviously a freshman. A burst of laughter immediately erupted in the hall. Clearly all of them were making fun of Lu Wentao. Chuan, why don't you go up and give it a try? You'll definitely do better than me. Lu Wentao really couldn't take the mockery anymore, so he immediately dragged Su Lichuan out as well, wanting to drag someone else down with him. Sure, I'll try too. Su Lichuan didn't refuse. He had come here in the first place to test his physical strength, and fist power was one part of that. He also wanted to see where this power of his would rank among all the geniuses in the history of Magic Capital Ability University. Very soon, a system prompt sounded. Welcome, Su Lichuan, student number 203701204, has started the Fist Power Challenge. Please cheer for him. After Su Lichuan swiped his student ID, that high-pitched voice sounded again. Another one? Looks like he's the companion of the guy from just now. TCH, this one looks even weaker. He's only at lower tier first rank, right? Lower tier first rank? Whether he can even reach 400 kilograms of punch force is hard to say. The crowd still looked unconvinced. No one thought Su Lichuan could achieve anything impressive. But Su Lichuan stood in the center, calm-faced, completely unfazed. He took a deep breath, and the qi and blood in his body instantly surged to the limit. He steadied his stance, drove power from his waist, carried it along his arm, and then violently poured it into his fist. The next second, his fist shot out like black lightning and slammed squarely into the target. Boom! A deafening explosion rang through the hall, leaving people's ears buzzing. Immediately after, the system voice echoed across the entire venue. Punch force 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch force. Congratulations. You have broken the record. Punch force 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch force. Congratulations. You have broken the record. The voice echoed again and again, and the hall fell instantly silent. At that moment, golden light burst forth from the first pillar in the center. Su Lichuan's name shot straight to the top, glittering with golden light, firmly occupying the number 1 position. The other names on the leaderboard also moved backward like ripples on water. First place, Su Lichuan, punch force, 4,589 kilograms. Second place, Luo Yang, punching force, 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Chun Dehai, punching force, 4,122 kilograms. Everyone who had just been waiting to laugh at Su Lichuan was now as if someone had clamped a hand around their throat, unable to say a single word. The hall was deathly silent. The peak punching force record was broken? No one knew who blurted it out first, but that snapped everyone back to their senses. The next second, the entire venue erupted. Holy crap! Holy crap! The punching force record really got broken? Over 4,500 kilograms? Is that something a human can punch out? One punch and I'd probably be turned into mashed meat. And you're telling me this is a freshman? You have to know, Thunder Martial Arts Hall was built when Moduinung University was founded. It could be said that this place had witnessed the school's changes from start to finish. And the 5 punching force rankings on the 3rd floor had accumulated data from over 100,000 students. Anyone who could make it into the top 1,000 of each ranking would have been considered an extraordinary figure back then. Precisely because of that, the farther up the record went, the harder it was to break. In particular, the record on the first pillar had remained untouched for nearly 10 years. But now, the peak punching force record for a first-rank ability user had finally been broken again. What was even more astonishing was that the one who broke it was still a first-rank lower-tier freshman. How could anyone not be shocked by that? Many people immediately pulled out their phones and snapped photos of Su Lichuan, hoping to capture the moment. Many others hurried to send the news to friends and teachers. Some even posted the incident on the spot to the Magic City University of Abilities. In the hall, some people began to suspect that Su Lichuan had secretly used an ability or some sort of combat skill. After all, relying purely on physical strength to deliver a punch force of over 4,500 kilograms was simply absurd. But that explanation was quickly rejected by others. The punch force testing machine in the center of the hall was managed by the school's artificial intelligence, EVA. And EVA had already reached the standard of a level 1 AI. If anyone really cheated, the result would have been invalidated long ago, and there was no way it could have been announced. Still, Su Lichuan is only at lower tier of the first rank, right? He hasn't even reached the peak of the first rank yet. Does that mean this record will be broken again in the future? As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd exploded again. Exactly. Su Lichuan is only at the lower tier of the first rank, and he's already this monstrous. When he advances to the middle tier of the first rank, or the upper tier of the first rank, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? You have to know that the top 10 names left on the first pillar before were all at the peak of the first rank. They had already reached the limit and could no longer climb higher. But Su Lichuan was different. No one knew what his limit was. On the other side, Lu Wentao was completely stunned as he listened to the discussions around him. He had originally thought that if Su Lichuan went up and made a fool of himself, then his own score from earlier would not seem so embarrassing. Who would have thought that with one punch, Su Lichuan would directly shatter the record guarded by more than 10,000 people. In this way, he instead made the over 100,000 ranked guy look like a clown. Bro, you're really my own brother. Lu Wentao looked at Su Lichuan, who had just walked down, and was completely convinced. Brother Chuan, from now on I'm following you. Wherever you go, I'll go. It's not that exaggerated. Su Lichuan smiled and shook his head. In fact, even he felt this punch had gone a bit beyond his expectations. He had originally estimated it would be at most around 3,500 kilograms. Unexpectedly, he had forcefully punched out more than 1,000 kilograms extra. Looks like Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus really does suit me quite well. Su Lichuan nodded inwardly, then turned to look at the staff member beside him. If I break the record, there should be a credit reward, right? The female staff member beside him was still dazed. She stared at the handsome face right in front of her, and her face instantly turned red. She quickly came back to her senses. Yes, of course. Breaking the record rewards 400 credits, and it should already be credited. Su Lichuan took out his phone and saw that, sure enough, he had received a notification that the credits had been credited, including the 200 credit meeting gift from senior brother Lu Ming that he got at Teacher Yang's villa earlier, plus the 100 basic credits issued by the school. The credits in his account were already close to 700. Not bad. Su Lichuan put away his phone, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then if I break the record again next time, can I still get credits? No, breaking a record only gets you the reward once. The staff member shook his head. Su Lichuan felt a little disappointed. He still hadn't reached the peak of Tier 1, and he would definitely keep breaking the records for Tier 1 ability users in the future. It was a pity that this batch of academic credits could only be claimed once. However, there are also 4 other pillars, corresponding to Tier 2 through Tier 5. If you break those records later, you'll get rewards as well. The staff member added. When Su Lichuan heard this, he immediately smiled. At this point, he had already thought of a reliable way to earn academic credits steadily. At that moment, the senior students in the hall, who had still been in shock, finally recovered and immediately crowded around him with smiles. Junior Su, this is your first time at the martial arts gym here, right? Come on. Big sister will teach you how to use the equipment. Little brother Su, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Wang Jie, a third-year student. You can call me Brother Jie. Junior, our club is short on people. Wanna come take a look? There are quite a few girls, you know? Although the punch strength rankings could only reveal physical power and not the actual strength of an ability or the might of combat techniques. With punch power this terrifying, how bad could he possibly be in other aspects? Besides, anyone who could make it into the top 10 was already a monster that only appeared once every few years. But Su Lichuan had gone and smashed the record outright, shooting all the way to first place. There weren't many fools among those who could get into Magic Capital Ability University. Who wouldn't want to get acquainted early with a junior like Su Lichuan, whose potential was terrifyingly great. Su Lichuan looked at the scene and only felt his scalp go numb. He no longer dared stay in the public training hall, and quickly grabbed Lu Wentao and ran. The two of them soon found a private training room and continued with the remaining strength tests. But what they didn't know was that the news of Su Lichuan breaking the punch force record for first-tier ability users had already spread across the entire campus like the wind. Many people already knew that among this year's freshmen, there was a ruthless guy named Su Lichuan. More than 4,500 kilograms of punch force. This junior brother's physical toughness is absurdly over the top. In a student villa, senior brother, Lu Ming stared at the post on the school forum on his phone, unable to stop sighing repeatedly. Back then, he had also gone to challenge the punch force leaderboard. At that time, he was already a first-tier upper-level ability user and had cultivated the first level of Thunder Eternal Body. In the end, however, he only managed to unleash a punch force of just over 3,500 kilograms. Compared with Su Lichuan now, the gap was far too great. Choyun, look, this guy is way too handsome. In the library, Chi Dongxia lowered her voice and held her phone up in front of Song Choyun. Song Choyun was flipping through a battle technique manual. Hearing this, she looked up. On the phone screen, a tall young man stood under the spotlight, with a testing pillar glowing in front of him. He had an upright build, rugged features, and a pair of black and white eyes carrying a hint of chill. It's him. Song Choyun recognized him at once. On the way just now, she had already felt that this boy carried an aura like that of a ferocious beast. Now that she looked again, it really was him. So his name is Su Lichuan. He's pretty strong. This is a post on the school forum, and it's very popular. After Song Choyun finished reading it, her eyes lit up as well. So that means the ferocious beast aura just now wasn't an illusion. How could he have such an aura? Looking at the figure in the photo, her eyes filled with curiosity. Su Lichuan, so you've come to Modu too? In the villa, a young man stared at the photo on his phone, his face dark and his eyes full of resentment. This time, I'll definitely take back what belongs to me. If it hadn't been for Su Lichuan, he wouldn't have missed out on being the top scorer of Jiangnan province. And in the end, he had even become a laughingstock in Ning'an City. After entering the private training room, Su Lichuan first did a round of tests focused on physical strength. As soon as the results came out, even he was very satisfied. After mastering Thunderbolt Immortal Body, his physique had become ridiculously strong. His skin's defensive power was already close to that of E-grade alloy, and ordinary blades and guns could hardly hurt him. Even if he deliberately cut himself on the skin, the wound would heal on its own within just a few breaths. Strong defense, fast recovery, worthy of an S-class body-tempering combat skill. Su Lichuan's eyes shone brightly. With a body like this, so long as he didn't go looking for death, it would basically be hard for anything serious to happen to him. He also discovered that his height had grown from 1.86 meters to 1.89 meters, and his weight had jumped directly from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. But on the surface, he didn't look that different. His bones were just harder and his muscles denser. If I put this body in my previous life, I'd count as a little Superman. Su Lichuan was very satisfied with his current condition, and he also understood more clearly that he had a good teacher. Without that person, he wouldn't have been able to improve so much in such a short time. Testing's done. Next, I'll go take a look at the library. Modu Ability University had granted him S-class access, so he could read all the books in the library for free. He had long wanted to see the collection of books at this top-tier university. After leaving the training room, he went to find Lu Wentao next door, and the two of them walked out of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall together. On the way, Lu Wentao said excitedly, "Brother Chuan, do you know? The school forum is full of posts about you, and a lot of people are even shouting that they want to challenge you." During the training break just now, he had scrolled through his phone for a while and seen those posts too. Challenge me? Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. The atmosphere at Magic City Ability University is pretty intense. Of course, he also understood that another possibility was that these people wanted to make a name for themselves by stepping on him. But he had no interest in that kind of challenge. When they reached the fork in the road, Su Lichuan asked Lu Wentao, "Are you going to the Combat Skills Library? I was there yesterday, so I'm not going today." "All right, then go back first." After the two parted ways, Su Lichuan headed straight for the library. Magic City Ability University has two libraries. One is the General Library, which houses books on history and culture. The other is the Combat Skills Library, which contains all kinds of elemental ability combat techniques and ability cultivation methods. The one Su Lichuan was going to was the second one. As one of the most important places on campus, The combat skills library was built tall and large, standing there like a small mountain with an imposing presence. The entire building also gave off a strange sense of being both real and unreal, looking like a mirage. I heard that the entire combat skills library is under the control of the vice principal with spatial abilities at the school. Looks like the rumor is true. Su Luchuan had already found out about this from Eva. Once something went wrong in the library, the entire building would break away from this space and exist independently. Without the proper means, even a 9th-tier martial saint would never be able to forcibly take the precious original copies of the secret manuals inside. Beep! Su Luchuan swiped his student card at the entrance, and the main door opened immediately. He stepped inside. The first floor of the library was a very large hall, with only a front desk inside. Just as Su Luchuan walked over and was about to ask how to look up combat skill manuals, the female teacher behind the front desk had already stood up and said with a smile, "S-rank student Su Luchuan, welcome to the Combat Skills Library. How can I help you?" The female teacher had a nice appearance and wore black-rimmed glasses. She looked just like a middle school Chinese teacher. However, the aura she gave off indicated that she was at least a 4th-tier esper. "You know me?" Su Luchuan was somewhat surprised. Although he had just broken a record, he wasn't famous enough for even the library staff to know him. The female teacher smiled, her attitude very polite. "Students with S-rank access can directly browse all combat skills in the library. This is a special privilege. The moment you swiped your card at the entrance, I received a notification here." Only then did Su Luchuan understand, and he nodded. "So that's how it is." Then he asked, "I want to look at combat skills for lightning element espers. Which floor should I go to?" Combat skills below B rank are in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Combat skills above B rank are too valuable, so they're all stored separately under strict confidentiality. You need to go to the 4th floor reading room to make an online selection first, and only then can you look up the secret manuals. The female teacher explained patiently. "I'll go straight to the 4th floor," Su Lichuan said without hesitation. Since he could view higher-level combat techniques, of course he would not bother with lower-level ones. "Okay, we've already granted you access to reading room 403 on the 4th floor. Just swipe your student ID on the sensor at the door to get in." The female teacher operated on the computer for a moment and said, "Soon." A staff member led Su Lichuan up the elevator and straight to the 4th floor. The reading rooms on the 4th floor were a bit like the dormitories. Each was its own room, but the decor was more refined and had a more classical feel. After walking not long, Su Lichuan spotted room 403. Beep! He swiped his student ID on the sensor by the door, and it opened immediately. The staff member explained from the side. "The room has a subunit of the artificial intelligence Eva installed. If you need anything, just ask her directly. After you choose a combat technique online and click confirm, we'll bring over the original manual. Also, the original manuals of B rank and above are all very precious, so be careful when reading them." With that, the staff member turned and left. Su Lichuan walked into the room. The reading room was not large, only about 20 square meters. There were a table and chairs in the middle, and at the center of the table was the familiar spherical projection of Eva. "S-rank student Su Lichuan, what combat techniques would you like to check?" Eva swayed slightly and asked proactively. "Thunder type. I want all of them B rank and above." Su Lichuan stated his request directly. "Okay." The little round ball nodded. The next second, a dense list of combat techniques and their descriptions popped up on the nearby holographic projection. Wanlao Tianlei Yin SSS rank centered on lightning type abilities. Creates a thunderstorm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note: this combat technique may only be learned by lightning type abilities of B rank or higher, and by ability users of 5th rank or above. God of Thunder's Wrath SS rank summons thunder like divine punishment, with tremendous power. Note: this combat technique is only for lightning type, abilities of B rank or above, and can be learned by ability users of 4th rank or above. Leiyuan, SS rank. Splits open an abyss with thunder, sealing off a certain area directly. Note: this combat technique may only be learned by lightning type abilities of B rank or above, and by ability users of 4th rank or above.
SSS rank combat technique, SS rank combat technique.
As expected of a top university, even the combat technique library is this impressive. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up as he looked. Unfortunately, techniques of this level were far too powerful, and the amount of ability energy they consumed was terrifying. Even if a low-rank ability user drained all the ability energy in their body, they still couldn't unleash them even once. Even S-rank techniques, which had a slightly lower threshold, required at least second or third rank strength, as well as C rank or higher abilities. He felt tempted, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. He could only scroll down and look at the A rank techniques instead. The requirements for A rank and B rank techniques were much lower. First rank ability users could learn them, and the ability requirement was only D rank or above. As Su Lichuan looked through the combat techniques on the holographic projection, he took out the list Teacher Yang had given him and compared them side by side. Not long after, he discovered that this list was indeed very suitable for him. Having a good teacher really saves so much trouble. Otherwise, just choosing combat techniques would take half a day of effort. Combat techniques were generally divided into offense, defense, movement, support, and body tempering types. If paired well, they were like combos in a game, able to produce a suppressive effect. But without someone to guide you, figuring out a suitable combination on your own was far too troublesome. Even more troublesome was that once you learned the wrong combat technique, it would be too late to regret it later. But Su Lichuan was different. Teacher Yang directly gave him a list equivalent to paving the way for him. More importantly, for each category of combat skill, the list offered at least 2 options, allowing him to choose the most suitable one according to his own situation. In the end, Su Lichuan spent over half an hour selecting 4 combat skills. Offensive, Thunder Spear, Chain Lightning Spear. Movement Technique, Thunder Flash. Support, Thunder Prison. All 4 were A-rank combat skills. The introductions were very clear. Thunder Spear, A-rank. Gather thunder and condense it into a spear to throw. Chain Lightning Spear, A-rank. Continuously thrust a thunder-infused spear at the enemy's vital points. The thunder power will keep accumulating inside the enemy's body, then detonate all at once. Thunder Flash, A-rank. Burst with thunder and sprint in one direction for a certain distance. Thunder Prison, A-rank. Condense a prison of thunder to trap the enemy in place. Thunder Spear was a ranged attack. Chain Lightning Spear was a heavy assault skill with high burst damage, capable of dealing massive damage in a short time. Thunder Flash was a dash technique. In combat, it could instantly close the distance to the enemy. Thunder Prison was even more ruthless, directly locking the target down so they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. These 4 together, plus my physique, leave almost no flaws in combat. Su Lichuan nodded in satisfaction and confirmed them casually. Eva quickly reminded him, detected that the 4 combat skills you selected are all A-rank skills. The average learning time for each is 6 months, with a total cycle of up to 2 years. Since the learning time is too long, it is recommended that you pair them with some lower-level combat skills. A-rank combat skills were difficult to learn and also consumed a lot. Most ability users would mix in B-rank and C-rank combat skills when learning. But Su Lichuan was no ordinary person. He still had more than 2,000 ability points sitting in his system panel. For him, learning combat skills was just spending points. It didn't cost any time at all. In that case, of course, he should choose the most powerful ones. High energy consumption? That wasn't a big deal either. Once his rank improved later on, it would naturally be solved. No need to change them. I'll take these. All right, please wait a moment. Not long after, the staff member brought over 4 combat skill manuals and respectfully took their leave. Looking at the 4 A-rank combat skill manuals on the table, Su Lichuan couldn't help but sigh. Outside, a single D-rank combat skill would cost at least several 100,000 daxia coins. The Lightning Gale Break he had learned before was a D-rank combat skill. C-rank and B-rank combat skills were even more expensive, often costing millions or tens of millions. As for A-rank combat skills, many people, even if they had the money, couldn't find a way to buy them at all. Yet now, for A-rank combat skill manuals were quietly laid out before him, and they were free. This is what a top university is like. The resources really are nothing other schools can compare with. Su Lichuan sighed inwardly, then began reading them one by one. A-rank combat skills were different from ordinary combat skills. The ways they described using ability power and mobilizing vital energy were extremely profound. Even between the lines, there was an intangible artistic conception and aura left behind by the creator. That kind of thing couldn't be seen or touched, yet it truly existed. Like the trace left by a sword, just one glance was enough to sense the state of mind of the person who had struck it. Could be sharp, it could be resolute. These secret manuals also carried that kind of feel. Precisely because of this, many A-rank battle skills can only be studied from the original, not from copies. Once that sense of artistic conception is lost, they simply can't be learned. This is also why the battle skill library places such importance on the originals. All 4 are A-rank battle skills. As expected, they're different. This way of using abilities is simply wildly imaginative. For hours later, Su Lichuan closed the last secret manual and let out a long breath. He had already more or less mastered these 4 battle skills. For an ordinary person, the next step would be repeated practice, practicing for a long time until they truly mastered them. But he was not an ordinary person. Deep Blue. Add points. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Spear, Basic. Ability points minus 200. Chain Lightning Spear, Basic. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Flash, Basic. Ability points minus 200. Thunder Prison, Basic. As the point allocation was completed, all that originally obscure and difficult content instantly became crystal clear. It was as if he had already practiced it tens of thousands of times. The 4 A-rank battle skills that would originally have taken 2 years to learn were mastered by him all at once. The system panel also changed accordingly. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, 1st tier lower rank, plus. Ability, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 391 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 289 Hz, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner plus. A-rank linked Thunder Spears, Beginner plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Tempering, Thunder Eternal Immortal Body, 1st layer plus. Ability points, 1434. Losing nearly half of his ability points in one go, Su Lichuan couldn't help feeling a little heartache. But the boost brought by those 4 A-rank combat skills was indeed terrifying. With so many combat skills, I wonder if the first unlucky bastard I run into can even withstand this whole combo of mine. Su Lichuan curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a malicious smile. If his opponent was too weak, they probably wouldn't even be able to survive one full combo of his attacks before collapsing. After I get back to the villa, I'll first see how much ability power this set of combat skills actually consumes. The manuals on the table would be collected by someone specially assigned for that. Su Lichuan couldn't be bothered to tidy up, so he simply got up and left the reading room. When he reached the 1st floor lobby, that female teacher politely greeted him again. He casually responded and then walked out of the combat skills library. When he took out his phone to check, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I got so absorbed in reading that I even forgot about lunch, he muttered. Fortunately, the problem wasn't serious. After dinner, he could return to the dorm and continue testing his battle techniques. After leaving the battle techniques library, Su Lichuan first went to the cafeteria for dinner, then returned to the student villa. Brother Chuan, a teacher just came by to notify us that there'll be a freshman assembly at 9 a.m. tomorrow at number 1 training ground. Also, they added a new freshman group chat. As soon as he stepped into the 1st floor living room, Lu Wentao sprang up from the sofa. As he spoke, he handed over his phone. On the screen was a QR code, and the group name read, Magic Capital Ability University Class of 2037 Freshman Group Chat. I know. Su Lichuan took out his phone and casually joined the group. There were quite a lot of people in the group, already 613 members, and the number was still climbing. The pinned announcement was simple. A freshman assembly at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. The chat section below, however, was very lively, with people constantly flooding the screen. I went to the Battle Techniques library today and guess what? I've got A-rank access, so I can read all battle technique manuals of A-rank and below for free. Damn, that's amazing. I only have B-rank access, so wouldn't that mean I can only read manuals below B-rank? Coincidentally, I'm also B-rank. No way. Am I the only one with C-rank access? Don't worry, access should be upgradable. They'll probably talk about it at the freshman assembly tomorrow. What they were chatting about was pretty much the same as in any ordinary college freshman group, just school-related stuff. Su Lichuan glanced through it, lost interest, and went straight upstairs. Lu Wentao was quite chatty. Sitting on the sofa, he hadn't even put his phone down, and he casually asked him, Brother Chuan, didn't you go to the combat skills library this afternoon? What level of combat skills did you end up choosing? Su Lichuan didn't even turn his head and replied directly, for A-rank combat skills. Lu Wentao froze, his eyes going straight. A-rank combat skills? And 4 of them at once? If he really mastered all of them, his 2nd and 3rd years of college probably still wouldn't be enough. Impressive, Brother Chuan. The path you're taking really is different. Lu Wentao instinctively gave him a thumbs up, then couldn't help asking, if you can look at A-rank combat skills, then your clearance has to be A-rank, right? Not A-rank, S-rank. As soon as the words fell, Su Lichuan had already walked up to the second floor and disappeared from view. Lu Wentao, sitting on the sofa, was stunned on the spot. S rank? Our school has a clearance level higher than A rank. Not long after he got back to the dorm that afternoon, a teacher pulled him into the new student group chat. After joining the group, he kept reading the messages and also picked up quite a few things along the way. Every freshman who came to register at school would be assigned a clearance level. The higher the clearance, the more base credits you would get. For someone like him with A rank clearance, he could get 60 credits. He quietly looked around in the group and found that most people were B rank or C rank, with only a few having A rank. So he had always assumed that A rank was the highest. But now, Su Lichuan was actually S rank. This was completely beyond his understanding. How can this be? The provincial champions I know are all only A rank authorized. Lu Wentao was filled with questions. Meanwhile, Su Lichuan had already entered the training room. He was holding a gray-white spear in his hand, a full 2 meters long. His original F-rank black obsidian spear had been nearly ruined by the end of the martial arts college entrance exam, so he didn't bring it to Modu. This spear was a spare practice spear in the training room, not even F-rank. Its durability was average, and it was light as well, weighing only 20 kilograms. But there was nothing else available at the moment, so he had to make do for now. Anyway, he was only here to test battle techniques, not to fight for real. After I finish training, I should go to the school mall and see if there's a suitable spear. Su Lichuan had made up his mind. Ever since he arrived at Moduineng Dashi to register, he had been very busy. On his first day at school, he first went to take Yang Zhentian as his master and received the power cultivation method and body tempering battle technique. The next day, he went to teacher Yang's place to build his foundation. As a result, that process alone took 5 days. It was only today that he woke up. Because of this, he still hadn't had time to buy his combat suit and weapon. Let's try the chain lightning spear first. Su Lichuan stood in the center of the training room, his posture straight. The next second, the blue-violet-purple firmament divine thunder coursed along his right hand and wrapped directly around the gray-white long spear. Immediately after, the spear thrust out violently. The spear shadows exploded at once, lightning flashing in rapid succession, so fast it looked like a phantom. Crackle, pop, thunder boomed as the spear shadows burst forth continuously for almost 2 seconds before finally ending with a sweeping upward flourish. Buzz! The spearhead was wrapped in lightning. Although the spear shaft had stopped, that trembling vibration was still lightly shaking on and on. The consumption is okay, about 1/8. Su Lichuan silently estimated it. As for its power, since there was no testing equipment, he couldn't tell for the time being. However, just from the battle skills aura alone, there shouldn't be any problem killing the second-tier bloodthirsty berserk bear at its peak in one shot. Next, try Thunder Prison. He didn't stop and continued testing the other 3 newly learned A-rank battle skills. Continuous Thunder Spear and Thunder Lance, attack-type battle skills like these, consumed a bit more, about 1/8 of the purple firmament divine thunder each time. Thunder Prison was slightly lower, about 1/10. Thunder Flash was the most economical, requiring only around 1/20. After finishing his tests, Su Lichuan let out a slow breath. By that calculation, even if he unleashed the entire set of battle skills, the Yinan consumption would only be about 2/5, still within an acceptable range. He held the training spear, its shaft already heated by the prolonged flow of the purple firmament divine thunder. One of the spears had even turned somewhat red, as if just taken out of charcoal embers. A normal person would have had the skin on their hand burned off at a touch. But Su Lichuan held it in his hand without even furrowing his brow, then casually put the spear back on the weapon rack and went to the kitchen to take a bottle of cold drink from the refrigerator. The villa had a kitchen on both the upper and lower floors. It was just that most students were too lazy to cook for themselves. Eva, open the school marketplace and search for spear-type weapons, Su Lichuan said. Okay. Eva responded immediately. Su Lichuan sat on the sofa, drinking an iced beverage while looking at the marketplace interface projected in the air. A row of various spears was listed on it. F-grade meteor spear, 0.45 credits per kilogram, minimum order 10 kilograms. F-grade obsidian spear, 0.49 credits per kilogram, minimum order 10 kilograms. F-grade agile spear, 0.42 credits per kilogram, minimum order 5 kilograms. E-grade meteor spear, 1.11 credits per kilogram, minimum order 10 kilograms. E-grade obsidian spear, 1.13 credits per kilogram, minimum order 10 kilograms. E-grade agile spear, 0.97 credits per kilogram, minimum order 5 kilograms. D-grade meteor spear, 2.45 credits per kilogram, minimum order 10 kilograms. D-grade obsidian spear, 2.58 credits per kilogram, minimum order 10 kilograms. D-grade agile spear, 2.32 credits per kilogram, minimum order 5 kilograms. Su Lichuan glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. You can even choose the weapon's weight yourself? The prices are about the same as outside, though. The obsidian spear he used before weighed 50 kilograms and sold for 270,000 yuan. Converted over, it was almost the same as the prices in the school marketplace. As for what weight of spear suited him best, he had already tried it out at Thunder Martial Hall that afternoon. 210 kilograms was the most comfortable. Too light, and there was no power when thrusting. Too heavy, and the speed couldn't keep up. This weight was just right. It could hold down the force while still ensuring a fast enough strike. Then it'll still be an obsidian spear, but this time make it E-grade alloy and heavier. Su Lichuan quickly filled in the parameters on the holographic interface. A 210 kilogram spear, and the price immediately jumped to 237 credits. That was normal. His physique was too strong, so naturally his weapon couldn't be too light. For an ordinary first-tier Esper, a 60 to 70 kilogram weapon would only cost 60 to 70 credits. After choosing the weapon, he picked an E-rank battlesuit for 70 credits and a pair of E-rank battle boots for 10 credits. Altogether, the 3 items came to 317 credits. After Su Lichuan confirmed the payment, more than half the credits in his account were immediately deducted, leaving only 382.6 credits. The items have been successfully purchased. The weapon and battle suit will be delivered to your dormitory tomorrow. Please remember to check and receive them. Eva's voice sounded in the living room. The gears bought too. I'll rest for a while before continuing training. Su Lichuan picked up the cold drink and took another sip. With the system on his side, he had no intention of slacking off. It was only a little after 7 in the evening, so there was still plenty of time. Besides training, he could also continue cultivating the Esper training method. The evening was arranged down to the last detail. At 8:20 the next morning, Su Lichuan had already trained on the second floor for more than an hour. After washing up and changing into a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, he went downstairs. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Lu Wentao sitting on the sofa, with dark circles under his eyes so heavy they were frightening. "Why, were you chatting with girls all night last night?" Su Lichuan said with a smile as he sat down, even patting him on the shoulder. "Brother Chuan." Lu Wentao instantly perked up and hurriedly asked, "Why exactly did you get S-level clearance?" "I checked the records of the other provincial top scorers last night, and it feels like the strength you all showed in the college entrance exam wasn't all that different." After saying that, he quickly added, "If it's inconvenient to talk about, then forget it. Did you not sleep well because of this?" Su Lichuan smiled and raised a hand to snap his fingers. With a flick of his fingertip, the purple sky divine thunder burst out instantly, and an astonishing oppressive force radiated from the lightning. "There's nothing I can't say. The reason is simple. I have an S-rank ability." S-rank ability? Lu Wentao's eyes widened immediately. Only then did he understand why the school had given Su Lichuan S-rank clearance all by himself. Turned out it wasn't luck at all. It was because he himself was an S-rank ability user. Thinking back to the bolt of lightning during the martial arts college entrance exam, he finally fully realized it. That power had been ridiculously strong to begin with, nothing like what an ordinary awakened one could produce. If it was an S-rank ability, then everything made sense. But soon he thought of something else and couldn't help asking, "Then why didn't you tell me when we first met yesterday?" "You didn't ask." Su Lichuan spread his hands, sounding innocent. He had no intention of hiding his ability. But the rumors online had spread far too wildly, and many people still thought he was just an E-rank ability user. Even if his ability had mutated, no one would have thought of S-rank. "All right, the freshman assembly starts at 9. It's about time, let's go." Su Lichuan stopped teasing Lu Wentao, stood up, and left the villa with him. Madu Ability University had a total of 4 playgrounds. The freshman assembly was arranged on playground number 1. Su Lichuan and Lu Wentao had just walked into the playground when they saw quite a few people already standing inside. Since the college classes hadn't been assigned yet, no one knew one another. Most people were standing around in pairs, talking without disturbing others. Among the crowd, Su Lichuan also spotted Song Choyun, whom he had seen once yesterday outside the dormitory. She was standing together with her roommate. Song Choyun was already beautiful to begin with, and with such a good figure, she stood out vividly in the crowd. Many boys were secretly looking at her. Some girls couldn't help glancing at her too, and after comparing themselves in their hearts, their faces were full of envy. Just then, Song Chuyun suddenly turned her head and met Su Lichuan's gaze. She's pretty sharp. Su Lichuan's heart stirred, but he wasn't embarrassed. He simply gave a slight nod, then withdrew his gaze. Song Chuyun was stunned for a moment. Usually, when a boy was kotokan by her, he would either lower his head in a hurry or quickly look away, pretending to look somewhere else. But Su Lichuan was different. Not only did he not dodge, he looked at her for a moment longer, and in the end even nodded at her. What a strange boy, Song Chuyun thought to herself. Her roommate Chi Dongxia also noticed Su Lichuan, and her eyes lit up at once. That's Su Lichuan. He's even more handsome in person than in the photos. Su Lichuan already wasn't bad-looking, and he was tall too, close to 1.9 meters. Standing in the crowd, he was especially eye-catching. In addition, the thunderous aura brought by the S-grade ability, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, on his body made him seem even more mysterious and imposing. A man like this is naturally easy to attract attention. And not just Chi Dongxia. After seeing him, many girls around also had their eyes light up. Su Lichuan is here. The one who broke the school record yesterday? So he's a freshman too. I heard he's the top scorer in Jiangnan province, and he's very strong. The news that Su Lichuan had broken the record at Modu Ability University, which had stood for more than 10 years, had already spread wildly through the forum. So most of the freshmen present had heard of him. Now that he had appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. One gaze after another fell on him. Some were from girls, full of admiration and heat. Others were from boys, solemn in the face of a strong opponent. Of course, there were also looks of disdain and unconvinced resentment. But no matter what attitude others had, Su Lichuan had already been pushed to the front. At that moment, a very ill-timed voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Su Lichuan, I, Lei Zhou, challenge you. As soon as the words fell, four people walked out from the crowd. At the front was a young man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and white pants. He was thin, but there was a distinctly dangerous aura about him. The three people following behind him, one was physically robust, while the others wore wild, arrogant smiles. The auras on all of them were not weak. At the very least, they were at the mid-tier of first rank or above. At a glance, they were not people to be trifled with. The white-clad young man at the front was Lei Zhou, a graduate of Ning'an First High School in Jiangnan Province. He was the runner-up in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance exam. Lei Zhou stared at Su Lichuan, his face filled with barely suppressed resentment. Both of his parents were fourth-rank ability users, and he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. At the age of 16, he awakened the fire-type A-rank ability, Searing Netherfire. From then on, he surged upward all the way and became the most eye-catching genius in Ning'an City. Over the past 2 years, he had steadily suppressed every genius in the city. In a very short time, he had advanced from an awakened to first-rank upper tier. This year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance exam had even placed him among the favorites to win the championship. And in the end, he did not disappoint. He directly scored more than 9,300 points. In previous years, the highest score in Jiangnan Province had only been around 8,800 or 8,900 points. His score was practically enough to secure the provincial top scholar title in advance. But just when he thought everything was settled and both his family and the Education Bureau had already prepared everything, at the freshman assembly, Lei Zhou suddenly stepped forward and named Su Lichuan for a showdown. He did not do this on a whim. In the year of the Martial Arts College entrance exam, Su Lichuan emerged out of nowhere and forcibly took first place with more than 11,000 points, becoming the top scorer in Jiangnan Province. What was even more glaring was that he came from Jiangqing in the northern part of Jiangnan Province, the poorest area in the province. Meanwhile, Ning'an City, which had the most resources and received special attention every year, failed to produce even a single provincial top scorer. Once this incident spread, Ning'an City was immediately mocked by others. Some even openly cursed the Ning'an City Education Bureau as good-for-nothings, unable to beat even a remote prefecture-level city. Ning'an City had completely lost face. Lei Zhou was originally the most celebrated genius in Ning'an City. But as soon as Su Lichuan made his move, his halo was instantly crushed out of existence. He had been holding back frustration the whole time. Later, he repeatedly studied Su Lichuan's college entrance exam videos. The more he watched, the less convinced he became. In truth, the difference in their strength wasn't that great. The reason Su Lichuan scored so much higher was simply because he had wiped out nearly all the ferocious beasts in the core area, earning more than 2,000 extra points. But in Ning'an City, the ferocious beasts in the core area were snapped up the moment they appeared, and there was no way anyone else could pick up those points. The more Lei Zhou thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. If he had been sent to Jiangqing to take the exam, he could have scored over 10,000 points too and become the provincial top scorer. Now it was great, both he and Su Lichuan had entered Modu University of Superpowers. Lei Zhou immediately felt that his chance had come. Yesterday, he had posted challenge threads non-stop on the school forum, but Su Lichuan had ignored him the entire time. Today, at the freshman assembly, he simply forced a fight in public, determined to crush Su Lichuan and, at the same time, tell everyone, he, Lei Zhou, wasn't incapable. The exam location had just been unfair. The onlookers quickly started talking as well. Lei Zu? I know him. He was second place in the martial arts section of the Jiangnan Province College entrance exam. Second place challenging first place, interesting. I heard it too. This year's provincial top scorer really did seem to benefit from the exam location. The gap in strength wasn't as big as imagined. No wonder Lei Zhou is so anxious. So he wants to prove himself. There were students from Jiangnan Province in the crowd, and they directly spilled Lei Zhou's background. Su Lichuan also understood the whole story from their words. But he still wasn't interested. He shook his head and refused outright. Sorry, I'm not really interested. If this had been before he advanced as a superpowered awakener, he might have been somewhat tempted. But now it was different. He was already a lower-tier first-rank awakener, and he had also mastered the S-rank Thunder Immortal Body, along with 4 A-rank combat techniques in hand. If they really fought, Lei Zhou wouldn't be nearly enough to look at in front of him. In plain terms, it would be an adult beating a child. Even if he won, there wasn't much to be happy about. The few people beside Lei Zhou immediately started speaking in a mocking, sarcastic tone after hearing that. No interest? I think you're just scared of Brother Lei. Everyone on the forum says you're a prodigy the school sees once in more than 10 years. From what I see, you're nothing special. Forget it, Brother Lei. There's no need to waste words on someone like him. Him. Lei Zhou raised a hand to stop him, putting on an air of generosity, but a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Don't say that. Su Lichuan isn't that kind of person. After saying that, he looked at Su Lichuan again and slowly said, Su Lichuan, I remember your aunt's family runs a business dealing in rare flowers and exotic herbs, right? What a coincidence. Our family happens to be your aunt's family's biggest buyer. As for the payment for your family's goods, there's still a lot outstanding. If the money isn't transferred on time, your aunt's family might end up in a bit of trouble. Rare flowers and exotic herbs are all treasures of heaven and earth gathered from the wilderness. They can replenish blood and qi and also nourish spiritual power, so they're very useful to ability users, and their prices have always been high. Lei Zhou had long ago investigated the relationship between Su Lichuan and his aunt Su Qingwan. He deliberately had his family place a large order, paying only the deposit and withholding the final payment. If it really came to a lawsuit, dragging it out for a year or two would be enough for the company to collapse long before then. This move had originally been kept to trap Su Lichuan, but unexpectedly, it came in handy today. Lei Zhou knew very well that someone as sentimental as Su Lichuan would never react calmly after hearing this. Are you threatening me? Su Lichuan's gaze turned cold as he narrowed his eyes. Just one look, and Lei Zhou's heart suddenly tightened. He actually felt as if he were being stared at by a top-tier ferocious beast, the hairs on his back standing on end. Even so, he still forced himself to hold out, gritting his teeth as he continued. It's not a threat. I'm just reminding you. Time, place. Su Lichuan took a deep breath. In his black and white eyes, there was only icy coldness. Yet within that chill, there was also an uncontrollable ferocity. Not far away, Song Chuyun had extremely sharp perception and immediately sensed that ferocity. Her heart stirred, and she couldn't help but look at Su Lichuan a few more times. This boy looked tall and sturdy, but she hadn't expected his aura to be so fierce. How did this guy ever train himself into this? She grew even more curious in her heart. 7 days from now at noon, on the number 3 combat arena. Seeing that he had accepted, Lei Zhou directly announced the time and place. Okay, I'll go. Su Lichuan replied coldly, then added, I hope you won't regret it then. After saying that, he turned and left. Before coming to Modu University of Abilities, he already knew that his uncle's company had taken on a huge order. To rush out this order, his uncle's family had been so busy they hardly touched the ground, working 2 straight days and nights before finally finishing it. The other party had even said that the money earned from this order was enough for the company to live on for a year. But now it seemed that this was not a business deal at all, but a trap that someone had dug long ago. This matter started because of him, so it should also be ended by him. Su Lichuan agreed. There'll be something good to watch on the number 3 combat arena 7 days from now. We need to get there early then and grab a good spot. Even the top-scoring freshmen will be showing up. The onlookers instantly grew excited, making plans to go watch the show then. This was exactly what Lijo wanted. He deliberately pushed the time back 7 days, just to let the news spread and draw in more people. Then on that day, in front of everyone, he would ly crush Su Lichuan. That would be satisfying enough. At 9 o'clock sharp, the freshman assembly officially began. Welcome, all new students, to Magic City Ability University. This conference is not a formal opening ceremony. It is mainly to explain the school rules, answer some questions, and help you make better use of the school's resources. First, let's talk about each of your permission levels. On the podium, a male teacher began speaking. What he said was pretty much the same as what Zhang Chaoyang had said earlier, things like the credit system and the exclusive mentor system. But this time, he explained things in more detail. The combat strength ranking he mentioned caught Su Lichuan's interest. The combat strength ranking was somewhat like the fist strength ranking at Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, but it didn't compare raw power, it compared real combat ability. The test required a device called a virtual immersion pod. A person would enter a holographically simulated battle scene and fight their way through the challenges directly. The more levels they cleared, the higher their ranking. The rewards were also very generous. Su Lichuan quietly took note of it. After the freshman orientation ended, he planned to take a good look at what this combat strength ranking was all about. After all, virtual immersion like this was something new to him too. The orientation went on for over an hour. The first half was the teacher speaking, and the second half had basically turned into a student QA. After the orientation ended, Su Lichuan went to teacher Yang Jintian's villa. In the living room, senior brother Lu Ming was already waiting for him. Come on, let's go to the training room. I'll teach you boxing in the morning, and the teacher will teach you spear techniques in the afternoon. Lu Ming saw him arrive and took him straight to the training room. According to the original arrangement, both boxing and spear techniques were supposed to be taught by Lu Ming. But Su Lichuan's spear techniques had already reached the advanced level, about the same as Lu Ming's. So the spear techniques could only be personally taught by teacher Yang Jintian. And just like that, Su Lichuan began training with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a senior student this year, and his strength had already reached the peak of Tier 3. His boxing, spear techniques, and blade techniques had all reached the advanced level, and he had awakened an A-rank lightning element ability. He was a true genius. Under his guidance, Su Lichuan officially began to learn boxing. In the days that followed, Su Lichuan lived a very regular life. He got up at 6:30 in the morning and first spent an hour training in the training room. At 8:30, he arrived at teacher Yang Jintian's villa. In the morning, he practiced boxing. In the afternoon, he learned spear techniques and the use of his lightning element ability. Of course, his senior brother and teacher were not there every day. When they weren't around, Su Lichuan would stay alone in the villa's training room and practice. Soon, 7 days passed. At 8:30 on the morning of July 1st, Su Lichuan arrived at teacher Yang Jintian's villa as usual. Let's go to the training room. Lu Ming was just about to lead him over when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned back sharply. You've broken through? Su Lichuan didn't hide it and smiled as he nodded. He had used the system last night. For Su Lichuan, advancing was no longer difficult. From awakened to lower tier 1, he had used 300 ability points. This time, from lower tier 1 to mid tier 1, he had used another 386 ability points. The ability point consumption wasn't an integer, which also confirmed his earlier guess. The system's advancement wasn't forcibly pushing him upward out of thin air, but rather continuing to make up for the progress he had already made in cultivation. In other words, if he were only a tiny bit away from mid-tier 1, the system might consume even fewer ability points. It might not even take 100 ability points. Precisely because of this, he trained desperately every day. The harder he trained, the fewer ability points he would need to advance. It's only been a short time, and you've already advanced? After getting confirmation, Lu Ming froze on the spot. He knew very well that when Su Lichuan first arrived, he was still just an awakened. But now, less than half a month later, he had already reached mid-tier 1. That speed was downright absurd. You have to know, back then it took him more than a full year to go from awakened to mid-tier 1. That pace had already been called genius by others. But compared with Su Lichuan, it simply wasn't worth mentioning. I remember you still have a spar scheduled with another freshman at noon today? Lu Ming suddenly changed the subject and asked. Noon, arena number 3.
Su Lichuan nodded.
He had already mentioned this to Lu Ming before. All right then, I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent first, Lu Ming said, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Others might not know Su Lichuan's background, but how could he? the senior who sparred with him every day. Not know? After cultivating the thunder immortal body, Su Lichuan could already go toe-to-toe with a rank 2 ferocious beast just with his physical strength. On top of that, he had an extremely proficient advanced spear technique. Every move was brutal. Not to mention, that was when he wasn't even using his abilities or combat skills. By Lu Ming's estimation, Su Lichuan's overall strength was already almost enough to square off against a rank 2 high-tier Esper. Now that he had advanced to rank 1 mid-tier, his strength could only be even greater. He didn't think any freshman could beat such a monster. Good luck. After training later, your senior will go with you, Lu Ming said, patting him on the shoulder. Actually, he was also very curious to see just how ruthless Su Lichuan would be when he went all out. At 11:42 a.m., in the practical training building of Magic City Esper University, there were 10 arenas on the first floor, numbered from 1 to 10. This place was usually used by students for sparring, and when things got really heated, people often came here to settle personal grudges. By then, the spectator seats around the arenas were already packed. Most of them were freshmen. At a rough glance, there were about 400 or 500 people. And at this point, there were only a little over 600 freshmen who had arrived on campus to register. In other words, nearly half the grade had come to watch the excitement. Jiangnan Province is a major education province. A showdown between the top and second place will definitely be worth watching. September is the new student competition already. It's the perfect chance to see what kind of level the provincial top scorer really has. I've checked a lot of materials these past few days, and the more I look, the more I feel Su Lichuan only took advantage of the test center. If he had been at the same test center, the provincial top scorer might have been Lei Zhou. So you're saying Lei Zhou has a better chance of winning? Not necessarily. Su Lichuan broke our school's punch force record just a few days ago. Heh, what's a punch force record worth? When you nungja fight, it's not just about strength. I still think Lei Zhou is stronger. The discussion around them continued non-stop, and everyone was trying to guess who would win in the end. Many of the new students who had looked up the information became even more convinced that something was off. They felt that Su Lichuan won Jiangnan Province's top scorer title only because the test center was Panla, giving him an advantage. Qiu Yun, who do you think has the better chance between those two? In one corner of the stands, Song Qiuyun and her roommate Qi Dongxia had also come.
Su Lichuan.
Song Qiuyun answered quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Her tone was so certain that Qi Dongxia was stunned for a moment. Although the two of them only became close after living together, she knew very well that Song Qiuyun was usually steady in her speech and would not make conclusions casually. This was the first time she had taken a side so directly. But I think Lei Zhou is stronger and has a better chance of winning, Qi Dongxia said. She usually did indeed favor Su Lichuan's looks. But when it really came to strength, she still thought better of Lei Zhou. And she also agreed with those rumors. Su Lichuan winning Jiangnan Province's top scorer title really did seem like he had gotten the advantage of a favorable test center. But Song Qiuyun didn't see it that way. The country has strict regulations for the martial arts college entrance exam. Wherever you attend junior high and high school, that's where you must take the exam, she said calmly. Su Lichuan may have benefited from the exam location, but Lei Zhou didn't enjoy the same good educational resources as a provincial capital city. He came from Jiangqing, a barren place, yet he still managed to win the provincial top score. That alone shows he's no ordinary person. If Lei Zhou and Su Lichuan were to switch identities, if Su Lichuan had grown up in Ning'an City, he would still have had a chance to go after the provincial top score. But if Lei Zhou had been born in Jiangcheng, he probably wouldn't even make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province, let alone compete for the provincial top score. There was a clear, intelligent light in Song Qiuyun's eyes. Qiao Dongxia, who was sitting nearby, froze for a moment after hearing that. Right? Everyone had only focused on the difference in exam locations, forgetting how much the two differed in background and resources. Ning'an City had excellent educational resources, and the martial arts college entrance exam there was at most of average difficulty. But Jiangqing had poor resources, and the difficulty was practically hellish. For Su Lichuan to emerge from such a place and still take the provincial top score was enough to prove his strength and potential. Just as Qiao Dongxia had figured this out, there was suddenly a stir in the stands, and everyone turned toward the entrance. Su Lichuan is here. She immediately turned to look as well. Sure enough, a tall, slender figure walked in against the light. It had to be said, Su Lichuan's presence was indeed intimidating. At 1.89 meters tall, dressed in a black battle suit, he was big and solid, yet not the least bit bulky. His features were sharp and defined, his eyes black and white in contrast, bright and spirited. He also had a pitch-black spear strapped on his back. The spearhead was sharp, with blood grooves, and it gleamed with a cold light under the sun. Just by walking in like that, his powerful aura made the entire venue quiet down a little. TSK, my junior brother really is built to fight. Once he starts racking up results in the future, I wonder how many senior and junior girls he'll win over. Sitting in the back row, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh at the sight. With a great build, a decent face, and strong abilities on top of that, someone like him would definitely be very popular with the girls at Moda University of Abilities. And now, there were already signs of it in the stands. Quite a few young girls were staring at Su Lichuan, and some had even pulled out their phones to start taking pictures. Su Lichuan's level has gone up again. In the front row, Lei Zhou noticed the change in the aura around Su Lichuan at once. But it doesn't matter. I've left myself a backup plan too.
Lei sneered inwardly.
He had taken second place in Jiangnan province, so he wasn't some brainless idiot and wouldn't think he had this in the bag. Especially since the other side had just broken a record recently. Since he dared to come challenge him, he naturally had a killing move prepared too. Su Lichuan, just deciding the winner is too boring. How about we add a little wager? Looking at Su Lichuan as he approached, Lei Zhou stood up and spoke directly. What kind of wager? Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. All of your credits. Lei Zhou wore a clearly malicious expression. Of course, I'll also put up an equivalent amount of credits and xia currency. Whoever wins takes it all. Okay. With a chance to pick up money for free, Su Lichuan certainly wouldn't refuse. All right, to prevent anyone from going back on their word, let's transfer all the credits to Teacher Zhou's account. When ability users fought, things were inherently dangerous. If they lost control, it wasn't strange at all to end up seriously injured or even on the brink of death. To prevent students from getting hurt, there is a healing-type teacher stationed in the arena area every day. Today, the teacher on duty is Teacher Zhou Yun. She is a 6th-tier mid-level Esper with the B-rank support ability Healing Light. For a duel between first-tier Espers like this, no matter how fierce the fight gets, she can still save them. At the same time, she is also the referee for this match. So, Su Lichuan transferred all 370 points of academic credits from his account to her. On Lei Zhou's side, in addition to 50 credits, he also transferred an extra 3.2 million great xia coins. TSK, a bet of 3.7 million. What a big gesture. Looks like neither side is easy to deal with. If they lose, it'll be a serious blow to either one. Matches with stakes are more interesting. That's what makes the fight exciting. The freshmen in the audience were all somewhat surprised. First, everyone had only just enrolled, and 3.7 million was already no small sum. Second, the freshman competition would be held in 2 months, which was the most critical time. No matter who lost this money, they would lose a huge amount of cultivation resources, and their increase in strength would definitely be left behind by others. Both sides, get on the arena. After confirming that the transfer was fine, Teacher Zhou Yun said. On the arena, Su Lichuan and Lei Zhou stood facing each other, one in front of the other. This arena was a square measuring 30 meters on each side. The two stood 10 meters apart in confrontation. One held a spear, the other a blade, and neither made the first move. Zhou Yun stood to the side, her expression very serious, and reminded them again. After the match starts, as long as one side admits defeat or passes out, the other side is not allowed to continue pursuing the attack. Whoever breaks the rules will have the match stopped immediately, and the school will also impose severe punishment. Do you understand? Quite a few people below the stage knew that these two were the number 1 and number 2 in Jiangnan province. If things really got out of hand, the consequences would be no joke. Su Lichuan and Lei Zhou both nodded at the same time. Understood. Good. Get ready to begin. Zhou Yun went straight into the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Lei Zhou exploded into action first. Sinister hellfire. With a boom, a pale white flame burst out with him at the center, instantly spreading all around. This was an A-grade fire elemental ability, and with his high first-tier strength, the flame temperature was terrifyingly high. Even the air seemed to be boiling, with waves of heat surging outward. The front row spectators suffered first. Even from a distance, they could feel their skin burning, and they hurriedly backed away in fear. Lei Zhou stared at Su Lichuan, his eyes full of rage. Su Lichuan, you stole my honor. Today, I'll take it all back. Blazing slash. He stomped down and his whole body shot forward more than 9 meters, instantly closing in on Su Lichuan. Then he swung his right hand in a slash. White flames wrapped around the blade, carrying a heavy whistling sound as they hacked down fiercely. That combo is so smooth. A dash into a slash. The timing is perfect. This should be a dash followed by flame slash. A fire-type A-rank ability is really something. The freshman below watched without even blinking. A dash is just a very common movement combat technique that allows short-distance bursts. But Lei Zhou could finish the dash and immediately follow it with flame slash. His movements were terrifyingly seamless. Without enough mastery, that simply couldn't be done. That strike looked simple, but if most people were the ones trying to take it, they wouldn't be able to. Second place in Jiangnan province. His foundation really is solid. While everyone was still marveling, Su Lichuan had already moved. Crackle, pop, blue-purple arcs of lightning suddenly sprang up around him. The purple heaven divine thunder instantly wrapped around his body like a layer of lightning armor, forcibly blocking the eerie white flames outside. The next second, the black spear was suddenly raised. No one could see how he made his move. They only felt a blur before their eyes. Immediately after, a thunderous clang exploded, echoing throughout the entire arena. Lei Zhou's heavy, forceful slash was blocked by Su Lichuan's spear. The entire venue fell silent. Blocked it. He broke the opponent's combat technique with just one spear? That's way too fierce. The freshmen were all stunned. Combat techniques were already bursts of power formed by combining abilities and vital energy. For normal people, when facing one, they either dodged or used a combat technique to take it head-on. But Su Lichuan didn't use a combat technique. He simply raised his spear and casually blocked. To put it bluntly, it was just an ordinary strike that directly stopped the opponent's ultimate move. This is impossible. Lei Zhou's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't believe it at all. But the next second, Su Lichuan said coldly, "There's nothing impossible about it. You're just too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled bang exploded. Lei Zhou's entire body suddenly bent into a C shape, his waist as if struck hard by a massive hammer, and searing pain instantly burst forth. The sinister hellfire on his body also went out of control at that moment and dispersed directly. The next moment, Lei Zhou's whole body flew out like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the alloy cable at the edge of the arena before finally stopping. Afterward, he collapsed weakly to the ground, his face covered in blood, utterly miserable. And at the spot where he had originally stood, lightning still crackled around Su Lichuan as he slowly withdrew the long spear in his hand. That strike just now had been nothing more than a casual swipe from him. That was all. But no matter how fast Lei Zhou's spear came out, he was still a step too late. The moment Su Lichuan's spear edge arrived, Lei Zhou had no time to react and was sent flying directly. After Lei Zhou fell, the entire audience fell silent at once. No one spoke. Everyone was stunned. From the start of the fight to the end, Su Lichuan seemed to have only thrown out 2 spear strikes. And just like that, the battle was over? Wasn't this supposed to be a tough fight? Wasn't Lei Zhou supposed to be stronger than Su Lichuan? How did it end up with Lei Zhou getting insta-killed instead? Quite a few people had the same thought in their heads. Refund. But then they thought about it again and realized no one had actually paid, so they could only let it go. Everyone had originally assumed that even if Lei Zhou couldn't guarantee a win, he at least should have been able to put up a fight against Su Lichuan. But looking at it now, that wasn't the case at all. Just a few seconds into the fight, Lei Zhou had his combat skill broken, and then he was blasted away by a single spear strike. This wasn't suppression anymore. It was complete domination. And it was one-sided domination at that. Lei Zhou barely even had a chance to fight back. But was Lei Zhou really weak? Not at all. An A-rank Senran Yahua ability, combined with his proficient combat skill chaining, was already extremely strong among this batch of new students. Most people couldn't withstand his combo, and everyone knew he was definitely still hiding some even stronger trump cards. But all of that was useless in front of Su Lichuan. Su Lichuan only unleashed his lightning ability, then fired 2 shots, and the battle was over. He didn't even use any combat skills. In an instant, the same thought arose in every new student's mind: unfathomable. In the stands, those provincial top scorers from other provinces all turned solemn as they looked at that tall figure on the arena. They all knew very well that if they were the ones up there, the result would most likely be the same as Lei Zhou's. This is way too boring. He didn't even force out 1/10 of my junior brother's strength. In the back row of the audience, Lu Ming looked disappointed. With that level of ability, he still dared to challenge Su Lichuan. He was basically courting death. On the arena, the referee, teacher Zhou Yun, was also stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Su Lichuan to be this strong. The winner of this match is... Just as she was about to announce the result, Lei Zhou, lying at the edge of the arena, weakly spoke up. Teacher, I haven't admitted defeat yet. The match isn't over. After saying that, he pulled a blood-red pill from his chest. Blood-burst pill. Are you trying to die? Zhou Yun's expression changed, and she immediately shouted to stop him. This is only a competition, not a place for you to risk your life. The wilderness zone was full of all kinds of rare flowers and herbs, so naturally many kinds of pills could be refined there as well. The blood-burst pill was something only awakened fighters used when they were fighting for their lives. Once taken, one's strength could soar several times over. But the side effects were also enormous, and recovery might take 2 or 3 months afterward, if recovery was even possible. It's fine. I'll bear the consequences myself, Lei Zhou said through gritted teeth. This blood-burst pill had originally been his trump card prepared for Su Liuchuan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never take it out. But now, Su Liuchuan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't take it now, he would truly have no chance left. Go for it. If I lose, I'll own it. Lei Zhou let out a low roar and swallowed the blood surge pill in one gulp. Winning this way was indeed not honorable. But as long as he could win, that was enough. It was better than losing outright. In the next second, the pill's effects erupted completely. A fierce aura suddenly burst out from Lei Zhou's body, and the sinister karma fire exploded again, several times stronger than before. The flames spread out, instantly turning the 5 to 6 meters around him into a sea of pale white fire. Hey! Can you even take pills during the match? Isn't that cheating? Lu Wentao was the first to sit still no longer and stood up to protest immediately. Quite a few freshmen followed suit. Exactly. Aren't pills forbidden in the match? Using outside help still counts as fair? Isn't Lei Zhou cheating? He should be declared the loser on the spot. Although everyone wanted to see a more exciting battle, they were clearly displeased with this kind of pill-enhanced boosting. Of course, most of those speaking up for Su Liuchuan were girls. That included Qiu Dongxia, Song Chuyun's roommate. Zhou Yun shook her head and explained directly, "This isn't an official match, and no relevant rules were set before it started. Since there was no rule forbidding it, taking a pill is still within the allowed range. If Su Liuchuan had one on him, he could use it too. In actual combat sparring, there were never that many rigid rules. It was just that no one had expected Lei Zhou to have even the blood surge pill prepared in advance. And judging by this medicinal effect, its quality is not low either. It has already forcibly boosted Lei Zhou's strength by a huge margin. The aura of Lei Zhou has already reached the lower tier of the second rank. Su Liuchuan is in trouble now." Zhou Yun carefully sensed it, silently shaking her head in her heart. Lei Zhou was originally a first-rank upper-tier esper, and his true combat strength had long since touched the threshold of the second rank. Now, after swallowing the blood-boosting pill, he had forcibly pushed his strength to the second rank. His overall combat power was probably directly surging to the second-rank upper tier. With that level of strength, Su Liuchuan, who had been fighting fiercely just moments ago, likely wouldn't be able to hold out either. But what she hadn't expected was that Su Liuchuan on the arena stage didn't look panicked at all. Instead, he gripped his spear tighter, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more intensely. Huh? Not only is he not scared, his fighting spirit is even stronger. That mindset really is pretty good, Zhou Yun thought, nodding inwardly. How could she know that Su Liuchuan not only wasn't afraid at the moment, he was even a little excited. At last, it's not an adult beating up a kid. Su Liuchuan curled the corner of his mouth. Seemingly sensing its master's mood, the surrounding purple heaven divine thunder also began to stir, arcs of electricity jumping and crackling. In the next second, a flash of lightning appeared, and his figure vanished directly from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already less than a meter away from Lei Zhou. Thunder Flash. This was an A-rank movement combat skill, capable of instantaneously dashing a certain distance in any direction. With Su Liuchuan's current first-rank mid-tier strength, that burst covered as much as 20 meters. Lei Zhou, who was more than 10 meters away, simply couldn't dodge. So fast. Lei Zhou's pupils shrank sharply, and almost by instinct, he raised his blade to strike. Su Liuchuan simultaneously swung his spear to counterattack. This time, Lei Zhou finally saw clearly Su Liuchuan's movements. But seeing them clearly was useless. He was already too late to change his move and could only watch helplessly as the spear smashed over. "I don't believe it. After taking bloodburst pill, I still can't beat you." Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and directly increased his force. But the next moment he regretted it. The spear and the broadsword crashed violently together, and the metallic explosion was several times louder than before. A terrifying recoil force surged from the blade, directly splitting open the tiger's mouth of his hand, and blood immediately gushed out. Lei Zhou's entire body was also jolted back 3 or 4 steps. What the hell are you? After steadying himself, he stared at Su Lichuan in horror. This was his state after taking the bloodburst pill, with his strength surging 3 or 4 times over. And even like this, in a head-on clash, he still couldn't overpower Su Lichuan. What made him even more chilled was that his enhanced sinister hellfire still couldn't break through the thunder defense around Su Lichuan. In other words, he was outmatched in physical strength, and his ability couldn't suppress him either. He had lost utterly. No, I can't keep fighting head-on. Lei Zhou's eyes flickered, and he immediately pulled back, retreating more than 10 meters away. Then, he directly launched a ranged attack. Flame Barrage. The sinister hellfire rapidly condensed around him, turning into fireballs the size of basketballs, which he hurled one after another at Su Lichuan. This is a B-rank fire-type combat skill. Once the fireballs explode, light injuries are serious wounds, and severe injuries mean being burned to ashes on the spot. But for Su Lichuan, even if those fireballs exploded, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. The purple firmament divine thunder held firmly outside his body, and the flames couldn't break through at all. Instead, the shock waves from the explosions forced him to pause, slowing his movements. Damn, the fireball chain has held Su Lichuan back. He can't get through. The blood surge pill is really powerful. This fire's might is outrageous. But don't panic. As long as Su Lichuan can hold this wave, once Lei Zhou's drug effect wears off, the situation will reverse. The freshmen in the stands were all staring fixedly at the arena. The bad news was that Su Lichuan, a melee fighter, had been forcibly kept at a distance by Lei Zhou, a spellcaster. The good news was that Lei Zhou's attacks caused no real damage and couldn't last long either. Once the drug's effects wore off, it would be Su Lichuan's turn to counterattack. Lei Zhou himself knew this very well. His face grew increasingly grim as he desperately urged the sinister nether fire, trying to unleash more fireballs and forcefully break through Su Lichuan's thunder barrier. But Su Lichuan was like a hard rock in a raging current, unbelievably steady and unmoving. Damn it, what rank exactly is Su Lichuan's lightning ability? How can it be this absurd? Lei Zhou couldn't help cursing inwardly. By all rights, under the effect of the blood surge pill, his rank had temporarily risen to lower second tier. On top of that, the power of his A-rank netherfire had greatly increased. Against a lower middle-tier first-rank ability user, he shouldn't even be unable to break through their defense. But reality was just that cruel. Still, thank goodness, I've got over 10 minutes left on the drug's effect. I still have a chance. Lei Zhou forcibly steadied his mind and prepared to think of another way. At that moment, Su Lichuan's low voice suddenly rang out. Lightning Spear. Not far ahead, just as Su Lichuan was being suppressed by the flame burst, he suddenly clenched his left hand. A piercing crash of thunder exploded, and a blue-violet lightning spear instantly took shape, hurled straight toward Lei Zhou. The lightning spear moved so fast it was terrifying, closing in on Lei Zhou to within 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Oh no, he can use ranged attacks too. Lei Zhou's expression changed as he hurriedly dodged to the side. But he was still a split second too slow. With a ripping sound, the lightning spear brushed past his side waist, tearing open his combat suit on the spot and leaving a charred wound as blood immediately gushed out. Even more terrifying, purple firmament divine thunder was still spreading through the wound. It was an S-rank ability. Even a tiny bit of contact was enough to leave one reeling. Lei Zhou only felt as if countless ants were biting at the wound. The pain made his vision go dark, and he nearly passed out on the spot. But that was not the end. Su Lichuan's cold voice rang out again. Thunder Prison. Sizzle. With the tip of the spear pointing forward, the thunderous roar of 1,000 birds suddenly exploded. Countless blue-violet bolts of lightning fell from above Lei Zhou's head, instantly weaving into a prison of thunder that trapped him tightly inside.
Restriction type combat skill.
Lei Zhou's face grew even uglier. This kind of combat technique is the most troublesome. Trying to force your way out would only cost even more. He looked at the terrifying lightning all around him and knew very well that if he really tried to break through by force, the one who would suffer would only be himself. Helpless, he could only pull back all the ghastly karmic flames and force a layer of white flame barrier around him. Humph. I'd like to see just how long your lightning prison can hold out. Lei Zhou snorted coldly, still thinking he could keep the situation under control. But in the next second, Su Lichuan moved. With a flash of lightning, he crossed more than 10 meters in a single step and killed his way right up to Lei Zhou. A flame barrier? Looks decent enough. I wonder if it can really take a hit. Su Lichuan narrowed his eyes. The 2-meter 1 black obsidian spear in his hand was already wrapped in blue-purple lightning. Chain lightning spear. The black spear turned into a series of afterimages, stabbing out one after another. Lightning flared wildly, and the spear strikes were ferocious. The flame barrier Lei Zhou had pinned his hopes on only held for an instant before being directly pierced through. How is that possible? Lei Zhou cried out in shock. The spear tip, carrying terrifying lightning, kept growing larger in his eyes. He would die. If he got stabbed, he would absolutely die. At this moment, Lei Zhou could no longer hold out, and his survival instinct erupted completely. I surrender. I surrender. SK. The spearhead stopped 1 centimeter in front of his glabella, steaming like a red-hot branding iron. Just when Lei Zhou thought he had escaped with his life, the spear suddenly tilted and stabbed straight into his right shoulder. His shoulder was pierced clean through on the spot, and even the scapula shattered. A wave of excruciating pain surged up, nearly knocking Lei Zhou unconscious on the spot. On the other side, Su Lichuan put away his spear, steadied himself, and his expression remained calm as ever. The whole exchange looked long, but in fact it only took 4 or 5 seconds from start to finish. By the time the crowd reacted, Lei Zhou had already conceded defeat first. The winner of this match is Su Lichuan. Zhou Yun had seen Su Lichuan's final move, but she said nothing more and directly announced the result. In the spectator stands, the freshmen finally came to their senses and instantly erupted into an uproar. A total crushing victory, again, for combat skills in 4 or 5 seconds. How is that even possible? Not only was he fast, but the chaining of his techniques was so smooth too. That's ruthless. Lei Zhou had relied on the bloodburst pill to forcibly boost himself to the lower second tier, and everyone had originally thought he could turn the tables. In the end, he was still pressed down and beaten by Su Lichuan. What was most terrifying was Su Lichuan's pinpoint grasp of the timing. He didn't move unless he did, and once he did, it was like thunderous force. One combat skill after another. Lei Zhou didn't even get a chance to counter before the fight was over. What's even more terrifying is that he actually managed to forcibly stop the battle skill at the very end. Once a battle skill is unleashed, how could it possibly be so easy to take back? If you force it to stop, you'll also suffer a backlash from your blood qi. But Su Lichuan looked completely fine, not even breathing heavily. Many students felt a chill in their hearts as they watched. Those battle skills of his, they're all incredibly powerful, right? Could they all be B rank? Very possible. That wall of fire from Lei Zhou couldn't even hold for a second. For B rank battle skills, my highest battle skill is only C rank. As soon as those words were spoken, the area around them fell silent for a moment. But when Su Lichuan unleashed those 4 Thunder-type battle skills, the momentum was on a completely different level, clearly nothing low-tier could compare to. At the back of the stands, Lu Mingren, who had overheard the freshmen's discussion, was utterly stunned. Others might not know, but how could he, as a senior brother, not know? Thunder Spear, Chain Lightning Spear, Thunder Prison, Thunder Flash, those 4 were all A-rank battle skills. 4 A-rank battle skills. Junior brother, you really dared to choose them. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh softly. Back when he became Yang Xintian's disciple, he had also received a list of battle skills. But in the end, he only chose 1 A-rank battle skill, Thunder Flash. The rest were all B-rank and C-rank. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose better ones. It was just that the higher the battle skills rank, the harder it was to learn, and the more time it took. He didn't want to slow down his own progress in improving his strength just for a few advanced combat skills. But Su Lichuan was even better. He simply chose 4 A-rank combat skills. Even more outrageous, he learned all of them. You spent more than 4 months learning Thunder Flash, and what am I supposed to do to save face? Lu Ming shook his head, feeling a pang of bitterness. Having such a junior brother really put a lot of pressure on him as the senior brother. On the arena, after recovering from that wave of intense pain, Lei Zhou finally spoke. Su Lichuan, I admit defeat this time. The credits and great xia coins are all yours. Also, I'll pay your little aunt on time. After saying that, he clutched his shoulder and forced himself to turn and step down from the stage. He lost, and he lost completely. In his normal state, he couldn't beat him, and even after taking the blood surge pill, he still couldn't win. This battle shattered his confidence to pieces. What was even more troublesome was that his right scapula had been shattered, and he would have to spend a large sum of money to find a healing-type ability user to treat it. After another 10-odd minutes, once the blood surge pill's effects wore off, he would have no strength left in his body. For the next 2 months, he would have to lie in bed recovering from his injuries. 1 step behind meant falling behind at every step. For freshmen who had just entered Modu Ability University, This period was the golden time to improve their strength. He wouldn't be able to cultivate for 2 months, which was almost equivalent to being crippled halfway. Even if he barely caught up later, he still wouldn't make it into the first tier of freshmen. As for catching up to Su Lichuan again, that was nothing more than a dream. But did he regret it? Lei Zhou did not regret it. Before taking the blood surge pill, he had already prepared himself to bear the consequences. He just hadn't expected Su Lichuan to be this monstrously strong. Congratulations on your victory, classmate Su Lichuan, Judge-teacher Zhou Yun said with a smile. Very quickly, both the credits and Great Xia currency were transferred to Su Lichuan's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 3.2 million Great Xia currency. By this point, Su Lichuan's student account already had 422 credits. There were also 7.42 million Great Xia coins in his bank account. A gambling duel really does make money fast. Su Lichuan gently shook his head. With this battle over, the grudge between him and Lei Zhou was temporarily settled as well. Looking at Lei Zhou's state, he must have really been scared off from the beating. He probably wouldn't come looking for trouble again. He slung the spear behind his back and jumped straight off the arena. Bang! He himself weighed 120 kilograms, and with the 210-kilogram obsidian spear, his body and spear together came to 330 kilograms. With such a leap downward, it was as if a huge iron block had been smashed straight to the ground. The ground even gave a slight tremor. Lu Wentao, who had just walked over from the spectator seats, couldn't help twitching an eyelid. Brother Chuan, how much does your spear weigh? It doesn't look light. 210 kilograms.
Su Lichuan riplit falati.
210 kilograms? Lu Wentao's eyes widened. He himself only weighed 65 kilograms. This spear was almost the equivalent of 3 of him. No wonder Lei Zhou didn't dare to go head-on with you. With such a heavy spear coming down, who could possibly take it? Lu Wentao clicked his tongue repeatedly. By his reckoning, let alone Lei Zhou, even if it were the provincial top scholar from another province, he probably wouldn't dare to take this spear head-on. Su Lichuan, are you interested in joining a club? Just then, a voice suddenly cut in. A girl somehow walked up in front of Su Lichuan and asked with a smile. She was very pretty, and tall too. Under her black short skirt were 2 long, straight legs, as white as snow and gleaming with light. What's more, she wore mature makeup, unlike the average female college student. Instead, she looked more like a polished professional woman. Who are you? Su Lichuan was somewhat confused. He didn't know the woman in front of him at all. Vice President of the Spirit Fox Club, Su Man. Su Man smiled and handed over a business card. On it were clearly written her name, her position, and the club she belonged to. That battle of yours just now was very impressive. Our Spirit Fox Club is exactly short of newcomers like you. She got straight to the point and stated her purpose directly. Our club ranks very high in the school. The club president is a Tier 3 upper stage Esper. Besides organizing cultivation exchanges on a regular basis, we also periodically take members into the wilderness zone to hunt ferocious beasts and improve practical combat ability. We also distribute resources every month. In short, there are many benefits to joining us. Are you willing? Su Man finished laying out the conditions in one breath, looking at Su Lichuan with eyes full of anticipation. This scene was also seen by many nearby students who were standing close by. Spirit Fox Club? Isn't that an elite club? Yeah, I saw them recruiting new members on the forum before, but didn't they only accept Tier 2 Espers? Why would they come looking for Su Lichuan? Heh, with Su Lichuan's current strength, does it even matter whether he's Tier 2 or not? I guess so. TSK, the Spirit Fox Club, huh? That's really enviable. Magic City Esper University is a higher education institution, so naturally it has quite a few clubs. But the clubs here are different from those at ordinary schools like electronics clubs or Go clubs. They don't care what hobbies you have. They care whether you're an Esper. As long as you're an Esper, you can apply to join. Of course, there are also clubs with higher thresholds. Some require at least mid-tier first rank, while others require at least upper-tier first rank. Those that require second rank or above are called elite clubs. In clubs like these, the members are all quite strong. They usually exchange cultivation insights or go to the wilderness zone together to hunt ferocious beasts. And the gains are never bad. The Fox Spirit Club is one of the elite clubs, and also a place many freshmen are desperate to get into. The problem is, many people aren't high enough in level and don't even qualify for an interview. Now, the vice president of the Fox Spirit Club had actually come to find Su Lichuan in person. How could that not make people jealous? The Fox Spirit Club? Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. He wasn't opposed to joining a club, He just wanted to first figure out exactly what kind of place this Fox Spirit Club was. Senior brother Lu, your Fox Spirit Club is breaking the rules. At that moment, senior brother Lu Ming walked over with a frown. President Lu, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Sorry for the disturbance. Su Man's expression changed. She quickly apologized, then twisted her body and hurried away. Senior brother, what's going on? Su Lichuan asked in confusion. It's nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand. Club recruitment generally doesn't start until after the freshman competition. That's an unspoken rule everyone follows. But there are always people who want to get a head start. So that's how it is. Su Lichuan finally understood. These clubs likely set this rule because they wanted to watch the freshman competition first and then recruit people based on ability. Of course, I can understand them too. After all, junior brother, you're too eye-catching. Lu Ming patted Su Lichuan on the shoulder. All right, the viewing session is over, and I should head back to the dorm too. Goodbye, senior brother.
Su Lichuan nodded.
Lu Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. Lu Ming, a peak third-tier ability user, masters the A-rank lightning-type ability Yu Shu True Thunder, and is also the vice president of the elite club Ash Club. In person, he has even more presence than in the school photos. Looking at Lu Ming's retreating figure, Lu Wentao, nicknamed the All-Knowing One, couldn't help but sigh. Mordu Ability University has more than 4,000 students enrolled, but most of them are first-tier or second-tier. The number who have truly reached third-tier doesn't exceed 200. As for fourth-tier users, there are some, but they almost never stay on campus. After sighing, Lu Wentao looked at Su Lichuan again. By the way, Bro Chuan, have you ever been to Mordu City Center? No, Su Lichuan shook his head. These past few days he had been training the whole time and hardly even left campus, let alone gone to the city center. Perfect, I haven't been there either. How about we go have a look around tonight? Sure. Su Lichuan thought about it and nodded in agreement. Training all the time couldn't be too rigid. Loosening up a bit would make it easier to keep going. Besides, he was also somewhat curious about Mordu, one of the most prosperous cities in Great Xia. All right, but it'd be a bit boring if just the two of us go. As soon as Lu Wentao left the practical training building, he took out his phone and directly posted on the school forum. The title he posted was very simple. Anyone want to go to Mordu City Center tonight? In the post, he also wrote down his and Su Lichuan's identities, saying that they planned to stroll around the city center at night and wanted to find a few companions to go together. Very quickly, this post spread through the forum of Mordu Ability University. Over on the spectator stands, just as Qi Dongxia was about to leave with Song Chuyun, she refreshed her phone and saw that post. Her eyes immediately lit up. Chuyun, look, Su Lichuan and the others are going to downtown Mordu tonight, and they're looking for people to go with them. She instantly grew excited and tugged at Song Chuyun. Let's go too. We can treat it like a dorm outing. Song Chuyun followed her gaze and looked over into the distance. Su Lichuan had already reached the exit. His tall figure stood out clearly in the crowd. She usually wasn't interested in this kind of social outing, but this time, after thinking for just a few seconds, she still nodded. Okay. On the other side, after Su Lichuan left the training building, he received a call from his aunt, Su Qingwan. Xiao Chuan, everything going smoothly in Mordu? Yeah, pretty good, Su Lichuan replied. Su Qingwan on the other end of the line was clearly in a good mood. She smiled and said, That's good. I forgot to tell you last time we talked. Your cousin Tang Qi has already been admitted to a school over in Mordu. Oh? Which school? Su Lichuan asked. Linjiang Ability University. It doesn't seem far from your Mordu Ability University. Linjiang Ability University? Su Lichuan chuckled. That really isn't far. There were 5 ability universities in Mordu's university district, and Linjiang Ability University was one of them. Its ranking was also fairly good. When is she coming to register? The official registration date is September 1st. She wants to go early, but she hasn't decided which day yet. All right, once she settles on a date, let me know. I'll go to the station to pick her up. The two chatted a little longer before hanging up. Teacher Yang Jintian hadn't been at school lately, and Su Lichuan hadn't gone over to the teacher's villa either. Instead, he simply carried his long spear into the second-floor training room and practiced on his own. On the sofa downstairs, Lu Wentao was both happy and worried. He was happy because there were a lot of replies under the post, and many people said they wanted to go together. What worried him was that there were too many people. He had no idea who he should choose. Huh? Is this Qiu Dongxia? She seems to be Song Chuyun's roommate. He suddenly noticed a familiar name, and his eyes lit up. In that case, Let's call Chiu Dongxia and the others first. But after thinking about it, for people still seemed a little too few, not lively enough. Adding 2 more would be better. After some thought, he simply slapped his forehead. Then let's just let fate decide who gets picked. With that said, he casually picked someone else from the comments and messages. In the training room on the 2nd floor, bolts of lightning kept flashing. Su Lichuan was sitting cross-legged on the floor, wearing only a pair of shorts, his eyes slightly closed. Strands of tiny lightning arcs moved back and forth across his skin, sweeping over his chest, abdomen, thighs, and calves again and again. The places touched by the lightning were slightly red, but there were no injuries. Instead, they gave off a tougher, more resilient feeling. This was the S-rank body-forging combat skill, *** Thunder Immortal Body ***. Using a special method, lightning-type powers were directly applied to the body, forcibly training the body's strength up. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this kind of training. Only those whose bodies had already laid the foundation of the immortal body could train this way. Otherwise, this wouldn't be cultivation at all, but self-harm. Brother Chuan, it's about time. We should set off. Suddenly, Lu Wentao's shout came from downstairs. Su Lichuan abruptly opened his eyes, with what seemed like a flash of electric light in their depths. Coming! He withdrew the purple firmament divine thunder filling his body, stood up, took a shower in the bathroom first, changed into a t-shirt and long pants, and then went downstairs. At 6:41 p.m., at the entrance of Modu Ability University. Modu Ability University was located right in the center of the university town, nestled between several other colleges and universities. Its gates were tall and imposing, and every student from another school who passed by couldn't help glancing at it a few extra times. But today was a little different from usual. Quite a few female students, while looking at the gate, found their gaze involuntarily drawn to a young man nearby. The young man was tall and slender, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, and carried a very strong masculine aura. Just standing there, he already seemed completely different from everyone around him. But precisely because his presence was so strong, many girls only dared to look from afar and didn't dare come up to ask for his contact information. That person was none other than Su Lichuan. It was Su Lichuan. Beside him was Lu Wentao as well. The school gate was the agreed meeting point, and they were scheduled to set off at 7 sharp. Not long after, 2 of the 4 people Lu Wentao had arranged to meet had already arrived, and they turned out to be a pair of twin sisters. The 2 looked almost exactly the same, both with delicate oval faces. One had her hair in twin ponytails, the other in a single ponytail. They were about the same height, around 1.62 meters, and their clothing style was rather cute. Lu Wentao was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected that a casual pick would end up being such a pair of beautiful girls. From a distance, the 2 sisters saw Su Lichuan and Lu Wentao, and immediately waved as they quickly walked over. "Hello, we're sisters. I'm the older sister, Li Wanting." The sister with a single ponytail spoke first, in a generous tone. The younger sister with double ponytails beside her also smiled and said, "I'm the younger sister, Li Wanyue." When she smiled, a small tiger tooth showed at the corner of her mouth, making her look even cuter. Lu Wentao, Su Lichuan. The 2 of them also smiled and gave their names. However, Li Wanting and Li Wanyue's gazes almost immediately fell on Su Lichuan. They had come here for him in the first place. At noon in the stands, they had also seen Su Lichuan on the arena, but they were too far away to make out the details. Now that they were standing close, they realized that his temperament was even better than it had looked on the stage. The sisters exchanged a look and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. However, after all, they were people who had been able to get into Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, not the kind of fangirls who would blindly throw themselves at someone. This time, aside from admiring Su Lichuan a little, their main purpose in coming to the matchmaking event was to get to know him. As soon as that battle ended at noon, anyone could tell that Su Lichuan's strength was on a completely different level from the other new students. Someone like that was bound to achieve great things in the future. If there was a chance to get acquainted, of course they couldn't miss it. In fact, many girls beneath the post were thinking the same thing. If they could really develop a step further, they wouldn't mind that either. Li Wanting and Li Wanyue were both cheerful by nature, and they soon started chatting with Su Lichuan and the others. As they talked, Su Lichuan also learned about their abilities. Both of them were support-type healing B-rank abilities, called Healing Holy Water. Could not only heal all kinds of injuries, but also stack its effects, unleashing healing power close to an A-rank ability. So, if you ever want to form a Wilderness Zone squad in the future, you can consider our sisters first.
Libanting Smilatsuatli.
They were support type, able to help others, but not very strong in direct combat themselves. If they really went into the wilderness zone to hunt fierce beasts in the future, they would still have to rely on their teammates. People like Su Lichuan, who were strong in their own right, were the truly reliable partners. This time, they hadn't come expecting to leave such a deep impression on Su Lichuan right away. As long as, when he wanted to find a support-type ability user in the future, he would think of them first, that would be enough. Okay. Su Lichuan nodded with a smile. The wilderness zone was overrun by fierce beasts. It was dangerous, yes, but there was also real money to be made there. Fierce beast flesh and blood, as well as rare flowers and herbs from the wilderness, were all valuable things. Quite a few students at Modu Psychic Ability University would form teams to enter the wilderness zone, hunt fierce beasts, earn credits, and make money. And team composition was also very important, much like playing a game. Warriors, mages, healers, none of them could be missing. Only then would the team be more likely to survive in the wilderness zone. Su Lichuan still had no plans to form a team yet, but getting to know a few support-type friends first wouldn't be a bad thing. The more friends you have, the more paths you have. As he was thinking, Lu Wentao suddenly brightened and raised a hand to point ahead. Brother Chuan, the last two have arrived too. Su Lichuan followed the direction he was looking. Two more girls walked out from inside the school gate. The two were about the same height. The one on the left had a tall figure and a pretty face. She was wearing a floral dress, and her legs were long and straight, looking very healthy. But compared with the one on the right, she still fell short by quite a bit. The girl on the right was even more eye-catching. Her eyes were as clear as water, her nose delicate, and her lips refined as well. She was strikingly pretty overall. A head of black hair was tied high with a red ribbon, revealing a section of fair neck. The moment she appeared, almost all the surrounding gazes were drawn to her. She was dressed very plainly, just a women's t-shirt and a pair of light blue jeans. Yet her figure was exceptionally eye-catching, with a full chest, a tightly cinched waist, and long, straight legs. Wrapped in the jeans, her curves were especially prominent. She still looked a little youthful, but her build was surprisingly mature, making her stand out even more when she moved. A word suddenly popped into Su Lichuan's mind. A girl with a mature vibe. This girl was none other than Song Choyun, whom he had seen before. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chi Dongxia, here by invitation. Chi Dongxia stepped forward with a smile. I'm her roommate, Song Choyun. Song Choyun followed up as well. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Su Lichuan. Su Lichuan also introduced himself politely. Song Choyun blinked, a hint of mischief at the corners of her mouth. Classmate Su, I'm afraid this isn't our first meeting, is it? As soon as Su Lichuan heard that, he immediately remembered the glance they had exchanged at the freshman assembly. That indeed couldn't be counted as their first meeting. All right, everyone's here. Let's go. Seeing that all 6 people had arrived, Lu Wentao didn't waste any more time. He quickly split them into 2 groups, took 2 taxis, and headed straight for the city center of Modu. The main urban area of Modu has 5 districts: Huangpu, Suhui, Chongning, Yangpu, and Jing'an. The Modu University town is in Jing'an district. Strictly speaking, all of these districts are considered prosperous areas. But the place they were heading this time was the liveliest spot in all of Modu, Huaihai Commercial Street. This is a top-tier commercial center nationwide. Not only does it have all kinds of luxury stores, but equipment and pills used by ability users can also be bought here. Modu Ability University wasn't far from here, and it took only half an hour by taxi. So this is Huaihai Commercial Street? Su Lichuan looked up, his eyes filled with a sea of lights. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and the sky had begun to darken. But the commercial street was filled with holographic projections, lights flashing everywhere, and crowds bustling back and forth in an unbelievably lively scene. The place was packed with noise and activity. He also spotted quite a few familiar store names, such as Hangyuan Equipment and Lingxi Pharmaceuticals. Lu Wentao, Song Choyun, and Chi Dongxia, all of whom were here for the first time, stared around in a daze. On the other hand, the Li sisters didn't seem all that surprised, clearly not first-timers. I know this area pretty well. There's also a snack street nearby. How about we go grab something to eat first? Li Wanting suggested. Sure. All right. They were all still young, and none of them wanted to sit down for a proper meal right away. Hearing her suggestion, they all nodded in agreement. They spent another hour or so at the nearby snack street, and after eating their fill, they came back to stroll through the commercial street. Only then did Su Lichuan truly realize that the things in the center of Modu were indeed much more comprehensive than those in Jiangqing. At the Hangyuan Equipment Group, which also sold blacklight spears, Jiangqing's selection of battlesuits and weapons was pitifully small, whereas here they had everything imaginable, lined up in full display. Even blacklight spears came in many specialized models, enough to make him a little tempted. Unfortunately, he had only just replaced his gear not long ago, and it was still sufficient for now, so he could only resist the urge to buy. Song Qiuyun, however, didn't hesitate at all. When she saw a nice battle suit, she bought it as casually as if she were shopping for ordinary clothes. In just over half an hour, she bought 3 sets of combat techniques and spent several million. Su Lichuan couldn't help but marvel. She dressed so plainly on ordinary days, yet she turned out to be quite a little rich lady. When young people get together, they get close fast. After wandering around Huaihai Commercial Street for more than 4 hours, the few of them chatted as they walked, laughter never stopping, and before long they had become quite familiar with each other. They didn't finish shopping until after 11 at night, when they finally took a taxi back to campus. After entering the student dormitory area, Su Lichuan first said goodbye to the Li Wanning sisters, then escorted Qi Dongxia and Song Qiuyun to the dormitory entrance. "We're here, bye-bye. We had a great time today, thank you all." Song Qiuyun smiled and waved goodbye. She wasn't usually the kind of girl who liked going out with the opposite sex. It was just that this time, her A rank, the perception of the ability Dawn Light was very strong enough to easily detect the burning desire in a man's heart when he looked at her. But Su Lichuan was different. She could also feel his gaze, yet she only sensed pure admiration, without the slightest trace of any other intent. This surprised her a little and made her like him a bit more. "Bye-bye." Su Lichuan smiled and waved back. After Song Qiuyun and Qi Dongxia swayed their way into the dormitory, he then went back together with Lu Wentao. "Phew. It's actually pretty nice to go out for a walk every now and then." Lu Wentao plopped down on the sofa. Su Lichuan also nodded. Relaxing for these few hours had indeed put him in a much better mood. However, he also knew very well that after tonight, he would still have to keep training hard. After going shopping in the center of Modu with Song Qiuyun once, Su Lichuan returned to his old routine. Dormitory, teacher's villa, cafeteria. A 3-point line. He was either training or on the way to train. Although Lu Wentao usually looked carefree and sloppy, being able to get into Modu University of Superpowers proved that he had both ability and potential. During this period, he had also been training and cultivating. Of course, every few days he still went out to relax a bit. As he put it, only by balancing work and rest could one go the distance. 15 days later, on July 16th, at 9 p.m., in the training room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Su Lichuan opened the system panel. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, 1st tier mid-level, plus. Superpower, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 460 Qi and Blood, plus. Spirit, 351 Hers, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced plus. Fist Technique, Basic plus. Thunder Spear, Basic plus. A-Rank Chain Lightning Spear, Basic plus. Thunder Flash, Basic plus. Thunder Prison, Basic plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Tempering, Thunderbolt Immortal Body, 1st layer plus. Superpower points, 1048. Almost there. I can level up once more. It had been nearly half a month since he last broke through to the mid-tier of the 1st rank. Advancing again now was still fast, but at least it wouldn't stand out too much. Then add some more. Su Lichuan's heart stirred, and he directly tapped the plus sign behind his level. Ability points minus 456. 1st rank mid-tier, upgraded to 1st rank upper tier. Boom! In an instant, the aura around him surged upward sharply. At last, my level has entered the top tier among the freshmen. Su Lichuan clenched his fist and could clearly feel his blood and qi growing stronger within him, rising another notch compared to before. The next second, the sound of thunder exploded, and the blue-violet Zixiao Divine Thunder was summoned by him, flickering continuously around him. The power of the Zixiao Divine Thunder has also grown stronger. Su Lichuan nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the system panel again. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, 1st rank upper tier. Ability, Zixiao Divine Thunder, S. Physique, 520 Blood Qi, plus. Spirit, 421 Hertz, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced. Fist Technique, Beginner plus. Thunder Spear, Beginner plus. A-Rank Chain Lightning Spear, Beginner plus. Thunder Flash, Beginner plus. Thunder Prison, Beginner plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Refinement, Thunder Immortal Body, 1st layer plus. Ability points, 592. This breakthrough boosted both his physique and Jingsun by about 60 points. Moreover, he also discovered that the plus sign after the level had disappeared. Looks like the remaining ability points aren't enough for me to reach the second tier. Su Lichuan rubbed his chin. Since that's the case, it's also time to make a trip to the wilderness zone, kill ferocious beasts, and earn some ability points. But before that, I should spend all the ability points I have and push my strength to the limit. His eyes turned cold, and he immediately added points once more. Ability points minus 354. Thunder Eternal Body, first layer, upgraded to second layer. Thunder Eternal Body was the only S-rank combat technique Su Lichuan possessed at the moment. Since his level couldn't be raised for the time being, upgrading it first was the most appropriate choice. And the ability points required for an S-rank combat technique were, of course, not low. But this expenditure was worth it. The moment Thunder Eternal Body reached the second layer, Su Lichuan only felt as if a muffled thunderclap had sounded within his body. His bones became harder, and his muscles even more solid. Phew! He slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Now that Thunder Eternal Body has broken through to the second layer, the third layer isn't far off. Thunder Eternal Body has a total of 13 layers. As an S-rank body tempering combat technique, it was far more than just about strengthening the body. Every 3 layers unlocked a special ability. Upon reaching the third layer, he would be able to activate a special state, Thunder Extreme Mode. Thunder Extreme Mode was very similar to the Thunder-activated cells Su Lichuan had used during the martial arts college entrance exam, but it was even more powerful, essentially an enhanced version pushed to the limit. Once the state was activated, whether it was movement speed, spear thrust speed, or fist strength and leg strength, all of them would surge comprehensively. Thunder Extreme Mode, how exciting! Su Lichuan glanced at the system panel again. After enhancing Thunderbolt Immortal Body, he still had 242 ability points left. Then he spent another 178 points to upgrade Chain Lightning Spear from beginner to intermediate. By his estimate, this ability should originally have cost around 200 points. But he had been practicing it all along, and the foundation was already solid, so this time he ended up spending quite a bit less ability points. On the system panel, only 62 ability points remained. By this point, he had almost used up all of his ability points. Tomorrow I'll talk to the teacher, then get ready to head to the wilderness zone. Su Lichuan made up his mind. Life at Magic City Ability University was easy and comfortable. Aside from the various rankings and training rooms, it looked pretty much like a college in his previous life. But Su Lichuan never relaxed at all. Instead, he kept desperately getting stronger. The reason was simple. From the day he arrived in this world, there had always been a string pulled tight in his heart. He feared that one day, when ferocious beasts charged into the city, he would be powerless to resist. Ability users would protect ordinary people, and that was true. But Su Lichuan didn't like leaving his life in someone else's hands. His own life had to be held in his own grasp. It had been the same in his previous life. Nobody looked highly upon this child from the orphanage, and everyone thought that after finishing middle school, he would, like other orphans, drop out early. But he refused to accept his fate. Not only did he finish high school, he got into college, went on to graduate school, and finally earned his doctorate. He had walked every one of those paths step by step. Even now, after transmigrating to Blue Star, that would not change. His heart remained unmoved. This was why he trained so hard every day. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Su Lichuan had already been training in the practice room for more than an hour. Then he put on his battle suit, slung the black radiant spear over his back, and headed downstairs. Today he was going to do practical combat training with senior brother Lu Ming, so he had to be fully armed. Up and grinding this early, Brother Chuan. In the first-floor living room, Lu Wentao had just come out of his bedroom, still sleepy. He was long used to this sight. In his eyes, Su Lichuan was the kind of person who trained like a man possessed. Every day he was either training or on the way to train. Calling him a ascetic wasn't even enough. He was practically a machine running on pre-programmed settings. Still, Lu Wentao truly admired him. If he had to train 8 hours a day, he already felt like it would kill him. If he were like Su Lichuan, training from morning till night, he simply wouldn't be able to take it. For these new students, during this period before the official start of classes, no one was keeping an eye on them, so they could do whatever they wanted. If this were in a university in his past life, most people would probably sleep until they woke naturally, then slowly find something to do. But Magic City Ability University was different. Although it was still early, there were already many freshmen walking around on the roads outside the dorms. Some, like Su Lichuan, were fully armed from head to toe. No one knew whether they were headed to the wilderness zone or going to do combat training. Su Lichuan walked all the way toward the exit of the dormitory area. When he passed Villa number 12, he saw Song Choyun coming out from inside, her figure still as delicate and graceful as ever. After they went to the center of Modu together last time, the two of them exchanged contact information. They would occasionally chat a few words on their phones. Running into each other at the dormitory area entrance in the morning wasn't unusual. After all, Su Lichuan lived in Villa number 32, and if he headed toward the exit, he would definitely pass by Villa number 12 where Song Choyun lived. Morning. Su Lichuan nodded, then glanced at her outfit. You're going to combat training today too? Since the freshman assembly last time, everyone had learned about the exclusive mentor system, and they had all become active, coming to the door one after another to seek apprenticeship. Most of them hit a wall, but a few succeeded, and Song Choyun was one of them. As the top scorer from Sichuan province, her strength and potential were plain to see. And her exclusive mentor was the dean of the Elemental Academy, a 7th-tier upper-level female teacher who possessed an A-rank light ability of the natural system. Precisely because of this, Song Choyun, like Su Lichuan, went to the teachers' villas every day for training. However, she used to wear loose training clothes. Today, though, she had changed into battle gear like Su Lichuan and even brought a longsword. Women's battle gear was designed to be form-fitting for ease of movement. The silver-white battle suit clung tightly to her body, outlining her voluptuous yet graceful figure completely. Morning. When Song Choyun saw Su Lichuan, she smiled sweetly and nodded. An older female student is coming over today, so it's a good chance to try combat training. But I'm not very confident myself. The teachers' villas were already along the same route. As she spoke, she walked toward the exit with Su Lichuan. One of them was tall and robust, the other delicate and charming. Walking together, they immediately drew the attention of many passers-by. Oh right, Su Lichuan, if you're free one day, how about we try sparring in actual combat too? On the way, Song Choyun suddenly asked. In fact, she had always been curious. Where exactly did that beast-like aura around Su Lichuan come from? But she also knew that this might involve his privacy, so she had never asked. Still, if they could actually spar once, maybe she'd be able to see something. Sure, Su Lichuan replied without hesitation. But if they really had to wait until they were free, it would probably have to be after he returned from the wilderness zone. After the two arrived at the teacher's villa area, they parted ways and went to different villas. Senior brother, I'm here. Just as Su Lichuan walked into the villa, he found that besides his senior brother Lu Ming, his teacher Yang Jintian was also there in the living room. Yang Jintian was wearing a loose training robe and sitting leisurely on the sofa. Teacher. Su Lichuan immediately greeted him respectfully. Yang Jintian was a 7th-tier upper-level ability user, and he also had his own training schedule. Usually, he would cultivate on his own in the morning and only come in the afternoon to teach Su Lichuan spear techniques and the use of abilities. I didn't expect you'd come so early in the morning today. Yang Zhentian nodded and said with a smile, I heard yesterday that you'd be doing practical training today, so I came over to take a look. He looked at Su Lichuan, his eyes full of satisfaction. During this time, he had seen all of Su Lichuan's performance. He came to the villa for training on time every day, never late and never leaving early. After returning to the dormitory, he would even do extra training on his own. Even when he and Lu Ming weren't around, he never slackened off. With an S-rank ability, and working this hard on top of that, how could he possibly not amount to something?
Yang Zhentian sighed inwardly.
When he was young, he hadn't been this ruthless. What pleased him even more was Su Lichuan's cultivation speed. When he first arrived, Su Lichuan had only just awakened. But after just 1 month, he had already become a mid-tier first-rank ability user. That kind of progress was terrifyingly fast. But just as he was thinking that, he suddenly sensed something was off. Su Lichuan's aura had grown stronger. Yang Zhentian sensed it carefully and immediately exclaimed in shock. You broke through to first-rank upper tier? I was just about to tell you, teacher.
Su Lichuan nodded.
I broke through to first-rank upper tier last night. Also, Thunderbolt Indestructible Body has broken through to the 2nd level. Those two sentences hit like two bombs. Even the always steady Yang Zhentian was stunned by what he heard. Level breakthroughs are difficult. Body refinement breakthroughs are even harder. Yet these things came out of Su Lichuan's mouth as easily as drinking water. I said it. Junior brother is a monster. Lu Ming, standing nearby, said with a wry smile. Back then, it took him more than half a year to break through from first-tier mid-level to first-tier upper level. Later, after becoming Yang Zhentian's disciple and laying the foundation for the indestructible body, he spent a full year before finally cultivating the Thunder Indestructible Body to the 2nd level. But Su Lichuan, He had done all of that in just 1 month since becoming a disciple. Good, very good. Yang Jintian snapped back to his senses and couldn't help patting Su Lichuan on the shoulder, his face full of delight. As a teacher, how could he not be happy when his disciple improved so quickly? Since we're doing combat training today, let your teacher see just how strong you've become after this breakthrough. With that, Yang Jintian took Su Lichuan and Lu Ming to the villa's back courtyard. In the back courtyard was an open-air combat training ground. The area was quite large, about 500 square meters. Early in the morning, the floor of the open-air training ground gave off a cold metallic sheen. This was a training field forged from grade A alloy, unbelievably tough, specially used for combat training. Standing at the edge of the field, Yang Jintian smiled and said, Lichuan, don't hold back, go all out. With me here, you won't get hurt.
Su Lichuan nodded.
Understood. This was his first time fighting Lu Ming, and of course he wouldn't hold back. On the opposite side, Lu Ming also spoke, Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the lower tier 2 and fight you. He said it very directly. In fact, with his abilities, even suppressing himself to upper tier 1 would have been fine. But if he did that, the one likely to lose would probably be him, and it wouldn't achieve any training effect either. So he simply suppressed his strength to the lower tier 2. Yang Jintian did not object, clearly tacitly approving the choice. The two each held a spear and walked to the center of the field. Ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the words fell, lightning burst forth, and the two vanished from where they stood at the same time. Thunder flash. The senior and junior brothers almost simultaneously unleashed this A-rank lightning battle skill. The next instant, a deafening boom rang out in the center of the arena. Clang! A black spear and a cyan spear crashed fiercely together, yet neither gained the upper hand. Lu Ming was shocked. He had thought he had already overestimated Su Lichuan enough, but after that clash, he realized the other's strength was actually about the same as his own, and perhaps even a little stronger. But Su Lichuan grew more and more excited as he fought. After cultivating the Thunderbolt indestructible body, he had never encountered an opponent who could trade blows with him head-on. Even Lei Zhou, after taking the blood burst pill, did not dare to confront him in direct force. Now, at last, he had met someone who could make him go all out. Chain Thunder Spear. Su Lichuan abruptly changed tactics. Wrapping his long spear in blue-purple thunder, he turned into a black shadow and thrust again and again. Lu Ming did not dare take it head-on, and immediately sidestepped to evade. But just as he dodged it, Su Lichuan's voice rang out again. Thunder Prison. Blue-purple lightning exploded instantly, forming a cage that trapped Lu Ming in the center. Right after that, a thunder spear shot through the air. Lu Ming's expression darkened. This kid didn't give people any chance to catch their breath at all. However, he was not someone a newcomer like Lei Zhou could compare to. Jade Pivot True Thunder. The next moment, white lightning surged wildly out of his body, instantly enveloping his entire frame. He forcefully broke through the thunder prison and dodged the thunder spear. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming charged forward with his spear in hand, white lightning coiling around him. His aura was fierce as he went straight into battle with Su Lichuan. The two traded spear strikes back and forth, thunderlight scattering everywhere, filling the arena with explosive booms. More than 20 minutes later, the purple heaven divine thunder within Su Lichuan's body was completely exhausted. Clang! After another head-on clash, he retreated to a distance. Already at his limit, he panted and said, Senior brother, I lost. Lu Ming appeared before him in a flash of thunder, withdrew the lightning covering his body, and shook his head. It's not that you lost. I took advantage of my ability. Although he had suppressed his strength to the lower second tier, he was still at the peak of the third tier, and the foundation of his ability was far deeper than Su Lichuan's. Good. This fight was excellent. Yang Jinyan stepped forward while clapping, his face full of satisfaction. Even he had been somewhat surprised by the outcome of this battle. He had originally thought Lu Ming would win, but in the end it had actually ended in a draw. Lu Ming put away his long spear, patted Su Lichuan on the shoulder, and asked, Do you know what level you were at just now? Su Lichuan caught his breath and asked, What level? Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he slowly uttered 4 words. Second tier invincible. Su Lichuan was stunned. Lu Ming then continued, his tone also carrying a hint of seriousness. To be accepted as a disciple by Yang Jintian, he himself was already a top-tier genius. Even if his cultivation were suppressed to lower tier 2, with his experience and techniques, he was confident he could sweep through most opponents below tier 3. But after that fight with Su Lichuan just now, He had already realized that this junior brother before him was no longer something an ordinary upper tier one could compare to. After hearing this, Yang Jintian's gaze darkened. Being able to fight him to a standstill meant Su Lichuan's strength had already reached the level of invincible tier 2. That was not something an ordinary tier 2 esper could achieve. Invincible tier 2. Su Lichuan repeated softly, and he also gained a clear understanding. He had finally figured out his true combat strength. As for anything above tier 3, that was already on a completely different level. He was only at upper tier 1 right now, so it was normal that he couldn't yet touch that threshold. Alright, practical training ends here for now. Go in and take a break. Yang Jintian called everyone back to the living room. Just after they sat down, Butler Fu came over carrying a plate of sliced fruit. This is some Qingling exotic fruit I got a while back. It can relieve fatigue. Perfect for after training. Exotic fruit, like rare flowers and medicinal herbs, all carried special effects. After hearing that, Su Lichuan didn't stand on ceremony and casually picked up a piece. The fruit looked a bit like a cantaloupe, and once he bit into it, a fresh fruity aroma immediately spread out. After he finished a piece, he indeed felt much of the fatigue from the fierce battle earlier ease up. At teacher's place, I can always mooch good things. I think I'll have to come here every day from now on. Su Lichuan smiled and made a joke. Sure, if you want to come, I'll prepare exotic fruits for you every day.
Yang Zentian laughed heartily.
For a 7th-tier upper-level esper like him, this little bit of stuff was nothing at all. After that, Su Lichuan chatted with the teacher and senior brother for a while longer before slowly getting to the point. Teacher, for the next period of time, I have to leave the school. I may not be able to come to the villa here for training anymore. What's wrong? Has something happened at home? Yang Jintian asked immediately. No, nothing happened at home. Su Lichuan shook his head, his expression serious. Teacher, I want to go to the wilderness zone. The wilderness zone?
Yang Zentian frowned.
The wilderness zone was not within the army's protection range. Fierce beasts ran rampant there, and it was extremely dangerous. Moreover, unlike the martial exam venue, where beast levels were clearly divided. Once you went in, it wouldn't be long before you might run into a passing 5th-tier fierce beast and get eaten without leaving even a scrap. The randomness was too strong, and death came too quickly. How long do you plan to go for? I'll be back before the freshman competition. 这么久? Yang Jintian's eyelids twitched. It's only mid-July now, and the freshman competition won't be until early September. That means Su Lichuan will have to stay in the wilderness area for a month and a half. During this time, anything could happen at any moment. Yang Jinyan had originally wanted to persuade him, but when he saw the determination in Su Lichuan's eyes, he swallowed his words back. Fine, since you've made up your mind, then go. He sighed, then reminded him in a serious tone. Remember, if something seems off, run immediately. With Thunderflash, as long as you don't run into a 4th-rank ferocious beast, there's basically no danger to your life. For the strong to rise, there is no shortage of tempering through blood and fire. The pressure between life and death is often the fiercest catalyst. Although Yang Jinyan felt that Su Lichuan could actually still train at school for a while longer. Since he had made up his own mind, there was no need to stop him. Thank you, teacher. Only then did Su Lichuan finally breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was his teacher not agreeing. Fortunately, Yang Jinyan was not the kind of person who would stubbornly stop him. Of course, even if his teacher had disagreed, he would still have gone. Ability points were the core of the Deep Blue system, and also the key to his soaring strength. By the way, which wilderness area are you going to? Yang Jinyan asked again. The wilderness area over by Yuanshui City, Su Lichuan replied. Yuanshui City, huh? Then that's not bad. Yang Jintian nodded. Yuanshui City was right next to Modu, and was considered a fairly well-developed prefecture-level city. And the strongest ferocious beasts in the Yuanshui wilderness area were only at the 4th or 5th tier, so it really wasn't that exaggerated. Before you go, I'll tell you some experience about the wilderness area. After Yang Zhentian finished speaking, he and Lu Ming together shared, one by one, the experience they had gained from battling their way through the wilderness area with Su Lichuan. Both of them had truly fought their way up in the wilderness area, so their experience was very practical. Su Lichuan had never been there before, and after listening, he felt much more confident. More than an hour later, he finally rose to take his leave from his teacher and senior brother, and departed respectfully. Teacher, since junior brother is going to the wilderness area, I may have to return to the guild side in a few days as well. As he watched Su Lichuan's figure disappear, Lu Ming also spoke up. So urgent.
Yang Zhentian frowned.
The fighting in the southwest is very intense. The beast tide has already broken through several prefecture-level cities. The guild is short-handed and has urged me several times already. Lu Ming said slowly. The southwest side. Yang Jintian fell into thought. Overall, the beast tide was still fairly stable, but locally, several small-scale wars still broke out every year. Before graduating, Lu Ming had already joined an adventurer guild and become a reserve member. He usually followed the guild on missions and took part in all kinds of battles. Now that the guild was short of manpower, he, a reserve member at the peak of the 3rd rank, was naturally also singled out for conscription. Go on. This time, the guild and the battle squad are acting together. If you run into a high-rank ferocious beast, avoid it if you can. Those kinds of creatures will be dealt with by high-rank Esper users. Yang Jintian instructed in a deep voice. Including Su Lichuan, Yang Jintian had taken in a total of 32 disciples. Yet half of them had already died at the mouths of ferocious beasts. He did not want anything to happen to Lu Ming again. Don't worry, teacher. This kind of large-scale fighting isn't my first time participating in it. Lu Ming waved his hand indifferently, carrying his spear as he walked out. Besides, this time it's Master Wang Linyang, an 8th-rank grandmaster, leading the team personally. Dealing with a pack of ferocious beasts with the highest only being 7th rank shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, he left the villa without looking back. Meanwhile, after Su Lichuan left the villa, he directly called his aunt, Su Qingwan. Aunt, are you busy? Not busy. I'm out shopping with your sister Qi right now. What's up? Aunt, I'm going to participate in a special training organized by the school recently, and my phone will be off for a while. If you can't get through to me then, don't worry. Oh, I see, okay, Aunt knows. By the way, Xiao. There are no signal towers in the wilderness zone, so calls simply can't get through. Su Lichuan made this call in advance just to let his aunt know first. Of course, he couldn't tell her the real situation, or she would worry. In addition, his cousin Tang Qi, who had originally planned to report in early, also called some time ago and said she wanted to stay in Jiangxing a bit longer and report normally when school started in September. As for the loan Lei Zhou owed Xiao Gu's family, it had already been paid off more than 10 days ago. It's still early now. Let's get the rest of the things ready, and we can head to Yuanshui City this afternoon. After hanging up, Su Lichuan glanced at the time. It was still not even 10:30 in the morning. According to the wilderness survival guide he had looked up earlier, plus the experience shared by Teacher Yang and his senior just now, there were at least 2 things to prepare before going to the wilderness: supplies and equipment. Supplies were easy to get ready. Just buy a tactical backpack and pack some fresh water and energy bars. As for equipment, the E-rank gear he was wearing was barely acceptable for use on campus. But if he was really going to the wilderness, of course the stronger, the better. I just leveled up yesterday, and my physical abilities have improved a lot. I might as well replace all my gear. Orders could be placed on the school's official website, but delivery would only arrive the next day. Su Lichuan wanted to set off this afternoon, so ordering online definitely wouldn't make it in time. So, he planned to go directly to the equipment department of Magic City Ability University. I've long heard that the school's equipment department has plenty of good stuff. Perfect chance to take a look. He walked out of the faculty villa area and stood by the roadside waiting for a ride. The campus of Magic City Ability University was huge, spanning a full 40,000 mu. If you walked, you might not even finish touring it in a day. That was why the school had specially provided campus buses. The equipment department was in the southwest part of the school, not close to the faculty villa area, so taking the bus was the most convenient. Ding dong, Magic City University Equipment Department stop reached. More than 10 minutes later, the bus arrived, and Su Lichuan got off. Before him stood a building more than 20 stories tall, lavishly decorated, with expensive floor-to-ceiling glass on all the exterior walls. On the side of the building, 5 large characters were written, Magic City University Equipment Department. Below the building, many couriers in Magic City University work uniforms were loading batches of packaged weapons and equipment onto trucks. Today, these items would be delivered to the students' hands. These couriers were not ordinary people either. Most of them were at the lower and middle stages of the 1st rank. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have been able to carry those weapons and equipment, which often weighed over 100 kilograms. Even an equipment department is built this luxuriously. Su Lichuan sighed and walked into the building. Hello, classmate. May I ask what equipment you need to buy? Just as he entered, a female staff member warmly came up to him. It had to be said that Magic City Supernatural University's service was indeed quite good. No matter where you went, the staff were always smiling. I want to take a look at spear-type weapons, Su Lichuan said. He needed to buy both a weapon and a battlesuit, but for now, the weapon was more important. Then are you looking for a standard spear? Or something more personalized? Do you have anything a bit heavier? Let's take a look at personalized spears first. Su Lichuan thought for a moment, then replied directly. Standard spears were weapons mass-produced according to fixed designs, like the black radiant spear he was currently carrying on his back. Personalized spears were different. They were forged by weapon masters according to their own ideas, and each one was unique. The advantage of standard spears was stability, with a very fixed spear body structure. Even if upgraded, they would only be replaced with higher-grade alloys without major changes. Their drawback was also obvious. They might not suit everyone. A personalized spear could be chosen based on the user's feel, but the price was much higher. Before, Su Lichuan had always used a standard black radiant spear. This time, since he was going into the dangerous wilderness zone, he naturally wanted to switch to a more comfortable weapon. Okay, please come with me. The staff member took him upstairs to the 13th floor of the building. When the elevator doors opened, a hall appeared before him. Rows of transparent display cases, each more than 2 meters tall, stood in the hall, and they were filled with spears. These spears came in all kinds of styles, some heavy, some light. Su Lichuan even spotted a black spear over 3 meters long. His eyes lit up at once. For someone like him who loved spears, this place was practically a treasure trove. Hello, I'm Zhou Hai, the manager of the spear section here. May I ask what kind of spear this student is looking for? A middle-aged man in a suit hurried up to greet him, his attitude very enthusiastic. The staff member beside Su Lichuan also tactfully stepped aside. I want a spear that's heavy, but still fast to thrust with, Su Lichuan said directly. Heavy, yet fast to thrust with, this kind of requirement was impossible for a standard issue spear. But he believed there should be something here that could meet it. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Zhou Hai took him to a display case. Only this dark cloud gale spear should be able to satisfy those two conditions. Su Lichuan looked through the glass. Inside the display case, a spear lay quietly on a cushioned pad. The shaft was dark gold, with pale golden patterns like clouds across its surface. The spearhead was platinum-colored, with 2 ferocious blood grooves opened on both the left and right sides. If this were actually thrust into a human body, it would be absolutely vicious. Zhou Hai introduced it. The dark cloud gale spear is 2.19 meters in total length. The shaft is made of highly resilient grade D alloy, and the spearhead is made of a harder grade C alloy. The entire spear weighs 260 kilograms. A wind-type ability has also been added to the shaft, which can enhance thrusting speed to a certain extent when swung. He explained it in detail, but he didn't hold out much hope in his heart. Most users of gun-type weapons pursued extremely fast draw speed. For first- and second-tier Esper users, a gun weighing 70 kilograms or around 100 kilograms was about right. 260 kilograms, which is almost only something a third-tier awakened one can lift. But a third-tier awakened one's full gear is at least C-grade and above. A D-grade spear like this is too low-end for them. Too weak for low-tier users, too mediocre for high-tier ones. Because of that, after the spear was forged, it had been displayed here, and no one had asked about it for over a year. Zhou Hai sighed inwardly. He had no idea what that weapon master was thinking. Making a spear like this, wasn't that just a loss? Ability enchantment is a very advanced technique that can fix and awaken one's power onto equipment. For example, a spatial ring is made by infusing spatial ability into it. Every use of this technique is extremely expensive, so the cost of this spear far exceeded that of an ordinary D-grade spear. Zhou Hai glanced at Su Lichuan again. He was only a first-tier upper awakened one. At the mention of 260 kilograms, he'd probably be stunned for a moment. Not to mention, he likely couldn't even afford that many credits. Forget it, he'd show him a lighter spear later. Can I try this spear? Su Lichuan asked. Sure. I'll help you swap it for a lighter one. Zhou Hai reflexively began to reply, but halfway through he suddenly stopped. He froze for a moment. Are you sure you want to try it? This spear weighs 260 kilograms. No problem. I actually need a heavier spear. Su Lichuan's eyes were full of anticipation. He wanted to see whether this spear would give him a surprise. There was a test room on the 13th floor, specially set up for customers to try out weapons. At that moment, through the transparent glass, one could see a young man inside practicing with a spear. His entire body was wrapped in blue-purple lightning, and the black spear in his hand kept flashing and spinning. Spear shadows came one after another, like a thunder dragon rampaging wildly through the room. A lot of students outside who had come to look at spears were stunned. This spear technique is way too fierce, isn't it? I'm afraid it's already at the advanced level. Who is that? Such a thunder-based spear technique. The pressure is really intense. Drawing the spear so fast, he must be a third-tier senior, right? On the 13th floor, besides Su Lichuan, there were many other students choosing spears. Most of them used spears themselves, and when they saw this set of spear techniques, they were all secretly shocked. Someone knew Zhou Hai, so he asked with a smile, "Senior, what model is that spear in your hands? It looks pretty impressive." "Dark Cloud Gale Spear," Zhou Hai answered directly. Hearing that, the man froze. "And this spear is worth a third-tier ability user's attention? Not a third-tier person's attention, but a first-tier person's." Zhou Hai said, "The one inside is only first-tier?" The man looked completely baffled. A first-tier user can wield such a heavy spear? A first-tier user can use such advanced spear techniques? Isn't that a joke? Correct. First tier. Zhou Hai threw out the line and couldn't be bothered to explain further. He turned around and smiled as he greeted Su Lichuan, who had just come out of the test room. "Classmate Su, how is this spear?" During the test firing just now, he had already learned Su Lichuan's name. "Not bad."
Su Lichuan not dead.
"It's just a little light, but it works." He had just brought the thunderous indestructible body to the second layer, and his vital energy and blood had risen by quite a bit. By his estimation, he could easily handle a spear weighing 300 kilograms. This 260-kilogram Dark Cloud Gale Spear was barely usable. The spear body also had wind element augmentation, making thrusting and retracting much faster than his original Black Radiant Spear. What's more, the spear was made of D-grade alloy, so the purple firmament Divine Thunder could conduct through it even more smoothly. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai immediately perked up, even rubbing his hands together. Although the school had an equipment department, the equipment department also had to make money on its own in normal times. Weapon development was extremely costly. With some weapons masters, just one idea could burn through hundreds of thousands or even millions. A spear like this, while not as exaggerated as costing tens of millions, was still a considerable investment. It had been sitting there unsold, and he had been worried about it. Now, at last, someone had taken a liking to it. The Dark Cloud Gale Spear wasn't expensive either. The official price is 600 credits. "I'll give you a 20% discount. 480 credits will do." Zhou Hai directly quoted a discounted price, as if afraid Su Lichuan couldn't afford it. In fact, the price was already very close to cost. After all, this gun was forged from several hundred kilograms of D-rank alloy. Can it be a bit cheaper?
Su Lichuan blinket.
10 minutes later, Su Lichuan left the equipment department with the Dark Cloud Gale Spear. In his student account, he only had 412 academic credits in total. Just now upstairs, he had also tried several other guns. Either they were too light or they weren't fast enough. The ones that could satisfy both weight and speed were far more expensive than this spear. There was no choice. In the end, he could only sell the Black Radiant Spear he had in hand to the equipment department for recycling, and only then did he get 100 academic credits. But even so, after spending 480 academic credits, he was left with only 32 academic credits. With 32 academic credits, there's no way I can buy a D-rank battle suit from the school. But I still have over 7 million in my bank card. I'll just go outside and buy the rest later. The purchasing power of one academic credit was even higher than 10,000 xia currency. The equipment produced by Magic City Ability University was also of better quality. It was just that Su Lichuan had already spent all his academic credits, so he could only go off campus to complete the rest of his equipment. After making up his mind, he didn't leave campus immediately, but returned to the second floor of the student villa. "Iva, open the school mission system." Okay. A holographic projection soon popped up in midair. Mission 1. Collect 30 Armblade Tiger Sinews from a Tier 2 Armblade Tiger. Reward: 60 academic credits.
C-rank mission.
Mission 2. Collect 30 Qingling grass plants that are over 20 years old. Reward: 43 academic credits.
D-rank mission.
Mission 3. Go to the southwest to participate in a battle campaign. Requirement: Tier 2 mid-stage or above. Reward: 600 academic credits. S-rank mission. Task 4. Assist the Shanghai Public Security Bureau in apprehending fugitive Chen Hang. A Stage 3 lower rank. Reward: 200 credits. A-rank mission. Task 5. This is the school's mission system. Anyone can post missions on it, and anyone can take them for credits. The missions are all kinds of things. Hunting ferocious beast materials, gathering rare flowers and exotic herbs. You can take all of those. Even more ruthless are large-scale war missions, or jobs like apprehending fugitives. But compared with the earlier missions, those two are much more dangerous. The mission board kept refreshing. Some missions were taken, while new ones kept being posted. This is the training model of Shanghai Ability University. Su Lichuan looked at the mission board, feeling a bit emotional. At Shanghai Ability University, different people live completely different lives. Some attend classes and train every day, living steadily and comfortably. Others keep taking missions, throwing themselves into danger, struggling while earning credits. The former is easier, but their strength improves slowly. The latter is dangerous, but the credits can quickly be exchanged for resources, and their strength rises rapidly as well. No wonder people say the strongest students at Shanghai Ability University are often not on campus, but outside it. Su Lichuan shook his head and began selecting missions. This time he would be staying in the wilderness zone for more than a month, so he might as well use the opportunity to take on some missions and make up the credits. In the end, Su Lichuan accepted 3 B-rank missions and 1 A-rank mission from the mission system. Then, he went to an equipment store outside the school and spent 2.1 million Great Xia coins on a set of Class D battle armor and battle boots. After everything was ready, he took the high-speed train at 2 p.m. that afternoon and headed to Yuanshui City, next to Modu. Decades ago, Yuanshui City was just an ordinary prefecture-level city with very average development. But later, after the outskirts of Yuanshui City were occupied by fierce beasts and turned into a wilderness zone, the city unexpectedly began to develop rapidly. By now, it already had the outline of a developed city. The reason was not complicated. Yuanshui City has a wilderness zone, attracting a large number of espers to hunt ferocious beasts and search for rare flowers and exotic herbs. What thing do espers use that doesn't cost money? Weapons, battle suits, combat boots, potions. All of these need to be equipped in a matching set. It was impossible to expect those ability users who came out of the wilderness zone, with their battle suits already torn, to go all the way to the more developed magic city next door to get them repaired. So, all kinds of shops and equipment stores related to ability users were quickly built. In addition, ability users who risked their lives in the wilderness zone would often come back to the city and spend lavishly once they made a lot of money. Little by little, Yuanshui City was built up this way. However, although Yuanshui City developed thanks to the wilderness zone, it had always been highly vigilant toward this ticking time bomb. Outside the wilderness zone, over 10,000 troops were stationed there all year round. To make it easier for ability users to enter and leave for supplies, a huge supply base was specially built outside. July 16th, 6 p.m. A train came from the distance and stopped by the asphalt road in front of the Yuanshui supply base. When the doors opened, more than a dozen ability users wearing battle suits got off one after another. Some carried knives, some wore swords, and some shouldered shields. They chatted in 2s and 3s as they walked toward the supply base. Most of these people carried knives or swords. Only one tall young man, dressed in a black battle suit and carrying a dark golden spear on his back, stood out especially. Yuanshui supply base, finally here. Su Lichuan looked at the building before him and slowly exhaled. From Magic City to Yuanshui City, the high-speed rail ride took just over 2 hours. But from Yuanshui high-speed rail station, taking this direct train to the supply base took him another 2 hours. If I come here often in the future, I might as well buy a car. Otherwise, taking the train is too slow. After confirming that the building in front of him was indeed the Yuanshui supply base, Su Lichuan no longer delayed and stepped into the first-floor lobby. The Yuanshui wilderness zone was very large, and there were at least over 1,000 ability users coming and going from the wilderness zone every day. As the main base for ability users, the supply base was built very luxuriously. The marble floor was so polished it could reflect people, and the crystal chandelier in the center shone like a tiny sun. In the hall, male and female staff carrying tea and snacks walked back and forth. Every one of them had a smile on their face, offering the best service to the ability users resting on the sofas. It was summer now, and the people in Yuanshui City were all dressed very lightly. The female staff here were no exception, all wearing short skirts. Their pale legs swayed back and forth, making people dizzy just watching them. If Zhang Hao were here, keep staring like this and I'm afraid I'd be unable to move on the spot. Those words reminded Su Lichuan of his high school best friend. After arriving in Modu, he had also stayed in contact with Zhang Hao and Lu Jia. Sir, may I ask how I can help you? Su Lichuan stood still, and a pretty female waitress took the initiative to walk over. Aside from work reasons, she spoke up also because of Su Lichuan's striking face. I want to register as an adventurer. How do I do that? Not just anyone could enter the wilderness zone. Ability users entering for the first time had to register as adventurers and receive a satellite communication watch before they would be allowed in. That way, even if they died in the wilderness zone, a record would still be left behind. This identity only needed to be registered once and was valid in wilderness zones nationwide. Register as an adventurer? Okay, please follow me. The female staff member led him to the front desk. Give me your ID card, then fill out this form, and after that, complete the most basic strength certification. The receptionist handed Su Lichuan a form, and he also passed over his ID card. There wasn't much on the form, mainly basic information such as name, age, school, and level. After Su Lichuan finished filling it out, the female waitress beside him immediately showed envy when she saw that he had written Modu Ability University in the school column. Magic Capital Ability University? That's amazing. By the time you graduate, you'll at least be a Tier 3, maybe even a Tier 4 ability user. Yuan Shui City was close to Magic Capital, so of course she knew about this top university in the country. In fact, quite a few students from Magic Capital Ability University came here to train, but most only came after reaching Tier 2, for the sake of safety. Someone like Su Lichuan, who dared to enter the wilderness zone at just Tier 1 upper, was exceedingly rare. Looking at his age, she also guessed that he was probably a newly arrived freshman. With Tier 1 upper strength upon enrollment, reaching Tier 2 or even Tier 3 by graduation would be no problem at all. Thanks for your kind words. Su Lichuan smiled faintly. After filling out the form, he went to have his strength certified. The certification was very simple. As long as the strength he unleashed matched what was written on the form, that was enough. He only slightly activated his ability and passed smoothly. The adventurer ID card will take a little while to make, sir. You can wait on the sofa in the lobby first. Okay. Su Lichuan nodded, ordered a cold drink, and found an empty seat to sit down. The consumption at the supply base was indeed not low. Even a regular cold drink cost over 100 great xia coins. However, he also understood that when an ability user made one trip into the wilderness zone, the fierce beast materials, rare flowers, and exotic herbs they brought back could easily earn at least several 100,000. This little bit of money was nothing at all. On Blue Star, ordinary people and ability users were completely two different worlds. What ordinary people might toil for a whole year and still not earn, ability users could get from one round trip into the wilderness zone. It was just that ordinary people faced no danger, while ability users were literally exchanging their lives for money. Once the ID card is ready, I'll buy some supplies, and then I can enter the wilderness zone early tomorrow morning. Su Lichuan sipped his cold drink while mentally planning his next steps. But just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the lobby. Zhang Chuxian is here. Goddess Zhang. As expected of a current student at MO University, that presence is really powerful. As soon as the murmurs arose, the people on the sofas all turned to look toward the entrance of the lobby. Zhang Chuxian? Why does that name sound kind of familiar? Su Lichuan froze for a moment, then looked toward the entrance as well. At the entrance of the source water supply base hall, a group of 6 people walked in. Leading the way was a tall girl of about 18 or 19. She wore a pale blue battle suit, and the tight fabric clearly outlined her curves. She had a full chest, a slender waist, and a very eye-catching figure. Her features were delicate, with a high nose bridge, long and dense eyelashes, and fair skin that seemed to glow. What stood out most was her long hair. Her white hair hung all the way down to her waist. Not the sickly kind of white, but smooth and lustrous like silk. A few people followed behind her, both men and women, each tall and imposing, like bodyguards. Another person had a heavy camera slung over one shoulder. Looks like Goddess Zhang is heading to the wilderness zone again. In the hall, the ability users were still discussing the group that had just passed by. Tisk didn't expect to actually see Zhang Chuxian in person. Seriously, even though her videos are all filmed in teams, the quality is really high. I watch every episode. She must have more than 10 million fans online, right? More than that. Almost 15 million. If I could be her boyfriend, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Come on. Even 20 years less would be useless. She's a second-year student at Magiopolis Ability University. Why would she even look at you? Dream on. A burst of laughter rose from nearby. Sitting in his seat, Su Lichuan listened to their conversation and finally remembered. Wasn't this the goddess Zhang that Zhang Hao had cried and begged him to help get an autograph photo for before he left Zhangcheng? After arriving in Magiopolis, he and Zhang Hao would call occasionally, and Zhang Hao would always bring it up, pestering him so much that he even went to look her up. But at school, he never ran into her once. Who would have thought that just after entering the wilderness zone, he'd bump into her directly. He watched Jiang Chuxian and the others go upstairs, and had to admit that Zhang Hao's taste really wasn't bad. If he were to compare them seriously, among the women he had seen, only Song Chuyun could really stand up to her. Jiang Chuxian was cold and stunning, while Song Chuyun was charming and alluring. As for their looks, the two were about the same. As for their figures, Su Lichuan felt that Song Chuyun was even slightly better. Jiang Chuxian and the others quickly disappeared at the stairwell. This supply base was a comprehensive building. It not only sold equipment, but also bought ferocious beast materials and rare flowers and herbs. The upper floors were even like a hotel, offering lodging. Many ability users who didn't return to the city would directly stay here. Not long after, a female attendant came over and handed Su Lichuan a black card and a smartwatch. "Sir, your adventurer certificate has been processed. This is a satellite smartwatch. It has a map of the wilderness area inside." The black card was the adventurer certificate, with basic information such as name and level written on it. Su Lichuan put away the card and put on the watch. He lightly tapped the screen, and a map of the wilderness area immediately projected out. On the map, the activity of ferocious beasts and the level of danger in the outer areas were all clearly marked. But farther in, the map became a blur. And even the places that were marked might not necessarily be accurate. Ferocious beasts could leave their territory at any time and come out hunting. Still, something was better than nothing. At least it can serve as a reference. "Thanks." Su Lichuan confirmed the watch was fine and stood up to leave. Just as he got to his feet, someone called out to him. "Hey, kid, want some pills?" He turned around and saw a lean, middle-aged man. The other man was all smiles and warmth. "Kid, you can tell at a glance that this is your first time entering the wilderness zone, right? You can't go into the wilderness zone without pills. I've got all kinds of pills here, and the price is negotiable. Want to take a look?" "Pills?" Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. Pills were indeed essential supplies for entering the wilderness zone. Healing pills, detox pills, these could save your life at critical moments. "How much are yours?" he asked. As soon as the middle-aged man heard there might be a deal, he immediately quoted the prices. 1-grade healing pill, 20,000 each. 1-grade detox pill, 15,000 each. The 2nd-grade ones are a bit more expensive, but not outrageously so, 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. "Oh, that's not really expensive." Su Lichuan said that, but his eyes turned cold. Medicinal pills range from 1st grade to 9th grade. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect. But even a 1st-grade pill would normally cost 3,000 or 4,000 apiece. The price this guy quoted was almost half off. And coupled with the way this man acted so mysteriously, Su Lichuan could tell at a glance. This was a fraud selling fake medicine. And an old hand at it, too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically targeted newly registered rookies. "Of course, my pills are famous for being cheap and effective." The middle-aged man thumped his chest, looking utterly confident. Su Lichuan just laughed outright, the smile carrying obvious sarcasm. "A healing pill for 20,000 each. You really think I'd believe this fake medicine actually works?" The smile on the middle-aged man's face stiffened instantly. "You saw through it long ago? What do you think?" Su Lichuan asked in return. After saying that lightly, the atmosphere shifted at once. "Fine, very fine." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked Su Lichuan up and down, the aura around him growing increasingly dangerous. "Such a mere 1st-tier upper rank? And you dare play tricks on me?" Before Su Lichuan could say anything, a furious shout came from beside him. "Zhao Chunlin, you're selling fake medicine here again." The speaker was one of the 4 people in the group, a young woman. She wore black battle armor and carried a black longsword on her back. In her 20s, with sharp, piercing features, she rushed over and stood protectively in front of Su Lichuan. "It's you." Seeing her, Zhao Chunlin's brows immediately furrowed. This woman was named Wang Qian. She had already been deceived by him once earlier. After Wang Qian's level rose, he never bothered provoking her again. He hadn't expected that today she would actually stand up for a newcomer. If it had been anyone else, Zhao Chunlin would have already made a move. But Wang Qian still had a squad behind her, not someone easy to mess with. If things really blew up, he wouldn't gain any advantage. He could only snort coldly and say to Su Lichuan, "Consider yourself lucky that someone's backing you. Better not leave the supply base for the next few days, or you'll regret it." After saying that, he gave Su Lichuan a vicious look before turning and leaving. A wave of discussion immediately rose around them. "TSK, this newcomer's been targeted by Zhao Chunlin. He's in big trouble. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke him. I heard he already advanced to mid-second tier a while ago. This kid's only first tier upper rank. He's probably going to be in for it. Quite a few ability users in the hall turned to look. At the source water supply base, mid-second tier was already considered a decent combat strength. Su Lichuan, only at first tier upper rank, actually dared to go head-to-head with Zhao Chunlin, so naturally he became the unlucky one in many people's eyes. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wang Qian turned to look at Su Lichuan, frowning. You had a conflict with Zhao Chunlin just now? Without waiting for Su Lichuan to answer, she said directly, forget it. Since you've already gotten on his bad side, you'd better not leave the supply base for the next few days. Fighting is prohibited here, so he can't do anything to you. Thanks for the warning. Su Lichuan spoke in a calm tone. He didn't actually take Zhao Chunlin seriously, but Wang Qian had not only stepped in to stop him just now, she'd also kindly reminded him. He noted that favor. It was nothing, Wang Qian said with a wave of her hand. I got tricked by him before, so I don't want to see anyone else get fooled again. Su Lichuan asked again. So he's been scamming people like this all along, and no one does anything about it? Wang Qian let out a cold laugh. Heh, he has ties to the black market. Who would dare mess with him? In truth, it wasn't just the black market. Zhao Chunlin also had connections with the higher-ups of the supply base. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to scam people here for so many years. At that moment, someone in Wang Qian's team called out to her. Xiaoqian, we should head back to the room. Wang Qian answered, and before leaving, she reminded him once more. Remember, no matter what, don't leave the supply base during this time. What a kind girl. Watching her leave with her teammates, Su Lichuan nodded slightly. This world had never lacked people who loved watching the drama. Those who were truly willing to help were pitifully few. Just like now, there were clearly other victims in the lobby. Yet when Zhao Chunlin came for him, not a single person stood up to warn him. Maybe some were even secretly waiting to enjoy the show. Only Wang Qian stepped forward directly and shielded him behind her like she was protecting a child. Her personality was actually a bit like his high school class monitor, Lin Qingyuan, equally kind and gentle. As for Zhao Chunlin, Su Lichuan didn't take him seriously at all. Just a mid-tier second rank, it was even questionable whether he could withstand one shot from him. Next, Su Lichuan used official channels to buy a tactical backpack at the supply base, along with enough fresh water and energy bars to last more than a month. He also bought 10 first-rank healing pills, 10 first-rank detox pills, and 1 second-rank blood-boosting pill. These supplies and the backpack weren't expensive, costing less than 100,000 in total. The truly expensive items were the pills, which cost him a full 900,000. But the money was well spent, especially that 300,000 second-rank blood-boosting pill, which was for fighting for his life when it really mattered. After buying everything, Su Lichuan got a room at the supply base and slept there for the night. Early the next morning, he left the supply base fully armed. But just as he stepped onto the plaza in front of the base, a familiar voice came from not far ahead. Yo, didn't expect you'd actually dare to come out. In front of the Yuanshui supply base was a wide plaza. Only after crossing the plaza could one truly enter the wilderness zone. As soon as Su Lichuan walked out of the supply base and stepped onto the plaza, he was blocked by Zhao Chunlin. At this point, Zhao Chunlin was no longer dressed like the merchant from yesterday. He had changed into combat gear and was carrying a long saber on his back, clearly having prepared in advance. You really don't listen. I told you not to leave the base, but you insisted on coming out. Now look at this, you've run right into me. Zhao Chunlin looked at Su Lichuan, his face full of smug satisfaction. He had already predicted yesterday that Su Lichuan wouldn't obediently stay put, so he had been waiting outside early this morning. As expected, the moment Su Lichuan came out, he ran straight into him. I, Zhao Chunlin, am not someone to be trifled with. Slap yourself 10 times, then pay me 200,000, and we'll call it even. As he spoke, he directly drew his long saber, and the aura of a middle-stage second-tier ability user suddenly burst forth, immediately drawing the attention of many people in the plaza. At this moment, at the entrance of the supply base hall, Wang Qian and the others also walked out. She caught sight of Su Lichuan not far away, facing off against Zhao Chunlin. Damn it! Didn't I tell him not to leave the base during this time? Why did he still come out? Wang Qian's expression changed, and she was about to rush over. But just as she moved, she was stopped by Captain Yao Mushi. Xiaoqian, don't panic. Let's take a look first. Yao Mushi was about the same age as Wang Qian, just a bit taller. She stared thoughtfully at the long spear behind Su Lichuan. Well, fine. Wang Qian could only stop, but she was also a little annoyed. feeling that Su Lichuan hadn't listened to her at all. It'd be good for him to suffer a little, so he won't keep refusing to listen. That was what she was thinking. On the other side, Zhao Chunlin looked at Su Lichuan, his sneer growing colder. What, not convinced? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm afraid the rest of your life will be spent in a wheelchair, because I'll break both of your legs completely. After speaking, the skin on his body began to change. All the exposed skin turned grayish-blue, with a metallic sheen. C-rank ability, metallized skin. With this layer of defense, plus the D-rank combat suit on his body, he practically felt invincible. With metallized skin, plus my combat suit, you won't even be able to break through my defense. You! Before Zhao Chunlin could finish, Su Lichuan coldly uttered 2 words. Noisy! Zhao Chunlin froze. Before he could react, a terrifying force suddenly surged from his waist. His D-rank combat suit and his metallized skin were useless against this force, like paper. The next second, his entire body was sent flying backward, slamming heavily onto the ground as if struck by a cannonball. Bang!
Bang!
Bang! Several pits were smashed into the ground. He flew 8 or 9 meters away before finally stopping, lying motionless, his life and death unknown. As for Su Sichuan, who had made the move, he acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't even look at him, and simply walked straight toward the entrance of the wilderness zone. The square instantly erupted in an uproar. Instant kill? That fierce. I didn't even see how he made his move. Zhao Chunlin has finally met his match this time. I was worried about that guy yesterday, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Zhao Chunlin was somewhat of a known figure at the Yuanshui supply base. But now that he had been defeated so miserably, it immediately sparked a wave of discussion. Quite a few people who had been screwed over by him before, but had never dared to fight back, felt thoroughly pleased. Some even ran over to check his injuries. All they saw was that his waist was a bloody mess, as if it had been blasted apart by a heavy blow, his body covered in blood. He was still breathing, but barely clinging to his last breath. At the entrance of the supply base, Wang Qian stared wide-eyed, completely in disbelief. She never would have imagined that things would turn out like this. Su Lichuan not only failed to be suppressed, but instead instantly took Zhao Chunlin out. What shocked her even more was that, as a second-tier lower-rank Esper herself, she hadn't even seen how Su Lichuan made his move. It was a whip kick, Yao Mushi said. She had seen it clearly. She just hadn't expected that a single whip kick could have such terrifying power. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is shattered. This time, she didn't finish, but the meaning was already obvious. Whether he can even survive is hard to say. Even if he's saved, he'll probably end up a cripple in a wheelchair. Yao Mushi looked over there, a hint of admiration in her almond-shaped eyes. As expected from someone from Shanghai Esper University. He's really strong, and ruthless too. Magic City Superpower University? Captain, how did you figure that out? Wang Qian blinked and hurriedly asked. The other 2 teammates also looked over, their faces full of curiosity. He has the emblem of Magic City Superpower University on his spear. Yao Mushi's tone was flat. She had noticed it just now. It was the insignia of a thorny rose entwined around a sword. Any weapon produced by Magic City Superpower University would carry this mark. Besides, apart from people from top-tier universities, who else have you ever seen able to kill across ranks in one blow? True. Wang Qian immediately understood, her eyes lighting up, and she casually said, Aren't we still short of an assault fighter on our team? Why not pull him in? Besides, our school is right in the Magic City University town. It'd be convenient to team up in the future. Yao Mushi glanced at her and said leisurely, He's already gone far away. How are you going to recruit him? Besides, when our squad was formed, didn't we agree to only take female members? They were all students of Linjiang Superpower University in the Magic City University town. This time they had come to the wilderness area to take advantage of the summer vacation to hunt more ferocious beasts and save up more money and resources. The other 2 girls burst into laughter after hearing that. Oh, Xiao Qian, don't tell me you've taken a liking to him? Still, that little guy really is pretty handsome. I wouldn't mind him joining the team either. The wilderness area was different from school. At school, there were rules and training. In the wilderness area, there was only one rule. Seize. The strong prey on the weak. Whoever is stronger gets the final say. Even the supply bases outside were the same. Beast flesh and blood, rare flowers and herbs, exotic fruits. Everything was worth money. The profits were too great, and the place had long been a mix of good and bad, with various forces entangled together. In a place like this, even the Public Security Bureau, which was responsible for illegal crimes, found it difficult to intervene. This is a blatant gray area. As long as you're strong enough and don't make too much of a scene, no one will care. But if you're blind to the danger and provoke someone you shouldn't, no one will save you either. Zhao Chunlin met exactly that fate. Relying on his strength as a second-tier mid-level fighter, he had wanted to suppress Su Lichuan by force. Unexpectedly, Su Lichuan was not an ant at all, but a dragon. In the end, it was he who got crushed. Su Lichuan swiped his adventurer certificate and smoothly entered the wilderness zone. Roar! A woo! Just as he stepped inside, bursts of ferocious beast roars came from all around. Compared with the exam site for the martial arts college entrance exam, this Yuanshui wilderness zone was clearly much larger, and the ferocious beasts inside were even fiercer and more savage. Those roars came from far away, but they still carried a strong sense of oppression. Su Lichuan immediately made his judgment. At the very least, they're all fourth-tier ferocious beasts. The higher a ferocious beast's level, the smarter it is. The intelligence of a fourth-tier ferocious beast was already about the same as that of a 10-year-old child, and it also knew how to defend its territory. The occasional roar was a warning to others. This is my territory, don't barge in. If another fourth-tier ferocious beast dared to enter, it would definitely be met with a brutal fight. Of course, for human ability users like Su Lichuan, they are also prey in the eyes of those creatures. The source water wilderness area is roughly divided into two regions, ruin towns and mountain forests. Su Lichuan opened the map on his smartwatch and studied it carefully. Although he was only at the upper stage of first rank now, his true combat power had already approached the peak of second rank. So the place he needed to find had to meet two conditions. First, there had to be many ferocious beasts. Second, there had to be few high-ranking ferocious beasts. Only then could he unleash himself and hunt them freely, quickly earning ability points. By comparison, the ferocious beasts in the ruin towns were usually weaker, while those in the mountain forests were stronger. So his target soon fell on the ruin towns. A city has a lot of ferocious beasts, but most of them are only first rank, which is too low. Seatown has many second-rank ferocious beasts, but there are traces of third-rank and even fourth-rank ferocious beasts nearby. Too dangerous. Let's look at other places. He filtered through them one by one, and in the end selected a place. Pingan County. In that stretch of ruins, most of the ferocious beasts were second rank. There were very few first-rank ones, and not a single third-rank or fourth-rank beast. What's more, the area was large enough to harbor at least 500 to 600 ferocious beasts. For him right now, this was just right. Then I'll go to Pingan County. Su Lichuan's eyes darkened. After locking onto the direction, he flashed forward and dashed out like a leopard. Pingan County. Pingan County was about 20 kilometers from the entrance to the wilderness zone. If he pushed himself at full speed, he could get there in less than 40 minutes. But this was the wilderness zone, not a track where he could just sprint recklessly. Su Lichuan stayed extremely careful the whole way, deliberately taking safe detours to avoid places where high-tier ferocious beasts might roam. Even so, it took him a full 3 hours to reach outside the city. Pingan County. We've arrived. What appeared before his eyes was a ruined city, like one of the exam sites for the martial arts college entrance exam. The buildings that had once lined the streets, tall and dense, had long since decayed beyond recognition. Everywhere on the ground were the cars left behind by people fleeing for their lives back then. After decades, the car bodies had completely rotted away, leaving only piles of metal frames. The original concrete roads had also been completely overgrown by wild grass, and among the thickets he could still see many skeletons gnawed clean. Some were ferocious beasts, some were human. Roar! Howl! Waves of terrifying beast roars echoed out from inside the city. This was completely different from the ferocious beasts kept captive at the martial arts college entrance exam site. This was a den of ferocious beasts, a place of death for humankind. Just these roars alone were enough to make timid ability users' legs go weak. But Su Lichuan had no reaction at all. Instead, battle intent burned in his eyes, and he could even feel a fengkong craving in the depths of his heart for the slaughter to come. The negative emotions of the thunderstorm sky dragon? The dark cloud gale spear was already gripped tightly in his hand. This time, there's no need to hold back anymore. Let's start killing. He flashed forward with his spear and charged straight into the county seat. Pingan County was large, and many ferocious beasts were entrenched inside. Although Su Lichuan had peak second-tier strength, at most he could only handle 2 or 3 peak second-tier ferocious beasts at once. If there were too many, he would still have to run. so he didn't dare make too much of a commotion. Otherwise, if he drew in all several hundred second-tier ferocious beasts in the entire county, even with Thunder Flash, it would be hard for him to get away. After entering the city, Su Lichuan first went after solitary ferocious beasts. He only made a move if it was a lone beast, or a beast pack with fewer than 10 ferocious beasts and no more than 3 second-tier peak ferocious beasts. Ding! Killed 1 second-tier lower Shadow Cat, gained 18 ability points. Ding! Killed 1 second-tier mid-level one-horned rhinoceros, gained 22 ability points. Ding! Killed 1 second-tier lower armblade tiger, gained 19 ability points. Ding! Killed 1 second-tier mid-level shadow cat, gained 21 ability points. Just like that, Su Lichuan, alone with his spear, darted through Ping'an County City like a ghost as he began a frenzy of slaughter. It was unclear whether it was the thunderstorm tyrant dragon blood at work, but along the way he not only never grew tired, he became more and more excited the more he killed. As he kept making moves, the ability points on the system panel also surged from Kong upward. 1 month later, Ping'an County City. A 4-person ability user squad walked along the ruined streets. Compared with other Wilderness Zone squads, this team was clearly much looser. Each of them had their weapons slung behind their backs, and there wasn't a trace of tension on their faces. Captain, what do you think is going on in Ping'an County City? We've been wandering around all day. Why haven't we seen a single ferocious beast? One team member couldn't help complaining. They had arrived in Ping'an County City last night, and from the moment they got there, something felt off. The entire city was far too quiet, but visibility was poor at night, and many ferocious beasts simply liked to hide after dark, so they didn't think much of it. Who would have thought that by the next morning, when they were ready to begin hunting ferocious beasts in earnest, they would discover that the entire Ping'an County City was as quiet as a dead city. From morning until afternoon, they hadn't encountered a single ferocious beast. If it had been before, they would have started killing long ago. You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? The captain was a bald, burly man, and his temper was just about to boil over. He snapped back immediately. There are at least 500 or 600 ferocious beasts in Ping'an County. With a beast herd this large, even if they moved, there's no way it would be this cleanly emptied out. Another team member frowned and said, their squad came here often, so they were very familiar with the terrain and the distribution of the ferocious beasts. But who could have imagined that just 1 month without coming here, and the place had changed completely? Search for another 2 hours. If there are still no ferocious beasts, we'll change locations. The bald captain said in a deep voice. They knew the terrain and the ferocious beast distribution in Ping'an County very well. But if they switched to another place, they'd have to spend time getting familiar with it all over again. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to give up this place. At that moment, in a ruined building in the distance, a second-tier lower-ranked armblade tiger suddenly leaped out and charged straight into everyone's view. It's an armblade tiger. For this team, a beast of this level wasn't much of a threat. But they had been wandering around the city all day without encountering even a single ferocious beast, and each of them was already stifled with frustration. Now that prey had suddenly appeared, their eyes lit up. Finally, it was here. The first ferocious beast had finally shown itself. A look of delight appeared on the burly bald man's face, and he immediately waved and shouted, "Attack! Kill it!" The group immediately pounced, each one wanting to snatch this gift of prey for themselves, especially the middle-aged man with the broadsword, who charged to the front in just a few steps. Just as he was about to unleash his power and leap in for the kill, boom! From a tall building in the distance, a loud blast suddenly erupted, like a thunderous detonation. In the next second, a terrifyingly thick blue-purple spear of lightning shot through the sky like a cannonball from the horizon. What the hell is that? Before everyone could even react, the spear of lightning had already slammed hard into the armblade tiger. Boom! The ground trembled violently, arcs of electricity tore wildly through the air, and the thunderclap was ear-splitting. A blue-purple mushroom cloud of lightning exploded on the spot, horrifyingly terrifying. The armblade tiger didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was blasted into scraps. Holy crap! The burly man closest to it trembled so hard that the long doll in his hand clattered to the ground with a clang. If he had been just a step faster just now, the one turned to dust wouldn't have been only that armblade tiger. The others were all stunned as well. One person looked tremblingly at the bald burly man, even his voice changing. "See, Commander, what was that just now? A new laser weapon. Ferocious beasts had thick skin and tough flesh. Ordinary bullets and missiles couldn't even pierce them. Only a laser weapon could possibly have that kind of power. Doesn't seem like it. The bald, burly man stared at the distant high-rise, his expression darkening. Laser weapons are faster. This looks more like a lightning-type combat technique. He immediately lowered his voice and urgently ordered, "Go! This county town of Ping'an has probably already been occupied by some powerhouse. That strike just now was a warning to us. No wonder we couldn't find any ferocious beasts. So they'd all been killed by that person. This lightning spear is terrifying. My legs have gone weak. Let's retreat quickly. If we're too late and anger that expert, we're in trouble." A group of people no longer dared to linger. They immediately turned around and quickly withdrew toward the city outskirts, fearing they would be hit by another lightning spear. Ding! Killed one second-tier lower-ranked Armblade Tiger. Gained 19 ability points. Ping'an County, on the rooftop of a high-rise building. A tall young man slowly withdrew his right hand, blue-purple lightning still lingering in his palm. He was Su Lichuan. After staying in Ping'an County for more than a month, he no longer looked as clean as when he first entered the city. His black combat suit was stained with dark red blood, torn in many places, and his combat boots were covered in dust. Only the dark cloud gale spear on his back was still fairly clean, still radiating its original dark gold sheen. His short hair had also grown into medium length, and a ring of stubble had appeared on his chin, giving him a more weathered look. But this did not lower his bearing. Instead, it made that face appear even colder and harder. Especially those black and white eyes, cold as a blade, yet carrying a clarity honed by wind and frost. For some middle-aged married women, this look was almost irresistibly attractive. The lightning spear at advanced proficiency has actually expanded its range to over 1,000 meters. Not bad. Su Lichuan's lips curved slightly. That thunder spear just now was his test of the power of the lightning spear after it had been raised to advanced proficiency. The result was even stronger than he had expected. The ferocious beasts in Ping'an County are almost all dead. It's time to change locations. This county town originally had roughly more than 500 second-tier ferocious beasts. After a month of frenzied slaughter, these beasts had almost all turned into ability points. 8,000 ability points. This was the rough harvest Su Lichuan had tallied. It was only an estimate because every time he obtained ability points, he would use them immediately and never save them up. And his current panel was already quite outrageous. Name: Su Lichuan. Level Tier 2 Upper. Ability: Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, S.
Physique, 1310 Vitality, plus.
Spirit: 972 He, plus. Skills: Spear Technique, Master. Fist Technique, Intermediate. Thunder Spear, Advanced. Chain Thunder Spear, Intermediate. Thunder Flash, Advanced. Thunder Prison, Intermediate. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Body Tempering, Thunder Immortal Body, 3rd layer. Ability points: 112. Su Lichuan's level had directly jumped from Tier 1 Upper to Tier 2 Upper. His Thunder Immortal Body had also advanced to the 3rd layer, and he had successfully grasped the Lightning Extreme State. His Spear Technique had even reached the Master level, a realm that many ability users could never touch in their entire lives. The other combat skills had all at least been raised to the Intermediate level. In 1 month, I've reached Tier 2 Upper. The Thunder Immortal Body is at the 3rd layer, and several A-rank combat skills have been trained to the Intermediate level. Besides me, who else could do it? Su Lichuan stood on the rooftop, eyes shining, his whole body brimming with momentum. He knew very well that the Deep Blue system had contributed a lot, but his own desperate effort was indispensable too. After I finish up tonight, I'll head back to the supply base tomorrow, then continue deeper into the wilderness zone. He withdrew his gaze, turned, went downstairs and returned to his room. This room was only a little over 30 square meters, not exactly a good place, just a temporary foothold for him in Ping'an County. Inside there was only a desk and a bed, as simple as it could possibly be. But this was already the only room he had found after searching through more than a dozen, one that was still barely fit for living in. The furniture in the other rooms had all rotted away, and they couldn't even be used for lying down. In the corner of the room sat a huge black tactical backpack. A normal backpack could hold at most 100 or 200 kilograms, but he had stuffed more than 400 kilograms of stuff into this one, and the whole bag was almost distorted out of shape. Good thing I bought the reinforced version, or it would have broken long ago. Su Lichuan walked over and opened the backpack. Inside were all washed forearm blades, tiger tendons, cat claws, rhinoceros horns, and other valuable materials. When he first entered Ping'an County, every time he killed a ferocious beast, He stripped off all the materials on its body. But he soon discovered that there was too much stuff, and the backpack simply couldn't hold it all. Later, he simply picked only the most valuable parts to take. Even so, it still amounted to nearly 400 kilograms. As for rare flowers and strange herbs, he hadn't seen a single one. Either he recognized too few of them, or they only grew in forests and mountain ranges. Anyway, during this period, he hadn't come across any in Ping'an County. What should I eat tonight? Su Lichuan glanced at the backpack, then finally pulled out a thick tiger tendon. This thing was extremely tough. As soon as he picked it up, both ends kept swaying. He skillfully threaded the tiger tendon onto a bamboo pole, and with a flash of lightning in his hand, the pile of firewood in the room was instantly ignited. Not long after the bamboo pole was set up, the tiger tendon and the meat attached to it were roasted to a golden sheen, and the aroma soon filled the entire room. Su Lichuan picked up the bamboo pole and took a bite. The tiger tendon was springy and tender, with plenty of meaty flavor. He nodded in satisfaction, although he had brought a little over a month's supply of fresh water and energy bars. But energy bars had little flavor. They could only fill the stomach, and eating them for long was truly unbearable. So later on, he almost never touched the energy bars, and instead switched to grilling and eating it himself. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought any seasonings. Otherwise, it would have tasted even better. Tomorrow, when I get back to the supply base, I'll buy a pot first, then a set of seasonings. If I want meat in the future, I'll just pick a ferocious beast, kill it on the spot, and cook it fresh. At that thought, Su Lichuan couldn't help but think of the fisherman from his previous life. Freshness was what mattered. There weren't many ferocious beasts left in Ping'an County, and the ones still alive were only scattered here and there. After finishing his meal, Su Lichuan simply didn't go out hunting anymore. Instead, he stayed in his room training until 11 at night, then lay down and slipped into light sleep. Early the next morning, he slung a tactical backpack as tall as a person onto his back and headed for the supply base. August 17th, 10 a.m. Sunlight shone over the land, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Not far from the source water supply base, the entrance to the wilderness zone was, as always, bustling with people. Many ability users had just entered the wilderness zone from here, and many others were coming back out. Among those who emerged, some teams had reaped a decent harvest, smiles on their faces. Others were covered in injuries, being supported by their companions as they staggered out. At the entrances and exits of the wilderness zone, the atmosphere had always been heavy. One ability user team after another came out from inside. Many people wore ugly expressions and had injuries on them. Worse still, some even only managed to carry back a mangled corpse chewed beyond recognition. This is the wilderness zone, and it's extremely dangerous. No one knows what will happen in the next second. Yo, Old Lee, didn't you only enter Ping'an County City the day before yesterday? You're back already today? Found something good? Someone greeted them. Found my ass. The man opposite had a dark expression. Ping'an County City was taken over by a mysterious powerhouse. We came back first to catch our breath and get ready to move to another place. I see. Then report the news later. You might even get some intelligence reward. The official awakened ones guarding the entrances and exits had long grown used to life and death. They could even crack a few jokes with the teams coming and going. Just then, a huge black tactical backpack slowly came walking over in the distance. Everyone looked over and froze. What's going on? Did the backpack grow legs? Only when it got closer did they finally see that beneath the backpack was a tall, slender young man. Haha, what the hell is this? Carrying such a huge pack. Did this guy haul back an entire one-horned rhino? He's way too dumb. He can even stretch a backpack into that shape? Impressive. A standard tactical backpack, even when fully packed, could only hold about 1 cubic meter. But this young man's pack had been forced to expand to 2 cubic meters. Such a strange sight naturally drew plenty of laughter. They had originally thought he was some clueless rookie who didn't even know how to store beast materials, and had simply carried the entire beast back. But once they sensed the young man's aura, the laughter abruptly stopped. Second tier upper rank. An awakened one of that level was no rookie anymore. He had at least entered the wilderness zone several times. He carried back such a huge bag. How could it possibly just contain a single ferocious beast? It was probably all materials. Second tier upper rank. He must have hunted a second tier ferocious beast too. Look how tight that strap is. It's got to weigh at least 300 or 400 kilograms. How much would he make selling all those materials? The way everyone looked at the young man immediately changed. There was envy, and there was awe. There were already not many people brave enough to venture into the wilderness zone alone. Someone who could go in by himself and still bring back so many materials was even rarer. And he was so young too. If anything, he might be a top genius from some university. People like that were beyond what they could even imagine. Under everyone's gaze, Su Lichuan walked into the supply base building. Awakener's weapons were usually very heavy, so the elevators in the supply base were specially designed to bear weights of over 10,000 kilograms. Su Lichuan himself weighed over 120 kilograms, and with the Dark Cloud Gale Spear at 260 kilograms, plus those more than 400 kilograms of ferocious beast materials. Altogether, that came to nearly 790 kilograms. The elevator still rose steadily, though everyone inside felt it was moving much slower than usual. Ding dong! The elevator reached the 6th floor. As soon as Su Lichuan stepped out, everyone inside immediately felt much lighter. The 6th and 7th floors of the supply base were both places for purchasing ferocious beast materials. There were 10 counters in the 6th floor hall, and each counter had a line in front of it. Su Lichuan casually picked a queue and got in line. It wasn't long before it was his turn. "Sir, what materials would you like to sell?" The female staff member behind the counter asked with a smile. "Tier 2 beast materials." "All right, which Tier 2 beasts are they from? About how much do you have? You can put them on the weighing tray next to you to weigh them. The types are a bit mixed, and the total weight is around 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms? The female staff member froze, not yet recovering her senses. Su Lichuan had already taken off his backpack and dumped everything inside directly into the weighing tray. Crash! A large pile of ferocious beast materials suddenly poured out all at once. Most of other people's materials were just ordinary parts. But what he brought were all the essences from the ferocious beasts. Tiger sinews, arm blades, rhino horns. A pile of materials directly formed a small mountain. The number on the weighing scale finally stopped at 423.5 kilograms. "Sir, please wait a moment." The female staff member was clearly panicked and hurriedly said, "There are too many materials in your batch, and counting them is a bit troublesome. I need to call some more people over, requesting support." Before long, 4 or 5 more staff members came out from the back of the hall. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit, smiling broadly as he took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Zhao Yi, the supervisor responsible for purchasing materials on the 6th and 7th floors of the supply base."
Su Lichuan.
Su Lichuan nodded and shook his hand. "Mr. Su, you're truly young and promising. To be able to hunt so many ferocious beasts at such a young age, I'm truly impressed." Zhao Yi said warmly with a bright smile. "Just leave the counting to them here, and I guarantee we'll calculate everything clearly for you. Come, let's go sit over there." The supply base had always valued the strong, especially someone like Su Lichuan, a young upper-tier second-stage esper, whose future could almost be seen at a glance. So Zhao Yi kept his posture very humble. Not only did he invite him over for tea, but he also casually gave him a platinum membership card. From now on, whenever he bought anything at the supply base, he would get a 5% discount. "Sir, your ferocious beast materials have been counted." Half an hour later, the results of the inventory came out. 89 pieces of second-tier upper-grade ferocious beast materials, each worth 60,000 to 80,000 xia currency. 107 pieces of second-tier middle-grade ferocious beast materials, each worth 50,000 to 70,000. 221 pieces of second-tier lower-grade ferocious beast materials, each worth 40,000 to 60,000. In addition, there were 34 pieces of first-tier peak ferocious beast materials, each worth 20,000 to 30,000. After Zhao Yi finished reading, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This was no ordinary harvest. It was clearly the equivalent of wiping out an entire nest of ferocious beasts in one go. The smile on his face grew even wider. "These materials add up to 24.764 million. Let's round it off to 25 million. How about that?" Su Lichuan glanced at him and nodded. All right, this price was about what he had estimated. If he took it to the black market, it might be a little higher. But the supply base used official channels, which was worry-free and stable. Ding, your Zhongsha bank account ending in 7043 has received 25 million yuan. Current balance, 29,123,400 yuan. Not long after, a text message notification of the transfer came through. Su Lichuan originally had just over 4 million yuan, and in an instant it shot up to more than 29 million, essentially making him rich overnight. Even he couldn't help but feel his heart burn a little. Manager Zhao. Then see you next time. See you next time. Zhao Yi waved him off with a sincere smile. Just this one deal alone would earn him nearly $1 million in commission. After selling the ferocious beast materials, Su Lichuan didn't waste any time and went straight to the second-floor restaurant, ordered a table full of dishes, and lowered his head to eat heartily. He didn't notice that in the corner of the restaurant, a person in a wheelchair shot him a dark glance. Then the man slowly turned his wheelchair and left. A few minutes later, in Supervisor Zhao Yi's office. Supervisor, the person who hurt me has returned to the supply base. You must avenge me. In the wheelchair, just thinking of the figure he had seen earlier, Zhao Chuanlin's face twisted viciously. A month ago, he had barely survived at the other man's hands. But his pelvis had been shattered beyond repair, leaving him a lifelong cripple. Even a healing ability user couldn't save him. Oh? You mean that punk at the upper first rank? Zhao Yi, sitting at the back, raised an eyebrow. Then how do you want revenge? Tiger Shark Squad just came back from their mission, didn't they? Let them do it. I want him to live worse than death, Zhao Chunlin said with a face full of resentment, already blinded by rage. Zhao Yi frowned. Although Zhao Chunlin was a distant relative he had arranged to work at the supply base, the man had become increasingly arrogant over the years, and he had been disabled last month, so he was basically useless now. It really wasn't worth provoking the Tiger Shark Squad for him. But after thinking for a while, Zhao Yi still nodded. Fine, I'll lend you the Tiger Shark Squad. But from now on, the two of us have nothing to do with each other. After all, Zhao Chunlin was one of his own. When you hit a dog, you still have to look at its owner. If he didn't help this time, who would still be willing to do things for him in the future? Of course, just this once. Don't worry. Once this is done, I'll leave Yuanshui City immediately, Zhao Chunlin said coldly. Watching his retreating back as he left in a wheelchair, Zhao Yi suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and his brows furrowed again. But soon he relaxed again. The Tiger Shark Squad was a Tier 2 elite ability user team. What problem could there be in dealing with a first-tier upper-level kid? After sending Zhao Chunlin away, Zhao Yi picked up the phone and dialed out. Manager Wang, I just found a not bad ability user over on the 6th floor. His name is Su Lichuan. Wang Chuang was the chief manager of the entire Yuanshui supply base, as well as Zhao Yi's immediate superior. If a powerful ability user was found at the base, he would usually have to be reported to him first. If luck was good, there might even be a reward.
Su Lichuan?
Hold on, I'll check. The line fell quiet for a moment. Then Wang Chuang's voice came through again, this time obviously carrying a hint of excitement. Manager Zhao, this Su Lichuan you just mentioned is very important to me. As soon as he comes to the 6th floor again, notify me immediately. Zhao Yi froze, then quickly nodded. Understood. What kind of person could make old Wang this excited? After hanging up, Zhao Yi stroked his chin, somewhat curious. The adventurer records in the supply base could only be accessed by the chief manager and the general manager. He wasn't at that level yet. Though he wanted to know, there was nothing else he could do. Since even old Wang has taken interest in him, I'll have to be more careful when dealing with him from now on. That can't be wrong. Zhao Yi didn't think too much about it and quickly got back to work. Top floor of Yuanshui supply base, chief manager's office. Wang Chuang stared at the information on the computer, and his eyes lit up all at once. I didn't expect another disciple of Yang Jintian to show up. In the base's information database, it only showed that Su Lichuan came from Modu Abilities University. But Wang Chuang knew that students from top-tier universities like that could not be underestimated casually. He then used his family's own intelligence network to investigate. That search startled Wang Chuang. This Su Lichuan was actually Yang Jintian's newly accepted disciple at Modu Abilities University. At Wang Chuang's level, which forces and strong figures existed in the nearby provinces and cities was something he had to remember. Otherwise, if he provoked the wrong person someday, he might not even know how he died. Yang Jintian, 7th rank upper tier, had once killed an 8th rank ferocious beast while fighting across ranks, and was known as the Thunder Spear. Someone like that was not someone Wang Chuang could afford to offend, and neither could the ability user family behind him. Naturally, his disciple had to be treated with caution as well. If Zhao Yi didn't see wrong, then this Su Lichuan really is at the 2nd rank upper tier. His talent is even more terrifying than that Lu Ming from before. Leaning back in his chair, Wang Chuang's eyes flickered. No, this is no longer just strong. He's practically monstrous. An 18-year-old 2nd rank upper tier, no one would believe it if they heard it. Someone like that should be befriended if possible. If not, he absolutely could not be offended. Phew, I'm full. In the 2nd floor restaurant of the supply base, after finishing his meal, Su Lichuan called the waiter over to settle the bill. The dishes here were not cheap. A dozen dishes cost him 20,000 daxia coins in one go. Although some of the dishes were made from ferocious beast meat, the prices were still at least 30% higher than outside. But Su Lichuan, who had just earned a large sum of money, did not care about this small amount at all. After paying the bill, he went straight to the third floor. The third floor was where equipment was sold. The Dark Cloud Gale spear in his hand didn't need to be replaced for now, but the battle suit had already been torn apart in the previous fight. Rather than repair it, he might as well just buy a new one. Su Lichuan spent a total of 12 million in one go, buying a set of B-rank battle armor and battle boots. He also saw spatial rings, but the prices were terrifyingly high. The cheapest one, with a capacity only about the size of a small suitcase, still cost over 10 million. At such an outrageous price, even though Su Lichuan wanted one, he could only hold back for now. After all, with that little capacity, it couldn't hold much anyway. For the same amount of money, he could buy far more resources. As for the iron pot and seasonings he had been thinking about all along, they weren't sold at the base either. Su Lichuan had no choice but to leave the supply base and head toward Back Street. Back Street wasn't far from the supply base. It was a street gradually developed by the residents of Yuanshui City themselves. Unlike the supply base, which only sold items used by ability users, this place was more mixed and more comprehensive, with everything available. Outside the supply base, in a dark corner where the sun couldn't reach, Zhao Chuanlin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the figure walking away in the distance. His voice dry and hoarse. "Your target is him. Break his arms and legs first, then bring him to me." Standing beside him were 3 men and 2 women, 5 people in total. Each of them was at upper rank of the second tier. They were the Tiger Shark Squad, usually responsible for carrying out the missions issued by the supply base. Of course, he would occasionally help out those he got along well with. Some supervisors always liked to do personal side jobs. For example, right now, "I know." The captain of the Tiger Shark Squad nodded. He was a man in his 30s, with a claw mark on his face and a ferocious look in his eyes. He gave off an unmistakably dangerous air. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the remaining 4 people to quietly follow after them. Su Lichuan had just reached the back street when his phone rang before he even had time to look for a pot and seasonings. He answered the call, and Lu Wentao's familiar voice immediately came through. "Brother Chuan, I finally got through to you. Just got back from the wilderness zone. What's up?" Su Lichuan said calmly. "Nothing much. Just wanted to chat with you." Lu Wentao chuckled, then asked, "By the way, Brother Chuan, when are you coming back to school?" "In half a month." "Another half a month?" Lu Wentao sounded a little disappointed. "Then that bastardly Chengji can still act all arrogant for a while longer." Soon after, he started talking about what had been going on at school. "Brother Chuan, you have no idea. This Li Chengji is a new student who just arrived recently, the top scorer in Qinghai province. He's incredibly arrogant, at the lower stage of the second tier, and acts like he looks down on everyone all day long." As he spoke, Lu Wentao spilled out almost everything that had happened at school while Su Lichuan had been away. Back when Su Lichuan broke the record at school and crushed Lei Zhou, he instantly became a star among the new students. But after more than a month in the wilderness zone, the new students had gradually started to forget him. During this time, other new students with strong strength had also begun to stand out. Suddenly, Su Lichuan stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Lu Wentao asked. "Nothing, keep talking." Su Lichuan kept walking forward. But at the fingertips of his right hand, a trace of blue-violet lightning quietly sparked. If the other side dared make a move, the purple firmament divine lightning would come crashing down immediately. "Get ready. The target is about to enter the alley." More than 20 meters behind Su Lichuan, behind a building, the Tiger Shark Squad captain lowered his voice, his expression extremely solemn. He then turned and gave instructions to the woman in the team. "He-ji, take a look at the target's strength first." He-ji was a C-rank psychic ability user with exceptional perception. In the wilderness zone, she had several times detected high-level ferocious beasts in advance, allowing the team to avoid them. This time, although they were only dealing with a first-tier upper-rank ability user, the captain still did not dare to be careless. Even a lion hunting a rabbit has to go all out. Before making a move, it was safest to first figure out the other side's background. "Captain, you're being too cautious," someone in the team said with a laugh. "How capable can a first-tier upper-rank kid be?" As soon as the words fell, He-ji suddenly let out a low gasp. "What a fierce aura! What is it?" The captain immediately frowned. "See for yourselves." He-ji gave a bitter smile and directly shared her perception with everyone. The next second, the Tiger Shark Squad captain froze completely. In He-Ji's psychic perception, the world looked almost identical to reality. But every living thing emitted light of varying intensity. The brighter the light, the stronger the strength. And the light on that tall figure ahead was shockingly blinding, like a small sun. The light on the people around him was nothing more than a faint glow. But that light was actually dozens of times stronger than even him, the Tiger Shark Squad captain. Is this a Tier 1 upper ranked? You're fucking kidding me. The captain couldn't help cursing out loud. A powerhouse of this level could wipe out their entire squad with ease. The intel is wrong. Mission cancelled. Head back to the supply base immediately and settle the score with Zhao Chunlin. The captain's face grew terrifyingly dark. If it weren't for the caution he had developed over many years, and if he hadn't kept a sharp eye out, then the moment they made a move, the entire squad would have been hauled back as corpses. And the culprit, Zhao Chunlin, of course, wouldn't be let off. In the alley, the phone had already been hung up. Su Lichuan gripped the dark cloud gale spear, purple divine thunder coiling around him, his brows tightly furrowed. What's going on? Why did they suddenly run? Actually, when he first spoke with Lu Wentao, he had already noticed that someone was watching him. So he deliberately picked a sparsely populated alley, intending to draw the other party out and deal with them in one go. But to his surprise, the moment the other side saw him enter the alley, they didn't attack. Instead, they turned around and ran. But Zhao Chunlin, that bastard, is still not behaving even after ending up in a wheelchair. He actually still dares to keep coming after me. A cold glint flashed in Su Lichuan's eyes. At the supply base, he had already seen Zhao Chunlin. He just hadn't expected that. Even in that state, the other man still hadn't given up. Learn your lesson. You even dare to look for a chance to get revenge. Forget it. After I finish buying things, I'll go back to the supply base and settle accounts with him. Su Lichuan shook his head, slung the spear back onto his back, and slowly withdrew the thunder around him. Then he turned and left the alley. In the supply base, aside from Zhao Chunlin, he had offended no one else. So the group that had just been tailing him was most likely sent by Zhao Chunlin. Of course, it was also possible that it was someone else. But that didn't matter. Keeping Zhao Chunlin around in the first place was a disaster waiting to happen, so it was just as well to take care of him while he was at it. Smack! In a room in the underground parking garage of the supply base. After a sharp crack, Zhao Chunlin and his wheelchair were sent flying away with one slap. What's going on? Why are you hitting me? Zhao Chunlin struggled up from the floor, his face covered in blood, utterly stunned. He had been sitting here waiting for the Tiger Shark Squad to bring the man back so he could slowly torture him. But he never expected that Tiger Shark Squad wouldn't even bring the person back. The moment their captain walked in, he turned around and slapped Zhao Chunlin first. You still have the nerve to ask? The intel you gave me was wrong. The target isn't upper first tier at all. It's upper second tier. The Tiger Shark Squad captain's face was dark, and the claw marks on it looked even more vicious. The other 4 members were also staring at Zhao Chunlin with cold expressions. They did dirty work for the supervisor from time to time, but that didn't mean they were willing to risk their lives. Especially after learning that the other party's strength was enough to crush the entire squad. Who would still be willing to jump into a fire pit? Second tier, upper rank? How is that possible? It's only been just over a month. Zhao Chunlin's face was smeared with blood, and his voice changed in shock. I don't care what exactly happened. This mission is over. As for Supervisor Zhao, we'll explain it to him ourselves. The leader of the Tiger Shark Squad let out a cold snort. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Zhao Chunlin, who was already on the verge of breaking down, and simply turned and left with his team. If it hadn't been for Zhao Yi's relative, that slap just now would not have been the end of it. So you're back so soon? Is he taken care of? On the 6th floor of the supply base, in the supervisor's office, Zhao Yi looked with a smile at the Tiger Shark Squad walking in. The Tiger Shark Squad was an elite second-tier squad. Although there were dealings between them, their status was equal. The intelligence Zhao Chunlin gave was wrong. The target isn't first-tier upper rank, but second-tier upper rank. And according to He-Ji's psychic type ability observation, the other party's true combat strength is very strong, at least above 3rd tier. So, we didn't continue with this mission. The leading captain's tone was awful. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be polite in this situation either. Second-tier upper rank? What was Zhao Chunlin doing? How could he even get that wrong? Zhao Yi frowned, and a sudden sense of unease rose in his heart. He asked again, by the way, who did Zhao Chunlin want to kill? His name? Don't know. Zhao Chunlin didn't say. The Tiger Shark Squad captain shook his head. He only pointed him out to us at the base entrance. The target's features were pretty obvious though. About 1.9 meters tall, very muscular, and carrying a dark gold spear over 2 meters long. As soon as Zhao Yi heard this, his heart sank hard. There were already few awakened ones who used spears, and on top of that he was second-tier upper rank carrying a dark gold spear. Isn't this Su Lichuan, the one selling beast materials on the 6th floor an hour ago? It's over. This is someone even the head supervisor has his eye on, and I actually sent people to kill him. Zhao Yi's mind went completely blank in an instant. With the last bit of hope, he hurriedly dialed Zhao Chuanlin's number. What's the name of the person you had the Tiger Shark squad go after today? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Chunlin seemed to have finally calmed down a little, but he still froze at the question. The name? I don't know. I got in touch with him while selling medicine in the lobby. You idiot! You don't even know his name, and you still dared to send people to kill him? Zhao Yi cursed angrily and crushed the phone directly. He knew Zhao Chunlin was stupid, but he hadn't expected him to be this stupid. He hadn't even bothered to find out who the person was before seeking revenge. Looks like I've indulged him too much these past few years. Zhao Yi let out a heavy sigh. 4 years ago, he was promoted to base supervisor, and his status had already reached close to the core of the supply base. Many people usually flattered him, and Zhao Chunlin was taken care of as a result. Because of that, Zhao Chunlin became more and more unrestrained in his actions, and in the end he caused such a huge disaster. Supervisor Zhao, is there a problem? The Tiger Shark squad also sensed that something was wrong, and the captain frowned as he spoke. Just after the captain finished speaking, nothing. It has little to do with you. Zhao Yi waved his hand, then asked again. When you were tracking him, did the target notice you? The captain hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, we never appeared in his line of sight. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he already noticed us. If it were an ordinary second-tier upper-level ability user, their perception might not be this strong. But this time, the person they had set their sights on was different. After hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression sank at once, and he let out a heavy sigh. All right, I understand. You all can go down first. He already understood in his heart that this matter probably could no longer be concealed. Since it's very likely that Su Lichuan has already discovered it, we still need to inform the chief supervisor. After the Tiger Shark squad left, Zhao Yi also left the 6th floor office and took the elevator straight to the top floor of the supply base. When he reached the door of Wang Chuang's office, he forced out a flattering smile and raised his hand to knock before going in. Supervisor Wang, busy? Inside the office, Wang Chuang, a man in his 40s, was sitting behind his desk handling official business. He had a lean build and a calm expression. Seeing Zhao Yi come in, he lifted his eyes. Supervisor Zhao, what is it? Zhao Yi let out 2 awkward chuckles and immediately recounted the whole matter from the beginning. He had originally thought that by taking the initiative to admit his mistake, plus his status as a supervisor, at worst he would only get scolded. But he had never imagined that after Wang Chuang heard it, his expression would turn dark on the spot. A powerful aura belonging to a 4th-tier ability user instantly pressed out, and the entire office seemed to be covered by a heavy layer of coldness. Wang Chuang stared at Zhao Yi, his eyes full of anger. Sending someone to kill Su Lichuan. You really do have guts. Zhao Yi's heart tightened, and the smile on his face froze. He never expected Wang Chuang to react like this. Manager Wang, isn't he just a young man at the 2nd-tier upper level? There's no need to get this angry, right? Zhao Yi frowned, clearly still not realizing how serious the problem was. A little kid at the 2nd-tier upper level? Wang Chuang sneered, directly projecting Su Lichuan's information into the air. Look for yourself. Zhao Yi hurriedly looked up. Line after line of information jumped into his eyes. Jiangnan Province top scorer, 18 years old, freshman at Magic Capital University. The more he read, the paler his face became, until he was completely stunned. What? He's only 18? An 18-year-old 2nd-tier upper level, what kind of monster was that? Among so many provincial top scorers from the National Martial Arts exam, even reaching the 1st-tier upper level was already rare. An occasional 2nd-tier lower level was shocking enough. 2nd-tier upper level? He had never even heard of it. But what made his scalp tingle even more was still behind it. Magic Capital University, Academy of Weapons Din Yang Zhentian, is his exclusive mentor? Zhao Yi's eyelids jumped violently, and his whole body stiffened. At this point, this was no longer just about being a genius. The person standing behind him was simply an overwhelming mountain. Someone like that, let alone Source Water Base City, probably the entire Source Water City couldn't afford to offend. Even if it were a Grandmaster-level figure who tore the entire supply base apart, probably no one would dare say anything for real. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, and all the color had already drained from his face. Chief Wang, I understand. I'll deal with Zhao Chunlin right away. I won't let things get difficult for the base here. But Wang Chuang had no intention of letting it go that easily. Deal with Zhao Chunlin? That's not enough. He looked coldly at Zhao Yi, his gaze deep and heavy. After all these years at the supply base, do you really think nobody knows what you've done? Zhao Yi's heart sank, and his expression changed instantly. Wang Chuang waved a hand, his tone icy. Someone take Chief Zhao away. He'll be held for the Public Security Bureau's investigation. What? You're taking me down too? Zhao Yi was shocked and furious, jerking his head up. But before he could resist, 2-level 4 ability users who were responsible for protecting Wang Chuang's safety had already come in from outside and directly dragged him away. Wang Chuang sat in his chair, his eyes dark, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The Tiger Shark squad has to be dealt with too. Also, we need to prepare a gift of apology for Su Lichuan's side. He knew very well that Zhao Yi was an idiot and had caused a huge disaster. But after all, the Tiger Shark squad hadn't actually made a move. If this was handled properly, it might not be impossible to turn it into a chance to make amends. Maybe he could even use this opportunity to build a connection with Su Lichuan. Half an hour later, in the first-floor lobby of the supply base, many ability users were looking toward the entrance. There stood several middle-aged men in suits, each with a solemn expression. One of them was rather thin, standing at the very front, making him especially conspicuous. He was standing at the very front, blocking everyone's view. That guy in front, he's the base's chief administrator, Wang Chuang, right? Yeah, that's him. Not just Wang Chuang. Administrators from the other floors are all here too. That's a huge reception. Could some big shot have arrived? Most likely. In the lobby, the awakened users were buzzing with discussion. In the sofa area, a 4-person team was also staring that way. All 4 were girls, and one of them was Wang Qian, the same girl who had spoken up for Su Lichuan a month ago. All the base's administrators have come out to welcome them. This person really has a lot of face, Wang Qian said softly. At the source water supply base, all kinds of factions were deeply entangled. Even a single administrator position had many families and powers watching it. Especially the chief administrator, without some background, there was no way to sit in that seat. But now, these administrators who usually stood high above everyone else had all come out. It was a rare sight indeed. Stop looking for now, the team leader, Yao Mushi, said with a frown. There are only half a month left until school starts. What do we do next? Go back to school? Or head to the wilderness area again? As soon as she brought up business, the others immediately focused. Wang Qian nodded. With half a month, we can still kill some fierce beasts. But we can't keep targeting upper-tier Tier 2 fierce beasts. Let's stick to the old plan and mainly go after mid-tier and lower-tier Tier 2 fierce beasts. The other 2 girls nodded as well. Right? Upper-tier Tier 2 fierce beasts are still too much for us. Before, their team had always hunted mid-tier and lower-tier Tier 2 fierce beasts. It was only this month that they had started trying to take on upper-tier Tier 2 fierce beasts. As a result, after 2 trips to the wilderness area, they hadn't killed many. Instead, they had nearly lost their lives several times. Hayes, our team still lacks a strong attacker, Wang Qian sighed. If only we could bring in that person from the magic capital Yineng University. At the thought of that tall and upright figure, she felt a little regretful. During these 2 trips back to the base city, she hadn't run into him again. Judging by the situation, he had probably already returned to school, and there was likely little chance of seeing him again in the future. Just then, a teammate beside her suddenly raised a hand and pointed, exclaiming, Xiaoqian, isn't that the guy from the former Modu Superpower University? What? Where? Wang Qian instinctively looked over and immediately saw that tall figure carrying a long spear, standing at the base entrance. But in the next second, Wang Chuang, the chief supervisor who had been standing guard nearby, actually went up to greet him with great enthusiasm. What's going on? The supervisors are welcoming him. Wang Qian's eyes went wide in disbelief. Even if he was a student at Modu Superpower University, it shouldn't be enough to make the chief supervisor personally come out to greet him, right? Looks like this young man's identity is more than just that of a current student at Modu Superpower University. On the other side, Yao Mushi also showed a thoughtful expression. On the other side, just after Su Lichuan walked into the supply base, Wang Chuang enthusiastically invited him up to the VIP reception room on the top floor. The room was luxuriously decorated, with only Wang Chuang and him inside. Wang Chuang didn't beat around the bush either, and directly explained the matter clearly. Su, I'm truly sorry about what happened this time. His tone was sincere. But don't worry, we'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. When we found Zhao Chunlin, Zhao Yi had already silenced him. Also, we've already contacted the Public Security Bureau. There's plenty on Zhao Yi and the Tiger Shark Squad. When the results come out, they'll probably spend the rest of their lives in prison. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Wang. Su Lichuan nodded on the surface. But inwardly, he sighed in admiration. As expected of someone who could rise to the position of general manager, he was a ruthless character. He dealt with his own people the moment he needed to, decisive and clean, not even giving them a chance to feel dissatisfied. Still, he understood that just relying on himself wasn't enough to make the other party go this far. Most likely, Wang Chuang had investigated his background and learned that his teacher was Yang Zhentian. To express our apology, we've specially prepared a gift, Wang Chuang said as the spatial ring on his right hand flashed, and a black and gold card landed on the table. This is the black gold membership card for our supply base. From now on, your lodging here is free, and you can get 20% off everything you buy. Wang Chuang explained with a smile, then took something else out of his bag. Su Lichuan took a small box from Wang Chuang's hand. When he opened it, inside lay an antique-looking ring. Also, this is a 1 cubic meter spatial ring. Consider it part of our apology. At the top-floor VIP room of the Source Water Supply Base, Su Lichuan sat on the sofa, looking at the spatial ring in the box, his eyes carrying a hint of surprise. Spatial type ability users were already rare, and imprinting spatial abilities onto a ring required many complicated procedures. The larger the space, the higher the price. For a spatial ring like this 1 cubic meter model, the official price started at least 50 million xia currency. Wang Chuang was willing to take out something like this as compensation, which showed considerable sincerity. Since Manager Wang is being so thoughtful, then I'll accept it. Su Lichuan smiled faintly, did not refuse, and put away both the black gold card and the spatial ring. Seeing him accept it, Wang Chuang also breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the trouble caused by Zhao Chunlin had been completely suppressed. Although he had given away a spatial ring worth quite a lot, being able to win Su Lichuan's approval made the deal worthwhile. As for Zhao Chunlin's group, getting rid of them was no big deal. There were plenty of people eyeing the 6th floor manager position. They could just pick someone else to take it. No wonder your teacher Yang's student. You really get things done. Wang Chuang laughed heartily and smoothly changed the subject. Come to think of it, I also know your senior Lu Ming. Oh, is that so? Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow, genuinely a little surprised. Of course, back then, Lu Ming also came to the Yuanshui supply base for training. Wang Chuang went on chatting. He was the top manager of the supply base after all, and he was very skilled with words. With Lu Ming as a topic, the atmosphere quickly warmed up. There were only 2 people in the room, yet it never felt awkward. They talked for more than half an hour. If Su Lichuan hadn't taken the initiative to leave, Wang Chuang could have kept talking. Before leaving, Wang Chuang even specifically left his personal contact information. Student Su, if you run into any trouble in the future, just contact me directly. I can't speak for Shanghai, but here in Yuanshui City, I can still say a few words. After hearing that, Su Lichuan also felt a bit emotional. This was the benefit of having backing. If it had been an ordinary upper-tier second-rank genius, there was no way he would have gotten this kind of treatment. After leaving the VIP reception room on the top floor, Su Lichuan booked a room on the 18th floor of the supply base. By his previous habits, he would have only wanted to book a standard room. But as soon as the front desk saw the black gold card in his hand, their attitude changed immediately, and they politely upgraded him to a deluxe room. And just like that, Su Lichuan moved into one of the best appointed rooms in the Source Water Supply Base. The room was over 200 square meters, fully equipped with a bedroom, bathroom, and entertainment room. The decor was also exquisite, with refinement evident everywhere. But what was most appealing was the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Standing by the window and looking out, he could directly overlook the outer perimeter of the Source Water Wilderness Zone. If you ignored the ferocious beasts rampaging through the wilderness, the scenery below was actually pretty nice. But Su Lichuan wasn't in the mood to admire the view right now. He looked away, sat down on the sofa, and took out the spatial ring Wang Chuang had given him. At first glance, the ring looked no different from an ordinary one. But Su Lichuan could sense that it contained a spatial aura, identical to what he had once felt in the Combat Arts Library of Magic Capital Ability University. Using the spatial ring was also simple. All he had to do was leave a spiritual imprint on it. And Su Lichuan's spiritual power was as high as 972 Hz, far surpassing the 600 to 700 Hz of an ordinary second-tier upper-rank ability user. Precisely because of that, he had been able to detect the Tiger Shark squad trailing him in secret. Very quickly, Su Lichuan left a spiritual imprint on the spatial ring. The moment the imprint was made, a cubic space of about 1 cubic meter also clearly appeared in his perception. So this is the interior space of the spatial ring. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up. At last, he also had something that only ever appeared in fantasy novels. Next, he tried the spatial ring storage function. As long as it was something touching his body, it could be stored inside except for living things. But once an object exceeded 1 cubic meter in volume, storage would fail immediately. That was just how spatial rings were. Before you got one, you wanted it desperately. But once you actually had it, you realized its real power was far more than just being able to hold things. There was nothing particularly special. Su Lichuan played around with the storage function of the spatial ring for a while, but soon lost interest. He put the most important items on him, his elixirs, fresh water, energy bars, as well as the iron pot and seasonings, into the spatial ring, then took out his phone and dialed his teacher Yang Jintian's number. Out of the wilderness zone? On the other end of the call came Yang Jintian's familiar voice. I just came out today. There's something else I want to tell you. Su Lichuan knew that the reason he was able to get such a valuable compensation from Wang Chuang was mainly because of Yang Jintian's relationship. So he had to explain the matter clearly to his teacher. So over the phone, he briefly described how he ran into Zhao Chunlin, what happened in between, and how Wang Chuang handled it in the end. But when Yang Jintian heard that Zhao Chunlin had actually arranged for a Tier 2 upper-rank elite ability user squad to assassinate Su Lichuan, a crackling burst of thunder and lightning immediately came from the other end of the phone, and even the mobile signal started to become unstable. Su Lichuan quickly added that the elite squad had ultimately given up on the mission on their own, and only then did Yang Jintian's anger subside a little. After he finished explaining the whole incident, a cold snort finally came from the other end of the phone. Humph, they dared to send people to assassinate you? Making them compensate with a spatial ring is already letting them off easy. If anything really happened to you, I'd tear down their entire supply base. If Su Lichuan had died at the hands of ferocious beasts, Yang Jintian wouldn't have said anything. But if someone from their own side had stabbed him in the back, Yang Jintian would never let anyone involved off. After a while, Yang Jintian asked again. You said that elite second-tier upper-rank squad followed you all the way into the alley. Why did they end up giving up the mission? His tone carried both relief and confusion. Back in the day, Yang Jintian had also been an ability user who roamed the wilderness zone year-round, and he knew that some ability user squads would do anything dirty for money. Since they had accepted a mission, they would never abandon it midway unless they ran into major trouble. Maybe they realized I was second-tier upper rank too, Su Lichuan said, rubbing his nose. The person on the other end of the phone clearly froze for a moment. Then his voice rose sharply. You're already second-tier upper rank? Yeah, I just advanced a few days ago. The other end of the line fell silent for quite a while. Then, Yang Jintian's side erupted with excitement he could barely contain. Good. As expected of my student, Yang Jintian, your cultivation progress is even faster than mine was back then. When you get back to school, I'll celebrate for you personally. All right?
Su Lichuan smiled.
After that, the two chatted a little longer before he finally hung up. On the other side, Yang Jintian, who was far away in the teacher's villa at Magic Capital Ability University, looked astonished. He had taught at Magic Capital Ability University for decades. What genius had he not seen? But he had truly never seen anyone break through from early Tier 1 all the way to late Tier 2 in just 1 month. They say the crisis between life and death is a catalyst for the strong. But for my student, this isn't even a catalyst anymore. It's practically a cheat code. After reporting the situation to his teacher, Su Lichuan took off the combat suit stained with dark red blood, picked up the new set of clothes he had just bought in the back street, and walked into the bathroom. Although he was now a Tier 2 Esper and had also cultivated Thunderbolt indestructible body, his body wouldn't accumulate too much dirt. But after staying in the wilderness zone for a month, bloodstains and sweat still clung to his skin, so he really did need a good wash. Half an hour later, Su Lichuan came out of the bathroom in his clean new clothes, looking much fresher overall. He sat down on the sofa, took out his smartwatch and opened the map. Buzz! After a soft sound, the map of Yuanshui Wilderness Zone projected before his eyes. Yuanshui Wilderness Zone was divided into 2 major parts. One was the urban ruins area, and the other was the forest mountain area. on the urban ruin side because the beasts there were lower level and more people went. Most of the area had already been marked out. The forest mountain area was the opposite. The beasts were stronger, and the map contained far less marked information. The beasts in the forest mountains are mostly above Tier 3, and there are quite a few Tier 4 beasts. If I go over there, it'll be much more dangerous, but the efficiency of gaining ability points will also be higher. Su Lichuan silently calculated in his mind. He was now at late Tier 2, but with the S-rank ability Purple Firmament Divine Thunder, plus master-level spear techniques and a whole bunch of combat skills he had already trained to a high level of proficiency. His true combat strength was already close to late Tier 3. Moreover, as an S-rank body-tempering combat skill, the special ability Lei Ji State, brought by the third level of Thunderbolt Indestructible Body, was also extremely powerful. He had tried it as soon as he obtained the Thunder Extremist State, and once he fully activated it, his overall strength could soar by about 3 to 4 times directly. It was practically like taking a bloodburst pill. The effect was about the same and there were almost no side effects. More importantly, his A-rank movement battle skill, Thunder Flash, had already reached advanced proficiency. With Thunder Extremist State and then using Thunder Flash, even a Tier 4 peak ferocious beast would find it hard to catch up to him. The highest level ferocious beasts in the entire Yuan Water Wilderness area were only Tier 5, and there were very few of them. As long as he was careful enough, the danger was actually not that great. If he really ran into a Tier 5 ferocious beast by misfortune, at worst he could swallow a bloodburst pill and turn to flee for his life. Since that was the case, then tomorrow he would just head straight to the Forest Mountain Range area. After setting his target, Su Lichuan leaned back on the sofa, completely relaxed, and turned on the holographic projection in front of him to watch a show. While watching, he also unwrapped the snacks prepared in the room and ate with relish. People were not machines. During this month in Ping'an County, Su Lichuan had been dealing with ferocious beasts every day. His nerves constantly stretched taut. At night, he only slept lightly and would wake at the slightest disturbance. Now was the time to rest properly, so for the rest of the day he did not plan to train anymore. Phew! It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. At 6 in the evening, Su Lichuan stretched and suddenly stood up from the sofa. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep lying there, but it was mealtime and he should eat. Eat, eat. He walked out of the room with light steps. Ever since he had spent more than 20 days in the wilderness zone munching on energy bars, he had long been craving a proper meal. More than 10 minutes later, at the second-floor restaurant of the supply base. It happened to be mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling. Many ability users were drinking while boasting about their achievements in the wilderness zone. At Su Lichuan's table, the more than 10 dishes they had ordered had all been served one by one, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. He was eating with relish when 4 girls walked into the restaurant. One of the girls' eyes lit up the moment she saw Su Lichuan. She immediately lifted her foot as if to go over. Xiaoqian, where are you going? Yao Mushi, who was behind her, grabbed her at once. I'm going to invite that handsome guy to join our team, Wang Qian said excitedly. It was rare to run into the guy from Magic City Ability University again, so of course she didn't want to miss the chance. Don't bother. He won't agree. Yao Mushi shook her head. Why? We're at least a mid-tier second-rank team. For someone at the upper-tier first rank, we should be quite attractive, right? Wang Qian asked in confusion. Upper-tier first rank? Look more carefully, Yao Mushi said with a sigh. Wang Qian froze and looked back. After sensing carefully, her expression immediately changed. The aura on the other party was actually stronger than hers. Take this, upper tier 2? He advanced that quickly. Wang Qian looked shocked, then immediately disappointed. How could an upper tier 2 Esper from a top university like Modu Esper University possibly join a small team like theirs? Forget it, no need to insist on a striker. Let's just go hunt lower-level ferocious beasts. Wang Qian withdrew her gaze, and her interest instantly faded. What a pity, such a handsome guy. Meanwhile, Su Lichuan didn't notice Wang Qian and the others at all. After dinner, and after replenishing nearly a month's worth of supplies like fresh water and energy bars, he returned to his room and kept lying down. He had hardly gotten a good night's sleep in the wilderness zone, so that night he was in bed before 9 o'clock. He slept so soundly and comfortably that he didn't wake until 9 the next morning. Phew, so comfortable. Su Lichuan sprang out of bed, feeling that his entire condition was better than ever. After washing up, he put on a brand new B-rank combat suit, slung the Dark Cloud Gale Spear across his back, and stepped once again into the wilderness zone. This time, his target was the Forest Mountain region deeper within the Source Water Wilderness Zone. The forest mountain region was about 48 kilometers from the entrance to the wilderness zone. However, Su Lichuan's strength was already far beyond what it had been the last time he entered the wilderness zone. And this time, he also didn't need to deliberately avoid the town ruins occupied by ferocious beasts. So this time, it only took him a little over 5 hours, and he entered the forest mountain region in the mid-afternoon.
Ki ki ki.
Roar. Chi chi chi. Compared with the ruined steel jungle of the town ruins, the environment here was much more primitive. Grass grew across the ground, the trees were denser, and beast roars and screams echoed constantly all around. The woods were packed with thick undergrowth, and tree after tree stretched out without end. It was summer, and cicadas kept chirping nonstop. Mixed with the roars of vicious beasts, they instead sounded even more ear-piercing. Crack! With a soft snap, Su Lichuan accidentally stepped on a dead branch and broke it. His expression changed, and he immediately darted to the side. The next second, a pale blue wind blade suddenly slashed out from the forest, narrowly sweeping past the spot where he had just been standing. Boom! 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 The wind blade was terrifyingly sharp, cutting through 3 or 4 trees in a row before slowly dissipating. Roar! Right after that, a vicious beast with pale blue fur walked out of the woods. It looked like a wolf, but it was much larger than an ordinary wolf, and its body was wrapped in a faint layer of blue wind, even its fur swaying slightly in the breeze. Tier 3 vicious beast, Gale Direwolf. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up. Once a vicious beast reached Tier 3, it no longer relied on brute strength alone. It also possessed special abilities similar to powers. The Gale Direwolf was a vicious beast that controlled wind power. That wind blade just now was its innate skill. It looks like a mid-stage Tier 3. I wonder how many ability points I'll get if I kill it. Su Lichuan had already summoned his S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Blue-purple lightning coiled around him. He gripped the Dark Cloud Swift Wind spear tightly, about to move in and take down this Tier 3 beast. But just then, a disturbance suddenly came from nearby. A squad walked out from the woods. There were 6 people in total, all fully armed and carrying various pieces of equipment. One of them was even carrying a heavy video camera. The most eye-catching of them was a tall girl. She wore a black skin-tight combat suit, her figure strikingly attractive, and a head of silver-white long hair fell to her waist, especially attention-grabbing. Su Lichuan recognized her at a glance. She was the internet goddess he had seen at the supply base a month ago, Jiang Chuxian. It wasn't unusual to run into other ability users in the wilderness zone. He had encountered plenty of ability user teams before in Ping'an County. Among Jiang Chuxian's group, Jiang Chuxian herself was only at mid-stage Tier 2, while the other 5 men and women were clearly no ordinary people. Their auras were all between mid-stage Tier 3 and upper-stage Tier 3, like a group of bodyguards. According to the Great Xia Nation's Adventurer Charter, ability users were not allowed to attack other ability users in the wilderness zone. Whoever struck first would not only be severely punished, but would also be looked down on by other ability users. So most people would observe this rule. Rules are rules, but one still has to stay on guard against others. Faced with such an absurdly powerful squad, Su Lichuan naturally didn't dare make a move again. He could only watch them warily. But that group didn't take him seriously at all. Several of them chatted and laughed as they walked forward, as if they hadn't even noticed Su Lichuan standing nearby. This Gale Direwolf has fairly strong wind currents around it. It should be a mid-tier 3rd rank. This rank is just right, perfect material for Miss Jiang. Same old rule. Block off its retreat first. As they spoke, they were about to make their move. In the wilderness zone, whoever spots a ferocious beast first gets it. If someone else tries to snatch it, that counts as a provocation. But this group clearly didn't take the upper 2nd rank Su Lichuan seriously. Just then, Jiang Chuxian spoke first. Captain Wang, this beast was discovered by someone else first. Let's find another one. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to hear, but the middle-aged man in front of her, carrying a knife and shield, only smiled. Miss Jiang, this is a mid-tier 3rd rank ferocious beast. Leaving it to this upper 2nd rank youngster doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Once we leave, he'll most likely be torn apart by the Gale Direwolf. Jiang Chuxian frowned. Captain Wang, I said last time that I don't like taking other people's prey as filming material. As soon as she said that, the middle-aged man in front stiffened for a moment. A trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, but he quickly put the smile back on his face and turned to call out to his teammates. Since Miss Jiang isn't satisfied, let's find another ferocious beast. Very soon, Jiang Chuxian and the others turned and left. Their figures quickly disappeared from Su Lichuan's sight and vanished into the forest. A conflict that might have broken out just like that was avoided. This Jiang Chuxian isn't all that bad. At least she knows to spare others some face. Su Lichuan stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Of course, it was also possible that she was an internet celebrity deliberately putting on an act in front of passersby to build a persona. But whatever the case, her control over her own team didn't seem to be very strong. From what Jiang Chuxian had just said, Su Lichuan could tell very clearly that their team had probably snatched ferocious beasts targeted by other awakened ability users more than once. And just now, standing close by, he had also seen a flash of gloominess on the middle-aged man's face when he was being scolded. This has nothing to do with me. Su Lichuan's eyes darkened. He had never paid much attention to the internet anyway. If it weren't for his high school best friend Zhang Hao mentioning her, he wouldn't even have known who Jiang Chuxian was. Besides, since Jiang Chuxian had managed to get into Magic City Awakened Ability University and become a video blogger with tens of millions of followers, her brain definitely couldn't be lacking. She probably already knew full well about the problems in her team. Roar! Just then, the Awakened Ability team with the formidable aura finally moved far away. The Gale Dire Wolf, which had been hiding behind a tree all this time, immediately sprang out, opened its bloody maw, and pounced straight at Su Lichuan. Its eyes were filled with greed for human flesh and blood. At the same time, two pale cyan wind blades shot out fiercely from its body. Coming fast enough. Su Lichuan snorted coldly as lightning flashed across his body. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood, instantly crossing over 30 meters and appearing directly in front of the Gale Dire Wolf. The A-rank battle skill Thunderflash had already been trained by him to advanced proficiency. Combined with the fact that he was now at the upper level of second tier, his maximum burst dash distance had already reached 54 meters. Roar! The Gale Wind Dire Wolf was shocked, never expecting a human to suddenly kill right up to its face. Just as it was about to unleash wind blades again, Su Lichuan's deep voice had already sounded. Lightning Gale Break! The Dark Cloud Gale Spear was already in his hand, with the purple firmament Divine Thunder surging wildly along the shaft. With the support of the Wind-type ability, lightning burst from the spear tip, stabbing out like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, the hard skull of the mid-tier third-stage Gale Wind Dire Wolf was pierced straight through, as if it were a crisp watermelon. Then, thunder exploded. Boom! Its entire head exploded on the spot, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. Ding! Killed one mid-tier third-stage Gale Wind Dire Wolf. Ability points plus 34. The system notification sounded. Killing a third-stage ferocious beast gives over 30 ability points. Not bad. Su Lichuan shook his long spear, flicking the blood off the spear tip. Then, the space ring on his hand flashed slightly, and a small dagger appeared in his left hand. This was forged from B-grade alloy, and it was extremely sharp. Because it was light, even though the material was B-grade alloy, the price wasn't too outrageous. Su Lichuan only spent 790,000 Great Xia coins. This dagger was specifically used for skinning ferocious beast materials. The most valuable part of the Gale Wind Dire Wolf was its fur, which was suitable for making coats. A complete wolf pelt could sell for as much as 500,000 Great Xia coins. So Su Lichuan directly blew its head off. The dagger slid along the skin, cutting it open all the way. It took over 10 minutes before the entire wolf pelt was completely stripped off. The first prey secured. Su Lichuan casually tossed the wolf pelt into his spatial ring, picked up his spear, and immediately left. 7 days later, at 5 in the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, and the weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. In the mountain forest, cicadas chirped non-stop, while 7 or 8 giant-strength ape beasts moved through the woods. This was a pack of giant-strength ape beasts. They walked on all fours, scanning their surroundings fiercely as they moved, as if searching for prey. It was obvious they were foraging, preparing to eat. Suddenly, the giant-strength ape leader at the front stopped and sniffed the air cautiously. Just as it sensed something was wrong and was about to roar a warning, whoosh! A blue-purple lightning spear suddenly shot out from the forest. Boom! The spear's speed was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the leader. The next second, the blue-purple lightning exploded violently. Electric arcs leapt wildly, lightning burst in all directions, and a mushroom cloud of thunder slowly rose. The giant-strength ape leader, whose strength had reached the upper third tier, was also scorched black by the blast, collapsing heavily to the ground, already critically injured and near death. Roar, roar. Hiss, roar. The remaining giant-strength ape monkeys immediately fell into chaos, roaring in fury and shock at their surroundings. As soon as a fierce roar died down, a tall figure emerged from the jungle. He held a dark gold spear in his hand, his entire body wrapped in crackling lightning, like the thunder god descending to earth, making the air around him tense. That strike still didn't kill it outright. The giant strength ape monkey really does have thick hide and strong defenses. Su Lichuan shook his head. That giant strength ape monkey chieftain was still not dead yet. He would have to finish it off himself later. But for now, let's deal with you little fish. Thunder prison. The moment he spoke, thunder boomed. Crackle, pop. A thunder cage 20 meters in diameter suddenly unfolded, enveloping Su Lichuan and all the fierce beasts around him. One giant strength ape monkey tried to force its way out, but the instant it touched the lightning, its skin was electrocuted black in an instant. The pain made it immediately recoil. None of you are getting away. Su Lichuan's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed beneath his feet as he charged into the beast horde with his spear. Thunder flash. Lightning gale break. Chain lightning spear. One spear shadow after another exploded with lightning. His spear technique had already reached master level. His attacks were astonishingly fast, and with several A-rank combat skills on top of that, his destructive power was terrifying. That group of third-tier giant strength ape monkeys, which gave most ability user squads headaches, was actually wiped out one by him with the Dark Cloud Gale Spear in less than 5 or 6 minutes. Su Lichuan stood on the grass, holding his long spear, and slowly exhaled. The ground around him was strewn with giant strength ape monkey corpses, their blood staining the originally green grass red. He opened the system panel and glanced at it. Name, Su Lichuan. Level, Upper Tier 2. Ability, Zixiao Divine Thunder, S.
Physique, 1317 Vitality, plus.
Spirit, 981 here, plus. Skills, Spearmanship, Master, Boxing, Intermediate plus, Thunder Spear, Advanced plus, Chain Lightning Spear, Intermediate plus, Thunder Flash, Advanced plus, Thunder Prison, Intermediate plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Tempering, Thunderous Indestructible Body, 3rd layer. Ability points, 3267. Another 200 plus gained. Not bad. Su Lichuan nodded. In the mountain forest, ability points really did come much faster than in the city ruins. In just 7 days, he had already saved up over 3,000 points. But soon, he frowned again. Over 3,000 points? And there's still no plus sign after the level? Last time, when he advanced from Upper Tier 1 to Lower Tier 2, it cost him over 1,200 points. Later, when he advanced to Middle Tier 2 and Upper Tier 2, it cost 1,500 and 1,800 points respectively. He had originally thought that 3,000 points should be about enough to break into Tier 3, but it still wasn't enough. Looks like going from Tier 2 to Tier 3 might require 4,000 points. Su Lichuan estimated silently in his heart. Even if it was enough, he wouldn't rush to level up. He still needed to save this batch of ability points to go back to school and learn combat techniques. I've been waiting a long time for an S-rank combat technique that can be learned at Tier 2. For ability users, level was not everything. Only when level was combined with combat techniques could true fighting power be unleashed. Why can the powerful students at Moda University of Superpowers always kill ferocious beasts and other superpowered beings above their own level? It's because their combat skills are stronger, their fighting style is more ruthless, and they have more experience. Just having levels without combat skill support is like a child holding a knife. You simply can't bring out your true strength. That was why Su Lichuan didn't dump all his ability points into leveling up. Instead, he kept improving his marksmanship and combat skills alongside them. Only by laying a solid foundation can one go farther. VMMM. VMMM. At that moment, the smartwatch on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Su Lichuan lowered his head and opened the map. On the screen, besides the green dot representing himself, there was now another white dot, continuously emitting a signal. A distress signal? He raised an eyebrow. The smartwatch issued by the supply base, besides having map functions, was most importantly able to send distress signals. Once activated, the originally hidden position would be exposed to all superpowered beings within a 2-kilometer radius. As for whether to help, that was entirely up to others to decide. However, most teams that received a distress signal would first rush over to see what was going on. Su Lichuan looked at the white on the map, his gaze turning heavy. Looks like it's not too far. Let's go check nearby first. After thinking it over, Su Lichuan still headed that way. If it was only a slightly weaker Tier 3 ferocious beast, helping out along the way wouldn't be a big deal. But if it's a Tier 4 fierce beast, then he could only avoid it. In the woods, the sharp whooshing of cutting wind rang out nonstop. A silver-white Herzalnir was leaping swiftly among the high tree branches, her body light and agile. With just a few bounds, she could cover 7 or 8 meters. Yet there was not the slightest ease on her face. Instead, she kept looking back, her expression growing more and more tense. Just a few hundred meters behind her, a massive fierce beast was charging after her like mad. It barreled forward recklessly, knocking down trees in its path in Dapan, and the commotion grew louder and louder. Damn it! Jiang Chuxuan's face was pale, her expression dark and grim. This morning, she had still been filming the beast-slaying video to be posted this week together with the bodyguard team. Who would have thought that halfway through, a Tier 4 fierce beast would suddenly burst out and directly scatter the team? Fortunately, that Tier 4 fierce beast hadn't set its sights on her, and she had managed to survive. But just as she was about to find the bodyguard team again, when passing by a cave, she startled a Tier 3 earth-digging dragon. Once this thing was enraged, it immediately chased after her like a madman. Fierce beasts with dragon in their names were inherently ruthless and troublesome. Although this earth-digging dragon was only a lower Tier 3, its combat power was even stronger than that of an ordinary upper Tier 3 fierce beast. And she herself was only mid-Tier 2. Even if she took a blood burst pill, at most she could barely reach the lower Tier 3 level. She was simply no match for this thing. She couldn't beat it, and she couldn't even run away. She had almost been forced into a dead end. I can only pin my hopes on the distress signal now. Jiang Chuxian clenched her teeth and pinned her last hope on the distress signal. But she also knew that this hope was far too slim. In the mountain forest of the Yuanshui Wilderness Zone, there were never many adventurer teams brave enough to come in here. Even if someone saw the signal she sent out, its range was only 2 kilometers, making the chance of being noticed pitifully low. Even if someone really rushed over, seeing a monster like the excavating earth dragon would most likely scare them so badly that they wouldn't dare show themselves. Only a third-tier elite ability user team like the one in her bodyguard detail would probably dare to engage it head-on. If I'd known, I wouldn't have rushed into the mountain forest so eagerly. Jiang Chuxian felt bitter inside. Her followers on the video platform had been growing rapidly, and she had originally wanted to take advantage of the momentum to film another set of videos of killing a third-tier ferocious beast, so as to draw another wave of popularity. In the end, her popularity barely increased, and instead she was about to lose her life first. Roar! The roar behind her grew closer and closer. Just as Jiang Chuxian leaped to the edge of a treetop, a large open clearing suddenly appeared ahead. Her expression changed immediately. The earth-drilling dragon was enormous. In the forest, it could still be slightly obscured by the trees, and its speed would also be a bit slower. But ahead was open grassland. Once it charged out, nothing would stop it anymore. By then, it would quickly catch up. But if she stopped now, even a second of hesitation would only mean dying faster. Jiang Chuxian bit down hard on her red lip and leapt down from the tree. Ice seal! The moment she landed, a burst of cold exploded outward from her with her at the center. Everything within 50 meters was instantly frozen into ice. Under the sunlight, the ice layer gleamed with a blinding light. This was her B-rank combat skill, Ice Seal, combined with her A-rank Ice-type ability, Ice Snow Soul. This power was pushed straight to the limit. I just hope this can hold it off for a bit. Jiang Chuxuan's gaze sharpened, and she turned to keep running. But after she had only taken a few steps, another deafening roar came from behind her. Roar! She whipped around, pupils shrinking. That burrowing earth dragon had already charged out of the forest. It looked like an armadillo, but its body was terrifyingly huge, standing as tall as 3 or 4 stories. Crack! It slammed headfirst into the frozen zone, without even the slightest pause. The ice surface shattered instantly, fragments flying everywhere. Jiang Chuxuan's expression turned even uglier. Just as the burrowing earth dragon in front was about to pounce, it was suddenly struck by a force that staggered its movements for a moment, sending ice chips scattering off its body. Jiang Chuxuan's face turned pale, and her heart sank hard. It was over. This time she really couldn't escape. Just then, a flash of lightning burst forth. A tall figure holding a long spear suddenly stood in front of the earth-drilling dragon. It's him. Jiang Chuxian was stunned and immediately recognized him as the young man she had seen a week ago. But she remembered very clearly that he had only been at the upper level of Tier 2. Facing a lower-level Tier 3 earth-drilling dragon, wasn't that just courting death? Her expression changed as she hurriedly shouted, "Run! That's a lower-level Tier 3 earth-drilling dragon. You can't beat it." But the young man in front seemed not to hear her at all, standing upright and not taking even a single step back. Why isn't he listening to advice? Jiang Chuxian was both anxious and angry as she stomped her foot hard. She didn't want to die herself, and she also didn't want to drag an innocent bystander into this. The next second, cold air suddenly exploded around her. Her rank ability, Ice Snow Soul, erupted with full force as she charged straight toward that side. At the same time, she flipped her right hand over, and a second-grade blood-burst pill appeared in her palm. She clenched her teeth and was about to swallow it, ready to fight with her life on the line. But just then, the figure ahead moved first. Lightning coiled around him, and his right hand clenched in midair. A low and commanding voice rang out. Lightning Spear. As the words fell, blue-purple lightning converged frantically, instantly forming a lightning spear. In the next second, the lightning spear shot out with a thunderous boom, piercing precisely into the giant eye of the burrowing earth dragon, driving more than a meter deep into it as blood sprayed everywhere on the spot. Roar! The tunneling earth dragon roared crazily in pain, waving its forelimbs, trying to tear the human in front of it to pieces. Before it could even pounce, the thunder spear stuck in its eyeball exploded. Boom! Lightning scattered in all directions, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, red and white splashing all over the place. The burrowing earth dragon didn't even have time to struggle before its head was blown apart by lightning. Its massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground, dead on the spot. Jiang Chuxian stood not far away, staring in utter disbelief. Just like that. One shot? The blood surge pill was still clenched in her hand. She hadn't even had time to take it. The reversal came so fast it left her mind completely dazed. Besides, although the Duggearth Dragon's eyes were its weak point, very few people could actually hit them. For one thing, it would protect its vital spots. For another, it moved extremely fast, and ordinary ability users simply couldn't seize the opportunity. But that lightning spear just now was as fast as lightning, and the Duggearth Dragon didn't even have time to dodge. That explosive blast just now, was it not my imagination? A numb feeling crept through Jiang Chuxian. To produce a sonic boom with bare hands. Just how terrifying must that strength be? Only after taking a few deep breaths did she slowly steady her emotions and stride toward that tall figure. No matter how he had done it, the fact remained that he had saved her, and she had to thank him in person. At the same time, a system notification rang in Su Lichuan's mind. Ding! Killed a Tier 3 lower-rank Duggearth Dragon. Ability points plus 36. Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow. As expected of a ferocious beast with the word dragon in its name, the ability points it gave were indeed higher than those from an ordinary Tier 3 lower-rank ferocious beast. By then, Jiang Chuxian had already walked up to him and said in a clear voice, "Hello. Thank you for saving me just now." She really was beautiful, with distinct curves to her figure, full breasts, and a pair of long, supple legs wrapped in a tight black combat suit. Her face was still pale from having narrowly escaped death, adding a touch of fragility to her. Su Lichuan glanced at her and said indifferently, "It was nothing. Anyone else would have helped too." Only after he arrived nearby did he realize the person calling for help was Jiang Chuxian. However, even if it hadn't been her, he still would have stepped in. Not necessarily. Jiang Chuxian shook her head, extended her fair right hand, and smiled beautifully. "My name is Jiang Chuxian. I'll remember this life-saving favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me." She didn't mention any monetary reward, because she knew very well that a life-saving favor like this couldn't be repaid with money. Of course, if Su Lichuan really insisted, she would also find a way to satisfy him. Su Lichuan. Su Lichuan lightly shook her hand, then had a thought and said, "I wouldn't go so far as to call it an order, but if you could give me an autographed photo of yours, that would be best." He just happened to use this opportunity to get the autographed photo Zhang Hao had been thinking about all this time, so that guy wouldn't keep pestering him. My autographed photo? Jiang Chuxian was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Su Lichuan's request to be so simple. She had thought he would take the opportunity to make even more outrageous demands. Unfortunately, she didn't have any photos of herself with her. She could only apologize and say, "I don't have any photos with me right now. Could I give you one when we get back to the supply base?" After saying that, she even felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have put a few spares into her spatial ring in advance. It wouldn't have taken up much space anyway. Sure. Su Lichuan was in no hurry. Anyway, Zhang Hao couldn't get in touch with him recently either. At that moment, Jiang Chuxian suddenly noticed the school emblem on Su Lichuan's spear, and her eyes lit up at once. "Huh, are you from Magic City University of Abilities too?" Su Lichuan nodded, not denying it. "I knew it. How could an ordinary second-tier upper-rank ability user be this strong? So you're a senior from my school. Jiang Chushuan's tone immediately became much friendlier. Hello, senior. I'm Jiang Chuxian, a second-year student in Class 3 of the Ice Department in the School of Elements at Magic City University of Abilities. She had already had a good impression of Su Lichuan, who had saved her. Now that she had discovered they were from the same school, her attitude immediately warmed up. Senior. Su Lichuan was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted. The other party was treating him as an upperclassman based on his strength. That made sense too. At Modu Ability University, ordinary students generally had to reach the upper second tier in their sophomore or junior year. Su Lichuan had originally wanted to say that he was actually a freshman, but Jiang Chushuan's eyes were too bright when she looked at him, and that sense of admiration was almost impossible to hide. After thinking about it, he decided not to expose it in the end, and only nodded. Hello, Junior. Jiang Chuxian smiled sweetly and continued. Senior, you're really strong. This earth-digging dragon is only a lower third-tier beast, but in a real fight, it's practically got the combat power of an upper third-tier fierce beast. I didn't expect you to kill it instantly. Senior, you don't know, I was stunned just now. As she spoke, her face was full of admiration. That was normal. Although she was also a student of Modu Ability University, she was ultimately just an ordinary student. Being able to leap one minor tier and kill an upper second tier fierce beast was almost her limit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought a bodyguard team into the wilderness zone. So for a prodigy like Su Lichuan, who could kill fierce beasts across tiers, she had always been very respectful. Not to mention that he had just saved her life. Listening to her series of remarks, Su Lichuan could also tell. Jiang Chuxian looked cold on the outside, but in reality she talked quite a lot, and was very warm toward people she knew. He also understood from her words that she had gotten separated from the bodyguard team, which was why the earth-digging dragon had been chasing her. By the way, senior, where are you going next? Jiang Chuxian asked after talking for a while. I'm hunting fierce beasts around here, Su Lichuan replied. Then, can I follow you for a bit first? Jiang Chuxian blinked and asked directly. Follow me? Su Lichuan frowned. After thinking it over, he still nodded. Okay, I'll take you to the city ruins first, then you can head back on your own. There were still 7 or 8 days before school started, and he had originally planned to stay in this mountain forest the whole time. There was no way he could take her along with him. However, escorting her out of the mountain forest wasn't a problem at all. At most it would take an hour or two. Since they were schoolmates, helping out with this much was no big deal. Then thank you, senior. Jiang Chuxian smiled, and the whole person seemed much brighter. After a while, she asked again. By the way, senior, do you want to go take a look inside the tunnel of the earth-drilling dragon? There might be something good in there. Just now, when I passed by, it suddenly charged out to hunt me down. I think there must be something wrong with that cave. She had originally gone into the wilderness area this time to film video footage. But this was the first time she had ever encountered a situation like this, and she refused to believe there was nothing at all inside that cave. Oh, Su Lichuan raised an eyebrow, immediately interested. Sure, let's go take a look. Places where powerful beasts roamed often hid rare flowers and herbs. During this time, he had already found good things in quite a few beast lairs. This burrowing earth dragon was already no ordinary creature, and there was a good chance its lair really did contain a treasure. So Su Lichuan first used a B-rank alloy dagger to cut off the valuable parts from the burrowing earth dragon's body. Only then did he take Jiang Chuxian and head for its lair together. Oh, right, senior, which college are you from? The Weapons College. I know the Weapons College. Your dean, Yang Jintian, has the nickname Yang the King of Hell. It sounds really fierce. That's my teacher. Huh? Sorry, I said that wrong. Online, Jiang Chuxian had always had a very ruthless video style, striking cleanly and killing with one blow. Coupled with her silver-white hair and ice-type ability, she looked like nothing short of a cold and domineering frost goddess. But now, she was following beside Su Lichuan like an energetic junior, chattering non-stop. Su Lichuan didn't find it annoying at all. He could even tolerate a chatty roommate like Lu Wentao, so Jiang Chushuan's few extra words were naturally nothing. What's more, compared with rough-and-tumble guys like Lu Wentao, Jiang Chuxian was far more pleasant in both appearance and temperament. The two of them walked through the woods for 4 or 5 minutes. Soon, a cave 3 or 4 stories tall appeared ahead. The entrance was hidden behind dense weeds and shrubs, and if you didn't look carefully, you simply wouldn't notice it. Senior, this is the place. Jiang Chushuan's eyes lit up, obviously somewhat excited. If the photographer were here, they could switch to a different camera angle and maybe turn it into an adventure video. Okay, Su Lichuan nodded, and the dark cloud gale spear in his hand was already gripped tightly. In the next second, blue-purple lightning exploded, followed by a piercing thunderclap, and the purple sky divine thunder spread out instantly. Although the earth-drilling dragon was already dead, no one knew whether there were other ferocious beasts inside. It never hurt to be careful. Su Lichuan used lightning to set up a layer of protection around the two of them before stepping into the cave. Jiang Chuxian stood beside him, staring at the lightning right in front of her, her face full of surprise. She had already felt that Su Lichuan's lightning ability was no ordinary one, and now that she saw it up close, she realized that the power within this thunder was far more terrifying than she had imagined. She even had a feeling that just brushing against a little bit of lightning would be enough to kill her. This senior was way too low-key. Back at school, she had never even heard of this person. As Jiang Chuxian was secretly shocked, she decided to look into Su Lichuan's background carefully once she got back, to see exactly where he came from. The deeper they went into the cave, the darker it became. But with Su Lichuan's purple sky divine thunder lighting the way, the surroundings were still fairly clear.
Top, top, top.
The cave was very quiet. Aside from the thunder, there were only the sounds of their footsteps. After passing through an area filled with the stench of animal bodily odor, a faint fragrance suddenly drifted into their noses. This is the fragrance of rare flowers and herbs. Su Lichuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately quickened his pace. After walking forward for more than 10 meters, the narrow passage suddenly opened up. This was a spacious underground cavern, with quite a few gnawed-clean, ferocious beast skeletons scattered around. At the deepest part, there was even a piece of animal hide laid out, like the lair of some kind of ferocious beast, except that it was already long empty. In the center of the cavern was a pool of clear spring water. Around the spring, there grew a patch of strange and exotic little grasses and flowers, some exuding cold air, others as hot as fire. The delicate fragrance Su Lichuan had just smelled was coming from here. B-rank clear spirit grass, A-rank blazing flame flower, C-rank sleep-inducing grass. Before entering the wilderness zone, Su Lichuan had specifically studied the knowledge of rare flowers and herbs. Borrowing the light of the purple heaven divine thunder, he recognized these plants at a glance, and all of them were above C-rank. How can so many rare plants grow here together? The more he looked, the more something felt off, and his gaze soon fell on the pool of spring water at the very center. Could there be something wrong with this spring water? Just as he was thinking, Jiang Chuxian suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be an S-rank Earth Spirit Spring?" What is an Earth Spirit Spring? Su Lichuan was slightly stunned. He had read plenty of books about exotic flowers and herbs at school, but he didn't know much about other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, no matter what it was called, just the 3 words S-rank were enough to show how valuable this thing was. Jiang Chuxian walked to the side of the spring and slowly crouched down. Her long silver-white hair fell over her shoulders, and the movement also outlined a distinct curve across her chest. An Earth Spirit Spring is a spring liquid condensed from the essence of the earth. She explained, for Inungjar below the 4th rank, it's practically a miraculous healing medicine. As long as a person still has a breath left, they can basically be saved. For those above the 4th rank, the effect is a bit weaker, but it's still an extremely powerful healing treasure. That's why it was classified as S-rank, extremely rare. As she spoke, her voice carried a hint of excitement. After hearing this, Su Lichuan's eyes darkened as well. This thing was quite valuable, and at this moment, there was no movement at all from deep inside the cave, which only made it feel even more unsettling. The shape was outrageously exaggerated, but she didn't care at all, her attention entirely fixed on the strange plant by the spring. She extended her jade-like hand, gently plucked it, and picked the herb nearest to the spring water. The herb looked like a rice seedling, its roots still clinging to fresh soil, damp and wet. Earth Spirit Spring will slowly mutate the nearby flowers and plants, turning them into rare and strange flora. Grass nourished by it will also carry the aura of Earth Spirit Spring. By reason, the roots of this B-grade clear spirit grass should have a hint of glutinous rice fragrance. But now, just like the spring water, it carries a fresh scent. That means this really is Earth Spirit Spring. Jiang Chuxian brought the roots close to her nose and sniffed them. Her eyes lit up immediately. Su Lichuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but give a thumbs up after hearing that. Impressive. You know much more about heavenly materials and earthly treasures than I expected. He said that sincerely as praise. Don't let it fool you just because Jiang Chuxian only recognized the origin of this pool of spring water. There was a lot she had to understand behind it. If not for that, Back when he was in school, he wouldn't have only skimmed through the books on exotic flowers and rare herbs. Of course, I even passed the Level 2 Potion Maker certification at school. Jiang Chuxian stood up, puffing out her chest like a proud little rooster. A Level 2 Potion Maker certification was something very few students at the entire Magic City Superpower University could obtain. After graduation, with this certificate alone, many factions and guilds would fight to recruit them. Speaking of which, this little pool of Earth Spirit Spring should be enough to make at least 5 portions of S-rank healing spring liquid. The more Jiang Chuxian looked at it, the more excited she became, her eyes practically shining. S-rank heavenly materials and earthly treasures were no longer something money alone could easily measure. Not to mention that this Earth Spirit Spring could actually be used to produce 5 portions of healing medicine. This was practically priceless. Yet, although she was tempted, she showed no greed at all. Instead, she smiled as she looked at Su Luchuan. Senior, then you can have all of this Earth Spirit Spring. Su Luchuan was her lifesaver. If there were truly good things, of course he should have them first. I'll take 4 portions, you take 1. As for the exotic flowers and rare herbs here, we'll split them 50-50. Su Luchuan didn't dawdle either and divided them right away. No one would ever say no to more S-rank treasures like Earth Spirit Spring. But this place was brought him by Jiang Chuxian, and without her, he wouldn't have recognized it as Earth Spirit Spring either. Giving her 1 portion was only right. Then thank you, Senior. Jiang Chuxian didn't think this division was unfair at all. On the contrary, since she could get a portion too, joy lit up her face. Seeing her reaction, Su Luchuan nodded inwardly as well. This kind of temperament was indeed much better than that of most girls. When most people had faced the earth-burrowing earth dragon just now, they would have already turned and fled. Who would have been like Jiang Chuxian, who had even taken blood-boiling pill and still rushed up, insisting on fighting side by side with him. And now that it's being divided up into Earth Spirit Spring water, she still neither fights nor scrambles for it. Her emotional intelligence really isn't low. The best way to store Earth Spirit Spring water is in jade bottles. Otherwise, its spiritual essence will easily dissipate. Luckily, I bought a batch of nice-looking jade bottles earlier, or this would really have been hard to handle. Jiang Chuxian raised her hand, a spatial ring on her fair, delicate fingers. The ring flashed, and 5 jade bottles, each slightly smaller than a mineral water bottle, instantly appeared out of thin air. Senior, let's fill them together. Just as the 2 of them each picked up a jade bottle and were about to pour the Earth Spirit Spring water in. From the entrance of the cave, a burst of voices and footsteps suddenly came, drawing closer and closer. Captain, seriously, what good stuff could there be in this cave? Not necessarily. Judging from the feces we saw when we passed by just now, this is very likely the lair of a Tier 3 earth-burrowing dragon. The lair of a draconic, ferocious beast? Then maybe there really is something good inside. Amid the chatter and laughter, a group of people entered with military searchlights, appearing right in front of Li Chuan and Jiang Chuxian. There were 5 people in total, both men and women. Walking at the very front was a tall middle-aged man holding a saber and shield, his aura at least at the upper Tier 3 level. These people were precisely Jiang Chuxian's original bodyguard squad. Phew, so it's Captain Wang and the rest of you. You scared me. Seeing that they were acquaintances, Jiang Chuxian visibly relaxed, but inwardly her heart sank. If an elite squad of Tier 3 ability users were to discover this S-rank Earth Spirit Spring, even if they were her own bodyguard team, it would become very troublesome. She remained alert inside, but showed no sign of anything unusual on her face, and even turned to Li Chuan and waved. Senior, it's fine. They're all on our side. Captain Wang, who was leading the group, saw Jiang Chuxian was first stunned, then quickly came back to his senses, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Miss Jiang, we've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect to run into you here. As he spoke, his gaze had already swiftly swept across the entire cave, and he soon spotted the pool of spring water as well as the more than 10 strange flowers and herbs beside it. His expression immediately darkened as he asked, Miss Jiang, what's going on here? Nothing much. We just ran into a senior from the same school on the way, and somehow ended up in this cave by accident. Jiang Chuxian looked calm and said with a smile, Oh right, these strange flowers and herbs all look pretty good. Finders keepers. Let's split them together. She said it lightly, and there wasn't the slightest trace of panic on her face. But only she knew that the people in front of her were all 3rd-tier ability users, none of them easy to deal with. As long as she showed even the slightest flaw, the consequences could be disastrous. Captain Wang was a 3rd-tier upper-level ability user, and he had been active in the wilderness zone for years, seeing far too many bloody things. He and the people on his team had also done things like murder and robbery. It just depended on whether it was worth it. He glanced at those strange flowers and herbs and found that the highest grade among them was only a rank, and he immediately made his judgment. It was really not worth offending a massive influencer like Jiang Chuxian, who had tens of millions of fans, for this little bit of stuff. Especially if something happened to her under his protection, not only would the Public Security Bureau investigate, but just her deranged fans alone would be enough of a headache. So Captain Wang still wore a smile and nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Then thank you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Chuxian secretly let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, she had managed to brush it off for now. But just then, the tall, thin man behind Captain Wang suddenly spoke up. Captain, something's not right. The pool of spring water in the middle looks a lot like Earth Spirit Spring, an S-rank healing sacred medicine. Captain Wang raised an eyebrow. This man was the team's support type ability user, usually responsible for identifying all kinds of rare treasures and spiritual resources, and his judgment had always been very accurate. Since he said it looked like Earth Spirit Spring, then it was probably correct. The smile on Captain Wang's face slowly faded, and his gaze instantly turned dangerous. Miss Jiang, it looks like you're not being very honest. As soon as those words fell, the atmosphere inside the cave changed in an instant. The remaining team members also turned to look over with cold expressions. The tall, skinny man even rushed to the spring in a few steps. After taking a careful look, he immediately became excited. Captain, that's right. This is an S-rank Earth Spirit Spring. And there are enough for 5 people. It was over. They'd still been discovered. An S-rank heavenly treasure. Even top-tier factions would regard it as immensely valuable. There was no way the other side's group of third-tier ability users would split it between her and her senior, both second-tier. If things went badly, they might not even keep their lives. Jiang Chuxian no longer clung to any luck. Taking a deep breath, she said in a low voice, since Captain Wang has already seen through it, then these Earth Spirit Springs and exotic flowers and rare herbs are yours. We don't want anything. Senior, let's go. After saying that, she reached out to pull Su Lichuan beside her. But Su Lichuan stood there like he had been nailed to the spot, completely unmoving. Senior, Captain Wang, and the others are all at the peak of 3rd tier. We can't beat them, Jiang Chuxian said anxiously, even her voice changing. She knew very well that this bodyguard team was a 3rd-tier elite squad. The captain and vice-captain were both at the peak of 3rd tier, and the other 3 were at least mid-3rd tier. That kind of lineup was already terrifying. If they really fought, they could even hold out for a while against a slightly weaker 4th-tier ferocious beast. Although Su Lichuan could instantly kill a lower 3rd-tier earth-drilling dragon, the gap was still far too great when facing this kind of lineup. Junior sister, peak 3rd tier? I don't think I'm any weaker than them. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of crackling thunder suddenly rang out around Su Lichuan's body. The purple heaven divine thunder that had been restrained all along suddenly exploded outward. Lightning burst brilliantly, and his aura instantly surged forward. In those black and white clear eyes of his, a chill unlike anything before also emerged. Not to mention, even if we gave them all the heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, they still wouldn't let us go. Once the Earth Spirit Spring was exposed, there was no longer any way out for either side. After hearing this, Captain Wang let out a cold laugh. Haha! Kid, you've got quite the attitude. Still, you guessed right. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chuxian was a big influencer with tens of millions of followers. As long as she went back and casually posted a video playing the victim, people like them would never be able to make a living in the country again. The team members by the cave entrance also understood what Captain Wang meant when they heard that. If these 2 were allowed to escape, the Public Security Bureau would definitely come after them later. In that case, they might as well strike here and silence them for good. The others immediately spread out and sealed off the cave entrance tightly. When Jiang Chuxian saw this, her expression changed instantly. The worst-case scenario had still come. Senior, there's no other way. Take the blood-boiling pill and fight. After she finished speaking in a low voice, her eyes instantly turned fierce. The next second, a dark red pill appeared between her fingers, and she directly tilted her head back and swallowed it. Boom! An unnatural flush immediately rose on Jiang Chuxian's face, and the aura of a 3rd-tier ability user suddenly erupted from her body. Immediately afterward, bone-chilling cold spread wildly, and the temperature inside the entire cave plummeted. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings grew to more than 10 degrees below freezing. Ice crystals began to form on the cave ceiling, and even the small pool of Earth Spirit Spring on the ground was covered with a thin layer of ice. Captain Wang raised a hand and pointed, then said coldly, I'll deal with Jiang Chuxian. Zhou Chong, you take care of her man first. The rest of you guard the cave entrance and don't let them escape. Got it. A team member carrying a long blade grinned wickedly and walked towards Su Lichuan. Captain Wang himself stepped forward, closing in on Jiang Chuxian step by step. The rest stood at the cave entrance, waiting to enjoy the show, their faces full of ease and cold smiles. Miss Jiang, sorry, but you'll have to leave your life here today. As Wang spoke, he curled his lips, revealing 2 fangs. The next second, the muscles in all 4 of his limbs suddenly bulged, grayish-yellow fur sprouted across the surface of his skin, and faintly on his forehead, the character Wang appeared. Enhancement type Beast Class C-rank ability. Saber-toothed Tiger. Once he enters beastification, his physical strength surges across the board. With this move, he had no idea how many ferocious beasts and ability users he had killed. The team member at the cave entrance stared at Jiang Chuxuan's body, his eyes burning with desire, and said with a smile, Captain, don't kill her too quickly. Captain Wang licked his lips and gave a sinister smile. Don't worry, I won't let her die too fast. Jiang Chuxian looked at this scene, and her heart sank little by little. The other side had prepared far too thoroughly. Not only did they send people to block her and her senior, they even specifically left people to guard the exit, not giving them any chance to break through. At this point, no matter how they charged, they couldn't escape. A wave of regret rose in her heart. If only she had known, she shouldn't have brought her senior here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dragged him into this dead end too. But just then, a sudden thunderclap exploded from the side. Immediately after came a shrill, piercing scream. Zhou Chong, what the hell are you doing? Even a Tier 2 upper-rank ability user. Captain Wang frowned and turned around. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that not far away, the long spear in Su Lichuan's hand had already pierced straight through Zhou Chong's heart, hoisting him up into the air. The terrifying thunder wrapped around the spear had also electrocuted Zhou Chong's chest and battle suit blackened. See, Captain. Zhou Chong managed to squeeze out 2 words with great difficulty. Then his head tilted to the side, and he was completely lifeless. The next second, Su Lichuan yanked out his gun sharply. Blood instantly gushed out from his chest. Zhou Chong's body lost all support and crashed heavily to the ground like a rag doll. Su Lichuan held the dark cloud gale spear. The spear shaft trembled slightly, letting out a low, resonant hum. Lightning flickered around him, and his imposing presence suddenly surged outward. Looks like your men aren't that capable either. Only after he said this did the others finally react. Zhou Chong was already dead. The crowd immediately glared at him. But the formation was still intact, so they didn't dare leave the cave entrance on their own. They could only stare fixedly at Su Lichuan. Though Zhou Chong was only at the middle of the 3rd tier, he wasn't someone just anyone could kill. Captain Wang took a deep breath, and his gaze instantly turned extremely dangerous. So, you're the most troublesome one after all. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly abandoned Jiang Chuxian. His figure flashed as he suddenly rushed to Su Lichuan's face, his expression vicious, and swung his blade down. Then I'll take you down with old Zhou. Tiger roar slash. Along with a deep tiger's roar, the long blade, wrapped in a powerful oppressive force, slashed towards Su Lichuan as if it meant to rip the air itself apart. But Su Lichuan wasn't flustered at all. A flash of lightning lit up beneath his feet, and he directly used Thunder Flash to dodge to the side. Boom! The long blade viciously hacked into the stone wall, instantly blasting out a pit more than 3 meters wide.
碎石哗啦啦往下掉。
Seeing this, Su Lichuan's eyes darkened. Zilichuan frowned, and with just one look, he knew that this team captain at the peak of Tier 3 was indeed stronger than him in attack power. But he had Thunder Flash with him. If he really wanted to run, it would be troublesome, but he could still get away. Even if he had to take Jiang Chuxian with him, it wasn't impossible. What a pity. This pool of S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, and all these exotic flowers and herbs, I want them too. Su Lichuan took a deep breath. A hint of coldness surfaced on his handsome face, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Since that's the case, then I'll just have to wipe you all out. Thunder Overdrive. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, countless blue-violet bolts of lightning exploded violently from his body. Crackling thunder rang out in an instant, and the entire cave seemed to have turned into a thunderstorm zone all at once. Earth and stones flew everywhere. Gravel splashed in all directions, and blue-violet lightning crazily struck down with an ancient, domineering aura. Captain Wang and the others all changed color. Even more unsettling was that Su Lichuan, at the center of the thunderstorm, was still frantically surging in aura, and his figure kept rising higher and higher. 1 meter 90, 1 meter 95, 2 meters, 2 meters 5. Boom! The upper half of his battle suit was directly blown apart by the force, revealing an unbelievably solid upper body. Muscles bulged in chunks, their lines hard as iron, exuding a fierce sense of power. In the next second, his originally cold black and white eyes suddenly changed, turning into vertical pupils coiled with blue lightning, just like the eyes of a ferocious beast. What finally appeared before Captain Wang and the others was no longer a human. It was a terrifying monster over 2 meters tall, its entire body wrapped in blue-violet lightning. Its aura was so violent it was frightening, like an apex beast that had stood up on 2 legs. What kind of monster is this? Captain Wang's throat went dry, and he forced himself to swallow. This was the Thunder Overdrive, granted by the 3rd level of the S-grade body tempering combat technique, Thunder Immortal Body. Once activated, it could not only greatly strengthen the physique, but also stimulate the ferocious beast blood essence absorbed when laying the foundation back then, allowing one to gain some of the ability traits of that Thunder-type ferocious beast for a short time. For example, Su Lichuan's senior brother, Lu Ming, had absorbed the blood essence of a Tier 7 lower-grade ferocious beast, the Thunder Giant Wolf. After activating Thunder Overdrive, he would gain greater speed and stronger perception. And what Su Lichuan had absorbed was the blood essence of a Tier 8 lower-grade ferocious beast, the Thunderstorm Dragon. And the absorption efficiency was terrifyingly high, reaching 98%. So the moment he activated Lei Ji state, his body immediately began to show dragonification features. This feeling of being filled with power is amazing. Su Lichuan could clearly feel a violent force surging within his body, along with a vicious, savage emotion. However, unlike when he had just cultivated the Thunder Indestructible Body, this savagery would not spiral out of control. Right now, his consciousness was still clear. His emotions were only slightly affected. As expected, the stronger I get, the weaker Thunderbolt Dragon's influence on me becomes. Su Lichuan nodded to himself. He could clearly feel that his physique was now more than 3 or 4 times stronger than before. Not only his body, but even his control over the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder ability had directly been raised to its peak. He simply raised a hand and pointed. Sizzle! A streak of blue-purple lightning immediately struck toward the top of the cave entrance. Rumble! The lightning exploded. Rocks shattered and fell, directly blocking the exit completely. Playing tricks and mystery? It's just a special state. At this point, Captain Wang also snapped out of his shock. His face darkened as he raised his blade and was about to strike again. But just then, Su Lichuan moved. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Captain Wang only managed to catch a streak of afterimage, and his expression changed instantly. Not good. He almost instinctively raised the round shield in his left hand and blocked it in front of him. Clang! The spear stabbed viciously into the shield, shaking the entire passage as if it had trembled. But before Captain Wang could even breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a terrifying force surge from the shield. He simply could not withstand that power. The alloy shield, which had been meant to protect his life, instead felt like a giant iron hammer, smashing brutally back into him. Bang! Captain Wang's whole body was sent flying straight back as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding truck, crashing heavily into the cave wall. The hard rock was smashed into a huge crater, and cracks spread wildly like a spiderweb. You do have some experience, and your reflexes are pretty quick. Su Lichuan slowly drew back his spear. Lightning coiled around his body, and a faint cold smile curved his lips. People like this, who had long struggled between life and death, relied on instinct. If it had been an ordinary 3rd-tier Esper, that spear just now would have killed him instantly. Strike while you're sick, and take your life. Thunder flash. With a burst of lightning, Su Lichuan dashed straight to the pit that had been smashed open. Courting death. Flame Demon Claw. The remaining 3 also attacked at once. The deputy squad leader with fire abilities lowered his gaze and raised a huge flaming hand, sending it slamming towards Su Lichuan with scorching waves of heat. But Su Lichuan seemed not to see it at all. He extended his left hand and, like grabbing a chick, forcibly yanked Captain Wang out of the wall. At that moment, the giant flaming hand arrived as well. Crackle. Pop. Su Lichuan didn't even turn his head back. Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder instantly wove into a lightning net, directly blocking the giant flame hand outside. Boom! The flaming palm only stirred up a gust of heat before being swallowed by the thunder in an instant. My Inferno Demon Hand. How is that possible? The vice captain's expression changed drastically, and he was completely stunned. This was his most proficient B-rank combat technique, one he had trained for decades and had long since mastered at an advanced level. Yet now, he couldn't even break through a single lightning net. What kind of monster was this guy? On the other side, Captain Wang, held in Su Lichuan's grip, was covered in blood as he struggled desperately and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. The Earth Spirit Spring is yours. I also have hundreds of millions in secret savings. All of it is yours too. That bit of strength of his, enough to crush E-grade alloy, was nothing in Su Lichuan's iron vice grip. Begging for mercy now is too late. Su Lichuan raised his eyes. Blue-purple lightning churned in his vertical pupils, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. The next second, his left hand suddenly clenched. Captain Wang's head exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere, and a thick stench of blood spread instantly.
Des démons, démons.
The remaining three were as white as sheets. The fire element vice captain's legs went weak, and he nearly couldn't stand. The tyrannical pressure of a top-tier draconic beast, combined with the sight of their captain being blasted apart on the spot, completely shattered his courage. This? Am I dreaming? Beside him, Jiang Chuxian, who had already been despairing, widened her almond eyes and looked in disbelief at the figure standing ahead like the god of thunder. She hired this squad to enter the wilderness zone, and each time it cost 6 million great xia coins. Any one of these people, if placed outside, would be a figure who could dominate a region. Especially the captain, Wang Chuan, who was at the peak of Tier 3 and could almost be said to be invincible within Tier 3. But now, such a person had his head blown off by Su Lichuan in one shot, not even given a chance to fight back. And Su Lichuan's true level was only upper Tier 2. This is way too exaggerated. Jiang Chuxian couldn't help but say softly. She had studied at Magic Capital University of Superpowers for more than a year, and had never heard of any student who could achieve such combat results. She could tell that Su Lichuan was clearly in a special state right now. But this state was just too absurdly powerful. And the blue-violet thunder coiling around him carried an even more terrifying sense of pressure. Stronger than an A-rank superpower? Could it be S-rank? This thought flashed through Jiang Chuxian's mind, making her breathing quicken and her chest rise and fall with it. If it really was S-rank, then everything would make sense. Demon? You bunch of scum who kill and rob, and you're fit to call someone else a demon? Su Lichuan looked at the deputy captain's pale face and shook his head coldly. These people were used to deciding other people's lives and deaths. But when it was their turn, they were even more cowardly than ordinary people. He casually flicked his hand and threw Wang Chuan's headless corpse aside. Then, a hard and cruel smile appeared on his face. Next, it's your turn. Among the remaining three, the fire element deputy captain was a Tier 3 upper rank. That tall, thin man had healing abilities and almost no combat power. As for that woman, like Captain Wang, she was also a beast-type awakened. The three of them working together were originally not weak. But in front of Su Lichuan, who had activated the Leiji form, even if they had all swallowed bloodburst pills, they were still beaten down. More than 10 minutes later, the dark cloud gale spear was pulled out from the last woman's body. Thud! The woman's face was full of terror as she fell straight to the ground, losing all signs of life. The last one. Su Lichuan raised his head. In his blue-violet vertical pupils, there was still only coldness, with not the slightest ripple. Su Lichuan glanced around. Compared with 10 minutes ago, there were now 5 more corpses in the cave. Some had their heads crushed, some had been pierced straight through the heart by a spear, and some had been scorched black by lightning. More than a month ago, Su Lichuan had only beaten Zhao Chunlin into serious injury, and in the end it was the chief supervisor Zhao Yi who dealt with him. That didn't count as him killing anyone with his own hands. But this time was different. He had killed 5 in one go. Unexpectedly, Su Lichuan didn't feel the slightest discomfort. His expression remained calm, and his tone was equally cold. They're all people who deserve to die. If they're killed, so be it. There's nothing to pity. After saying that, he flicked his wrist, and the blood droplets on the spear were flung away. His suddenly elevated body slowly returned to its normal 1.89-meter height. The dragon-like vertical pupils in his eyes faded, and the lightning that had been coiling around him also dispersed, vanishing into the air. Leiji form is powerful, but its energy consumption is way too high. A trace of fatigue showed on Su Lichuan's face. He had only maintained it for a little over 10 minutes, yet he was more exhausted than if he had fought fiercely with vicious beasts for 2 or 3 hours. However, the boost in combat power gained at such a cost was definitely worth it. At that moment, Jiang Chuxian walked over with her long legs. During the fight just now, she had swallowed a bloodburst pill and had been using her ice-based ability to help Su Lichuan suppress the enemy. She had also seized an opportunity to ning ice into a long sword and personally killed the support-type ability user with the weakest combat strength. This was also her first time killing someone. And right from the start, she had seen such a bloody scene. The ground was covered in corpses, blood was everywhere, and it looked like they had just finished filming a restricted horror movie. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been vomiting her guts out by now. But Jiang Chuxuan's face had only gone pale. She still held it in and first asked about Su Lichuan. "Senior, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just a little tired." Su Lichuan waved his hand. "Let's collect the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare flowers and herbs first, then rest later." Jiang Chuxian nodded, took the jade bottle out of her spatial ring again, and walked to the spring with Su Lichuan. "Good. The spring hasn't been contaminated by blood." Looking at the spring water, still clear and surrounded by rare flowers and herbs, Su Lichuan let out a sigh of relief. The Earth Spirit Spring was an S-rank heavenly treasure, with extremely high value. Once impurities like blood mixed into it, even purification would be difficult, and its medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. So during the clash just now, he had deliberately avoided this spring. The spring water was fine, but many of the rare flowers and herbs around it had been destroyed. But these flowers and plants were much cheaper than Earth Spirit Spring. Even if they were trampled and broken, they could still be used. The two of them filled 5.5 bottles in total before finally scooping out all the Earth Spirit Spring, and a small pit was left exposed on the ground. Maybe after decades, a little Earth Spirit Spring could condense here again. Then we can come back for another trip. Su Lichuan curved the corner of his mouth. He handed both the full bottle and the half bottle to Jiang Chuxian. "These are for you." Jiang Chuxian froze, not expecting even the extra half bottle to be given to her, and immediately looked delighted. "Thank you, senior." But just as she reached out to take it, the effects of the blood-burst pill suddenly wore off. Her whole body went weak, and her foot slipped, causing her to sit down directly on the ground. The Fire Element Deputy Squad Leader had just unleashed an Flame Demon Hand attack on her. Although most of the flames had been blocked by Su Lichuan's Purple Sky Divine Thunder, some of them still burned her. Although she had quickly used her ice ability to extinguish the flames, her battle suit was still badly damaged, and the chest and thigh areas were already somewhat exposed. Now that she had sat down, the torn clothes were even closer to failing to cover her up. Jiang Chuxian also immediately noticed this, and her face flushed red all the way to the tips of her ears. Unfortunately, the blood surge pill side effects were still taking hold. Her whole body was weak, and she couldn't even mobilize her spiritual power, let alone take spare clothes out of her spatial ring. Just as she was feeling too embarrassed to know what to do, Su Lichuan's low voice came from beside her. "The blood surge pill has strong side effects. I'll take you over there to rest first." After speaking, a black men's t-shirt was directly draped over her most sensitive area. In the next second, Su Lichuan scooped Jiang Chuxian up in a horizontal carry and walked toward a clean spot nearby. The battle suit on his upper body had already been blown apart when he activated the lightning extremity state earlier. Held in his arms, Jiang Chuxian could clearly see the solid lines of his muscles right in front of her, and with that intense masculine aura, her face instantly turned red. It was the first time she had ever been this close to a man, and her heartbeat instantly went haywire. Her chest was burning, and an unfamiliar feeling she had never experienced before even rose in her mind. Very soon, Su Lichuan placed her against the cave wall, leaning her against the soft beast pelt nest where the burrowing earth dragon had once lain. "Rest here for a while. I'm going to collect the remaining exotic flowers and rare herbs." Only after Su Lichuan turned and left did Jiang Chuxian slowly come back to her senses. She lowered her head and looked at the black t-shirt on her body, her eyes seeming to shimmer with watery light. "Senior is really gentle." Then she thought of how Su Lichuan was also her fan, and for some reason, a trace of happiness rose in her heart that even she herself had not noticed. A few minutes later, Su Lichuan had gathered all the exotic flowers and rare herbs in the cave. He also found a spatial ring on the team leader's body. There had originally been a spiritual imprint left by the owner on it, but since the person was dead, that imprint had become ownerless. Su Lichuan's spiritual power surged into it and directly shattered the imprint. After leaving his own spiritual imprint on it again, he sensed an area of about 1 cubic meter. Inside were mostly potions, pills, battle skill manuals, cash, exotic flowers, and rare herbs, as well as a small amount of rare ferocious beast materials. Nothing else. The battle skills are only C rank, and this Tier 3 elite squad doesn't have much good stuff either. Su Lichuan shook his head. However, he also knew that most of these ability user savings were kept in the bank. Without the password, that money simply couldn't be withdrawn. Forget it. The bank gets the bargain. Let's just take it as making a contribution to the country. He put the newly acquired spatial ring on his left hand. Among this Tier 3 elite squad, the most valuable item was probably this spatial ring worth more than 50 million. I wonder if these two 1 cubic meter spatial rings can be exchanged for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, carrying this over 2 meter long spear around every time is really troublesome. He stroked his chin, then walked back to Jiang Chushuan's side. Bloodburst pills were medicine that ability users only took when fighting for their lives. They could greatly increase strength in a short period of time, but the cost was also severe. After taking one, the body would fall into a long period of weakness, usually taking 1 or 2 months to recover. Right now, Jiang Chuxian was in exactly that state, limp all over, her face frighteningly pale. Seeing Su Lichuan come over, she forced out a smile, her voice also weak and feeble. Senior, the Earth Spirit Spring can relieve the weakness caused by the Bloodburst pill. You can feed me a little, not too much. Just a small sip is enough. Oh! Su Lichuan's eyes lit up. He immediately took out that half bottle of Earth Spirit Spring, brought it to her lips, and fed her a drink. Just one small sip, and Jiang Chushuan's complexion had obviously become much rosier. Ha! I feel much better. She let out a soft breath. But if I want to fully recover, I'm afraid it'll still take another 3 or 4 hours. Although Earth Spirit Spring was an S-grade healing holy medicine that could immediately relieve many injuries, the side effects of the Bloodburst pill were not limited to the body. One's spiritual power would also become weak. Even after drinking Earth Spirit Spring, she would still need to wait a few hours before she could move freely.